and we are racing here in Barcelona.
Yeah, so there's a lot of trouble going on there in the first few corners.
They're from the third place car, that is so close. Oh no, and that's a spinner.
There's a lot going on here on the first lap.
Simeon that is trying to fend off Harry Phillips. Have a look at the inside line coming down towards turn one. Oh, gets the door slammed in his face. Lord, this is absolutely incredible. On the exit of turn 14 and 15, Harry Phillips brings home the Wild Things Racing number 26 car for second. A huge shout out to them, but an even more impressive position for the 23 Tadas Juventus in Rapid Esports. Has done a brilliant job to get that car up towards the top end of the field, securing the podium for 23.
Hello everyone and welcome back to VCO LFM FLExTREME. It's a busy weekend here in the world of VCO Esports, but we're back in the GT3s with BOP budget to play. My name's Arjuna Kankipati, delighted to be back here for 9 hours at Spa-Francorchamps. Alongside me, two-time Simi Award winner Lewis McLeod.
Thank you.
Lewis, after our journey over to the 992 Cup car where everyone was on equal footing, it's good and interesting to be back in this world where the BOP budget is going to be our main talking point here today.
Yeah, I love this side. I mean, I think it's great that we've got the two cup races. I think that's great. It's something to spice the championship. But with how we're doing BOP in these cars for this season, I love these GT3 races. They're so interesting, so different. Everyone's got their own little thing, their own plus, their own minus. I think it's fantastic. It's been a fantastic season so far. It's pretty tight at the top. 3 races, 3 different winners.
Well, we were talking about it just before we went live. It's been wild, and let's not forget post-race penalty at the end of the last round is why we have 3 different winners from 3 different races. We mentioned BOP budget already a couple of times today. What are we talking about? Well, before we got this championship underway back in 2022, it feels like a long time ago, but we had our draft show. Drivers had multiple rounds, much like they would have in American sports, to pick their options. BOP budgets continued to evolve, starting with a base budget and getting added to depending on the popularity of each car. And this was the end result. The BOP budgets that Lewis drivers and teams have got to manage across our 4 GT3 races.
Yeah, we've already had a few teams that have already basically used all their budget, or they will use all of their budget, including this round, meaning they're going into the final round of the season with no weight being left. This is what we've had used before, but we are in use for this round. You can already see teams like Williams Esports, big one for them to already get down onto 0 kilos. Queen's Designs, you've got the Set Space Jose Lopez car. A few of them have got like only a few kilos, Pulses with just 2. I think the Gata Chain Ballas Esports car a bit further down has just 1 kilo left. Sim RC, Visceral, all with 0. A lot of these teams are setting themselves up for a decent final round. Meanwhile, there are teams like Armamentario. Obviously, they're in the Honda, so they've got a lot of weight to deal with anyway for the season. But teams like Armamentario, teams that are coming into that final round with 30 kilos, meaning they've got to make the absolute most of this round if they haven't made the most of the season thus far.
And this is a round where you're trying to maintain momentum, but you're also trying to set yourself up for that final round of the championship when you will have to make sure that you finish with 0 kilograms left. There are already a handful of teams that have worked their way down to 0. Like Lewis mentioned, most notably Williams Esports. We'll see how that plays out against their main championship rivals, BS Competition, who come into this race with about 3 kilos extra of BOP in use today, and they'll have 6 kilos left to play with in our final round of the championship. What are these drivers playing for? Well, let's talk a little bit about our prizes. And, well, first let's talk a little bit again about BOP. Here are those prizes. HyperX headsets to talk about for all of our splits, because it's not just about the cash split, but the rivals and challenger splits as well. And don't forget that you can use the VCO Command Center to take command of your viewing experience and watch along with not just 3 splits of VCO LFM FLExTREME, but 2 splits of the iRacing Daytona 24 as well here live on VCO Twitch. Next Level Racing have joined the fun as well, and this is not just for finishing positions. This is about some of those more fun things that we're going to have as well, Lewis. Most positions gained, send of 2022. There's more to talk about as well.
Yeah, again, it's that post-season vote that we're having, going through the top 10 passes of the season. And you sat at home, you will be the ones that are helping us decide who has the send of 2022. Obviously, it's not just physical prizes as well. We've got cash prizes as well throughout the championship. Fastest laps, best fights and passes. Again, said that is going to be another public vote. And also, it's going to be split between the teams that are involved. So if it's 2 teams, it will be split between them with 30 going to the passer and 20 going to the passee. And then if there's 3, then you get less money. But it does mean that we get some great entertainment. Got best saves. We had a few of those in the last round of the championships. Most position gained, obviously, and the top 15 per race and the top 3 in the championship, netting the big money. 1,000 euros for the winner, 600, and then 400 for second and third, taking from the quite large prize pool that we've got over the season.
It's not a bad set of prizes, and of course as well, I like that we recognize it's not just all about the cash split, but those other 2 splits of competition do have some recognition to play out as well. Let's talk about qualifying, because we are moments away from getting underway, and this has been one of the most fun parts about this championship to me. Not just the fact that we have the BOP budget, but knockout qualifying. 3 drivers usually have to complete the race, and so therefore each driver has to go out in each stage of qualifying, and it is a 1-lap shootout. You do get a one-time joker to use to set a second time lap. However, that is a one-time joker across the season. You don't get multiple runs. You get that one opportunity to go again. And already a handful of teams have used their joker, but quite interestingly, Lewis, the majority in the cash split have been rather reluctant to take it.
Yeah, as far as I can see, now I do say never trust a commentator's maths, 10 teams have taken the Joker thus far. We might have missed a couple of them, but still. Aspar have used it, Pulse have used it, Race Anywhere have used it, then Visceral, Symphony of Pistons, Burst, the Gather Chain and Brad Welton teams, Virtual Drivers by TX3 also, as well as Kramer Racing. Those are the ones that we've seen that have used them, that we've got noted down. There might be a couple of other ones, but we'll keep you updated on that as far as we can. I mean, there is still, even if there's only a couple more than that, realistically, we're talking about most of the grid still haven't taken it. They're leaving it for those final few rounds. I think that's a great idea. A few teams kind of have risked it early on, but that's what we love about that, about the way it kind of works by using your jokers throughout the season. This is how the season is working, though, as a championship. Of course, we've got 4 races in the GT3s. We're back on target with them. This is our 3rd race in the GT3s. Already done 2 of those. We've already done the 1 race with the 992 Cup car, which is at Barcelona. And then the next round that we do in this championship will be that 1 race with the BMW M2 CS Cup, which again will be a 6-hour race, something to really spice up the championship.
And that race will be at Paul Ricard. It's next up on the agenda. You picked which track we went racing at with the 992 Cup car. The vote was between Barcelona and Paul Ricard. You chose to go to sunny Spain initially. We'll head over to France next time out. Quick look at the championship standings, though, as we get set to go for qualifying number 1 at what is potentially going to be a very soggy Spa-Francorchamps. Maybe not unexpected, but look at the very top. 7 points is what splits BS competition from Williams Esports. It's a bit further back to Get Closer Racing, the Race Anywhere SimSport team that took a cracking victory last time we were in the GT3 machines, albeit with a much reduced BOP budget. The reality is, though, Lewis, in a championship like this, where you get 100 points for just finishing the race, it is wide open.
Big time. Absolutely. I mean, the thing is, those cup races, we were kind of saying them coming into this season, the cup races are going to be the big deciders. I mean, all of these races, all 3 of these races to go are completely wide open. Spa is a tricky circuit, especially if weather is going to play its part. Now, this is B-roll in the background, so it's not a guarantee that we're going to get that kind of weather as we cut into the race. We are lovely and sunny. We are expecting a little bit of a bit of apology for our broadcast director, because he's trying to tease us there with a little bit of weather. He knows what this place is like, though. Spa is well, she's a bit feisty when it comes to the weather. So we'll have to wait and see on that one.
Yeah, slightly disappointed myself.
Disappointed.
I was getting so excited about the prospect of a rainy qualifying, because with that 1-lap shootout, it's so hard to know where the grip is, and you've got to get it figured out early. And now it's a little bit different. Now I think the Joker becomes less of a reality for some of these teams who I have a feeling would have been expecting to use the Joker in the wet conditions. Quick driver lineup changes that we can talk about as well, Lewis, because there has been a silly season going over the past couple of weeks.
Yeah, and I said this last week. I don't even know where to begin with some of the driver changes. Was that Race Anywhere SimSport having an issue?
Yeah, did they just pull off?
Okay, does it count? Because they didn't start their lap. So does that count? He's on his way back. I don't know if that counts as, like, because he's not. Victor Nicolai had not started the lap, thus it might not count. Bearing in mind, this is a car that won earlier on the season in that unbelievably dominant drive, obviously for Race Anywhere SimSport back in Monza. You said about driver changes. Philippa Bakita off to BS competition. Great to see her out on circuit in the car.
Yeah, no, I mean, making her debut for... Yeah, exactly, no pressure, replacing the one and only Niels Naujoks. Going to be very curious to see how she gets on. I did note as well, Unicorns of Love, we're going to see a bit of a swap around in their driver lineup. I think it's Nicholas Hubin, if it's off the top of my head. It is early in the morning for me, so do please forgive me if I make any mistakes. I think he's moved over. Plenty of other changes, for example, not racing in this particular series, but James Baldwin officially leaving Veloce to go over to the Mercedes AMG Esports team. So, I mean, it's been a wild couple of weeks, and I have a feeling that we're going to see some more drivers shake-ups before we finish this season up.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot going on. I mean, this is the thing, is like, where there is no off-season in the world of sim racing, as we'll ride on board with Maciej Malowski over the top at Radion. Absolutely pinned, love it. When it comes to sim racing, there is no off-season. There is always a championship going on. There's always a big championship going on. And whilst contracts and stuff are up end of December, early January, which is what we've been seeing an awful lot with sim racing. I mean, we've been in sim racing for a while. Me, a bit longer than you, even though you're a lot older than me. That's fine. I've never seen a driver market like what we are seeing now in sim racing. This is unprecedented. It's absolutely insane. It's for a lot of factors, some that we are all very aware of, with everything that's going on in the sim racing world. some of them are just completely unrelated to that, and it's just driver switches that happen. I'm excited though. I'm just excited to see where a lot of these drivers show up, end up, where they head. Of course, one of the more recent ones, not so many races on here on ACC, but obviously Moritz Lerner leaving which he did get told about a little while ago, but still.
Which is a team that he, had basically built from the ground up as well. So I think, we're in for a bit of a weird year.
Oh, yeah.
You mentioned this being the craziest, contract kind of season that we've ever had. We'd just gotten used to this kind of flow where over the last 3 years, contracts had become a lot. Well, sim racing teams have gotten more professional, and therefore contracts have become more professional as well. And so I'm excited for what this next year holds for us as we get names coming in. Well, I was going to say, do we even technically sign contracts a lot of the time?
No, that's true, we don't.
Yeah, because they like to be able to get rid of us when we say silly things.
Yeah, they just want to be like, right, here's a door, get out of it. We'll see what Maciej Molinovski will do coming up towards the final complex, though, and refocus ourselves slightly on the session. Ogorokov, Koroshavin struggling on those first couple of laps. Malinovsky straight up to the top ahead of Hoban again on his. I'm pretty sure it's Hoban's debut for Unicorns of Love. This is his first race for them, though?
Yes.
I don't know if he's done anything before. And by before, I mean like in the last week or so, because he's not been in Unicorns of Love for very long.
Social media, which is always the bastion of truth, has said this. Going to the Unicorns of Love Twitter page, the first official race for Nicholas Hauben as part of the family. So it is. Good. I will note, by the way, there are a handful of teams that have stayed in pit lane initially and kind of waited to go out there, maybe waiting for the track to calm down. We have a lot of cars, even though Spa is quite long. Those are teams that we know aren't going to get the opportunity to roll out and go for the second Joker attempt if they wanted to. And so as we see the split in times, about 1.5 seconds splitting the top 20, it's a bit of pressure on some of those drivers. Still waiting to see, by the way, what's happening with Victor Nicolai in that Race Anywhere Lamborghini, because you'll note left side of the screen, he's indicated as in the pit lane.
Oh yeah, good point. Maybe they went back out again. They were told by race control, no. I've not seen anything in our little thing about them going back out and requesting the Joker. They already used their Joker. They did already use their Joker.
They did at Monza, if you don't forget.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly.
Yeah, absolutely. So that 55, one that's quite high up in the championship, could be done with this section. Wow.
Pressure, man.
I think they are, because if they're not going back out again, I don't know. We get a request for a Joker from the 121. That's Shichinov, who's up in 18th position at the moment. So I suspect they will be heading back out there. But yeah, already drama when it comes to those higher up in this championship at the moment. Although I do see Victor Nicolai's just gone back out, so maybe it doesn't count. Maybe we're just reading into it. Like I say, I don't know how it works when it comes to whether you only get one time lap or whether you just get one little run out there. I would assume it is only one timed lap, as we can see Henrik Gamble in the Kramer Racing Esports. We're just completely clueless in the commentary booth. This is why, if Neil Snyox is listening, we're sacked.
It's why they want to get rid of us. I will say, though, the fact that he hasn't come back to the pit lane at least twice, there may have been another one in there that we didn't see, is he having technical issues?
Could be.
Which, as far as I know, you cannot now change the driver that has gone out in qualifying one, so they cannot get someone else in for this session, get someone else into Q2, and at the very least guarantee themselves a top 15 without going out in qualifying 3. It's suboptimal, to quote Sir Lewis McLeod, is the way that I describe this. Yeah, no, exactly. I'm really trying to get into your good
second
books,
award's really done well for me to get me knighted, mate.
I think, though, this is definitely not how you'd want to get started, and Spa isn't, as much as it is a track where you can pass, it is also a track where if you start at the back, by the end of the first 30 minutes you are going to find yourself 30 seconds off the race leader.
Yeah, this is 1 second where, I mean, you're in the danger zone, everything like that, you know, all the typical things, but then it's just how much time you lose. Yeah, you do not want to be starting from the back around here. Let's see what Henrik Gamble can do, up to 18th. Remember, we're looking for those drivers to get inside the top 25 in this session. Here's Ramval and Esports coming around in their Honda. Wolf Matushka, I think we're supposed to come into the pit lane then and didn't. That's fair enough. They didn't cross the line, so it should be all right. Shichinov, of course, has gone back out again. The 121 has requested the second use, so the Joker use. Armamentario then back out onto the circuit. Stephen Rout goes up inside the top 10. Alu Gobi on our screen right now. One driver, Matt being Macri, the Absolute Motorsports teams. they are out of this session. They did not get out in the session. They are not going to set a lap time, so they will definitely be at the back as TF Racing head up to 21st, and that is not safe. Let's go with that.
No, I think I'd be slightly worried. You don't have time really to, at this point, go back out for a Joker lap either. So maybe it's not so bad in that we have not that many cars still, I think, with the potential to come and put down a new benchmark time. Here's the Griphax Racing Aston Martin as Alugobi runs her way in towards the, I'm going to still call it the bus stop chicane, even though I know I'm technically not meant to do so. But this is a car that, of course, has not taken any BOP here today, so I think they're hoping for a good result. They'll have 12 kilos still to use in the final round, and, well, that is very much on the bubble.
Yeah, that is not ideal. Here's Jan Willem van Oomen, of course, one of the cars that took it in the last round, their Joker. So they do not have a Joker to play with, which doesn't really matter at the moment, because even if you did have a Joker, you don't have the time to use it. Billen goes up into 31st position, but still obviously way off the pace. Again, we're looking for that 25th position to transfer them into Q2. Couple of heavy hitters going out, being Nikolai and Jan Willem van Oomen. These two that are going out the last couple of lap times to be set in this session. Of course, Chichinov as well, which I think Chichinov is now completely safe, which is unfortunate for them because it means they've wasted their Joker. But yeah, that's how it goes. Jan Willem van Oomen across the line. Ooh, 25th, just about. I don't think that's going to be good enough because I just have this feeling about Victor Nikolai. This car's been fast all season.
Yeah, and I think now all he's got to really do is punch the time in, and we'll see how close it is really going to be. The Race Anywhere Lamborghini comes into this one with 22 kilos of ballast being used. They'll have 5 kilos to play with in the final round, so I think damage limitation and trying to stay close to BS Competition and the Williams Esports car, that's going to be the main focus for this bright green Lamborghini. And you mentioned dominant drive at Monza. I think that slightly underpins exactly how dominant they were.
Insane.
Yes, they were aided by not having that much ballast compared to some of the other teams that took the full 30 kilograms, but it was a stonking drive. And can Victor Nikolai find some time? I think he did.
Yeah, I didn't quite see where he ended up in that session, but I think he's well within the punching range of those at the top again to move through into Q2. So I say tidy end to the session for a couple of them. A little bit of struggles late on, and again a bit of a potentially wasted Joker effort there from the 121. But those things happen. I say moving on to Q2, we'll be looking for the top 15. 10 will go awry in this session, and like I say, it's going to get tougher and tougher. But I think for all the heavy hits, for all the big ones up there in the championship between BS Competition and Williams Esports, pretty sure they're way in the hunting up towards the top.
Yeah, I think this is... I always say a lot of the times that in sim racing we don't need to broadcast qualifying, but when you have qualifying like this, it's exciting, it's fun, it's unique. And you just hear how excited that you and I get, Lewis. It brings the tension in a way that solo car qualifying often does not do. Here are the results, though, from qualifying 1. Yeah,
it's Heat top of the session with a 2:16.0. Keep your eye on that one, or whether we're going to be keeping that one through the session. Of course, Nicholas Hoban on debut for Unicorns of Love up at the second. Similar to Prebavides, West Competitions, and Brabham. Great qualifying from to be fair, both of them to be up inside the top 5. We'll focus on those that are going missing, though. Jan Willem van Oomen did just about do enough to hang on to 25th. Griphax Engineering, Symphony of Pistons, ST Racing, Visceral, and Hello YouTube. Igor Rognikov behind the wheel of that one. The one going missing. RCI, Weeshite, nice. Sim RC, Gatachain Ballas, Yeet, Race Anywhere. According to this, didn't do enough. We'll double check that one. Queen's Designs and the Absolute Motorsports again down there. Absolutely have already set a time, so that's fine there. They're a bit further up. I do believe Race Anywhere might have moved up. I don't have it on my time sheets. No, they didn't.
I did know at the very end of the session on my own timing screen that a lap time was not registered. So I think this is the end of qualifying for Race Anywhere SimSport. And what drama already for them to have to deal with. And they'll go from the very back. It's not like they got in a time that's going to see them 26th or 27th. They are very much going to be trying to stay out of drama on the run up towards Les Combes on the opening lap, and then just trying to pick their way through the carnage potentially.
That's like I say, for a team that's high up in the championship, they are 4th in the standings, mostly courtesy of the of the victory. Don't get me wrong, but they did have a top 5 in the previous round. They've got consistency. They've got speed. Yes, they're going to be in for a difficult 9 hours, but it is a 9-hour race, and you kind of got to remember with them is that they can bounce their way up. Look at that Monza race, the last 9-hour race that we had, and look at BS Competition, right? They were spun round at the very first corner of the race, and they still managed to get themselves back up into second in that race with an absolutely incredible performance. And I'm pretty sure they had 30 kilos on that day, as I've just checked. So it is possible to rise your way up, and I think Racing says, well, they've got the speed. They are one of these teams that are sort of pushing their way up to the front. They're the underdog in the scenario, sure, but they're becoming known for being towards the front, being inside the top 10, being inside the top 5, and being maybe going for those podiums. So still, I think they'll be all right to charge their way forward.
I think the Monza race, though, was unique in so many ways because, we had lap 1, turn 1 shenanigans, as you expect at the Temple of Speed, but also because of the way that the weather impacted the race, where it was... I think BS Competition were one of those that made a smart call that gained them a lot of time relative to some of their competitors. And I think we've already mentioned here today, it's the Ardennes Mountains, so maybe it's not a shock that some of these teams are expecting torrential rain. I heard the word flooding and monsoon being used at times, Lewis, and so, my word, I think we're in for more drama here today.
Yes, indeed. Q2's just around the corner. We're going to have a slight breather whilst we get ready for another session. Should be a couple of minutes away, and then we'll get ready to see who's going to be the top 15 going through into Q3. Yeah. These are the kind of things they need to be fast for these.
So how delayed are we now?
Hey, chat.
Oh, we're up. Said goodbye to a few teams. We're down to just 25 in qualifying, as we'll get ready to say goodbye to 10 more. It's going to be a thrilling Q2, I have no doubt, as we try to sort out the top 15 to go through into the next session. It's going to be a tricky race, though. A tricky qualifying, Arjun. It's going to be a tricky race as well. You don't want to be starting in that mid-pack. Not on the run down towards the first corner in, which will be Eau Rouge and Radion. No, thank you.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that a lot of people forget is that we're not going to be running into La Source for turn number 1. We're diving down into Eau Rouge to start this race off. It is going to be too wide through the pack. The question is who can position themselves the best, who can stay out of trouble on that rise up over the crest at Radion and then use the draft effectively. And that's what we're going to be talking about a lot here today. Draft and aerodynamic compromises that teams have made to be fast in a straight line, but maybe compromise through the tighter and twistier stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the joy of Spa. You have to take these balances. Even everyone obviously speaks about this in Formula One and high downforce stuff. You take the same level of compromises in GT racing as well, because there are certain corners around here which, especially in a GT car, bite you much harder than you kind of anticipate. For example, Blanchimont, which normally is in an open wheel, it's easy flat, you don't even really think about it. It's like, oh, it's a cool corner. And then going around, I was commentating on GT3 around here, and they were doing side by side through Blanchimont. I was like, I mean, Yeah, but it's easy flat. It's easy flat for you guys. I think you're right. It's brave and stuff. In a GT though, that's a proper corner, and it's terrifying, and it does bite.
Yeah, and that's one of those corners where I think in the rain it becomes the most treacherous as well, because the line is so much different. And actually, that's a good point that I've talked about the compromises that some of these teams will make to try and get more top-end speed. But with rain lurking in the back of the mind, surely they've had to build a car setup that works both in the rain and in the dry as well. And that, at a track like this, is the hardest compromise I think you can make out of all the tracks that we have this season. Yeah,
because you might go, oh, well, yeah, this car's perfectly balanced in the dry, and then as soon as it rains, it'll either oversteer like crazy or, to be fair, in some degrees worse, understeer like crazy. You need to test them out in both. Obviously, you could change tyre pressures and all that kind of stuff in the pit stops to kind of make them work a little bit better for you, but still, it's not easy. Either way, we'll focus back on the qualifying session at hand. Manuel popped behind the wheel of the Get Closer Racing car. Of course, they've been very impressive this season, have Get Closer. Been in the top 10 in all 3 races, had that podium back in Austin. Of course, the Circuit of the Americas to open the season. They are 3rd in the championship. I mean, they're in contention for the title. They're a little bit way off BS Competition and Williams. It's becoming potentially a 2-horse race, but they are just about hanging off the rear end of it, where you cannot count them out.
Yeah, let's go on board though for a lap here, and let's ride around with the Honda NSX, because everyone knows Spa. We've talked about the challenges in a GT car. Let's ride with Leon Burnt and exactly see what these drivers are in for today. Remember, this is the last corner of the lap as you round your way through La Source, punch your way onto the throttle and down the hill to get the flying lap underway. You've got the pit lane off to your right-hand side. Going to be a very lengthy transit time there. Hopefully you want to stay out of there, but this is the corner that everyone will talk about. Down through Eau Rouge, up through Radion. Try and take as little distance over the top as you can. And this then, that blast all the way down the Camel Straight. Now, of course, this is slightly uphill as well, don't forget. People think it's flat, but no, you will bleed off some speed unless you're in the drafts. Brake at the 100-meter board on the left-hand side and round yourself through the Lacombe chicane, using a bit of curb on each side, and then down through Malmedy. You got to be very careful how wide you run through here, because you'll always be tempted to go just that little bit too much. Very tricky corner down at Bruxelles, and well, Burnt has proved exactly how tricky it is, just going way too deep. Some cars will try and V it, some will try and run a little bit closer to the apex, then down through No Name Jackie. It's one of the many corners at Spa that has multiple names that you can pick your way from a hat, and this is the highest commitment corner until you get to Blanchemont. Pouhon is so tricky in these GT cars because the car is always dancing on the limit. Once you get to the apex, once you're back on the power, nice and easy, down and into the piff path. It's a place where you are going to see drivers go for moves, but it's very difficult to set yourself up for the second part of the corner, because really you're now thinking about the run out of turn 14, excuse me, at Stavelot, which takes your momentum all the way to that chicane, the penultimate corner of the lap. Flat out through the Curve Paul Frere in qualifying, maybe not so much with a full tank of fuel in the race, and this is where we talked about earlier, the most treacherous corner of the lap. Blanchemont is all about risk versus reward. In qualifying, it's going to be rather simple, and just look at the line that's being taken. It's not going to be that simple in the rain by any means. And then of course hard onto the anchors, down into first gear. A lot tidier from Burnt than we saw him through another couple of points on the track as he gets ready to hit the very final corner on the track as he comes across the timing line. He's going to be 1 second off, and he's just within the benchmark to get into qualifying 3.
Yeah, it's. I think a lot of that time was lost at Bruxelles, as you said, or Rivage, as I will. Sorry, classic Spa right there. A lot of time was lost there. Contagianis then across the line to start a lap time. There are so many opportunities around here to lose so much time, and Rivage, it is one of them. You drive it in so hard, you kind of want to diamond off the corner, you want to go out a little bit wide and then come back in, but then the margin for error is quite low. You've got that other line you can take, we just hug the inside line. We see what Voitania does around there. See, drifts off ever so slightly, but keeps within that darker grey bit, that rubbered in line. I think it might be an outlap still, but that's the kind of line you want to take through there. It's minimising that risk, but maximising the speed, but still minimising risk is is a treacherous game in qualifying, because if you minimise risk, you tend to lose time. This is a car we need to talk about. The number 5. Guess what's just happened?
Have they taken a Joker?
It's what it says. They have taken a Joker. The number 5. Tinko van der Velde requested it on the LFM Discord. This car, our championship protagonists, not leaders, they're second at the moment in the standings. They are the ones chasing down BS Competition, have just used their Joker.
And I think it's a team that comes into this race looking with a chip on their shoulder and looking to put the results of the last round behind them. Of course, post-race penalty dropped them from the race victory, gave it to BS Competition. But this is a team that has been at the front even when the BOP budget that they've carried into the race has maybe indicated that they shouldn't be fighting at the front. Igor Rodriguez with that monster run where he was basically operating with just one hand because he had surgery on one shoulder and so therefore couldn't use one of the hands. This is not what I think we expected from Igor, who's looking a little bit more flustered than most sim racers typically look behind the wheel.
Yeah, like I say, don't really know exactly what happened on that timed lap that he was doing. But clearly something went awry. They bailed from it early, got back into pit lane, requested the usage of their Joker and got straight back out. There isn't going to be enough for Igor Rodriguez to do as he crosses the line, goes up to 10th, half a second off. Okay, that'll be breathing a sigh of relief for the Williams Esports team. When you use your Joker, make sure that it works, make sure that you use it, especially when you're up there in the championship. So I don't know how many people are left to go around this circuit. Again, we are focused on the top 15 to go through. Contagianis, the final one within that transfer spot, 1.1 seconds off of the pole, only 100th clear of Aporius. Voitania, at the moment, the focus of our attention, the Triton Racing team. And as we can see on that track map on the right, the only car out on circuit, meaning no one else can touch anyone in those top spots.
So does this mean that then, I'm guessing then what happened to Igor Rodriguez is track limit violations that... because that's the only reason why we don't have 25, or 24 I guess, 25 lap times on the board, 24 not including the Triton Racing Ferrari that we're seeing right now. So maybe that is something to be a little bit worried about for those drivers ready to go out in qualifying 3 who may be wanting to start at the very front of the field. I will also say that this is a track where you are going to see the different types of cars, front, mid and rear engine, all behaving very differently around parts of the lap. And you go back to the example at Bruxelles, that's the one where certain cars, front engine for example, may want to V out and then cut back in a little bit more aggressively. A mid-engine car may be a little bit more stable and able to hug a tighter line through the corner. It's going to be interesting to see how all of these different manufacturers play out. But then we've got the added complication, of course, of that all the manufacturer representation is not the same because it depends on how much BOP they're carrying.
Yeah, exactly, and the success bias will make the car react even more differently. We'll see what Voitania does across the line. Triton Racing, 25th at the moment, obviously out, moves up into, I believe that was 12th position. And so Voitania will be moving through into next session. It means that Contagianis and TF Racing were the team that got pushed out in the final moments, courtesy of that lap time from Triton. But for some of the bigger heavy hitters, they will be moving through into Q3 and into the fight for pole position. Fantastic session. I say a bit of drama in there. Just not that many teams that went out quite late. These are the session standings. Yazheat, Boothby behind the wheel, looking incredibly strong at the moment, topping 2 consecutive sessions. Similar to Pro by Vides directly behind them. Arnage Competition, again, looking great like we saw. They started on the front row, remember, back in Monza. Unicorns of Love, Team Racing Point, BS Competition, Brabham, Armamentario, SMP, Williams, Prime, and the rest of those. Those will be the 15 that are battling out for pole position, and these are the 10 that we say goodbye to. Of course, quite a lot of these had already used their Joker laps in previous sessions. Burst, Aspar had already done it, Kramer, Virtual Drivers by T3. I'm pretty sure the Team Shizu by GT Omega, they've already used their Joker as well, and it's why, well, I say it's why when you've used that Joker, you can put yourself in the back foot. Burst used it in the previous round and didn't make the most of it. I think they went out in the very next session.
Yep.
It's very tough.
Yeah, it's one of those decisions which is so difficult, and it's something you want to try and keep in your back pocket just in case you have a shocker of a qualifying session. Our championship protagonists still have them in their back pockets, and we'll see how they play out. Statement, though, from Yazheat in the first 2 stages of qualifying, topping the timing sheets in both. Did note, of course, that George Boothby went out in Q2. He is replacing Yardier here today, so we are going to have to find someone else to follow for our weather sniping to figure out what's going on during the race. And don't forget as well, you can use the VCO Command Center to watch the Rivals and Challenger split. It will be also how you can watch this race once we get underway with the coverage on VCO's Twitch of the iRacing Daytona 24.
Yeah, because Arjuna's going to run off in about half an hour to go and deal with all of that. He's too big for the boots here in the VCO LFM FLExTREME. He's not about it. He wants to go and take part. Yeah?
I'm just making sure I'm on all the VCO things at the end of the day, Lewis.
That's fine. I see how it is, Arjuna. Don't worry. Yes, of course. Boothby back in the boots. It does mean that I think it'll be, who was it that we saw in the first one? Was it Malinovsky?
It was. So it'll be Statsenko who's out in qualifying 3.
Obviously, Williams-wise, it will be Dara McCormack. So that'll be good. I will say, I'm just going to say it now from Williams' point of view, at least in that section. Maybe it was just Igor just wanted to get a smooth lap in. And maybe it's down to the weights that they are bringing in here. They do have 17 kilos. They had 30 kilos in the previous GT3 round. The Williams doesn't quite look as fast as normal. It could just be the Lamborghini, of course. But they're just not looking quite as cutthroat, not as at the front. And when our Nage competition, obviously in the same car, are we about to see a bit of a change for Williams with Dara McCormack taken to that third session? Are we going to see them fighting for pole position? What do you think?
I don't know. I'll be honest. I think we're in for a bit of an interesting one because it does look as though we have a clear contender for pole position in the form of Yassid. I do think Williams are going to have an interesting 2023 when it comes to their Assetto Corsa Competizione endeavors because, of course, they've signed 2 major names just, 2 weeks or so ago. Dennis Schoeniger moving from Unicorns of Love over to Williams, but not just him, Charlie Crossland as well, adding to the lineup. And so these are statement names, Lewis, to be adding to your lineups heading into what's going to be a mega year of sim racing.
Yeah, I still think they've got the joy that realistically their lead driver on the platform is Dara McCormack. Bit of weight on his shoulders, that's fine. I was having a good few chats with Dara after the previous round. Again, super talent. Absolutely fast, arguably one of, if not the fastest driver on this platform right now. For Williams to have that, for him to potentially either pass on some of that information, some of that knowledge to not only obviously Igor Rodriguez and Tinker Van der Velde, who he works so well with, but of course to Charlie Crossland, who is incredibly fast. We've seen that when he'd been partnered up with Robbie Stapleford a few times over in the G2 Esports stuff. And Dennis Schoeniger's, that's literally anyone from the Unicorns of Love team is incredibly fast. So that's great for them to have. I'm curious though with how they're going to switch things up. Are they going to because a lot of the endurance stuff you have is 3 driver teams on ACC, right?
Yep.
Do you? Considering that we know that Dara works well with Tinko and with Igor, do you then make a second car and then have Charlie and Dennis in that one with someone else? Or do you kind of go, right, Tinko, Igor, off you go, son. We'll get those 2 in. Because it's those kind of things as a team manager. That's where it's really tricky to be a team manager. Because you've got to make decisive points, decisive decisions, obviously, and kind of move around for what's best for the team, not for the individual.
Yeah, Williams are also well placed, though, in terms of commentators being able to recognize multiple cars, because unlike some other sim racing teams, when Williams have multiple cars in the same championship, they make it pretty obvious which is which by the choice of car liveries. I think to your point, though, the reality is that this is where it becomes so hard as a team manager, because they've got to make the right decisions for what they think is best for the team, not what the drivers think is best for their particular outfit and how their race is going to go. And it's where, for Seb Hawkins, for the entire team at Williams Esports managing the big roster that they have across the simulators, half of the job there is just understanding the drivers, right? And making sure that on a week-to-week basis, they're being able to track the progress, what the drivers want, what the drivers are going to need. It's a mighty effort. And I think with 3 driver lineups consistently, the benefit that you have in Assetto Corsa Competizione is that for the most part, you have a consistent lineup through the course of a year. Compared to iRacing, for example, where I think it's fair to say the lineups get mixed and mashed every single time they go racing.
Oh yeah, it's like, all right, you team up with them now. It's like, wait, you start to forget who's a part of what team because they're just all like in different partnerships all over. You don't get that. Like for me, I'm doing ACC broadcast now for over 2 years, and so might not be 2 years. No, I think it is actually. Who knows? I'm getting old. Memory's not quite as what it used to be. When I think Dara McCormack, Igor Rodriguez, Tinko van der Velde, I'm like, yeah. That's the team. Like, I'm
That's
like
Williams.
That's exactly. It's like it's ingrained. The moment that you start thinking, yeah, Igor Rodriguez and then two other, I'm like, oh yeah, what team is that a part of? Like, oh right, oh yeah, it is Williams. It's kind of like it's just name association, isn't it?
Right.
Either way, we'll stop thinking old people stuff and we'll just focus on the session at hand because Q3 is underway. No more people getting knocked out. Just the fight for pole.
Yeah, the fight to start this race where you think you need to be, and I don't think we're going to see anyone go out with a joker in this part of qualifying. It does look as though everyone is on track right now, so they're giving themselves buffer time if they end up in 15th and don't feel comfortable starting there. This is the car, though, that I think has already laid its intentions down, and we should expect to be at the very tip top and fighting for pole position. Clearly, the setup is already dialed in for two drivers who have been consistently at the front. Well, the question is, can Statsenko deliver in the 666 as he winds up to begin his qualifying run?
And just remember, it has topped those two previous sessions. Now, the NSX is arguably the fastest car on the platform at the moment. We currently have the Evo 2 layout that we've got, this spec of Honda NSX. We'll see what Statsenko can do. At the moment, there is 30 kilos on this car. They are preparing for a decent final round of the championship, just 17 kilos on board. Let's listen in to see how much Statsenko's pinning it over the top.
Flat.
Oh, I mean, he's close to track limits there. He is very close to track limits. I think that's what might have caught Igor Rodriguez out. Absolutely threw it over that curb on the left-hand side. Like I say, this car is not hanging around.
Yeah, I think it was David Perel who I was watching some of his fantastic onboards from the real world, and he was saying that in the Ferrari GT3 that he was competing in with these Pirelli tires, they were basically flat even in race trim at best, maybe lift off 5% and then punch back onto the throttle as early as you can. But you just look at the commitment they have. It's that line that they take as well where they're flirting with disaster, and it's even here out of No Name, Roussel,
with No Name.
Because so many different names you could throw, but you just look at how he's maximizing the track at every potential opportunity. This is a car that's about as stable as you could ask for.
Yeah, whilst you do have enough grip over the top, even for Blanchimont to do that completely flat, it's absolutely fine, but still, it's the line you have to take, it's the risk you have to take going into Fania, through Piff, through PAF, not wrestling the curb into the first part, but just touching it into the second. Coming down now into Campus and up towards Stavolo. It is looking like a very tidy lap. Almost as if some of the risk is being dialed back the further into the lap we've gone. Obviously, it was heavy through Lecom, heavy through Rivage, heavy through No Name, and then going through Fanier, Piff Paff. I kind of feel like we're just rolling it back down a bit. The risk's not being quite taken too much into Blanchimont. Obviously, completely pinned, and that looked easy peasy if ever I've seen it. And into the braking zone, coming down into the bus stop. I will go with that time. Up to the final bit. I mean, it's a tidy lap for Statsenko. Let's see what lap time it's going to be across the line. Obviously, the straightest, tightest, shortest run to the line, a 2:15.4, a few hundredths clear of Abeladze.
The margins so fine at the very top here. And I mean, are we surprised that these drivers are that close around a lap as long as this? I think we should not be. The question now really is, where is Dara McCormack going to come? Because already BS Competition has done their lap. They're down in 7th. Where is the Irishman going to punch his way in that title fight?
Big lap time for some of these. Gregor Schill, session potentially done. Are we going to see a joker lap being used from the BS Competition team? Because 8th position at the moment, that is 8th at best, meaning they're probably likely to start down back end of the top 10, maybe even outside of it. Whilst they've come back from worse, it is not a comfortable scenario to be in. Let's see what Mateusz Tuszkiewicz can do. Final couple of corners for the Triton Racing team. Well, they've had to fight for it today to get through into this session. And right now, moving up into 4th. 4/10 off of the pole time. One of the LFM cars getting up into Q3 as well, 2:55. Not many Mercs in the championship we see up there towards the top. And not in this session either, is what it is.
It is what it is in terms of BS competition as well, I think, because they have been the best of the BMWs, I think, in both of our previous stages in qualifying. Just does not look as though that BMWs may be as suited to this track as they would have wanted. Kind of similar to what we saw in the official SRO Esports 24 Hours of Spa as well, where the BMW was very much kept in the fight by virtue of the amount of rain that we had. Are we in for something similar here today? We'll have to wait and see. I think Racing Point will be one of our final cars to get a lap time in. For Dyer McCormack, though, where is he going to slide? No lap time, so I guess this is the start of the flying lap.
Yeah, we'll see what McCormack can do again. We saw on board with Senko's lap time, so now we get the joyous experience to compare it to what McCormack can do. Honda NSX versus Lamborghini. Can McCormack drag this car? Such an aggressive line. Was that too aggressive?
He's not backed out of it yet, so clearly...
No, I just don't think that was fast.
Oh, yeah. Well, we'll get the lap time. The clock is the ultimate indicator of pace at the end of the day. We'll wait and see. I will also just point out, by the way, for Dyer McCormack, for those that don't know his story, started over on the more arcade side of racing games with Forza. One of the best to play with the controller, if you ask those at the top level. I think Dyer McCormack's going to have to make sure that he doesn't spend too much time on that new Forza game that's going to be coming out later this year, because it's been a long wait for Forza Motorsports fan. I think Dyer McCormack will enjoy going back to his old stomping grounds and reliving some of his glory days.
Yeah, obviously, a Forza expert. That's why I'd never touch racing him online. No, not on Forza anyway. I play Forza as a casual experience, not to be just wrestled by these esporters. Obviously, like I say, he's been in esports for a while, but sim racing actually not as long as you'd think.
2 years or so.
It really isn't very long at all. And to already be at the front, that did not look good though either. I don't want to say it's the worst lap I've ever seen from that. It's not. It's just the lift off out of path. The run through Eau Rouge and Radion, it just did not look clean. Let's see what Castorino could do. Racing Point, they will cross the line before we head back to Dyer McCormack. Up to 6th position, nice and tidy. Dyer McCormack way off the racing line. That might be the lap gone as well. Did not touch an apex going through Blanchimont. Smashes it down. It is not a good lap time from Dyer McCormack, but what does the timesheet say? Because it can look untidy and still be fast. We know how racing and sim racing and motorsport all work. Goes up to 8th in that session. I think that makes sense based on the lap time we saw.
Yeah, it was about half a second off the pace, but I think more importantly, they're not going to be trying to win this race. They're trying to make sure they finish in front of BS competition, especially knowing that the next round of the championship is in that BMW M2 CS Racing Cup car that we saw BS competition dominate with at the end of BMW Sim Live, factoring in qualifying points as well, according to Ewan O'Leary, who's going to be jumping on very shortly to the broadcast. BS competition now only leads by 4 points in the championship. It's all to play for with, what do we have? 24 hours of racing still left to go.
Nice. We've got plenty of time left in this championship. 2 9-hour races and then that 6-hour race. I mean, I don't think BS competition were quite expecting to win in the Porsche. The end of qualifying coming to a close. Obviously, we've got to wait for that timer to tick down to 0. You can see all the times that have been put in. Just 300 seconds between Statsenko and Abeladze, which realistically, between those two cars, they have been at the front, Simwed.pro and the Yazzie car, they've been at the front throughout the qualifying sessions between all 3 of their drivers, right? That is an incredible show of strength between those 2 teams, which will give them an enormous boost of confidence coming into the next into the race. Let's take a look then at qualifying again. Yazzie then will start from pole position, topping all 3 of the qualifying sessions here in the VCO LFM FLExTREME cash grid at Spa. Simwa.pro will start from 2nd position. Armatario and Triton will start on the 2nd row, with SMP and Team Racing Point 5th and 6th. Brabham Esports with yet another decent qualifying session to start from 7th, with Williams Esports, Unicorns of Love and Arnage Competition rounding out the top 10. BS Competition Championship leaders just 11th ahead of Renfeld and Prime Firefly, West Competition Racing and the Low Fuel Motorsports car from 15th. It's tough stuff in that qualifying as we'll take a look through the entirety of the grid. Again, the top 15, the rest of them will roll through. But Arjuna, this is going to be a tough race. 9 hours, Spa, survive the first lap. That's got to be the number one priority, because that is so tricky around here.
And note the manufacturers that we have at the front. It's Hondas and Ferraris that dominate the top 7 or 8 positions, which is maybe not unexpected at a track like this, but it just goes to show what Williams in their Lamborghini and BMW, BS Competition rather, in their BMW are going to be going up against over the course of this race. That BMW, not the quickest over the course of qualifying. Race is going to be a different situation. Drivers and teams will have made compromises knowing the rain is coming potentially. And crucially, I'll just point this one out because I think BOP budget is going to be one of our major talking points, as always, over the course of this race. Simware.pro have had 30 kilograms of ballast in our previous 2 GT3 races. They've used just 5 here today, and they have maximized the lightness of their car.
Yeah, they've, again, done very, very well to get up into second position, to be looking strong for the race. Whether they'll be able to do so throughout the entirety of the race, they've clearly got the 3 drivers to do so, right? That's the important bit. When you've got that kind of position where you've been up there in all 3 of the qualifying sessions, it's an enormous confidence booster, which of course Yaz Heat will also be having as well. Maybe Yaz Heat just want to take a victory when Jalier's not there. That's maybe the main thing. That's fine. Let's be honest, I think Yaz Heat, they've had 2 pretty bad starts to races back. Of course, Monza, they had that just awful luck. Last round, I can't remember exactly what it was, but I do distinctly remember something didn't go quite right with them in the early stage, and they still bounced back to 4th. I think they just want a clean race, regardless of anything else.
Yeah, I think that would be priority number 1 to start this race off. Just get through lap 1 cleanly, hope that no one sends any major sends into the opening couple of corners. I do think as well, though, that that's a car where for them, this is one round that they may have prioritized, because clearly that car just looked so planted, Lewis. You were talking about how Dyer's lap in that Williams just looked a little bit sluggish and struggling at times. We saw Renvelten, when we rode on board with them in qualifying too, also just not enjoying a balance of the car that maybe they would have wanted in that Honda NSX. Yas Heat have got a rocket ship right now, and I think they're going to be feeling pretty confident, although, as we know, 9 hours means anything can truly happen.
Yeah, the NSX does. I mean, it does go well around circuits like this. I remember it going quite well around Bathurst a while ago. It likes that twistier section. It will really excel going through that second sector. It's got some decent straight line speed, to be perfectly honest. So it makes sense for them to be kind of on the limit and pushing and kind of being towards the front. Same with the Ferraris. It's a very, very solid car. But like I say, for some of the other teams, like we said with Williams Esports, that car does not does not look great, does not look comfortable, does not look fun and enjoyable to drive. I think it's going to be a long race for quite a few. I mean, they're 9-hour races. They are a long time between 3 drivers. You've got to think of it, though. I mean, it's realistically, it's about 3 hours a piece. Essentially, if you want to split it equally. That's 3 hours of driving. It's quite a bit longer. Obviously, I know you're getting ready not to drive, but to deal with people that are going to be driving much longer than that. But still.
No, and I think this is one of those races as well where this is something that we actually saw in that SRO Esports 24 Hours of Spa, where so many of the teams are trying to push the stint lengths in each individual stint as far as possible. And let's not forget that there is a maximum stint time that you're allowed. You and I have talked about this already. This is not something that top-level sim racers should be falling foul of. But with the lap being so long here and drivers trying to push things as far as possible to minimize the time that they spend in pit lane over the entirety of the race, that is something that they are also going to be having to keep their eyes out for.
Yeah. Absolutely. Again, I can't wait to see what we've got in store for the 9-hour race that we've got now. And of course, last round we were racing for 6 hours around Barcelona. We've got some highlights for you to take a look at.
And we are racing here in Barcelona.
trouble going on there in the first few corners.
There from the third place car, that is so close. Oh no, and that's a spinner.
There's a lot going on here on the first lap.
Simeon that is trying to fend off Harry Phillips. Have a look at the inside line coming down towards turn one. Oh, gets the door slammed in his face. Lord, this is absolutely incredible. On the exit of turn 14 and 15, Harry Phillips brings home the Wild Things Racing number 26 car for second. A huge shout out to them, but an even more impressive position for the 23 Shadows Juventus in Rapid Esports. Has done a brilliant job to get that car up towards the top end of the field, securing the podium for 23.
9-hour race is just on the horizon. We'll kick Arjuna out of the commentary booth because he's off to take over commentary duties elsewhere in the sim racing world. Again, with our partners in VCO, with the first of the VCO Grand Slams in 2023, the Daytona 24-hour. Pretty sure will be streamed here on Twitch TV /VCO Esports. You have to use the command center to keep up to date with everything in the world of sim racing. So much going on in VCO as this frantic weekend continues. You've got the 24-hour of Daytona. You've got us here in the cash split in the VCO LFM FLExTREME, as well as the rivals and challengers grids that are already underway. Like I said, though, we've had to kick Arjuna out, which does mean that we bring Ewan O'Leary into the commentary booth. And it was a thrilling qualifying session, that one. Obviously topped by Yaz Heat.
Yeah, and I think you said it about halfway through Q1 or something, or towards the end of Q1, that they're going to be one of the teams to beat, if not the team to beat here today. The qualifying has just proved that it's obviously a long race, and they're going to have to convert now, which they haven't been able to in some previous rounds. But they're looking in a very strong position. And the most interesting thing for me was where BS Competition and Williams Esports ended up. They've qualified both inside the top 5 most rounds so far, but Williams weren't far into the top 10 there. BS Competition 11th. So they've found themselves down in the pack just a little bit, in a sort of danger zone. They're not right in the middle of the pack, but they're in a bit more danger than they used to.
Yeah, the thing is, if they kind of finish there, at the moment, championship-wise, we're looking at it being a 2-horse race right now, right? Yeah, I think we can kind of agree on that. It's BS Competition and Williams. They're a step above everyone else. It does not mean that everyone is out of it. Taking a look at these championship standings now, doesn't mean that everyone's out of it. Get Closer Racing with SimSport Triton. They're certainly not out of the championship hunt, but there's that step. But it's days like this when BS Competition and Williams have struggled, where other teams can take major advantage. Of course, most so on there being the Yaz Heat car that's 8th in the standings, but starting this one from pole position. Those will be ones that will fancy getting themselves among those higher up places in the championship. They'll be looking to take full advantage of day. Brabham Esports, they qualified 7th today, 22nd on here. Again, one of those teams that's kind of looking. I know that Simwed.pro by Vides are a bit further down the standings, and obviously they'll be starting from 2nd in this race. There's a few teams that will be, like I say, aiming for something good this weekend.
Yeah, and I take your point, obviously, but I do maintain that I do think this will be a 2-horse race towards the end. I hope not, obviously. I want as many people involved as possible right towards the end, but I do think that gap is just a bit too big now. It seems to me that pretty much everybody else has had some sort of problem so far this season. Maybe with the exception of Get Closer Racing, who have also had 3 top 10s so far, but BS Competition and Williams Esports have been so consistent, they've been so good, that it's very, very difficult to sort of see past that and see anybody else catching up. Although then again, as we've talked about plenty of times this season, this point system does allow you to catch up quite significantly with a very good result or with a win. If you finish outside the top 10, you're guaranteed to lose more than 50 points to the winner. So, I suppose that's the hope that those teams have got to take from these upcoming rounds. And we are already halfway through the season at this point, so it's not over, but I'm struggling to see past the top 2.
I think it is a difficulty at this point, but like I say, one mistake, one issue. I mean, I did say back in Monza when the incident obviously happened on the start for everyone, but BS Competition, they got spun out and they got spun to a very fortuitous location, right? They got sent off to the right, away from the carnage, right? So yes, they lost all of the time on the start, but they didn't get damaged, right? Around here, on that race down towards the first corner, if you're involved in the crash, I think it is so unlikely that you will escape without damage from a crash, from an incident around here. Because you're going so fast into a Rouge and Radion, and if you're sent off, you're typically going to be sent straight into a barrier. Those points can change drastically in this kind of race, and you've really got to focus on finishing, courtesy of the participation points, which you only get for finishing, if I remember correctly. Yeah, you do have to finish to get the 100 points for participation. So, I do get that, but in the same way, we always talk about everybody having, their little bit of bad luck throughout the season, but
you could argue that both BS Competition and Williams Esports had their bit of bad luck at Monza. You just referenced the spin there at turn 1, but Williams Esports had their own issues. Igor Rodriguez came to a stop at 3 or 4 hours into the race when they were running second. They recovered to 8th place by the end of the day, and they did lose quite a few points, but obviously they gained quite a few points at Circuit of the Americas the first round, so it's kind of evened itself out between those two teams. So you could have very much argued that both of those teams have also had their bit of bad luck, but it's just how you respond to that over a course of a season. Race Anywhere SimSport, for example, when they had a bit of bad luck, 32nd place at Circuit of the Americas, losing nearly over 100 points to Williams Esports in one race. It's a vast contrast between them and the top two. Not that Race Anywhere SimSport have had a bad season by any means.
We'll see them all gridding up, by the way, I believe in about 3 minutes' time, when we can see exactly what's going on with our grid, what we can see, what we can understand. Obviously, we know the positions they're qualified in, but then we can start speaking about those dramas, those early issues that some teams might have. We'll understand what conditions we're dealing with. I know, obviously, the B-roll here that we're looking at, all the trackside footage is all very, very wet. Maybe we'll be dealing with some of that, but those are the conditions that we dealt with in qualifying. Beautiful sunshine, absolutely perfect out there on circuit, wasn't it? Now, we've been told that the warm-up session they're in at the moment, where they're getting used to the conditions and what's going on, we're told it's a bit cloudier. Doesn't mean it rains on the way, but it was apparently a little bit damp at the start of the session. So there might be a few issues lingering weather-wise, which, let's be honest, would be very typical of Spa, wouldn't it?
It would be very typical. I'm looking at the fastest lap times at the moment, comparing them with qualifying. They're about 11 seconds away with where they were in qualifying. So that suggests, maybe a bit damp, maybe even a bit more than damp. Depends what terminology you want to use, of course. It's not dry, I'll tell you that. 11 seconds away is not insignificant at all. So be an interesting start if that remains the case for the actual start of this race here later. But I do actually think that having that run up towards Le Combe as the first braking zone is actually a bit safer in terms of a start. I really don't like the La Source start. Well, as a driver, I don't like the La Source start really. It's it's pretty narrow. It's very tight. And it's not a long run down towards turn 1 either, so I would prefer it this way if I was a driver. And I think we may see a bit of a cleaner start doing it this way than we would have done if we started towards La Source.
It's kind of one of those things that, in prospect, it's scarier, right? It seems much scarier to have the race start going towards Eau Rouge and Raidillon. It always seems more terrifying. But then when you actually do it, because I think it's because it's so terrifying that people are a little bit less ambitious with what they do, that sometimes it can be a little bit more relaxed. Like you know that you're going to be going too wide through there with someone, typically more so in the mid-pack. Normally the first sort of 5-6 cars, they do typically get back into single file, which can cause some stacking ups and things like that. But yeah, for the most part, it's... let's just say it's a different way of starting a race for 9 hours. Again, we're about a minute out from seeing them gridding up, then beginning their formation lap, and then we'll see what the state of affairs are. There they are then, on the grid. We'll get them ready for their formation lap. You can see Yazzie starting from pole position on the left-hand side, alongside Simod.Pro by Vides, who are outside even the top 30 in the championship. Armamentario using their Joker lap in qualifying this time by third position. Tuskovic alongside fourth position. Smoliar and the SMP Racing Esports car will start from fifth. And then we can see the rest of them. Racing Point, Brabham, Williams, of course, second in the championship. Got Unicorns of Love there. Nicholas Hoban in his first race for the Unicorns of Love team. Got a nice competition who were looking very fast in the earlier stages of qualifying before we get to this team here. BS Competition, who also have a new driver in the form of Philippa Bakida, who will be taking to the wheel. The championship leaders outside of the top 10, Ren Veltman, Prime, Firefly. And then we get West Competition Racing, who also looked fast throughout that qualifying session. Got Low Fuel Motorsports, got the TF Racing car, before we can just see the rest of them rolling through on this grid. A few that are further back that we would expect to see more from from, though, Ewan, obviously you can kind of see the green from that Lamborghini. Race Anywhere Sim Sports a lot further down than we would expect after issues in that first qualifying session. You've got the burst car here on the left, Grip Packs Engineering on the right, two cars that we do expect to do quite well. RCI, who have had a podium, no less, in this season back in Monza in the previous 9-hour race of the season. It's a tough grid even back here.
It certainly is, and it just shows the sort of strength of the field as well that we actually have in the FLExTREME series. We've spoken about it many times, but it's a really, really competitive field, and even back here, very, very quick drivers, even at the very back of the grid. So, yeah, going to be difficult for everyone, and we see this when we do get top teams qualifying down towards the back. They are, they do struggle to get past and get through the field on occasion, and generally we do see the race winner qualifying well up towards the front on the first 2 rows or so. So yeah, it's difficult to move through the field, and a really, really strong field as well, beautifully formed, of course, and we'll be speaking a little bit about the ballast they've got on throughout the day and trying to give the picture of that throughout as well, because it's very important as we're getting right towards the end now, because we do now know, we kind of have a picture of what their strategy for the whole season has been now, because we know what they have to take in the final race.
Exactly. We already know their weight for next round, because we can already see it. They've already used a certain amount. I will just say there was that, not concerned, because let's be honest, we're not dealing with idiots. They all know what they're doing on this grid. We hope anyway.
We didn't make a team.
Yeah, exactly. If we'd have made a team, then definitely this would have been breached. But obviously, with the way they use their weight, it's making sure that you don't have more than the maximum ballast for the final round, otherwise you will receive a penalty, right? Pretty obvious stuff there. You can't just go, oh, we've got 45 kilos left for the final race, we'll just take 45 kilos. Like, no. You can take 30 kilos and then have a big old penalty dished your way. No one has breached that. We do have 1 or 2 teams that will be taking 30 kilos in the final round of the championship. Of course, when we come back to GT3 Racing, not next race, but the race after. So there's a couple that will be using the 30 kilos, but I think, how many teams? Is it 6? I think it is 6 that have 0 kilos for the next race. One of them is Williams Esports.
Yeah, that is very much worth noting. But then again, we compare them to BS Competition, and I'll do it again. They're only going to be using 6 kilograms for the final race, so I don't think it's not major. So yeah, they're having a similar run-in. That is interesting. They're having a similar running to the final couple of races. 2 teams will be taking the full 30 for the final race as well. Ren Belton, by the way, taking 30 at this round as well. They're obviously using a Honda. You can barely get away with not using any ballast at any point, really, when you've picked the Honda. Yeah, for the final 2 races, and we knew that they were going to be taking 30 kilograms today as well, because they had 60 kilograms remaining coming into today. So they've definitely gone for the let's get results now and think about weight later sort of strategy in terms of how they've used their ballast. But yeah, some teams are going to be very light at the final race, and ideally, especially when you're fighting for a championship, you'd want to be on 0 kilograms really, and Williams Esports have managed that.
Yeah, I'd want to get quite a lot of my weight, or as much of my weight, out of the way early doors. So who are the teams that will be looking for good results in here? Of course, Yaz Heat, who find himself 8th in the standings. Saw about Simo.Proba Vides. They'll be looking for a good result. They're much further down in the championship. Unicorns of Love, who find themselves 6th in the championship. But remember the issues that Unicorns of Love have had this season: 2nd, 24th and 11th. They struggled for pace last time out, did the Unicorns of Love team. They're rolling off of 9th in this race. Still have no idea what the struggles were in the last race, but obviously it's not the same Porsche, but they are racing in this season in a Porsche, and the last race it was in a Cup car, but it was in a Porsche. They just did not have the measure of that car, though.
Yeah, it wasn't any one particular problem. I think somebody mentioned it. It was just a case of maybe a little bit of bad luck on the day, but just things not clicking really. In terms of how they got on with that car at that circuit, and yeah, there's just it just didn't go their way, and sometimes you do get that So yeah, a bit of a bizarre one because, as I say, I really had them down as real top contenders for that race, and particularly after the Circuit of the Americas race as well. I thought, they're going to have a real good go at this championship, but since that race at Circuit of the Americas, 24th and 11th in the two races, no top 10s since they just missed out on a race win at the opener, and they're falling away in the championship, continuing to fall away a little bit more. So they're going to need a big result, as are many teams, to be fair. They're going to need a big result today and in the next couple of races to still be involved and still get involved.
Yeah, and again, if you want to stay with us, or if you want to watch the Daytona 24, if you want to watch the Challengers grid or the Rivals grid, you can all do that, twitch.tv/VCO Esports, and use the command center. You can see all the other splits. You can see the Daytona 24. And if you really want to, if you're really into your sim racing, you can actually put all of it on and just watch everything. It's very hard to follow, but you can do that. I would recommend muting some of the streams though, because as much as you can have all of the audio on, no, yeah, just don't do that. Like,
and also,
already too much anyway.
Yeah, probably. I mean, you need 4 pairs of eyes as well, or more, to watch everything as well. So a bit difficult, but it's a big weekend of sim racing, and yeah, hopefully it'll be entertaining as well. But certainly lots to choose from.
Beautiful conditions around the Circuit of Spa-Francorchamps. This is the thing, is that I'm glad that we've got a dry start to this race. Hopefully, I'd like to see a little bit of rain later on, but I do like the idea that we're starting this race in beautiful conditions. Which I'm not sure what time of year this is set into, what temperature-wise we're at. I do very much hope it is not the 21st of January, because I can tell you that Spa will be under a bit of ice, because it has been pretty cold in the Ardennes region. I'm pretty sure it's about -4, or at least it was. I saw some pictures this morning of it being pretty frosty. Obviously not dealing with that. It looks delightful out there. It looks like a nice little holiday to go on, to be honest. Yeah,
and it's good to be using Spa not in the summer as well, as we always do. Because it's almost overused at that time of year, using a bit earlier on in the year, and a great circuit to hold this championship as well. I agree with you though. I'm glad that it's dry for the start, but maybe a little bit later. I think it's going to be difficult to get through this race without it.
Right, well, the first major challenge, we saw it there, Eau Rouge, Radion, they'll all get themselves lined up, they'll get themselves ready for 9 more frantic hours of racing. Are we going to see drama before the race has even begun, or as it begins, or are we going to have to wait a little bit later for that big show? We've already had a decent amount in qualifying. Of course, our championship leaders will be rolling off from 11th position in this race. Their main rivals just 3 positions clear of them. Yas Heat have topped every session thus far. Can they go for one more? Being the 9-hour race ahead of us. Round number 4 in the VCO LFM FLExTREME. We're back in the GT3s. We're back in the BOP category, and we're back fighting for the championship in 2023. Stutsenko, Abeladze, of course, between Yas Heat and Simwed.pro by Vides. You've got Armamentario in there as well. You've got Triton Racing. 9 hours of racing at the Circuit of Spa-Francorchamps goes green, and the race down towards the first corner at Eau Rouge is underway. Everyone getting single file on those first 5 or 6 cars, and already a couple of charges in the background. A bit of a squeeze off. Brabham pushing it too wide, going through Eau Rouge and Radion as we head up onto the Kemmel Straight, the 2-kilometre run up to Les Combes. It's a bit of bump drafting in the front. Stutsenko's receiving a bit of a push from Abeladze behind, and Statsek's just watching them, thinking, when's my opportunity going to come? It's clean through the first section. Triton on the attack, SMP on the attack as well, as Red Welton have Unicorns of Love to deal with. And there's one in the background, that's Triton. Triton are in the background, in the wall at Les Combes.
Oh, it's such a shame for Triton Racing. It was a good qualifying for them after struggling initially. They got right up there. They were challenging on the first 2 rows, but it's all unravelled immediately for Triton Racing. Williams Esports have also had a very nervy start to this race. I don't know where they've gone. They're miles back. I know they went side by side up Eau Rouge and over the top of Radion. I thought they'd survive, but clearly not. And in the background, there's a huge crash coming out of No Name Corner.
Yeah, not sure who was in front of it. Oh, Williams Esports as well. Virtual Drivers by TX3. Prime in there as well. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that was a big one. I think Queen's Designs might have been in there. RCI potentially. The 137. That's a big one again. with Williams Esports, some of our big ones in the championship. I don't know if BS Competition were able to get through that cleanly. I think they were kind of in that area after dropping back. That is a lot of damage for Dara McCormack, though.
Wow, big damage for Williams Esports. I thought, actually, looking at them coming out of the out No Name corner there, Williams might have been the first one to find the wall coming out of No Name corner. I think they were helped because they kind of spun to the right out of a left-hander, which is weird. So I think they had help, but I'm also pretty sure that they were one of the first, if not the first, to head into the barriers out of No Name corner. They were definitely going side by side up Eau Rouge as well. Clearly, they came off second best in that, and they dropped down into a real danger zone. BS Competition have got through nicely. That's another spin out of the bus stop chicane I've just seen for somebody. One of the Ferraris there, Castorino might have been. No, it was Gerardano, sorry, the 41. But yeah, real chaos on this opening lap. Can you imagine if it was wet? Dear me.
Yeah. Well, it might have actually been clean if it was wet. We're not going to talk about that time.
I don't know.
As we see Schubert like ahead of Gerardis, who had that spin. Great move from Smoliar to get third position, getting down the inside of StatTrack, coming down into the bus stop chicane. Absolutely beautiful stuff. Rising up and over the hill. Obviously, Gerardis is trying to attack straight away. This is on board with Castorino. StatTrack might be going down another position. Castorino goes to the left-hand side, commits under the brake for the racing point car. It might be a little bit too deep into Lake Com, and Armamentario going to come straight back through again and hang on to fourth position.
Yeah, good move, or good defence, I should say, from them, being able to hold on to that place. This is where Gregor Schill started the race, but he's able to get himself away from the train that's being formed now by Honors Competition. You can just see Schill in 9th place right now. Patrifulia very much looking behind because there's a good few cars here. I mean, everybody pretty much down to Henrik Campbell, maybe down towards the 17th position or so. You can see in the background of these shots right now. Yeah, it's a very spread out field for lap 2, but that's what a number of crashes on the opening lap will do.
Yeah, I don't know if Williams Esports came back into the pit lane. Here comes Alberto Garcia straight down the inside of the RCI Esports car for Streppen behind the wheel at the moment. Koroshavin in the Gatachain Ballas Esports car as well, sat there in this big train a little bit further down. A couple of issues from the Leipart Esports car that's at the head of this train. I believe it's the one that's being driven by Hardy. Hladaki, Fischer, Jan Willem van Oomen, Igor Ogorokov, Garcia and Verstappen all involved in this train, with Koroshavin sat at the back of it. I know we're only on the second lap, so we do expect these kinds of trains, but like I say, it's tight in here, and confirmation that Schur came into the pit lane and McCormack came into the pit lane. That is the second and third places in the championship in the pit lane on the first lap, and this is a big old pit lane.
Yeah, it's a very big pit lane and probably quite a big damage repair as well. Well, everybody's done it at the same time here, it seems. Williams Esports going down. They're just behind the triple free of virtual drivers by TX3. Also, the 76 Aston Martin getting away. Not quite the number 7 yet, as stuff like this keeps happening. Side by side between everybody in towards La Source there. Gregor Schill doesn't really have the pace to keep up with them, but I think he's going to be quite glad that he's not involved in this.
Yeah, Armamentario in there as well. We can see Dara McCormack battling with the virtual drivers by TX3 machine. Not a lap down. There is...
Right.
Was it... He's not a lap down, is he?
He's on lap 2 now, and the leaders have just started lap 3. So
no, he's not a lap down just yet. It's going to be...
Yeah,
I mean, to be fair, that's handy to not be a lap down, but yeah, as nearest makes a difference. Has to get on with this a little bit if he wants to get a decent result, and the team wants to get a decent result. It's going to be a long afternoon for them. Stitsenko then leading the way. Abeladze, fastest lap of the race, going the way of Smoliaras again. Battles forming. Igor Ogorokov trying to get past Fischer. Inside, outside, inside again. Coming through Malmedy. Position made up to 21st position on the Pulse SimSport machine. Aspar waiting in the background as well. And like you say, it was an incredible fight there for us about 5th, 6th position, because the Armamentario car's struggling higher up. Riding on board with StatTrack right now in that Armamentario machine, as Valentin Barriere's trying to find his way past. Same with Stubenrout, same with Bastian Richter. There seems to be a few struggles with this car, potentially just in confidence and getting up to speed.
Yeah, absolutely. It's quite a long time since qualifying now, and it might be quite a long time since some of these drivers actually drove. It's not necessarily the Q3 drivers that have started this race. It could be different. So it may well take you a little bit of time to get up to speed, but also when you do start mirror watching just a little bit, it all of a sudden just snowballs and gets a lot worse, and you get a lot slower when you're just looking behind. See, Satsek doesn't look especially comfortable defending in this position right now, but who would be with the amount of cars he has behind him right now? There's a battle going on in front. That'll be a lapped car getting involved in this field, which is bizarre to say less than 10 minutes into the race, but that's the race we've been presented with now, and that's going to be the challenge for these teams from now on. Lap traffic basically from lap 1.
Yeah, I mean, you say bizarre, but it is still kind of expected. Jan Willem van Oomen trying to get past Hardy again in that train. He's got to worry about Yiga Ogorognikov. You've got the RCI Esports car as well in the background. Verstappen battling out with Garcia on the run down towards what is the first actual corner, because they do start on the start-finish lap. Yes, it's confusing. We start the race down towards Eau Rouge, but the lap starts into La Source. I get it. It's fine. Verstappen, though, potentially make up the move. We might have some side-by-side coming down into Eau Rouge, but thankfully lifts out of it to allow the Aspar car to retake over the position. And back up to Valentin Barriere, who's trying to get past the Armamentario car right now. Could it be a top 5 for Brabham Esports? Sends it into Lecom around the outside. A beautiful move from Valentin Barriere. Just a touch of a squeeze on the exit, getting into Malmedy. And Valentin Barriere up into 5th spot with a textbook move into Lecom.
Yeah, and squeezed exactly the right amount there in towards Lecom on the inside. Just made sure that he was going to have that corner. It doesn't always work when you're going around the outside and give you the inside for the second part, of course. But if you squeeze just enough and not too much, then it will work out eventually. As some other drivers finding out a little bit further down. These are really where the battles are. The top 5 or so have really spread themselves out, as we've seen. But further back, the trains are well, not really splitting apart at all. It's just staying as it is, and Van Oomen looking to take advantage of that down the inside to Puel. Oh my word.
Did get squeezed a little bit there from Hardy. I don't know if that was maybe a bit too much from Jan Willem van Oomen. That was risky stuff regardless. Ogorognikov came back through. Very good to have made a move. Very brave to have made a move down into Puln, if you want to call it its official name at the moment. I think it's Double Gosh, but it's Puln, sorry. Back up to the battle for the race lead, because Abalante is closing on Senko. I did think Smolyar had burnt out his tyres in the opening couple of laps, but I think has brought them back in to close back up towards the top 2. And we're going to have a 3-way fight between Yazheat, between Simo de Probo Vides, who've been the top 2 all the way through Q1, Q2 and Q3 in those qualifying sessions. But you've got the F3 superstar, Alex Smolyar, closing in, joining the fight. And wow, is Smolyar good at sim racing? Let's just go with that. Of course, a winner at the previous weekend as well.
Yeah, best real-life driver at sim racing? Question mark? Don't
know. I mean, that's
big conversation to be had there. Maybe not to be had right now, but he is certainly closing in on the leading 2. As they're just going to have to negotiate the 333 Porsche now. We'll see where the Porsche drops in here. It could very much get in the way of Alex Smolyar if not careful. And I think they are going to get out of the way of the front 3. So I think these 3 are going to close up now. But Abalante doesn't look particularly motivated to actually overtake Statsenko, but just stay with him.
Just got to say, by the way, with Smolyar, I mean, obviously, because Smolyar drives in this for SMP, but typically you'll see him in sim racing and quite a lot of other series racing for R8G, for Romain Grosjean's esports team. They won the Le Mans Virtual by over a lap. Yes, curtailed race, all that kind of stuff. They had their bad luck, so did everyone else, whatever. Either way, they drove incredibly last weekend in that squad. Smolyar, part of the team, becoming 2-time winners in the series. And like I say, looking incredibly fast in this neck of the woods as well, as we expect. I think I would argue whether you could say he's the fastest real-world driver or not. I think he is arguably the most adaptable real-world driver in sim racing, right? Because he can jump between all simulators, RCI straight down the inside of Hardy, and Verstappen becomes the next Bentley to make a move going into Pulon. That's 3 in 2 laps. Of Bentleys that have made moves into Pulon. So, I don't think... I think we can see where the Bentley might be slightly better than the Aston Martin, or at least that Aston Martin anyway. Yeah,
that Aston Martin seems to just be struggling, really, for Light Esports. Seems to be getting overtaken by absolutely everybody at the moment. I don't really know why, but they just seem to not be really getting going so far in this race. So shame for them, but they're well outside the top 20 now, and it won't be over. That train still very much together, as is this one for 5th position. Gregor still now involved with Batafoulier as well for Arnaud's competition. So that's 6 cars now involved here, but at very early stages of the race, of course, and we'll see if it really is Abu Ontario who are just kind of holding everybody up here, because it certainly seemed like that earlier.
Yes, indeed. We did see the little pop-up there about race control stepping in against virtualised by TX3. Again, to read you the full note from that. Well, I'll get to that in a second, because I'll figure it all out. But it was a penalty for the virtualised by TX3. It'll be a 30-second stop and go for this incident. Obviously, as we come down towards Rivage, I mean, let's try and pick it all out whilst we're kind of seeing it down towards No Name, and of course on the exit of it, you've got Grip Packs Engineering and Get Closer directly ahead. So they get down the inside and Get Closer, tap them round, Get Closer going to the barrier, and a spat out in front of literally everyone, including Williams Esports as well. Bit harsh?
No. I don't think so.
The only reason why I would say maybe it's a bit harsh is because you obviously, and obviously they want to speak on behalf of race control, they've made the decision. I get it as well. Lap 1 instance should always be penalised a little bit heavier anyway. But you penalise the incident, not the aftermath. The aftermath is unlucky.
I get that, yeah, but after all, it's lap 1.
It is lap 1, yeah, absolutely.
And it was a little bit silly, really, right in the middle of the pack. So I was wrong initially in saying that it was that Williams Esports that found the wall first. It was Get Closer Racing that I saw.
It's a white car, I'll give it to you.
Yeah, a white car. Don't ask questions that the Aston Martin and Lamborghini don't look similar in any way. But
hey, I called a Nissan a Porsche back in Monza.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not backing out of anything on that one. That's right, I'll bring
about that. Here's a replay, by the way, of the move down in towards in the bus stop chicane. This was a long time ago, well, a few laps ago. Smollard getting down the inside there, but yeah, I think it was a little bit silly from the 333. Really, they got caught up in it, and then Williams Esports, interestingly, were already miles back. So
they've clearly had other issues.
Did they? Did they clash in that side-by-side moment up Eau Rouge? Or were they involved with Triton Racing at Les putting 2 and 2 together, or was that separate as well? Because a lot happened there in those opening sectors.
Yeah, it's like I say, there was clearly other issues. But I just wanted to bring this up because we'll see that. Okay, I'll come back to my point in a second. We'll watch what happens to Williams here on the race start. So they got Bradman. I do remember Bradman were going side by side with someone, obviously Valentin Barriere behind the wheel, up and over the top. Just getting to everyone's tyres are really, really cold.
My word!
So we've received a little bit of context. That's what kind of happened. I'd want to see that from onboard potentially of Dara McCormack, as to tyres are all cold at this point, and going side by side up Eau Rouge and Rally on the first lap. I mean, it's going to happen. You've got to accept it, but it's not wise.
No, it's not wise, and I don't think Dara McCormack was given a whole load of room, really. He was kind of pushed up onto the curb from what I could see from that angle. We'll see it from onboard now. You can see everybody single filing themselves out, and the first cars to go side by side with these two. I mean, Brabham Esports are basically taking the line there as if Williams Esports aren't even alongside them. For me, I know there's not a lot of space up there. It's hard to go side by side, but from very early on in that corner, Williams Esports were just pushed off as if they weren't there. And I know Brabham Esports were in front, but you still have to respect the car alongside you.
Absolutely, I agree.
It would be a penalty for me. It's a penalty for me.
I can tell you about penalties, by the way, because we've got another one coming through. It's not been dished out yet, but remember how we saw the Triton Racing car in the barrier at Les Combes? Yeah. Well, there we go. Penalty for the 888 SMP Racing Esports. Smollard behind the wheel. They will get a drive-through penalty for contact between themselves and Dominic Bly in the number 10 going into Les Combes. So the 888, the SMP Racing Esports car, is in 3rd position at the moment and battling in that train for the race lead, which Abeladze has over Stutsenko. That's going to be a bit of an issue for SMP. Did we miss that move for the race lead, or I just completely forgot about everything straight away? Let's see what happened to Smollard anyway.
Yes, Triton down the inside and then just get hit by Smollard. I don't think that took race control very long to decide that one, I don't think. Because while it's a pretty harmless one, you would say, but it does have pretty drastic consequences, and it was not great. As Yassi, dropped to 3rd place, so Abeladze got through, and they've dropped behind Smollard as well of Yassi.
Ferrari's going quite strong at the moment. Of course, Abeladze took over the race lead. We'll take a replay of that in a second. But Smolyar clearly had gotten through into the, or was he at least defending, into the bus stop there. So that's how Smolyar took over second position. But a drive-through penalty coming this way. If I am, George Boothby, if I'm Malinovsky, I'm telling Stutsenko, don't fight that car. Do not fight it. It's got a drive-through penalty coming. They're not going to be your problem. This is how the race lead was switched then. Abeladze got to the outside coming into Les Combes. Straight line speed looking very, very nice from that Ferrari at the moment. Straight around the outside. Ooh. Beautiful move from Abeladze and the Simware.pro team. And so that's where the race lead switched around.
Yeah, that was done very well indeed. Now, I spoke earlier on about those moves when you're on the outside. You need to pinch just enough when you're on the outside there. Just get the inside, the car on the inside, just to slow up just enough. And that's almost inch perfect there from Abeladze. Managed to get through into first position. And Smolyar, somewhere along the line, was able to take advantage of that as well. And here this move is into the bus stop chicane. I think this is just going to be a simple one on the brakes, really, but the Ferrari does just look very, very quick. Stutsenko lets him have this one. I suppose he knows that there's a drive-through at this point, or maybe he doesn't. But either way, whether he knows or not, he wants to let Smolyar through. Probably sensible. But yeah, that Ferrari looking concerning in a straight line. It's very, very quick.
Yeah, like I say, it's looking very good for the Ferrari running teams right now to get themselves involved in the mix at the front. And like you say, for Simware.pro by Vides, to say how far down they are in the championship, a victory today could really change their fortunes. The VCO LFM FLExTREME Season 1 championship. There's Manos Gerardis, TF Racing, another penalty to speak to you of. West Competition Racing in their BMW. Of course, they are up in 11th position at the moment. They will receive a 10-second time penalty in their pit stop. So that'll be in around about 40 minutes time. Don't worry about it. If there is a circuit to avoid getting a drive-through, by the way, it's this one.
Yeah.
You do not want to drive through around here. It's a long penalty as we got the battle between Schill and Bastian Richter. BS Competition potentially dropping back a spot now. They've caught up to the back of Statchak, who's struggling again on speed as we saw earlier. And Bastian Richter with the inside line coming into La Source will get past Gregor Schill. Batifulier as well, waiting in the wings in that Arnage competition. The recognisable pink and white of Arnage competition, looking to make up a move as soon as possible. And I'd suggest that Lamborghini might make its way past, going up into Les Combes.
Yeah, I think Schill is starting to see this race go up the road, really, the longer they get stuck behind Armentario, and he really doesn't want that any longer. Thinks Unicorns of Love need to get on with it, and so he's going to try and do it himself around the outside to Les Combes, and that was very quick on the speed as well from the BMW. Very impressive. Late on the brakes as well, and BS Competition are ahead of Unicorns of Love. You'd expect them to be able to get through on the Honda very soon as well, and so yeah, Gregor Schill's starting to put his foot down. He's realising that the cars he needs to be with are starting to get further away. Yeah,
that was absolutely sensational, the speed out of that M4. It might have been straight line speed short, might have been speed from the car, might well have also been a better run through O'Regan Radio. That is also potentially a part of the sequence as well. As we can see, Alberto Garcia behind the Queen's Design car of Eleonora Rose has done a great job to work up 10 or more positions in the opening portion of this race. If you are watching this broadcast, again, I'll just bring it up once, purely based on the fact that it is green flag in, of course, the first of the VCO Grand Slams of 2023, the Daytona 24. The green flag has just been flown. The race has just begun for 24 hours of frantic racing. If you want to go and listen to Arjuna's voice, if you're bored of him like we all are, you can just stay here or go and focus on the rivals and challengers. Twitch.tv/VCO Esports. If you're watching over on YouTube, you can come over here and you can watch everything in the same place and make yourself really involved by going to the command center and checking out all the broadcasts. And again, you can have everything on. There is so much sim racing going on this weekend, and that is why we absolutely love it. Where else are you going to get your racing fix in January? WRC's going on, but we won't talk about that. That's fine. We'll focus on the actual racing.
It's not comparable, though, is it, to this? Really, I do like it, by the way, but it's not. It's
love
not like
WRC.
this. Outside, yeah, absolutely.
But it's not racing.
Well, it is, but it's not like this.
It is racing.
It's
not wheel to wheel.
No, you can't. No, not really. Well, not unless they're parked, I guess. But anyway, it's
Or unless
it's
someone's gone very slow on a stage and they've been caught by someone behind. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. Anyway, the technicalities there. But yeah, it's a big weekend of sim racing, as we've mentioned already, and it's bizarre really, because not a lot was happening last weekend, and not a lot's happening next weekend, but everything's happening this weekend. So I don't know. Make your mind up.
Too right. What do you mean not a lot happened last weekend? How dare you?
Well, not a lot of stuff that I was doing.
How dare you? Goodness me. You're an O'Leary throwing me straight on it.
What event?
Don't worry about it. So obviously we've got this battle between Eleanor Rose and Alberto Garcia. The one behind is the Get Closer racing car that is a lap down. You also got Race Anywhere Sim Sports in there as well, with Mateusz Tuskovic on the comeback charge in that Triton racing car if it was sent off into this barrier. Get Closer Racing getting involved in the mix and trying to get not just closer, but get past this battle that is not only ahead of them on the race circuit, but way ahead of them in the race, courtesy of being a lap ahead of it. There was an attempt there for Alberto Garcia to come through, and Alberto Garcia does not want that number 7 car getting anywhere near his car, slams the door shut before the Aston Martin can finally make its way through around the outside into No Name. That's invited Mateusz Tuskovic into this fight as well, as Alberto Garcia straight back to the inside, coming down the pool and losing an awful lot of time against a car he does not need to be fighting. And Tuskovic is like, right, that GTR is going to be behind me at the end of this lap.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a little bit silly from everybody. Oh, and that's very aggressive from the number 7 there for a car that's a lap down. Rated in Sim Sport as well. Goodness me, the big names back here outside the top 20 are absolutely outrageous, by the way. But anyway, really big battle there, and it's a really awkward position that Get Closer Racing are going to find themselves in for pretty much the entirety of this race now. Do I overtake this car and get blue flagged for the next couple of laps? Am I quick enough to be overtaking them, and am I quick enough to get away from them? It's a really awkward place to be in. As you can see, Garcia is not really letting the Get Closer Racing Aston Martin go at all, because they're pretty quick back here as well, despite the fact they're battling over 25th.
Like I say, it's a lot of these big names. This is not the first time we've seen this, where a lot of the big teams, a lot of the big names end up lower down in the early stage and have to work their way back up. This has actually been somewhat commonplace to a degree throughout the out of the running of this season. We've seen those big early stages of drama time and time again. It's just how it goes. It's how these races tend to unfold. You have that level of drama, especially in some of the race circuits that we go racing at. And it's why it would have been absolutely crucial for some of these teams to avoid it, but sometimes you just can't. Your pathway's already been written to a degree. We've got plenty of battles up and down, including ones that aren't even for position. They're just for that track space ahead. Marek Shins does seem to be struggling a little bit in that Race Anywhere Sim Sport car after early issues.
Yeah, does seem to be struggling a little bit. Not really been their day so far. I do believe they were kicked out in Q1, weren't they? Earlier on. I think they tried to argue that I think they got a lap invalid, and they tried to argue that it wasn't actually their fault in some kind of way, and that they should be allowed to try again. But I think race control disagreed. I don't know if they got disqualified or just no time to their name, but anyway, they certainly started a long way back. They're back now inside the top 30 at least. I think trying to follow Tuskovic a little bit now, which is not a bad idea, because Triton Racing are trying to go through the field in a similar fashion. Yeah, real shame for Race Anywhere Sim Sport. But a lot of the teams inside the top 5 have had issues so far. I mean, BS Competition are the only team inside the top 5 who haven't really had any problems just yet.
Well, you had to say it now, didn't you? Do you believe in the commentators' curse? Because apparently everyone else does.
Yeah, everyone else does. I'll decide that after this race. Or
I see.
BS Competition have had an issue, and then I'll decide that I might have cursed them.
Surely you should know. Like, you've been commentating for long enough. You should know what your opinion is on the commentator's curse by now.
I can't put my finger on if I've ever done it though. I can't remember a time. Maybe I have, but I must have. Okay, Mike disagrees.
He's been told many times.
Okay, I've been told I've done it many times, but I don't remember any of them. Maybe because I have no remorse. I don't know.
You know my opinion on the commentator's curse. There's no such thing. It's only bad driving. Either way, Valentin Barriere on the charge, looking to pick up another spot. Switches it back to the inside on Castorino. Makes contact, sends the Racing Point car straight over the inside at Lecom. Respect the attempt. 0 on execution, but respect the attempt. That was a brave go to switch it back to pull the dummy as we got side by side. Oh my goodness me. Hardy and Rose up over the top. Rose cuts the inside over the top at Radion, and it's invited the Aspar car of Alberto Garcia into the mix, as well as Tushkovic with 3 wide on the race up to Lecom. Tushkovic, 1, 2. Is it going to be 3 as well? Is the Triton Racing moving up the order? Yes, it is, as Garcia sends it to the inside of Rose.
Yeah, he certainly did. He wanted to follow Tushkovic there, and now the Nissan's just been pushed out wide. Oh, the train's coming through now, and Rose goes well wide, drops down to 27th place. The whole train goes through, and that was very, very exciting indeed. 3 wide through the middle for Tushkovic, but that could barely have worked out any more perfectly for the Triton Racing driver. He was just able to see the seas part in front of him, was able to go down the middle and took 3 positions in one straight. I think obviously the 2 that went side by side were slowed down up Rouge, but I think Garcia had to lift off over the top at Radion as well because of that. And yeah, the Ferrari was just able to steam through the middle of everybody. Very spectacular.
Yes, indeed. Right, let's deal with the penalty scenario, because we've had a few to deal with. I know they've not dished them out in game, but they will be going soon. Valentin Barriere receives a drive-through penalty for forcing the number 5 off of the road. That obviously 5 is the Williams Esports car.
Turn 1, yeah.
That was turn 1. That was up towards Eau Rouge. I mean, the Williams car did end up in the barrier, so you can kind of understand it to a degree. What else we've got? We've got a 15-second time penalty that will go the way of Pulse Sim Sports as well. So they'll be receiving it after contact between them and the 163 as Eleanor Rose and Shintz battle it out once again down into the bus stop. That one being for 26th position as Get Closer Racing have been spun around. There's still a lap down. It's still Tobias Jer behind the wheel and still spun around in front of a lot of people down here, including the 163 that's just gone through there. Koroshavin behind the wheel in that Ballas Esports car.
Yeah, that was not pretty for anybody, I'm afraid. That incident down at the bus stop chicane. And as I mentioned earlier, this is what's going to make the number 7's race so awkward all day long. They're just going to be involved with blue flags and cars that they're faster than, but they're also a lap down too. It's really, really awkward. And it's no surprise really that there's been an incident from it, because we've seen a lot of close moments that they've been involved in. It was only a matter of time.
Yeah, it's that's Spa for you, if ever it's been said. Obviously, Abelardo, let's speak about the race that we've got at hand. Half an hour down to the race is a 1.7 second lead for the 142 Sim.Pro by Vides over a car which has a drive-through penalty. Not been dished out yet, but Smolia will be receiving a drive-through penalty in the near future. Stutsenko behind, struggling a little bit for speed. You've got Valentin Barriere also with a drive-through penalty, trying to attack Castorino, and might well be under the eye of race controller Touch more after contact coming down into Lecom versus Castorino. The fact that he didn't gain the position through it might actually relinquish him of any severe penalty. Statchak, who's been struggling a little bit in speed, has actually caught back up. Of course, driving that Armamentario car is close back up to the 171, but also has Bastian Richter in the Unicorns of Love in close tow. Gregor Schill not too far behind. And to be fair, the Arnage competition car of Batafilie only in 10th spot before we get back to this fight between Yonkers, West Competition Racing, against the 777 Prime Firefly Racing car. And they're only a second clear of Karppinen, who's driving that Grip Hacks Engineer. We've got a few of these 2- and 3-way fights in the early stages, as we would expect, and it is one of those circuits where we do suspect we'll be seeing fighting most of the way through the race, just because of how Spa is. I'm getting the feeling, just by the odd hand gesture here and there, Schubert's not particularly pleased about being stuck behind Yonkers.
Oh yeah, but he's got to find a way through on his own. I don't think West Competition Racing are going to exactly let him have that position as Smolia gets that drive-through penalty applied. We've talked about it in the past. He's going to drop way down as a result of it. And the battle for 4th will continue. Barrier will also drop down, let's not forget, for Brabham Esports. I have to say, it's... I said at the time we watched the replay, I do think that Brabham Esports deserved a penalty. Whether it's a drive-through penalty worthy, I mean, arguments among yourselves, I suppose, but it's I can't argue against the penalty really for that incident, because it it didn't really give Williams Esports enough room at the top of the hill there, and so I find it hard to disagree with that. So they're going to drop outside the top 5 as well. We're going to see two of the top 5 drop down.
I do think. I don't. No, it's fine. No, I'm gonna hold back. We're gonna move straight on. Don't worry. I was gonna speak about penalties, and yeah, it's fine. Obviously, we've dished out a fair few throughout the season, and some of the drivers, common recipients of them. The 5-second time penalty's gone out to the West Competition Racing car. I think it's actually 15 for West Competition Racing. Grip Packs Engineering will get a 5-second time penalty as well. That was for pushing a car off. I can't remember off the top of my head exactly which car it was. 1 second. It was the 41, which was TF Racing, by squeezing them off. So they'll be receiving a 5-second time penalty as well. Quite a lot of penalties to be dished out from race control in the opening half an hour of this race. So hopefully they bring it back in. I was actually, I said it before in the previous race. We went racing at Barcelona. Was that when we went racing at Monza, said it on broadcast, we expected more from the cash split. You know, these are supposed to be the very, very best, and they were, let's be honest, it wasn't good through the early stages. Barcelona, on the other hand, I thought the race down towards turn 1 was very, very good in the race over that first lap. There was a couple of issues up towards turn 4, obviously. This race has had 50-50. It's like there's quite a lot of it where I'm like, this has been exactly what we expect. And then on the other hand, it's like there's a couple of silly moves coming in there and then. I hope some of those calm down and we get to see more of those great moves, because we had so many positive overtakes in this race, including potentially one coming in here from Eleanor Rose, trying to get past Cora Sharvin at the moment. No way to pass at present.
No, not just yet. We've seen this train really providing the entertainment for the first half an hour for the most part. It does look like it's starting to spread out a little bit now. Of course, the number 7 is involved here as well, just ever so slightly trying to get through on the Lipa Esports Aston Martin just up in front there. Smoyar's just taking his penalty there, just seen on the tower. So goodness, he's going to be behind these guys. I knew that the drive-throughs took a long time here, but I didn't think he would drop nearly outside the top 30. But that's where he is, and it just shows how desperately almost you've got to avoid them at this circuit. They're so costly when you have to drive through both the Grand Prix pit lane and the Endurance pit lane as well, of course.
Yeah, there is when it comes to track limits, of course, and getting drive-through penalties for that, it's kind of one of those things that we speak about every time we go racing around here, and it's why you've got to avoid them around here, because it's brutal. If you get a drive-through for track limits, which, let's be honest, it's quite easy around here when you go over Radion, the exit of Blanchimont, even the exit here at No Name. There's quite a lot of places where you can pick up track limit excursions and then get those warnings built up and then get yourself a drive-through penalty for track limits. I'm absolutely sure we will see a few during this race. You've got to avoid them at all costs, because, like I say, in a 9-hour race, you simply do not have the time to come back, and that's before you even deal with ones from race control. Where they push it to the limit. It's that's the joy of racing around Spa, is that you've got to deal with the fact that the pit lane is extremely long. From race control, they're being consistent in the sense of it's still the same penalty. It's a drive-through, whether it's here at Spa or at Monza or any of the other circuits we go to. The penalty is still the same when it comes to what race control are dishing out, because it's still a drive-through penalty. It's just it's much harsher around here because of the circuit.
Yeah, but I don't think that race control or anyone should adjust for that.
No, agree.
Because it's just how the circuit is, really. You can't do a lot about it. You can't change the literal geographic dynamics of the circuit. To be fair, so I don't think they should adjust for that. And so it's just one of those things that you have to keep in mind. And I've seen many races around here that have really been changed drastically in the final moments as a result of late drive-through penalties for whatever it may be, track limits or anything in between. Races can really change because it is such a long trip down pit lane, and those track limits are going to be something you have to worry about. They certainly are around this circuit always. Maybe not like Circuit of the Americas we saw earlier on in the season, where nearly everybody had to drive through at some point for track limits, but it is one of those that you do have to worry about just a little bit. We've already seen, I think, that the starts of that in qualifying. Williams Esports having to take their joker. We've also seen I think only about 21 teams set a lap time in Q2, which I think tells the story as well.
Then again, I do believe we only had, we had all 15 cars setting lap times in the previous section. That's what happened with Brabham, sending it down the inside of Racing Point, squeezing off at the outside of Stavelo. I mean, good move, scary move. Very, very scary. That was very late to the inside at Stavelo.
Yeah, and you don't see them often make moves at Stavelo, really. It's not a common place to do it, so it's all. I think we're always going to have a heart in the mouth when there's an attempt there, whether it's a reasonable one to make or not. So yeah, look, I think we just have to be thankful they both got through it, to be honest.
Yep.
And not read into it too much more than that, because yeah, I'm not going to put any money on seeing that again throughout the race.
No, it's certainly not from that far back. You can see moves into it, but they're normally built up through campus and then into Stavelo rather than a dive into Stavelo. It's not normally the fastest. I mean, again, you've got to say respect to the pair of them to actually get through that. It does take quite a lot of skill and maturity to give the room both inside and out of the corner as we head back to Kurashavin on the rear end of Shintz. Again, the Racing Hero Simsport car, whilst it's struggling qualifying, risen its way up a little bit, but still seems to be struggling for pace at the moment around the circuit of Spa-Francorchamps, and Kurashavin might be the next one to try and make a move in that Gatterchain Ballast Esports car. Unable to do so thus far. Hardy's been able to pull a bit of a gap to Shintz. It's around 1.5 seconds, looks even slightly larger than that as they cross the line. It's pulled out by a 10th over the final sector around here. Yeah, that Lamborghini seems like it's struggling. I will say the Lamborghinis that we are seeing, they don't exactly look like the most enjoyable ride around the circuit of Spa-Francorchamps.
They don't look especially quick either. I mean, they look all right, but they're not quite like what we've seen, for example, at Monza maybe, where they were the car to beat. We see the first Lamborghini in 9th place at the moment. Williams Esports were up there, but I think the Honda and Ferrari are comfortably quicker than the Lamborghini around here from what we're seeing in the field right now, although I'd put that down to the Honda and Ferrari being fast rather than the Lamborghini being slow. But at the end of the day, you still need a fast driver behind the wheel, so we can't give all the credit or we can't throw all the shade at the cars either when they're doing well or badly. So it doesn't look great, but then again, Assetto Competizione are able to get it inside the top 10, and they've not been able to do that very often so far this season. But so it swings and roundabouts really, and they're just staying in it really. Assetto Competizione, can't see them winning from this distance, but top 5 very possible.
Yeah, I do believe so. You just got to kind of keep your eyes on the race, keep your mind focused, and again, remember some of the comeback charges that we've seen thus far this season, and we've said them before. BS Competition, great comeback drives. Williams Esports even, I said at Monza. Yeah, they had a great comeback drive to get inside the top 10. There are quite a few throughout the season where we've had these great comeback drives, and you just need to keep focused. Because right now, with 8 hours and 20 minutes to go, if you are sat down there in 30th position struggling on speed, you'll be sat there thinking there is absolutely no way on this earth we are going to be able to get back inside the top 10. You can't give up then, and you can't have that mindset. You've got to move that mindset out of your head and refocus on the race at hand. Queen's Designs receiving a warning for transgressions when it comes to driving, unsportsmanlike conduct and whatnot is apparently the note on that, as we'll have to wait and see. Either way, they're going to be trying to go for a move at the moment on, well, get back past Smoliar, who's now involved in this trend. Let's see how fast the SMP Racing Esports car can make its way through. Of course, a drive-through penalty earlier on for the SMP Racing Esports, getting past Eleanor Rose then, and the next one up is Kurashavin to try and make that move. I can't remember exactly how much time's lost in pit lane for doing a drive-through. I think it's close to like 80 seconds. That was a much better drive over the top from Smoliar, and that will be the position made up on Kurashavin up to 26th.
I think that's a slight exaggeration. I put it closer to a minute.
Probably around a minute, yeah.
Smoliar's a minute off the lead right now.
Okay, so yeah,
I'm going to guess he's lost a bit of time since then, and he was about 5 seconds behind anyway, so I'd maybe pin it towards 50 seconds. at this stage, but we don't. I don't know for sure. Either way, he's made actually impressive progress. Wasn't expecting him to get to the back of these guys and get through them quite so quickly. I know job's not done yet. Still has to get through Race Anywhere, Sinsport and Light Pit Esports, but he has done a good job so far. And he is up the order into 26th place now. And what he'll really enjoy, I think, is getting through past Light Pit Esports and using that 10 seconds of clean air to get up towards Alberto Garcia. That's when he can really put the lap times in, and he can at least stop losing time to the leaders. That was close, though. He's not going to do it there. Oh, and he's now hit the back of Race Anywhere. That's what you've got to avoid when you're getting through the field. Don't get another penalty.
Yeah, that was, I mean, I get Race Anywhere since what we're like squeezing quite a bit there, but yeah, it was not a very pretty scenario between Smolyar and Marek Schintz. I guess we'll see what race control have to say about it. Like I say, you don't really want to be picking up. I don't think that would be a draw too, you know, whatever. We'll have to wait and see though. Race control will deal with it. They pass the karting circuit back up towards Blanchimont. The move on the horizon, potentially coming in from Smolyar to get back past Koroshavin in the braking zone. We saw one of these on the very first lap of the race. From Smolyar to get down the inside right into this corner. It was a beautiful send on the first lap, bit of a hip check going through. Koroshavin remains alongside heading into the second apex into the bus stop, and the drive off the corner is superior in favour of Smolyar and the SMP Racing Esports. Now Eleonora Rose is picking up the slipstream of that Ferrari ahead, looks back to the inside but fancies not sending it into La Source, as the position remains Koroshavin's, having dropped just the one to Smolyar, of course. Eleonora Rose driving, one of the few drivers, I think Maciej Malinowski might be another one, driving in VR. Obviously, you know, hot and sweaty afternoons. Not so much a problem in winter. It's nice and cool, although for Eleonora Rose probably less of a problem. Sorry, more of a problem, but you know, each their own. It's not too bad racing with VR these days. I just couldn't do it. Not for 9 hours.
No, not for the length of time that these drivers will. I mean, shorts and t-shirts, as you can see. So you know, it's not that cold. Clearly.
Eleonora Rose is Australian, right? I can't remember.
That could be a reason then. But even so, keep yourself warm in the winter in Europe. VR, good idea. Well, driving certainly keeps me warm anyway. I know I'm not in VR, but you know,
also you don't drive.
I don't know, not often. Certainly not against other people, because I will.
Wasted talent.
That is a wild.
Hey, I've seen you drive.
I know, but
again, we've been through this on this broadcast, not today, but in this season, we've been through this.
I know. I'm still going to deny that I'm any good, really. But yeah, it is a good way to keep yourself warm. But I say I don't like the idea of driving even one stint in VR, to be honest. Never mind however many these drivers are going to do. I don't know, but yeah, I'd get really uncomfortable and scared if you crash as well. I don't know. Maybe I've not.
Have you raced in VR?
I have
have
not
you driven in VR rather?
I've not driven in VR. I can't remember what it. I can't remember. I can't remember if I've even used one at all for anything. I don't think so. So it just seems scary to me.
Aw, scared you, and no, it's
not my idea of fun.
It's good fun. No, it is good fun. It is good fun. There's some good golfing games in VR, but we'll see. Yeah,
go do it in real life.
That's what I do. Either way, we'll focus on the race. Tipak obviously defending a little bit here. 15th position. Hello YouTube have worked up an awful lot of positions after struggles in qualifying again for the Hello YouTube team. I've said before, not 100% sure as to why Igor Rognikov is struggling for speed these days in ACC. I'm going to assume it's courtesy of not having the time that Igor could put into the sim racing world a year or so ago. But alas, still has the racing experience and the consistency to climb up an order like this and to nearly get inside the top 15 of that Hello YouTube team. I know we are going out to YouTube now, fair enough, but it is still funny that the majority of the stream does come from the Twitch side of things, and they're called Hello YouTube. Not going to read into that what they will. I'm pretty sure Ogrognikov streams himself as well. So again, we need to find people that we need to stream snipe for this race so we can actually see what's going on weather-wise, because obviously Jardier's a little bit busy.
Yeah. And we can't do what we normally do with his stream, so we're going to find someone else. But yeah, I mean, you don't have to stretch your mind too far back to remember Igor Rodnikov and his teammates as well, the ones that he normally drives with, challenging Williams Esports in races, and beating them as well in races. Not obviously in this FLExTREME series so far they haven't, but on pure merit, being able to challenge and beat them as well. So. It is a shame to see them back here. However, they're not running too badly here today, 16th place.
Now is the time to stream snipe, because I've just checked. Thankfully, running off the same team, no bias towards Yazheat. But I have just checked the weather coming in, and we are looking at, in the next half hour, not sure when, didn't see when it ticked over, but in the next half hour, we are going to be dealing with heavy rain. So deep breath. That should be coming potentially after the first load of pit stops.
Is it though?
It might be around.
We don't quite know. We don't quite know when they're going to be, when the rain's going to be falling. I think the obvious call here, Lewis, is just to stay out for as long as possible in this case. I mean, it could be very close to ticking towards 10 minutes, in which case everybody's fine, but it could be closer towards 25-30 minutes until there actually is going to be rain. But I think you just got to stay out for as long as possible and hope that it rains before your first pit stop.
Did just get the note in our ear as well. There's been a bit of news for this car. I mean, it's having a great race thus far, isn't it? BMW Esports working their way up to third. They've got a drive-through penalty, except they don't have a drive-through penalty. They have appealed it, and through video evidence, etc., they've shown stuff. Exactly, it is pretty much VAR. They've appealed it, and the appeal has gone through and has been confirmed from race control, and the race control have returned their decision to not a 10-second time penalty, not a 15-second time penalty, or warning. They return it to no further action. That is what it's been changed to, as far as I'm aware.
Huge change. That's a huge change, because that's got,
at least as far as I'm aware.
That's gone from being a minute of a penalty to no penalty at all. So we'll see about that. We are just trying to get confirmation on quite what's going to happen to them. But as I say, they are in third place right now, and interestingly, just behind Williams Esports, who have actually been lapped now. We didn't notice, but I guess it's not that important. But they have been lapped.
Might have been passed the wrong information on that one, by the way. We'll wait for race. They do take a long time to dish out these drive-through penalties. I will say that.
Okay, wrong.
They have appealed it
to the wrong person or whatever.
I don't know if the drive-through. We'll have to wait and see. Obviously, there was no further action or it happened up towards Les Combes. We remember seeing that one against himself and the Racing Point team. Not 100% sure if the drive-through penalty has been overturned. It's more the fact that it's just not come through yet. Very slow on the penalties actually coming through. Like I say, we're seeing them come through in our little penalties list, and they're just not being pushed out in game quite as quick. Which, as a team, I would be frustrated, because it's kind of like when I've got a drive-through, I just want to be given the drive-through, serve the drive-through, and get on with it, right? Alas, sometimes that's not what happens. Yonkers has got the 10-second time penalty, which will be served in the pit stop, of course. And again, I'm keeping my eye on when that rain's coming, because at the moment, what I can see is that the rain will be coming in half an hour, but it's going to be sunny in 10 minutes, which means that the rain is going to be coming somewhere between 10 minutes and half an hour. As soon as I see the rain switch over into 10 minutes, we know that the rain will be coming in pretty much exactly 10 minutes time from that point. For a lot of the teams, yes, that was a very bad way of explaining it. From a lot of the teams, they'll be sitting there being like, can it rain? Can it say that it's going to rain in 10 minutes time from now? Because we've got 10 minutes until we want to make our pit stops. We want it to be raining heavy enough when we want to make our pit stop that we can come out on wets. Otherwise, we're going to be making 2 stops.
Yeah, and just had word through as well from a team member at Armentario in the YouTube chat. Believe it's one of the drivers waiting to get in a little bit later on, saying that they think almost everybody's saving fuel, or they know everybody's saving fuel at this time, and that wouldn't surprise me at all, because as I mentioned earlier on, you want to go as long as you can here at this stage. When it's so close like this, and when it's a pit lane as long as this, as we've said many times, you want to make as little pit stops as possible. Ideally, now in this situation, I want to change onto wet tyres at this pit stop. I want to, run out of fuel, have it perfectly, synced up, so you're refueling and you're putting on wet tyres at the next pit stop. To be honest, if that means driving for a lap or two on wet tyres when it's actually dry, I might take it, to be honest, because you're going to lose more than a minute making another stop, a few laps later.
Yeah, but the problem is if you come out onto a dry circuit with wet tyres, what you're actually going to do is you will overheat them big time, and that heat will mean that they are not going to be effective as wet tyres ever.
Yeah, but you've got to make the equation. Is it going to cost you more than a minute?
Oh, way more than a minute. You will lose like 5 to 10 seconds a lap, not even including the ones that you have to do on the wet tyre in the dry. Those you'll lose probably even more than that. But then compared to the other wet tyre runners, because your tyres will be massively overheated and will never come back into the window properly, there'll always be the wrong pressure. You'll never be able to get those pressures bang on anyway, and you will have grained them, basically taken off the actual wet, the tread. Yeah, no, absolutely not. I get where you're coming from. As Eleanor Rose is going to try and get past Cora Sharp, and seen this one a couple of attempts throughout the race thus far. Rose using the VR as we saw earlier, should have perfect spatial awareness coming up into Lake On, and Eleanor Rose backs out of the move coming into Lake On. What I would do is, as what a lot of people are doing, like I say, saving fuel or whatever, come into the pit lane, stick a bit of fuel in, go back out, and just drive round until the slicks are definitely slower than the wets, and then go on to the wets from there. But you're not changing tyres on this pit stop. BS Competition trying to get past the Renvelt and Esports car up towards Blanchimont, taking that defensive line with the Honda NSX. Gregor Schill trying to get past Stubenrout and having a bit of a slower exit from Blanchimont up towards the final chicane, and so there was no move going there for Gregor Schill for the BS Competition team, and Bativilliers not too far off the rear end of that. Still no rain in 10 minutes, so it's going to be slightly longer than that window, meaning we are going to be making those pit stops in dry conditions. I am not, if I'm pitting, I'm not changing tyres, I'm staying on these slicks, and I'm just sticking a bit of fuel in, and I'm resetting that stint timer.
Yeah, you've got to reset the stint timer. Exactly, that's what I was going to mention there. You can save all the fuel you want, but you can't go longer than 65 minutes anyway. So save fuel until you do get to those 65 minutes, then go for it. And as you say, good idea to not change tyres at all if the rain is going to be still a few laps away. Real headache, though, for these teams. And this is where I'm not quite as much of a fan of the longer pit lane, because it really makes life very difficult, but not in an interesting way. I mean, we saw at Monza where, teams had a real conundrum, but it was very interesting when the rain came out. It was very dynamic, the racing, and, it was very interesting. But I think with such a long pit lane here, people are going to be so scared of pitting that everybody's going to be almost forced to do the same thing, and it might not produce quite the racing that we saw at Monza. But let's hope that it will still be interesting and will still be, a bit of a headache for these teams to think about.
We'll have to wait and see, won't we? Whether it's going to be interesting or not. I do get what you mean. I think as a driver, I've done the long pit lane at Spa more than once, and I don't enjoy it because it's just a bit more of a headache than it needs to be. And as a commentator, it's one of those things where it's like, I feel it's probably ruined is a hard way of putting it, but it's ruined more races than it's made, right? But it's a harsh way of putting it.
I can definitely think of some that the races that it has made.
Exactly, yeah.
And that's the problem. But I think it's like with anything, really. You're going to have pros and cons, aren't you? So
exactly.
It's maybe it doesn't matter as much as we're talking about.
10 minutes, the rain will be coming down from now. And then 20 minutes afterwards, the rain, it's when it's that heavy rain and it's got a big plus next to it. Yeah, we got that on the way. Remember all that B-roll that we saw earlier, which our lovely broadcast director Mike Yao was putting on, where we were seeing the heavy rain? I think that's what we've got ahead of us. There we go. That's what we've got in our future. This kind of rain. Yeah,
maybe not as dark as that just yet, but later.
Well, we'll see.
Well, I think it might get darkish. 8:30 it finished in Sin tonight, so it's going to get sort of dark a little bit later on in the race. And at Spa it really does get dark because the trees just block out any sort of light around here. But yeah, that's a real problem now for these drivers, because you've got to remember Spa's also such a long lap that you could be coming in with 8 hours and 7 minutes remaining, not able to go one lap further, but also it is now too early to put those wets on immediately. And that's if you do make it to the 65-minute mark. So this is a real headache, and there's no good way of doing this.
Like I say, you've got to realise that at some point, just because of when that rain's coming down, you are going to be wrong-footed. It's unlikely you're going to get this perfect. But like I say, we'll have to wait and see. We've seen some very, very heavy rain this season. We obviously saw it get very, very heavy in Monza, not just in the cash split, of course. I think it was in the Challenger split. Was it Challengers where it was raining very heavily? It was one of them. I think it was Rivals, actually. Yeah, we've been told it was probably Rivals.
One of the two had horrendous rain, and the other one had no rain at all.
No rain at all.
Very bizarre. But it just shows the kind of different possibilities that you can have in these races, kind of on show with the 3 splits. You know, it's not kind of set weather for everybody. It's not programmed in or inputted in by anybody. You know, there's different eventualities for everyone.
I'm sorry, I've still got George Boothby's stream up, right? And he's doing press-ups in the background. He's just doing press-ups.
Maybe he wants you to say that. I don't know, probably not.
Why?
But psyching himself up for the sim, maybe? I don't know.
Clearly. I mean, yeah, no words, mate. You carry on, son. We'll focus on our race here. Obviously, maybe he's the one that's getting in the car next. He's done more than I can. I get to about double digits and then think, nah, this ain't worth it, Chief. Let's see if Gregor Schill can make a move on Stephen Rout. Still no way past the Remvelton machine at the moment, but we know the straight line speed of the BS competition car is plenty fast enough going up towards Lake Com that maybe that's where the opportunity will arise. But it's got to be a great exit from La Source. It's got to be a great run through Radion, through Eau Rouge and Radion. And then, of course, hoping to gather the most of the slipstream up into Lake Com. I'm going to say it now, that isn't close enough.
No, we spoke earlier about the BMW having good straight line speed, and it certainly did in that occasion where he was overtaking Unicorns of Love and Bastian Richter, but that's not the case against the Honda, it seems, which is also pretty good in a straight line as well. And so Gregor Schill is not going to be able to get through here. And fair play to Armentario as well, by the way. The 1-2-1 has managed to pick up the speed a little bit here, inside the top 5 now. I wonder whether those first few laps they were saving fuel to get to the 65-minute mark, and once they did save enough, then they absolutely hit it, and now they're actually really not that slow at all. Well, they're quite quick, in fact, inside the top 5 quite comfortably.
Yeah, I think for StatCheck it's that kind of thing over the first few laps. You're nervous, you're struggling to get into the rhythm.
Cars around you.
Exactly, and because someone's constantly looking at the inside, you can never get into your rhythm. You just need to keep telling yourself, you've got the speed. 5 laps, just get into the rhythm. 5 laps time, just get into the rhythm, find the speed. Those kind of bits, but it's hard to keep telling yourself that, and again refocus on the race. But I think they have done so now. StatCheck's done a great job. There is a drive-through penalty finally being dished out to Valentin Barrier at just the worst time. Because that's if you've got to serve that drive-through penalty within 3 laps,
do it now.
Well,
yeah, I'll take your point though. Because
hang on, does the stint timer reset when you serve a drive-through?
I wouldn't imagine.
I think it does, because you've got to come in, because the stint timer is pit entry to pit exit, not regardless of what you're doing in pit lane.
Well, that may be. Well, they're doing it now anyway, but it'll be interesting to note whether they can or not. However, do they have the fuel to do that anyway? Would be my bigger worry.
Yeah,
it's quite fuel heavy, this circuit, so it'd be a struggle to go further anyway. We might never find out. But yeah, it's not a bad theory. And you might be right. They might be able to carry on.
The Bentley's the one that you definitely can. You can think you can probably go to about 75 minutes in the Bentley. So if you had a drive through in the Bentley, it's like, well, perfect timing to have it delayed this late.
Lovely.
Yeah, I'm not sure as to why that was delayed so late. I think there was an appeal still, but why it was delayed so late?
Yeah,
it's kind of it's thrown into the pit window sequence where it's just a bit awkward. Valentin Barrier will come through the pit lane to serve the drive-through, which coincidentally will reset the stint timer. But still, again, I agree with you. I don't think they've got the fuel. You can tell it's clouded over a lot in the last 2 or 3 minutes. So the rain is certainly on its way.
It certainly is. Barrier's going to drop well outside the top 20. I'd imagine he should be behind Smolyar unless the Triple Eight has really lost a lot of time getting through traffic, which he may well have done. Yeah, I think he'll be dropping outside the top 20. The 38 McLaren is also into the pit lane. There's Smolyar. Barrier is somewhere around here.
I think a bit further back. Just as they go through the first sector time split, that's when they will know.
Yeah. Just going up towards Lacombe now. Yeah, there he is. 22nd position. A couple of lap cars involved here as well, by the way, which is confusing me slightly. But 22nd position for Barrier, and now the recovery for Brabham Esports. But you're right, it's really, really clouding over now. The rain is surely imminent. But I think after this lap, Abelanzi might only be able to do one more.
Do you want to know some interesting news as well?
Yeah.
The rain's not going to last an hour. It's not even going to last half an hour.
In. Wow.
I don't blame him. I do not blame him. Get in, get the fuel, get back out again, do a couple of laps, get ready for the rain to come down. But yes, the rain is not even going to be with us for half an hour. It's going to be less than that before we're back to heading into dry conditions. Curious times here at Spa.
Yeah, is anybody going to risk it, is my question. Is anybody going to, throw the Hail Mary 8 hours
it's too heavy
before the end? Okay, it's too heavy. Okay, I'm dreaming, basically.
That rain is definitely too heavy to risk staying on the slicks or doing anything crazy. It is not. However, with it only being half an hour, your strategy call from earlier of maybe doing the wets, you will lose a lot of time because it's not a full stint, because you'll be going back onto the slicks.
Yeah, I mean, these guys won't be able to anyway now because they're in the pit lane and well, I suppose they might put on wets.
They could still put on wets.
I suppose so. And anybody pitting now can't do another lap with the stint timer. They're too far back. So pretty much everybody outside the top 10 is going to be pitting, other than Ogorondikov, who's going to be the last one to stay out. But Statsenko here is going to come in pretty much at the perfect time. I think it's worth the risk. I mean, the rain's got to be minutes away. Seconds, maybe. It can't be far away now, the rain. So I think it's worth the risk, worth the gamble to put on wets for the likes of Statsenko and Statsek and the 171 as well.
I think it will be this lap. Sorry, this lap.
Rain.
I mean a lap from now. So there it is. There we go. It's this lap. I'm a clairvoyant. I can see the future. The rain has come down. This could be unbelievably fortuitous for the likes of Statsenko, of Statsek, of Stubenraut, Schill, Yonkers, Ogorognikov, who have stayed out. Valentin Barriere back into the pit lane. For those that are heading down now, maybe they'll have time just to flick on wet, so they're not coming back in again. This could be massive for these teams.
Abelanzi was on his way out as the rain started, so I hope he hasn't put dries on, because otherwise he is going to fall miles back. But I don't know whether they will have put wets on or not. I would have done, but I'm not their team. So we'll see we'll see at the end of this lap, I'd imagine, or the next one, whether he stays out or whether he has put wets on or what's gone on. But everybody inside the top 6 will be back into the pit, or in the pit lane for the first time. Sorry. Let's hope they make it before 65 minutes, though. It's getting quite close for some of those teams down towards the back end.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's very hard for us to tell because we don't really have tyre walls or anything. I'm pretty sure there is a white mark on the tyre wall, a light one if it's wet. Can we see where Ogorognikov is?
He's going to be seconds away from making this.
Seconds away. I think Ogorognikov has...
I think he's going to be...
Okay, yeah, we're okay. It's going to be tight. I think this car might get a penalty because the pit lane only starts...
Oh, drive through. 1 second. He missed it by 1 second.
I was watching him come round being like, that's going to be tight. By 1 second, do you know what that would have been? It would have been the rain.
Yeah, exactly that.
Oh, that's brutal, man.
That is brutal. I mean, you'd expect that. I mean, I'd expect like a 1 second time penalty or something, maybe. It's going to be really, really hurtful for them, really damaging for their race now. But yeah, wet tyres you'd think for everybody inside the top 6, no question about that. But it really is a case of those who came in on the previous lap, what have they put on? That's the bigger question.
Yeah, absolutely. Confirmation, by the way, Sim of the Pro are on wets. So you can see here as we look at the tyre, you can kind of just see, yes, I know it's hard to see, but you can see some grooves in there, just a touch. Just before you can get to the right-hand side, you can see those are wet tyres. They are grooved. Garcia gets a drive-through as well. I wonder if, is that for exceeding the limit on pit lane? I've not got anything for race control, so it might well be.
Exceeding the limit? What do you mean, speed limit?
No, the time limit, the stint limit.
I don't think anybody else other than Ogorodnikov was even close to violating.
No, Garcia, I'm absolutely sure it come through. But then,
no, I was as well.
Like I say, when it comes to speeding in pit lane,
that's normally
don't typically
go 30, isn't it?
It is normally. We have seen drive-throughs for what I say every time. Sometimes we can see drive-throughs. It can be track limit excursions as well. Not 100% sure. Either way, drive-through penalty to be dished out. This could be the time though for Arthur Camara behind the wheel of the BS competition to finally make a move to get past the 171 Ren Velton Esports car. You've also got Racing Point directly ahead of this and Armamentario. This is the battle for third as the rain has come down at the circuit de Spa-Francorchamps.
Certainly has, and it will be a bit of a handful for Camera now, who's not only getting used to this car on this track, but also these conditions as well. It's quite a situation to throw him into, right in the rain, right inside the top 5. There he is, working away. A very stressful beginning to this one. It's about for third place.
Sorry, not to say anything's gone from bad to worse, but you see Hello YouTube on there. You see Ogorodnikov. See, it's a stop and go 30.
Yeah. So he sped as well.
He's sped in pit lane as well. So he's got a drive-through penalty still to deal with, and a stop and go 30 in one pit lane sequence.
Yeah, I thought he did because he knew that he was close, and he thought I'm going to fly into this because I need to make it before I've got the. But in the end, he missed the stint timer and the speed limit. So in hindsight, he should have just taken the penalty. But anyway, hindsight's a wonderful thing and all that.
That's brutal. Very unfortunate for the Hello YouTube team, but yes, for what has actually been a very good start to the race. Ogorodnikov, he's out of the car. It's Makovkin's problem now. Right, off you go, Chief. Have fun.
Deal with that.
Oh, thanks, mate. Thanks for giving me the car in this terrible scenario. Cheers. So they've done a great job to work their way back up the order, but they are going a lap down.
They certainly are. They're already quite a way down on the leaders. Where are they? Down, what? Oh, they've dropped way down.
They're already back about a third of a lap, maybe even half a lap.
Yes, they probably have. I'm just waiting for the time screen to sort itself out again after the pit stops. It's always a difficult time. But yeah, they're already quite a long way down. And that's going to be even further now, I'm afraid. So, yeah, I think you're absolutely right. They're going to be a lap off the lead by the end. But everybody now getting used to these conditions. I think everybody who pitted on that previous lap before Statsenko did, I think everybody went for wets. I can't see anybody who's made a repeat pit stop unless I've missed them.
Everyone's been very brave. No, I think you're absolutely right. I think everyone's been brave and has gone, look, we know the rain's coming. Because again, like I say, when it switches over to like the timers, that is a guarantee that it will be raining in 10 minutes, right? So when it says 10 minutes, of course, we see the Hello YouTube team back in pit lane. And when it says it's going to be raining in 10 minutes, it will be raining in 10 minutes, right? Those are the conditions that it will be in 10 minutes time. So if you can time it right, if you know it's going to be a lap or two or a couple of minutes, I think that's fine. But it's when you're doing like 3 or 4 laps on wets on an actual dry track, there's a problem. I mean, the rain has come down heavy, and it is going to be getting even heavier than it is now to over the next sort of 20 or 30 minutes before the rain stops about halfway through this stint.
Yeah, and at that point, what do you do? In hindsight now, I would have put maybe 3/4 of a tank in at that stop, maybe, just to lighten the car up, shorten your pit stop a little bit. But it's easy to say that now with hindsight, now that we know that the rain is going to be shorter.
Oh.
That's late on the brakes from Matsusaka, and that's going to be off the road for the Aston Martin. And through goes James Parker as well in the Burst Esport Bentley, as the battle for P3 also starts to commence It looks like Matejda here very, very strong in the wet weather conditions in that Ferrari. And they're both leaving BS Competition and Red Velton behind.
Yeah, I think the BS Competition car was looking a little bit stronger a lap or so ago. Maybe as overpressured tyres, as there is SMP. Of course, Alex Smolyar did a great stint after receiving a driver penalty, did a great stint to rise the way back up the order, but Oleg Sholobov having issues coming down into no name. As let's see what happens. Can Manisha hang on from Mattea? The Armamentario car seems to struggle just a touch at the early stages of stints. That might well be also down to the torrential rain that we're getting at the moment. You couldn't believe half an hour ago it was lovely blue skies and sunshine. And I say you couldn't believe it, but you absolutely could, because this is Spa.
Yeah, I was going to say exactly that. You absolutely can't believe these conditions, because we see this time and time again. And sometimes I wonder why we're surprised, but it is still a surprise every time. And it very much benefits and harms certain teams at this stage. As you say, Ontario seems to start slow in these stints, but I would actually argue that it's not them starting slowly, but it's Matejda actually driving very, very well right now. Because you see the way that they're leaving the 89 and the 171 behind. You know, Ontario are getting away from them as well. So I don't think that Honda's slow, just that Ferrari is unbelievably quick.
The other two splits are completely dry and also approaching a third of the way into their races. 6 hours and 25 minutes left to go in challenges, 6 hours 45 left to go in rivals. Of course, their qualifying sessions were much, much earlier on in the day, and they are already deep in full commentary from each of those races, as well as Split 1 and Split 2 of the iRacing Daytona 24 Hour, the first of the VCO Grand Slams of 2023, all underway, along with us here at twitch.tv/VCO Esports. You saw the little thing that popped up there. If you're watching on YouTube, you can head over there to see everything. And to be fair, the chat, it works across all of the... it's one chat for all of it, which means you can chat to like-minded sim racing individuals who love seeing racing on this Saturday afternoon. It's been an incredible start to proceedings. Let's talk you through what exactly has been going on here in the cash split. Avalante leading in the Simweather Pro by Vides machine, having a great start to the race. Started from second position to rise up into that first spot to build a 7.6 second lead over the Yaz Heat car, which is looking slightly faster in these wet conditions that have only been coming down for around about 10 minutes time. Manisha, who we were looking at here in this battle in the Armamentario car ahead of Mattea for Racing Point, have been sent off a couple of times in this race, but they're in fourth spot at the moment and trying to attack. Championship leaders Arthur Camera and the BS Competition squad. Gregor Schill started the race. They started from 11th spot and have worked their way up into the top 5 in the opening stages. Have our championship leaders just getting ahead of the Ren Velton Esports car finally after the very long end of the first stint where they were sat behind them for quite a while. Then you've got Batafilia for Arnage Competition, Hoban for Unicorns of Love, and then the 777 and the number 1 rounding out the top 10. Mattea's going to go potentially in too deep here, but actually pulls it up to the first apex going through the bus stop, and somehow Mattea in that Racing Point car gets past Manisha in the Armamentario machine to get up into the third and then final spot on the podium.
Oh, if you compared the braking spots of those two there, you would have said Mattea's sailing off here, but he somehow managed to get it stopped in time. And he is up to third place now. He is so quick in these conditions by the looks of things. He's leaving the two cars behind, and now leaving Manisha behind as well after overtaking that Honda. We'll see on the run up towards Les Combes whether he can finally consolidate that place. But that got very close up that hill through Eau Rouge. So very different ways of going through that section of corner there. Mattea slow in and fast out. Ontario, fly into the first bit and then suffer on the way out a little bit and up the Kemmel straight, and it looks like Racing Point will be able to get away now with that third place, and I just wonder whether he can start slashing into the lead of the top 2 as well.
Potentially so. Like you say, if you're feeling confident in these kind of conditions, confidence is king in conditions like this. It's why we see such a large differential when it comes to pace, when it comes to these wet weather conditions, and it's why we love them. I love driving in the wet stuff. I think it's an awful lot of fun.
No, I don't. To be honest.
Yes, because you're a whip.
Well, maybe. Yeah, maybe. But it's just annoying.
Annoying?
Although, to be fair, I always tended to do better in wet weather conditions because my mindset when racing was to not really complain about the conditions because, what can you do about it?
Just play in the commentary booth.
Well, yeah. Well, No, I like watching wet weather. It's great, but to drive it, it's not great. I didn't complain though as a driver because I knew that everybody else would be flying off and complaining as well. But I knew that if I didn't do that, then I'd get a better result. And and more often than not, I did do better when it rained than when it was dry. For odd reasons.
Clearly, you're a driving god, Ewan O'Leary.
See, no.
One day we're going to have a commentator's race, an actual commentator's race, or a commentator's car in a race like this. Not at this level, just to clarify.
No.
Not at this level, because we ain't good enough. I don't think I think quite a lot of commentators are actually decent at driving.
Yeah, I think so, and I think
not at this level though.
You could have competed in a field like this. I'm not saying you could have competed for the win.
I think 5 years ago, yeah, maybe.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
I think now, not a chance.
No, maybe not now, but at your driving peak, I reckon you could have competed in a.
I still maintain. I told
you.
you, I still reckon I could be on the Le Mans virtual grid.
Now?
No, not now.
Or
5 years ago.
No, I don't disagree actually. I'm not. Once again,
just not
I don't
interested.
I don't think you'd be well, not interested. Yeah, and also I don't think you'd be fighting for the win even at your peak. But definitely compete in there.
No, not unless I got like a really uber strong team.
Yeah, you'd need the best team in the race,
strong.
Maybe. To be fair, back in your endurance racing days as well, you did have a very strong team helping you as well. I'm not taking any credit away from you.
It's so true, though. Hey, I qualified second at Silverstone. I'll take that. But yeah, it's fine. We'll refocus.
Most of the season, in fact.
Thanks. I will say when it comes to this race, the last time that I commentated on a wet race around Spa was the 24 Hours of Spa, the SRO Esports 24 Hours of Spa and the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports Championship. And of course, championship leaders in that being the Veloce McLaren. It was, I think Boothby was in that car. Was it Boothby? It was definitely Eamon Murphy and James Baldwin. I think it was Boothby was the third driver. And Eamon Murphy had a bit of a moment going through the Kemmel curve. Which, this is the thing that people don't realise in wet weather conditions, is that corners that weren't really corners are definitely corners now, and the Kemmel curve is one of them. In almost no point, you might even be sat there thinking, Kemmel curve? What do you mean? Which one? And it's like, well, it's the curve that takes you onto the Kemmel straight. It's that little kink on the exit of pit lane. It is awkward. It dips down just on the inside, just on the right-hand side, and it's enough that it can lift the rear end of the car up, which in dry doesn't matter because obviously you're in dry, you've got downforce, you've got grip, it's fine. But in wet weather, it can be just enough to lift the rear end up that when you're kind of pushing it over to one side, you're allowing that rear end to side. You can absolutely spin around there, and it feels like the silliest, stupidest, most ridiculous spin that you could ever possibly have.
Yeah, it certainly does, and I mean, it certainly is enough. I mean, it's marked just turn 6 on the track map, to be fair, and I normally complain about curves like that being included as corners, but I guess you could excuse it on this occasion. But also, the one that really catches me out is the second part at Pouhon there. You've got the initial left-hander of turn 12, and in the dry weather conditions, once you've kind of got yourself sorted out, once you've kind of almost bleeded the car of understeer, I suppose, you kind of get on full throttle, and then the second part is not really a corner anymore. It's just kind of, you just flat on the throttle, and you are putting a strain on the front right, of course, but it's not really anything to worry about anymore. But in the wet weather conditions, it is certainly something to worry about, as Triton Racing are off to the right-hand side there. I think that is. It's Abeladze.
No, Simware.Pro by Vides. It's Simware.Pro by Vides. Vacislav Abeladze has had an enormous off at the top, and that car... And that is the worst way to have spun around. I feel so bad for him. It's so easy to do. That car is toast right now. They'll try and bring it back into pit lane, will Abeladze in the Simware.Pro team. But whilst Malinovsky and the Yaz Seat squad were struggling going through the traffic, Abeladze had already had a moment. I can promise you something. In the wet weather conditions that we'll be seeing on and off throughout today, that is not the only car we will see off at the top at Eau Rouge and Raidillon. We will see many, many, many more. Let's see who is struggling ahead of our race leader, our new race leader right now. Vasquez Rodriguez gets out of the way in the Visceral Esports car. The next one up the road is Mia Rose, I believe, in the Queen's Designs car. Is going to jump out of the way, potentially. Or potentially not. It's not Mia Rose, and it's not the Queen's Designs.
That's BMW. It's Jordakis is stopped to the Kemmel Straight. What's going on here?
I guarantee that'll be an issue through the Kemmel curve.
Yeah, well, it's
almost
the right position for it. It's the right position for it. Certainly, that's a dive down the inside on that BMW. And I don't know if that turned out too well for whoever was involved there, I'm afraid. But that was a lot further down. The order... yeah, it's maybe the 39 BMW. Is that a car? Yeah, it is. They were battling with the 77 Aston Martin and the Hello YouTube car as well. Actually, that's dropped all the way back down there. We were asking earlier on how far are they going to drop back down. Well, they're 5 seconds off Malinowski. Only they're a lap down, unfortunately. So that's how much time they've lost. I thought they would have lost more actually, but they certainly did lose a lap.
I do believe, by the way, it was a solo issue for the Simware.Pro by Vides team. There was no one else really around them when they went off. So I think Abeladze had a solo one, which I can confirm is very easy to do over the top.
Yes, it is. And I'm not surprised. Not throwing shade at Abeladze at all. Obviously, he's a really strong driver, but he was being caught by Malinowski, and I just wonder whether that started to fester in his mind a little bit and thought, I need to start driving a bit faster here. And maybe just started to push the limits a bit too far there for this distance in the race. I mean, I don't know whether it was Malinowski versus Abeladze in terms of the fact that Yassit were coming out on top, or whether the setups are different and Yassit have adapted theirs a little bit better for the wet weather conditions. Is the Honda a bit better in wet weather conditions? Don't really know. But I do think that falling gap just started to play on his mind a little bit, and he's overdriven the car as a result. Although I don't know.
No, I completely agree. I think that could very well be the case. Chowdak is under a lot of pressure now from Valentin Barriere, who's got past Wolf Matuszka on the run up towards Blanchimont, done way before it. Valentin Barriere nearly clearing that car straight off the road, the TF Racing car, and then obviously you've got Parker getting his way past Matuszka. Bit Bentley on Bentley action at the moment for 17th position on the road as Valentin Barriere has run past. The Honda looks absolutely dynamite in these conditions. Barriere having moved up that spot, still got Chowdakis getting back to the inside and squeezing Valentin Barriere off. That was a little bit unkind.
Yeah, unkind, bit rude, but I suppose just about in the rules, I guess. Going to fall right down though is Barriere. I think Sport are going to lift off and let them back in. That's James Parker at the wheel now, but 4 drivers who are very close going up the most dangerous corner on this circuit. As you said, the Honda looks absolutely fantastic in these conditions right now. Oh, and there's the little bit of a slide and a scrape along the wall for the number 10. That's exactly what we were talking about, up the Kemmel Straight, and Barry looking to take advantage of that. Squeezing down a very small gap down the outside there, but he's just going to wait for the Bentley to go wide and outbrake itself into Lecombe.
Yeah, I wasn't sure that was the side that Valentin Barriere should have been looking. Looks once again down the inside of Malmedy. I just remember for the number 10, that is the number 10, the 41. That is the second consecutive lap we've seen potential issues going through the Kemmel curve. I've told you that it's a problem, and for them, clearly their setup is not really working for it. Right, here we go, Ewan. This is what's happened to Simware.Pro by Vides. Let's see. So use a lot of that curb over on the left. It's already out of focus. Breathes on the curb on the right, and that is enough to just lose grip on the right hand side. Big spin, and that is a massive hit on the barrier. It's such a tough one coming through there, and like you say, you're touching any curbs. These painted curbs, they don't have any grip in the wet.
No, they certainly don't, and you could just see there that once he started to lose it, there was no way that car wasn't ending up in the wall. I think even with the new layout that Spa have now, with the walls pushed back a bit, I think he was still going to find the barrier there. Yeah, it was a big bit of contact, but he is staying out, he is braving it out, and I think that is because, as you said earlier, the rain is stopping soon. He's losing, about 2.5 seconds every sector, or maybe 2 seconds every sector, 6 seconds a lap, quick maths.
Well done.
Thank you. I think he's just staying out until the dry weather again, so he can obviously get repairs and get the dry tyres on. And he's praying that this track dries up sooner rather than later.
Can we have a round of applause for Ewan O'Leary there? 2 times 3 on broadcast as well. This is what happened to Visceral. A slight spin just by themselves. It's only a little half one, and then managed to get back going again. We're going to see quite a few of those. The rain, by the way, will stop in less than 10 minutes. That's how little this rain's staying. I think genuinely we're talking about the next 5 minutes the rain will stop. Then obviously the track has to dry out. So
exactly. But that's why Abeladze has stayed out, is because there's no point coming in and repairing and putting more wets on, even if the car is badly damaged right now. It's worth staying out there. Chordakis was having not a great time over Eau Rouge, but it was at the Kemmel curve here where things went really wrong. He went for a strange line there. Went very wide, but almost a perfect pirouette. Struggled to get back going again, but he did. Thankfully, he didn't get collected by anybody as well, because that would have been huge.
Probably wasn't in the right gear, to be honest, to get back going again. And then obviously had a similar issue on the very next lap, but now has to worry about defending from this lot. Sholobov in there as well, who was still having issues at no name. You've got Sviderik as well for the Polish Carbon Sim Sport team. Thankfully, it's just those two directly behind, so it feels a little bit too far back to be involved in this fight. Mia Rose, 22nd again, much further back, but having to deal with pressure from Poris and Marek Schintz, who's still behind the wheel of that Race Anywhere Sim Sport car that we're looking at now. There is Mia Rose potentially being passed by the Leopard Esports Aston Martin, and just getting into the rear end as well. Thankfully, just a little spin, nothing too much when it comes to damage. And I do actually believe that Mia Rose was pulling off to one side to try and let Aporius back through, but obviously the spins just slowed him down much, much more. Yeah,
wasn't going to wait for him to recover his spin again before letting him back through. Oh no, well, fair play. Fair play for that. I hope they avoid a penalty as a result, because that
still
is
probably going to be a penalty.
Yeah, it might be.
Based on what we saw in Barcelona, it would still probably be a penalty.
I think so. But unfortunate, really, because they will have lost quite a lot of time just doing that. And I get why, as a result of that, people say, you should never wait for people when you do that. You should always just take your medicine from race control. But I prefer to see it settled that way, to be honest.
I agree. There's a respect about it.
Yeah, there is. It feels more respectful to do it that way, really. So. I kind of think a penalty on top of that might be harsh, but I get why race control would do it.
I always kind of think that it's like, right, okay, if you were going to give a penalty for it, you give a much lighter penalty. We didn't see that in Barcelona. We saw the penalties were given out as if there was no returning. Fair enough, if that's race control, then fair enough. But like, we had this with Williams Esports, obviously, and I still maintain that if I were in Williams Esports' boots, I would have done the same thing. I would have lifted off to allow the BS competition to come through, and then you still get the penalty. So if I'm Williams Esports, I will never ever do that again. Never let them back through again.
Yeah.
Just because what's the point?
In that situation, I get why they still got a penalty. As Nicolas Beausoleil has found himself in the wall in a big way there, in the Mercedes. That's a lot of damage, and not for the first time for the 137. Oh my word! Just breathe in. Barrier certainly did that. Through the middle, and he will get through into 16th position, and that was very scary, but he wasn't going to lift, he wasn't going to be denied by anybody there, was Barrier.
That was, yes, terrifying, is a way of putting it. Valentin Barrier, post drive-through penalty, up to 16th position, closing down on Matushka. And again, looking at Brabham's cars, to be fair, all of the Hondas, but the Brabham car as well, looking like it's got some really, really solid pace this round to work their way forward with. Oleg Zholobov dealing with the attempted pass on Chaldakis, and again Sviderik is sat there. These three have been quite close for a little while, losing out time to those ahead. Parker nearly 3 seconds clear of Chaldakis at present. Let's take a look at replay on board to see exactly what happened. That was on board with, of course, Mia Rose, and this is how the Leopard Esport car gets through, and then the contact that goes with it. Such a light touch. It does not need to be heavy in these conditions. A light little touch. You can see immediately Mia Rose pulls over to one side to try and bring that Leopard Esports back. Again, I like, regardless of penalty, respect to that, because you've got to accept you're going to lose a lot of time for doing so, even with a potential penalty on the horizon. You're losing more, obviously. You've got to expect you're going to lose a lot of time. They've also had a spin, so you're having to lift off even more to let them back through. There's been no damage, and the tyres won't even be that worn out from it. for me, if it was me, at the most, that's a warning. At absolute most, that is a warning.
Also, I think that Queen's Design may well argue that, Lipa Esports pulled in front of us there, really. I don't know how far they get with that, with race control, but I think there is a case to be made there. It's, oh my word, that's scary. Covenant round the outside of Abeladze, but around the outside of a damaged car at that corner, my word. But yeah, I think there is a case to be made for Lipa Esports just pulling in front of Queen's Designs just a little bit there in towards Lecom. And that's what initiated the contact just a little bit. So I don't know how far they get with that, but yeah, I like the respect side of things as well. With that battle as Max Voigtner makes his way down the inside now of the 38. Triton Racing back inside 12th position now, nearly inside the top 10. That's a really good recovery from their issue on lap 1.
Yeah, doing an absolutely sterling job as of present. Like I say, I think fortuitous is not going to be the right way of putting it, because obviously it wasn't the same as what we had in Monza, but almost in that same degree where they were sent off into the barrier. Now, I think they did touch the barrier, yes, but I don't think they received any real damage from it. So they were able to carry on. They didn't have to come into the pit lane, and they might have even been far enough back they avoided all the calamitous stuff coming out of the exit of No Name. But still, regardless, to have in an hour and a half gone from the front of the grid to the back of the grid and then back towards the front of the grid, bravo.
Yeah,
bravo.
That's off to them. We've seen a number of great recovery drives actually so far. As by the way, just noted, it has stopped raining with less than 7.5 hours to go now. Very wet out there, and nobody's going to be thinking about the dries just yet. But it always just surprised me just how quickly it dries out around this, or on ATC, to be honest. It dries very, very quickly. I guess the fact that there's nearly 40 cars here helps. But yeah, we might well be seeing dries pretty soon, really. And Abeladze is certainly one of those hoping that it is sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I think literally we can be talking 10 to 15 minutes that we'll be seeing the dry enough line. Obviously, when they pit, they'll be definitely heading back onto the slick tyres. That is pretty much assured. But then knowing this kind of circuit, it's that kind of one where it's like, oh right, so you've gone back onto slick. Oh, it's raining again.
Yeah, exactly. How long is that going to last, really? This next dry period. I have a feeling that won't be the last we see of the rain. And speaking of recovery drive, Valentin Barrier is having a fantastic time of things here in the Honda. Admittedly, as I said before, the Honda looks very strong in these conditions. We've seen that with Malinowski and a number of others as well. But you've got to give some credit to the driver at the same time. Looking pretty good right now for Brabham Esports at the back of RCI.
Well, Race Control have had their say on the issue between Queen's Designs and the Leopard Esports car. Instant between the 23 and the 42. It will be a 5-second time penalty to the Queen's Designs team after that contact as Valentin Barrier, whoa, had to lift out of it quite a bit there. That would have been scary. Matuszka having a very slow run over the top of the hill at Radion. And Brabham Esports making up the spot back inside the top 15 with that move. Brabham Esports working their way forward. Now got 11 seconds to deal with before they catch the LFM car that's presently running in that 14th spot. There's a few that are pretty close, 3 that are separated by around about 4 seconds. So should be handy to close up to the back of Vojna Haladaki and Britannia. I definitely think that Barrier's got the pace to do so. Yeah,
I think he's really got fantastic pace. And without that penalty, Brabham Esports will be wondering what they quite could have achieved today. And that is always a disappointing prospect, I suppose, for a team, thinking what could have been. But yeah, they do have fantastic pace. And another team we can bring into that category as well, we've not seen for a while, is Williams Esports, obviously, who are in the championship fight. They're just over a lap down. They're not really losing that much time to the leaders. They're still only a lap and 8 seconds away from Malinowski, so they're actually only lapped by the leader himself and then no others, which is very impressive. I still think Williams Esports could even sneak inside the top 10 by the end of this, because I was thinking earlier on about where they could get to. They're staying roughly 1 lap down, almost exactly. The last car on the lead lap last race was 8th, and that was only a 6-hour race. So, I think Williams Esports could be in with a shout of a top 10 by the end of this.
Yeah, I mean, I say you just got to keep fighting. You just got to keep going. You think BS competition would have known they would have recovered to second when they spun round. Then it would have even been on the cards, and yet they still did at Monza. It's, like I say, you've just got to keep eyes on, keep focused, and chin up. I know it sounds like such a rubbish piece of advice, but sometimes it's the best thing that you can do. You just keep focused on the race at hand and on what you can do, what is in your control, not the ifs and buts and the could have beens. It's about what you can do now. Again, those struggles for Abeladze, I think, will actually be dropping back in the next 1 or 2 laps back to these two, but his time out with a damaged car might not be lasting too long, because again, you can see that drying line. In fact, it's going to be much less than 1 or 2 or 3 laps. I think it's going to be 1 or 2 or 3 corners, knowing where they are. Sasha Vasner was looking one way and then back the other to try and make a way past Ladaki. Bit of a squeeze there. Now, was that a squeeze from from Ladaki on Vasner? And was that squeeze the defining moment, or was that Vasner making contact? That's the thing. Who instigated the contact?
Exactly. It's the age-old kind of conundrum when you're working out who's at fault for these incidents. But I think these wet tyres looking very, very slow now. The track certainly drying out, as you can see, and it is going to be a case of a few laps, if that, at this stage, to go back onto the dries. But I think once somebody comes in, then a lot of them are going to be in all at the same time. It's safer to go with the pack, really, than go out on your own. This is a replay of what's going to happen. I'm edging towards the McLaren squeezing.
Same.
But I've been proved wrong before. And I might well be again by the end of this straight. Let's see.
From what we initially saw, I agree. I think this is a McLaren squeeze. They had that moment that we've seen from a few. Great catch, by the way. Unbelievable catch from Ladaki. Let's see. So obviously the Mercedes goes to the left.
Yeah, he's on the white line, the Mercedes.
Yeah, and you've got to give a car width to the end of the race. If it's the dry, you can use that curb. Fair enough. We're not in the dry. You cannot touch that curb on the left. That Merc can't really go anywhere else. No, it's not really alongside, so fair enough. I would say that is more on the McLaren squeezing. Beautiful blue sunshine, though. It's looking like it's turning a bit warm here on circuit.
It certainly does, and track conditions drying out. The situation for these drivers starting to change. Camera down the inside and getting into the top 3. Unicorns of love now. Nicholas Huben into the top 5. That Porsche looking very strong in these wet weather conditions, and especially these drying conditions as well. We always say the Porsches are so good in the wet weather conditions. It used to be more the case, maybe 5-8 years ago or so, when they had the engine on the back wheels, basically. But now moved a little bit further forward, of course, but still hasn't lost that DNA. Still very, very strong in the wet weather conditions, and maybe they're hoping that it will return, or it would have hoped. They would hope that it would have got a little bit longer, the wet weather conditions, but unfortunately for them, it's going to dry up again very soon.
Yeah. Who knows? Maybe one day we'll see a 911 with the engine in the front. He didn't say that. It's fine. That's not going to happen. Don't worry, any Porsche fans. That's me removed from any Porsche work in the future. It was a joke, all right?
I think Sebring will get resurfaced before that'll happen, to be honest.
Well, I've heard that there's someone on this comedy booth that wanted Sebring to be resurfaced.
I never said that.
He did, though. He did, I don't think he said that you wanted this right. No, so we're not gonna go there. It was like 6 years ago. It was a very, very long. It wasn't even that far, but
no, not 6 years ago. I wouldn't have been brave enough to say that 6 years ago. I don't think.
It was like probably like 4 years ago.
Yeah. So
how long have we been working together? 4 or 5 years?
Too long.
It was season 12 of VC. I just can't remember what year it was.
Season 12 was only 3 years ago. So
only 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Goodness. It feels like it's been a decade.
Yes, it does.
Because that's how much I've had to put up with your rubbish in this commentary booth. Either way, conditions certainly drying up. Everyone's getting themselves ready to switch drivers to get in for the dry stints. Would you switch drivers at this point?
Well, to be honest, if I was in charge of the race, I wouldn't have switched last time. So I guess this time you kind of
have
got
to.
Yeah. But then, because you don't want to leave a driver in for nearly 3 hours. But then again, like, it's kind of difficult for a new driver to get up to speed in these conditions as well. So I think if there's a driver waiting and would be comfortable with getting in these conditions, then I would send them out, because you don't really want one of your drivers using up nearly all of their drive time pretty much immediately. They've got 4 hours 20, but that basically equates to 4 of the stints in the race. And so I would change probably if someone's comfortable with that.
I would absolutely change, because as much as I get the conditions, the difference, the difficulties, etc., etc., you've got to remember with these that realistically speaking, I thought that was happening. I thought that was happening. There was a bit of a slide there from Voitania coming into Eau Rouge, touched too much curb, and it's yet another Ferrari having issues at Eau Rouge and Raidillon.
Yeah, big issues as well. That was harder contact than the last time, as Nicholas Hubing now gets down the inside of Manisha, I think that is. He's also been overtaken. Oh no, yeah, there we are. Down the inside for 4th place. That's Unicorns of Love, but big contact for Triton Racing. We complimented them for the work that they did earlier on in getting through the field, but contact again, that was heavier than the contact that Sigway.Pro made, I'm pretty sure, but I think they'll be in at the end of this lap to repair damage and also put on the dry tyres.
Yeah, I was going to say, we're pretty much, I don't think we're quite in proper slick conditions, but I think you could really start thinking about them now. It's slightly too early, but I think you'd be okay. The only issue is potentially graining the surface of the tyres. What I was going to say, though, switching drivers now, like in 5 minutes' time, realistically, the circuit's going to be dry enough where you wouldn't really notice the difference if you've had running in the wet, running in the dry. So I think, yes, absolutely switching on this stint. I think that's crucial, because I say you don't want to use all 3 hours in one go that a driver is more or less likely to do. But like I say, we'll have to see.
It's those opening couple of laps though it's the danger part in terms of an actual incident, really, rather than pace. It's the real danger part for me that would worry me.
Oh dear.
That's worrying as well for Brabham. Triton were right on the racing line. They're slowing down, of course, because they are damaged. De Barrier very nearly did a lot of hard work there.
Yeah, but to be fair to Valentin Barrier, there is nothing he could have judged. Like, you can't know that car's damaged ahead. And so you've committed to your braking point. You obviously can't see where they're braking, because obviously the spray. You commit to your braking point where you feel like it, and then carry your way through. That Triton car is absolutely struggling around here as RCI and Burst make their way through. That's such a shame, because they were running like...
Not again.
Talking about the recovery effort, yeah, I mean, no surprise with damage on that car. Is that the commentator's curse?
Yeah, I did compliment them only a few laps ago.
It's not a commentator's curse, though.
Well, I wouldn't call it bad driving either. It's hard conditions, to be fair.
But whose mistake
he's carrying on as well.
Whose mistake
carrying
was it?
on. Well, his. I know.
Exactly.
I know, but...
It's not that they disconnected or it was bad luck.
I'm not going to call it bad driving, though, because, I know it's a mistake, but...
Yeah, it's a mistake, though.
Bad driving indicates that I could do better, I think.
No, because you're a super bad driver. Okay.
Thanks.
No, it's...
more like it.
No, it's just who was in control at that point. 'Cause it's nothing to do with us. That's me trying to basically just justify it.
I wouldn't criticise him for losing the car that way at that point, really, because it's difficult conditions, and it's been quite difficult for everybody to navigate that car as well as it falls down through the field. Burst Esports managed that, and they've now managed to get up to 15th place as well. I think the 38 just in front may have a little bit of damage as well here, because they've fallen down a little bit from the 255 they were battling with and had that incident with, of course, not so long ago.
It seems as well that there seems to be particular issues when it comes to the Ferraris as well. We've seen more issues from Ferraris than we have from any other car around here.
That is true. Maybe that is a car characteristic in the wet weather conditions. But then again, we've seen Lucas Matergio manage to control that car just fine. And he's less than 18 seconds away from the lead right now in that second place, and more impressively he's nearly 15 seconds ahead of third place, so maybe not at the same time, hard to say.
Well, there is no rain expected for the next half hour or so drivers and teams can be slightly relieved in the fact of when they come in this time, they'll be sticking the slicks on for potentially 35 minutes before we might have some more rain on the horizon. We'll have to wait and see on that one. There's been no rain dished out from what we've seen in the Rivals or Challengers splits, and certainly no rain in the iRace Daytona 24 hour. We won't talk about that. There's just rain here in us. We're the only ones that are deserving apparently of the might of wet weather conditions with 7.25 hours left to go. There was a slight shower. It's passed. It's returning its way to dry, and I quite like that. I like that in races when it goes like just for a little bit of a sprinkle and then comes back to dry rather than just sitting in the wet for so long. There is the move back to the outside as Triton continues to struggle. Team Suzuki GT Omega coming through. Burst also coming through. RCI being held back just a touch. TF Racing coming round, and the Simwed Pro car remains out on the circuit. Wait, am I thinking of Triton? I'm getting those two confused. It's fine.
They look so similar as well, which doesn't help. Simwed Pro have stayed out there. That's the car that's involved here. It's currently going side by side on the exit.
They also have damage.
The Bentley. Yeah, and they also have damage now. So that's even less helpful. We'll see if Triton, the actual Triton car, comes in. No, they stay out as well. I'm really surprised. But then again, maybe on the slick conditions, on the slick tyres, maybe it would just be almost a suicide mission doing that. Not entirely sure.
In these conditions, probably so, yeah. You'd have to have all of it repaired.
Yeah. So, but my point is that they're losing so much time with the damage anyway. But maybe they'd lose more on the slick tyres. I guess that's the conclusion they've come to. As that was a very nice pass from James Parker on the outside there for Burst Esport. Once again, didn't qualify that well this car, but races really, really well.
Did say they were one of the cars to look to move forward. A lot of the FFS racing team again working in partnership with Burst. Yes, we've said it time and time again. But they've done really well around here when a lot of the drivers were a part of the Cymax Motorworks team around here like 2 years ago. Quite a lot of that team, like Killian Ryan Mean and the like. They've got great pace around Spa. They are showing that. Yes, they didn't show it in qualifying, but they're showing it now. And the more important part, as Maxime Bettifier gets to the inside of Bernd to get up into 6th position. Another car we suspect might well be moving forward in this race. Those Lamborghinis are struggling a touch around here for sure, but still, the Arnage competition cars rising above to push their way forward, and potentially a top 5 is on the cards if they can get past Manisha as well. He seems to be struggling just a touch. Yeah,
both the 121 and 171 both look to be struggling ever so slightly, or slightly below the pace of those around them for now. So maybe there will be a chance for Arnage to get through. And you can just see the way that Unicorns of Love have coped with these conditions as well. Really, really strong driving from Nicholas Human at the moment. He's on the back of Alpha Camera for 3rd place. So it's certainly benefiting some teams and not others. And I don't think it's quite as simple as marking it down to just the specific cars that they're using, because we're seeing the same car provide different results for different teams and different drivers. Malinowski is doing just fine in the Hondas, but the 121 and 171 are struggling.
Yeah, I mean, maybe this is down to success bias, but more so probably around here down to just how each of the cars and setups and drivers react to these very, very difficult conditions, because you have to be brave to be able to attack the circuit, especially at parts like this. You've got to have the confidence that the tyres will grip even after a couple laps, where they certainly haven't done so. Kramer Racing Esports, who are a lap down, will work their way past Giannis Choudakis, pulling over to the right-hand side of the circuit. You've also got the Queen's Designs car that is in there. I know I mistook them for a BMW earlier on, and I've also mistaken them for a Porsche earlier on this season. So we'll keep it spiced up. Next time I'll mistake them for a Lamborghini. But Mia Rose having some connection issues right at the most awkward point, ahead of Vladaki, ahead of Choudakis, ahead of Abeladze as well. He's working his way back through.
Yeah, and I think just some car control issues as well, ever so slightly. Just struggling through their comp. And these conditions are getting really, really tricky now. The wet tyres will be starting to get a little bit warm with the drying conditions. And they'll not be feeling too great as well. Because after all, we thought it was going to be a quick stint on the wet tyres. But it has been a good 45 minutes now. It's not been an insignificant stint on this set of tyres anymore. And the longer you can go, the more it benefits you a little bit later on, really, in terms of that stint timer. Get you further towards the top of the hour. It does benefit you on strategy ever so slightly, but yeah, a number of these drivers now starting to struggle, and you'd probably expect Rose to get out of the way now of these drivers. There's a lap between these after all, and so it's probably best to get out the way and probably will, going down towards the bus stop or somewhere similar.
Ooh, big slides over the top as we look on the left-hand side at Maxime Batafilier to try and get past Manisha. The battle for 5th position on the left-hand side of your screen, and on the right it's that battle down for 16th. We head back to this battle for 5th. We head back to Maxime Batafilier, and the move is done. Manisha lifts off, heading back over to this though, as Oleg Sholobov coming into the pit lane. There was someone, not sure which one it was, Chowdakis losing out ever slightly. Get Closer Racing all in the middle of this. I think it might well have been Mia Rose into the pit lane. Hladaki is also in. I think Hladaki was actually the one that came into the pit lane. But yeah, Kramer Racing and Get Closer, I think they're actually battling for position. Among these two who are battling also for position, but very different ones.
Yes, absolutely. And Rose is involved here as well. So it's Mia Rose, Noah Adair and Manuel Popper here, all involved in that 3-car battle for 31st, while there's also a train going on here for 15th. Well, it was a train. Now it's just Zolobov and Georgakis as well. But it's very much time to come in for the dries, it seems, right now. I said earlier on that once one comes in, then everybody's going to be in. And I think that is going to be the case with Hladaki and Abeladze coming into the pit lane all at once. Triton Racing make their way down the pit lane as well. I think it's going to be, this lap when pretty much everybody else makes their way down pit lane.
Yeah, Britannia are also into the pit lane, thankfully, to have that car finally serviced and hopefully repaired. It's going to be a long stop for them, though, to deal with the repairs in that Triton Racing machine after that very unfortunate crash going into Erusian Radion. Got a few that will be in that camp as to those that will want to repair. Obviously, Simo.Pro Barvides will be obviously in that camp. Abeladze behind the wheel, who's come into the lane and has come to a stop. We want to repair some of that. Here's a car who's been working its way forward. Jack Alexander in the West Competition Racing car. I think he received a warning. Might have been a 5. It was 10-second time penalty. Did West Competition Racing get at the end of the first stint? Nothing over this one. It's been much calmer. Surprisingly enough, into the rain. And Augustat is the car ahead they want to pass. Battle for 3rd, though. Nick Hoban on debut for Unicorns of Love. Mistake for Arthur Camera. And is there going to be a switch here? There's a bit of a bump on the rear end as Unicorns of Love are trying to challenge for the podium.
Yeah, I don't think he really wanted to go offline into the wet part there as they went through the small curve. And with Camera going slowly, Hoban just decided to stay behind him at this stage. And you can hardly blame him, really. It will be very, very wet offline. But I am surprised to see them staying out. I guess if the drivers around you are staying out, then it doesn't really matter what those further down are doing. I think if Camera was in, then Hoban would have followed him. But since they both stayed out, or since one of them stayed out, they all will, as Manuel Pop gets himself back going again after a spin at the bus stop chicane.
Again, 3rd in the championship. They are not having a good race around Spa. Nicholas Hoban's opening up his Unicorns of Love career with a great stint, got to be said, in tricky conditions to make your mark for one of the biggest teams on the Assetto Corsa Competizione platform. A lot of pressure on Hoban's shoulders. I think it's dealt with it very, very well.
Yep, certainly has. And I mean, it's a high pressure sort of championship, and especially the situation to throw yourself into. He has done a very, very good job, and this Porsche, of course, has been helping him a little bit, but as I said earlier, the driver has got to take a lot of credit for the way that the car has gone throughout the wet weather stint, we'll call it, through stint 2. And yeah, to be knocking on the door of a podium, he'll be very, very pleased with his efforts, I'd imagine. But also will probably be getting out at the end of this stint, I would imagine, when they make their pit stops in short time. First and second have both stayed out, and it looks like these two will as well.
Williams Esports have not. Tinko van der Velde, who's done this stint in these tricky conditions after taking over from Darren McCormack into the pit lane. I suspect they typically change one every stint, so I'd suspect Igor Rodriguez will be in for the 3rd stint of this race. Williams Esports fans, don't worry too much. They will still be able to work their way up into some decent points. I've got no doubt about that, considering their pace and the issues that have been rectified on that car and the drama that's been going around. We've had a fair share of it as Carpeland's into the pit lane in the Grip Hacks Engineering, as is Augustat and the Prime Firefly car as well. A 17-second lead, though, pretty much, for Malinowski over Matea. as we head back to Batafilia, who's got past Manisha. And there was a near switch. Hoban was trying it, but not able to pass Camera just yet. It does seem as though that BMW, which we know is fast in a straight line, is removing the overtaking zone into Les Combes from the Unicorns of Love car behind, which means you've got to think slightly more outside the box.
Yeah, you do. And I think it gets really, really tricky in these conditions, to be honest, because, as I mentioned earlier, it's quite wet offline still. It's drying up, but it's still really quite wet offline. And that makes it very, very difficult to actually make a move, because typically when you do, you have to go towards the well less used part of the circuit. Sorry, and just in these conditions, you're just not able to. But you can see now the dry tyres on that 39 BMW just behind, certainly quicker than the wets. No disrespect to that team, of course, but you could argue that they are slower than the Unicorns of Love and BS Competition on pure pace, and for them to be pounding them like this, it's a sure sign now that the dries are quicker.
Which, this is frustrating when you're on the slicks and you're so much faster than the car ahead, even though they're laps ahead of you, whatever. I had this with Lars Bruggen, who ended up becoming my teammate, hilarious, around in the wet on R-Factor 2 when it was a wet to drying race at the Hungaroring. Where I changed and went onto slicks. I obviously went a lap down, and I was sat behind him, and I changed the time of race. It was so dangerous because I was so much faster, like to the point like 5-6 seconds a lap faster, purely based on the tyres. I'd lost all the time by coming in and all that kind of stuff, but still. Nick Huben comes into the pit lane then, and I think that will almost assuredly put them into third spot as Arthur Camera remains out on the circuit. Mananovsky and Matea both into the pit lane. I think Batafilia saw coming in ahead of the Armamentario machine that we just saw coming into the pit lane there, as Augustat out on the circuit trying to attack Savalainen.
Yeah, and not able to into Les Combes really, but pit lane getting very, very busy now. So you'd expect, well, with absolute certainty, everybody will be on drives at this stage, and going to look to try and get through here, Stuart, but not able to just for the moment. They're kind of stuck in the middle of nowhere, with 30 seconds up ahead to race anywhere, and behind the RCI Bentley is also miles behind. So they are very much in a battle of their own, but it's very hard to know quite who is where at this stage when some people have pitted and some people haven't, but that's going to be rectified very shortly. I believe the whole top 10 have come in there.
It's the whole top 10 except Arthur Camera, because that BS competition car didn't come in.
Oh wow, I'm very surprised about that, to be honest.
They're going to lose a lot of time.
Playing it very safe is what they're doing, but too safe, I would argue.
It's safe to the point where they're going to lose time, a lot of time. They're technically going to lose third position to the Unicorns of Love. But who are they focused on in this race? Are they focused on Unicorns of Love? Well, they kind of probably should be, because you wouldn't rule them out. Yeah, but it's kind of like they're very clearly only focused on themselves, to be honest, but more so towards the number 5, the Williams Esports, their main rivals in the championship. But the more you focus on them, the more you forget about other cars, as Lucas Schubert goes straight on through the bus stop chicane, and will lose out a couple of positions from doing so. It's not too bad. I don't know if Schubert did lose a couple of positions. I thought it was just a lot of time lost, still behind Savalainen. Manisha then out of the pit lane, running on the exit. Coming through there is one of the BMWs remaining out on the circuit. Obviously, I think a couple of laps down on this lot, but you can see now absolutely no rain on the circuit, not damp at all. It is perfectly bone dry out on this circuit, which means the swings in performance that looked like it was heading their way for various cars, potentially the Porsche, potentially the BMW, those swings are not going to quite work out so much as the track's dried. Batafilia and Camera then into the pit lane, obviously first and second in the race, but they did not stop at the same times as everyone previous. They're going to stop as we tick over into 7 hours left to go in this race.
Yeah, that's a thing I find really bizarre about ACC, actually, is just how quickly the track dries. It is very bizarre. Camera probably left it one lap too long there in terms of the drying process. and he will lose out on quite a lot of time as a result. I would imagine George Boothby's going to take the lead here. There's no question about that. And Batfoulier also has left it a bit too long, really, I would argue, for on-hours competition. So I think it's going to be Yas Heat, Racing Point, then Unicorns of Love top 3. No question about that. We might even see the 2 Hondas back inside the top 5, back ahead of BS Competition.
Well, Press Up Boy from earlier has got behind the wheel. Hopefully his arms have recovered from such strenuous activity as press-ups. Poor guy. Obviously behind the wheel at present, and we know how fast Boothby was. Actually did Q2 for the Yassi car, and I'd normally say that George Boothby is typically the fastest in that car between Malinovsky, of course, and Stutsenko, but clearly all 3 of them are pretty much identical on pace, which is exactly how you want it if your drivers are fast. See where Arthur Camera comes out, because it should really be behind Tauscher, and probably quite a way behind Tauscher, but still ahead of Manisha. Probably would have lost 4 or 5 seconds. There was Tauscher coming through the foreground of shot, so it is definitely going to be 4th position. Racing Point, by the way, having a great race, got to be said. Running under the radar, running in 2nd, got great pace, keeping the likes of Unicorns of Love and BS Competition at bay, just looking really, really strong. Where are they in the championship?
9th place, 9th at the moment. So yeah, they've been having
They've had a decent season.
Yeah, they've had a decent season. They've been quietly going about their business quite all right. A couple of top 10s, 5th place at Circuit of the Americas, best result so far. But I think, yeah, this is their best performance to date. Now that I do think back to that opener, actually, I do remember them being one of the... There was kind of 5 or 6 teams that kind of broke away from the rest of the field and just destroyed everyone else, really, in that opening race. And now that I think about it, the 85 were one of those teams, but not really able to replicate that at Monza or at Barcelona, really. So that's why they've slipped back a little bit. But you know, this is very valuable points being gained back again. To be up in 2nd place is a great job from them.
I say, remember, we've only completed half of the season thus far. There's still plenty of time for teams to bring themselves back into the fray championship-wise, whether that is fighting over the top spot or whether that is fighting over the top 10, or maybe getting themselves into 3rd and getting themselves a part of that prize money for championship finishing positions. Obviously, €1,000 for winning the championship, 600 and 400 for 2nd and 3rd. It's not a bad payday when it comes to for a lot of these teams. When it comes to potentially just a hobby for some of them. We know some of these drivers these days, quite a lot of them do treat it as more of a job, whether they're getting paid a full-time wage or even just a very, very solid wage. For a lot of them, it's a decent little payout for a little champion. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's what always puzzles me a little bit about these teams, is that how do you know how much to pay them when you don't know how much prize money you're going to win over a year? I don't know. Maybe that's...
well, you pay them afterwards, and or you do like what some teams do, which is ignore the prize money and what you're paying them, because you just pay them a rate, and then whatever the prize money is goes to the team. So if you win 100 grand in a year, that's great, but you're still only getting 25.
That would be harrowing.
Yeah, you had the greatest year of your life and you don't really see a penny of it. Yep, that happens.
There's got to be some kind of balance to get there, isn't it? And as sim racing, because in my opinion, sim racing is becoming more of kind of, it's becoming more of it feels like a sport sometimes now, in some of the dynamics that it has, and that is certainly one of them. It definitely feels like it's actually a sustainable kind of sport in terms of money wise and competition wise and drivers wise. Everything feels very much like what you would see in a motorsport or just any sport really that has transfers, I guess, and things like that.
This year.
Yeah, goodness me, yeah. It's very bizarre.
I keep getting asked by some people like, so where do you think this driver is going? I'm like, I've honestly stopped looking, because so wild at the moment, so unbelievably crazy at the moment. It's impossible to track every single move, every single transfer, every single tiny bit. And it's where social media does come in handy. So if you are one of those people that constantly posts on social media about driver switches, if you are one of those drivers that's made a switch recently and you've made it very clear on Twitter, thank you. Because honestly, it's really hard to follow sometimes.
Yeah, I find it very hard to follow actually, because when you see a driver pop up in a new team, I immediately forget where they were before. Maybe that's a me problem, but yeah, it does happen, yeah, it's been a really sort of turbulent, probably the wrong word, but just a really messy and very active sort of off season winter time for a lot of transfers being made. It's been very bizarre.
Certainly has. I say I cannot recall any time where it has been like this before. Let's speak through the race though and explain where we are in this race at present, because of course after 2 hours of racing around the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps in the fourth round of the VCO LFM FLExTREME, it is Yas Heat that are having a great race thus far. They are the ones leading after a dry to wet and wet to dry sequence. They're leading by approaching 20 seconds for George Beasley. They started this race from the pole position and they're looking to continue on that feat after issues for Simwed at Pro by Vides. Behind them, 17.5 seconds, it'll be Castorino and the Racing Point car. So they find themselves inside the top 10 of the championship. They've got themselves a top 5 in the season before, including as well another top 10. And they are looking to continue things in a positive way. Unicorns of Love, though, have had a very up and down season. Started this race with a runner-up spot in the opening round of the championship after battling with a race victory with Williams Esports. Well, they are not finding themselves in a great spot where they were expecting in the standings. After 2 mediocre races, they are rising their way back up. Obviously, with their new driver, Nicholas Hoban, who's done his first stint for the Unicorns of Love team, handing over the reins to Mitchy Tauscher, who's behind the wheel now. They pulled out 6.5 seconds after pitting 1 lap earlier than the BS competition championship leaders, who are presently running in 4th. Give you a very quick rundown of the rest of the top 10. Armamentario running 5th position with Red Velvet and Esports in 6th. And there is the Armamentario car doing a absolutely super performance. There is the Renvelt, and only 1.2 seconds separating those two Honda NSXs. The Arnage Competition Lamborghini, the leading Lamborghini in this race by pretty much 13 positions. Before we get back to Sutherland and the Grip Packs Engineering car, they are running under the radar at the moment in this race, well inside the top 10, just clear of the Prime Firefly car, and then Yonkers, the West Competition racing car that has received a penalty earlier on in this race, but they still are running very well inside the top 10. A couple of other ones that I will pick out for you whilst you're sat at home thinking who else has been running well this race. Obviously the 888 Tulip, who's running around in 15th spot at the moment. They were running up quite well in this race after a great opening stint from Alexander Smolyar and a great qualifying session. They found themselves down in 15th courtesy of a drive-through penalty. Bykov, well, they had a big instance in the previous stints. Constantianos as well, another one of those Ferraris that's had a couple of issues early on. Race Anywhere SimSport have had issues in qualifying, and they weren't able to get a qualifying lap time out and have struggled for pace around the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. Of course, a couple of the other ones, including this one here. Williams Esports involved in an incident very early doors, coming down that stretch out of no name on the very first lap. Dara McCormack behind the wheel. They had a lot of damage. They had to pit on the first lap. They've done a great job to rise their way back up the order, even into 24th spot. And still confidence is high within the camp. A couple of other ones to pick out, Matej Tuskovic being one of those that had early issues, as well as the number 7 Gorka, who is down the order at the moment in 33rd position. That is 3rd in the championship right now. They are not looking to have a particularly good race. They've finished in the top 10 in all 3 of the races so far, and if they finish in the top 10 today, well, I will microwave a hat and eat it on air on a slightly different broadcast another time. That's how little I believe they can do it, but you never know. Who knows?
You never know. You can't count them out.
I don't actually want to eat a hat on stream, by the way, so please.
I want to see that.
It's not happening.
No, I don't think it will, unfortunately. It'd be great for them, of course, but it is hard to see that happening. You know, they're over a lap, and well, they're quite close to 2 laps down actually. So yeah, it's not going to be a win for them, unfortunately.
Well, whilst we are here, whilst we've said before about those other races that you can go and watch, we'll discuss that a little bit more later on. We do have the starts of the other races. Now, yes, it was a few hours ago, but if you've not caught up and everything, you're kind of thinking, oh, I'll check that out in a little bit. Well, these are the race starts for the Rivals and the Challenger splits.
And in just a couple seconds, and then we can get ready to start rocking and rolling here in Spa. So, interestingly enough here, for the start of the race, it's not right there at that first start-finish line, it's later, so they're going to have to go through the hairpin, and then they're going to start just the same place they lined up in. So, still got to get through this this hairpin. You call that the source. So you're going to see them all turn right, hard right-hander here.
Memories back, of course, of Formula 1 where half the grid was lost. But yes, go ahead, my friend. This is about where they're going to be getting ready to hit the loud pedal.
Yep, go through the hairpin now, stacking up the field, waiting. ACC, obviously the sim telling him when he can go, how fast he needs to go before he gets there. Getting closer and closer to the starting flag stand.
Green light, go, go, go.
And we are officially live racing here in Spa. We'll see how many cars are still going to stay too wide as we go up here through Eau Rouge. Eau Rouge and Radion. They're still too wide as they go up there, Noah's Ark style. Now onto the Kevel Straight. Lots of opportunity here to draft up to the person ahead of you. Maybe make some sort of a late move before you get to Lake Ham.
Absolutely fantastic, cracking start at the moment. So we still have the 98 car in the lead, but a bit of a challenge running from the 88.9 and 711 car. But they do file their way through Lacombe wisely.
Yeah, look at them, 3 wide, fanning out. All drivers all over the place. You can see that's that Nissan car. They won when we were at the Circuit of the Americas. They took all their ballast possible back at Monza, except, of course, including 1 kilogram. This is looking at Luca Filippi in the Pit Stop UK, that 711 team.
Further back, side-by-side action, I believe, P4, P5. Yes, it is, right there on the screen. And they did file in behind there, so there was positions there for the 214 car, getting past that 711 machine safely, of course, and they're making their way into the tricky.
And in just a couple seconds, and then we can get ready to start rocking and rolling here in America. That Nissan was really fast, but they had a lot of problems to go through. So fantastic to see those guys back out here. Felix Van Delft, the number 13 car, he's riding around in about the 10th or 12th position, as it were. So again, you know, Dean, this is when you kind of just settle into the race here. This is when you kind of realize how your car compares with all the other drivers, how it feels for the first little goings of this race. You can see all sorts of these drivers really just taking advantage of the runoffs here. You can do that in a lot of places, but some places, Dean, you have to be extremely careful because you can get yourself a penalty by going too wide.
Yeah, penalties are going to definitely come into play a little bit later on. You're going to get slowdowns, etc., etc. But yeah, once again, this is the Challengers grid, and they've always been very well behaved, and even behaving themselves through the bus stop for the first time for the first lap. So that's good to see. And the 98 still leading from the 88.9, P1, P2. But trust me, there's positions gaining and losing. Nissan looks like they gained it up there. So Mr. Frost there up in a P10 there, getting from the Yeet machine once again, always in the action. And that's the. And once again going through La Source. I like to see it. All well behaved. No major dilemma, actually. I'm just seeing on your track map, just the 85. Is that 853 car? Must have a little bit of off-track moment. That's really about it so far. So far so good. I like it. You know, remember, it's an endurance race, and we've only a couple of minutes in already.
Yeah, these guys have been extremely clean all throughout the season. Not a whole lot of incidents, and to be honest, you know, I'm really proud of these guys. You know, the lack of incidents we've seen in this split, especially compared to the others. And you talk about, again, you know, some of that is due to not having the rain like the other splits have. But even to be honest, when it's dry, these guys still, guys and girls, really aren't getting into each other. So everything's still clean. Looking at Andrew Richardson here in this 222 Audi, these guys are really clean. They continue to be clean all throughout the season here. Now coming into Spa, we'll see what they can do. I feel like they've got pretty good pace in that car if they can keep it about that 10th place area or so. Lots of opportunities because all the cars right now seem extremely close to one another.
Yeah, well, speaking closer at the moment, the battle between P12, P11 and P12 was also getting very, very spicy. Another Audi and a Honda. it'll be interesting soon, once everybody kind of gets settles down, those tyres start to get back up to temperature. That battle is certainly brewing at the moment there. 13, and that's the Honda up on the inside. Can he make it stick? Are going to come back at the moment, so the 13 car should squeeze around off the racing line. There's also lurking in the background the 33 car, and that's as it was shouted out there too in the chat. Hello, they're going for the 33 car currently at the moment, running in P14.
Yeah, Florian wasn't really able to take advantage of Van Delft getting offline there. Of course, Moon is getting past her, trying to make his way around that Acura just up the road, but now he's got a nose there to the inside, trying to fight side by side there with another car, the other Aston Martin behind him, Van Villay.
And believe it or not, the Eat Machine got past the Nissan, so they're up in the P10 at the moment as well. It just seems they're always out-qualified, aren't they? Their race pace is 10 times better than their qualifying pace. But look at this battle, you still look at the P18.
Yeah, throw a blanket over all those cars. Wish you were beer. Love me some beer liveries always. That car currently Macau, and the 84 car. He's got Plaza just behind him in that 720 McLaren. Look at all these guys there going through Lasauce. The hairpin. Lasauce is always a point of contention. The last of the late breakers is usually going to be the one that wins out. But of course, if you can get that car stopped and turned down before everybody else, you get yourself a really big run here, of course, through Eau Rouge and up Radion.
Yeah,
that was a big corner cut there.
La Source and Bus Stop, you want to put that on your shirt. I survived both of them. That's the key. Great corners. Also, a bit of 88 car, and that's
are absent this week, so the Porsche not a popular choice for this series, sadly. But as the field gets towards the line, the light will go green, the flag will wave. Wait for it. It's that moment of anticipation, isn't it? It's the other start-finish line. It's not the one that they've just gone over. So everybody is reformed, all the nerves, all the adrenaline, and you can see the bollards marking the endurance pit lane exit. So it's the one that's up and over the hill at Radion. So they're now starting to come down the hill. They've got to be careful. It's really quite a descent. They don't want to actually be rolling too far and get themselves a penalty before the light even goes out. We are green flag racing. 9 hours of Spa is now counting down. And Reyes in the Honda. My goodness me, he didn't waste any time. Getting out there and getting on with it. Whoa, there we go. We've got the inevitable people flying around. I think whoever that was that flew off the road, stage left, managed just about to keep it out of the wall. Lots of side-by-sides going on, as you would imagine, in the opening round. Come on, guys, you know it's 9 hours, but that racing instinct always kicks in. You want to be able to better your position. Oh, my goodness, the impact! That's a spin! Oh, no, and that's someone sent into Narnia on the inside line. We'll catch up with who that is that's gone round very shortly. Oh, no, and that's one of the Hondas. That's the G-Liga Honda, I think, that's gone for a bit of a grass-cutting excursion. Oh, another impact. Every corner, there's a new impact to be found. Oh, my goodness me. Yellow flag is out. That's not really a surprise. I think everyone will recover from their respective spins, but it's getting a bit, it's going to be ugly out there at such an early stage.
Yeah, I think some of these drivers have just been a little bit impatient there. They're taking too many risks on lap one. Like you say, Chris, it's a 9-hour race, but I think some of these drivers are completely forgetting that. But I think it's just that kind of it's that eagerness to try and get track position, I think, as well, on the other hand. But I think some of these drivers just need to be careful as well. They seem to be getting it, but seem to forget that these cars are still on relatively cold tyres. They're also cold brakes, and yeah, I think some of these drivers need a good shake.
Yeah, and heavy fuel tanks as well, as that's Thomas Shivak that's going a little bit too deep through Stavolo. As we look at Julian Gonzalez there, now the field, well, most of the field at least, settling into a bit of a rhythm. We've still got side-by-sides going on. You can see at the top of the shot, that's the number 1 Ferrari in the hands of Cooper that is going a bit wide. Why did you have to paint it pink? Why? There's Thomas Shivak. Look at that, starting the lap in 17th, down to 20th, and looks like he might be, well, he's trying to get up into 19th, but then the bright pink Ferrari is going to look to demote him further, and he's going to, before the end of, before they get through La Source once more, and indeed through to demote Shivak another place. I mean, it's easy to get kind of disheartened so early on, but they've just got to clear the head, get back into the rhythm, and start to really claw back. Any lost time, side by side into La Source is always, no matter what machinery you're in, there's always a bit of a clenching moment. But Tomasz Shivak now should be getting back into the rhythm. Slightly further up the field, there's Jamie Nuttall in the Cracked Racing number 71. It was that car I incorrectly identified as going for a bit of a wander. But he's right on the back of Thomas Lang in the number 69 car, the limitless speed driving Toby Lang, it's in the McLaren. Now our Lee McLaren up into 7th place. As now people start to get into the rhythm as mentioned. It does, you always have that kind of early melee as people just finding their feet early on. We have got a couple of cars that have had to go into the pits. The 47 and 79 cars have had to go in. So that is 47 is the Stiefentung. Oh my goodness, that's 2nd place in the championship. Are in the pits already. Oh no, that's terrible. And the 79 is the G League car, so they did fall foul of the early melee. Oh, disastrous. Still lots of side-by-sides going on. Oh my goodness me. There's right behind Jamie Nuttall is Lindner in the 901 Mercedes, trying to get ahead of Adamu in the 158 Aston right behind where we're looking. There is a bit of a gap forming for 2nd to 3rd. There's our pole sitter, Niklas Gross, that for Venari in the Lexus, trying to get back up into position. As mentioned, that number 10, Russell Reyes, the number 10 Honda, the JMX Phantom squad, who sadly missed the opening round of the season. They've really hit the ground running. As now the first kind of rating laps are coming in, of course the fastest going to the now race leading Honda in the hands of Russell Reyes. Now the 47 car I can see has back out of the pits. The Steifen Reitenvest Audi is back out on track. Number 79 seems to still be in the pits, sadly, so huge incident that the G League Esports squad were involved in. Now looking at Mikolaj Nowicki in the 808 car. Real squabble going on here. This is for 16th place, I believe. Whoa, careful of those curbs. You will be sent into space. Oh, beg your pardon, that's 15th. So there's Gonzalez in the treble 9 car, the SPD Emerald Racing Ferrari, that is fending off the advances. Look at that. So that is the number 9 BMW fending off the advances of Shivak in the 467 car you just saw in that shot. Still side-by-sides going on. I keep saying, they're getting into the rhythm now, and then we'll look to find another squabble going on. Oh, no, trouble! That's Francesco Adamu from the... had a bit of a moment, started the lap in 9th, is now down to 12th. The Ida Pro Esports car is now being challenged by... That's the SimSport car that's now coming through.
Well, there were the other splits, challenges and arrivals. Of course, the challenges splits brought to you by Austin Bulkey and Dean Hopton. And the arrivals split, Chris Buxton and Ryan Walker, taking you through all of the races, which you can watch by going to twitch.tv/VCO Esports and going into the command centre, where you can take a look at those races. You can take a look at these races. And of course, you can take a look at the VCO Grand Slam, the iRacing Daytona 24-hour, which Arjuna was just on. He'll be back with us in a little bit. Don't worry, in about half hour, 40 minutes time. In the commentary booth, though, again, that short period, with myself, Liz McGlade, Ewan O'Leary taking you through more action as we stepped aside. I don't think too much has happened, but we are dealing with some bright blue, glorious sunshine around here at Spa in all 3 of our splits. TF Racing just received a 5-second time penalty for contact. Outside of that, not too much has been going on. It was between them and the 72 Brabham Esports car. After that, nothing's really been going on. We had a lot of discussions from race control in the opening hour of the race, Ewan, and from that point on, not too much.
Yeah, they've had a bit less to do since then, and they'll be pretty thankful about that. I think we are as well, because it means less incidents are happening, and I think that's partly down to the wet weather conditions, really. A little bit less wheel-to-wheel racing and less incidents, and a little bit more just survival, really, over the last hour and a half or so. But back into the rhythm now of dry racing, and it almost looks like a completely different race right now.
Yeah, it's bizarre that we've been through a wet stint, because you wouldn't think it looking at it, as Chilok gets past Jan Willem van Oomen and up into 14th position rather, moving up from 15th position to 14th. And then does have Laurent not too far ahead. Schubert and Savalainen battle over 8th position. Prime Firefly working their way up, and Jonker's not too far back, just 6 seconds. But we do know with Spa, when you fight around here, you lose so much time.
Yeah, you do lose a lot of time. I mean, generally, the moves are made in Les Combes and that kind of section of the course, and then when you're coming out of there, there's kind of more corners that sort of invite side-by-side racing. Sometimes you can stay there almost until Pouhon, and then the car on the outside normally gets brushed aside, but sometimes it can really take a long time, and that's really what sometimes means it does take a lot of time. I mean, sometimes it is as simple as that. Triple Eight getting up into 13th position, head of RCI, but sometimes it can go on for corner after corner, and you lose an awful lot of time, and that's the problem for these kind of cars like SMP Racing Esports, who are trying to fight their way back through the field after issues earlier on.
Yeah, that drive-through penalty, of course, that Smoliar received in the opening stages, courtesy of contact on the very first lap up into Les Combes. Did a great job to recover it. This car's clearly very, very fast. That's the important bit. Arguably, it's the second fastest Ferrari of the day thus far. The fastest going to that 142. Yes, it has the fastest lap, but it did also qualify in second position as Symphony of Pistons get out of the way. They're on the back end of Magnini, but it was the Armamentario car that was coming through behind. Obviously, the Armamentario car is the one that's up inside the top 10 at present, ahead of Remvelt and Esports, and so the just a slight step aside to allow them to pass before they can get back up to the back end of the Gatterchain Ballast Esports car that you can see just ahead of the Armamentario one now going through the foreground and then backgrounds are shot. Lots of blue flags being waved by our virtual marshals as they will be very, very busy. Baron Bischoff also quite close at 31st and 39th, as is again these two. Obviously Jan Willem van Oomen and Laurent, and where in comparison about 8 seconds back is Bykov. I'd suspect Bykov's got the pace to close in here, knowing as long as they've had that car fully repaired, they've got a lot of speed in that car.
And you'd imagine they will have that car fully repaired and that they will have the speed, because let's not forget they were leading when they went off at the top of the hill at Radion there and found themselves in the wall, found themselves with a lot of damage, had to suffer through the stint as well. Did Ambulance had to drive with a damaged car, and that has really sunk them a long, long way down now. Still a top 10 very possible for them, but I'm beginning to say that about quite a lot of teams really. There's a lot of teams recovering that could get inside the top 10, but I think there's so many of them that certainly not all of them are going to make it. Williams Esports might be one of them. We'll have to wait and see, but yeah, you'd imagine, especially when these two start fighting, if they start fighting, then that gap's going to come down even more in a battle for 14th place, quite possibly.
This is one of those things, though, when it comes to all those teams rising up to, oh, they're going to have a recovery drive, they're going to have a... Well, there's only a certain amount of spots inside the top 10.
Yeah.
If you count them, there's 10 of them. Not everyone can finish there, which means that not everyone can have these incredible recovery drives. You've got to be okay with that. And realistically, you have to look at that top 10 and be like, okay, so for one of these teams to recover into it, be it the 888 or the 142 or even this car, the 123, they've moved forward through the race. Hey, even Igor Rodriguez is the number 5, the Williams Esports. For all these teams to move up inside the top 10, it means that teams have to be moved outside of them. And who inside the top 10 now are the outliers, are the ones that we wouldn't necessarily suspect? You could maybe lean towards someone like Armamentario, maybe even Renvelt and Esports. Renvelt have been inside the top 10 this season before. Of course, in that first round of the season, they've had a couple of struggles from that point on. Arnage, they look like they're very much deserving of it. Grippax Engineering as well. All the teams that are up inside the top 10, it's very easy to say it now, obviously 2.5 hours into the race, but they're all seemingly deserving of the spots. They're all looking like they kind of belong there. So it's like, which one of them gets moved out? Jan Willem van Oomen looks to the inside of Laurent, sends it in, and gets one step closer to being inside the top 10 with a big send down the inside of the bus stop.
Yeah, I don't quite know if Burst Esport are going to make it to the top 10 quite, although they're not very far away. A little bit of a weave there going down towards the source, but I think the bottom 3 could very much be in danger. They're Grimax Engineering, the 777 and West Competition Racing as well, the number 1. I think those 3 teams are the ones that I'd maybe say could lose out, because I'm just looking, not because of their standard more, but because of the standard of some of the teams that are coming up to them from behind right now. We've got Kieran Prendergast in the Brabham Esports car, currently 12th place, not very far away. He's got a bit of catching up to do there, but you know, very quick driver, very quick team. Got the AAA SMP Racing Esports car as well as the Simware.Pro 142 as well. Those 3 teams, I would argue, are stronger than the bottom 3 inside the top 10 right now, but as I mentioned, they do have a lot of catching up to do.
I mean, you've got to remember, though, about the Burst Esports car here. You said about maybe they're not going to get inside the top 10. They are on 2 consecutive top 10s at the moment. They've had back-to-back top 10s at the previous 2 rounds at Monza and Barcelona, and they are looking fast. Are they looking fast enough for a top 10? I'd lean more towards you and say no, not really. I mean, let's be honest, they've got 2 seconds up to Tuluk, and then from that point on, knowing that AAA is going to be very, very fast. They then got 14 seconds up to Prendergast, obviously in that Brabham Esports car, up to Schaefer, and then to Yonkers. There's some big gaps up ahead of that. You know, even Schaefer to Yonkers is another 18 seconds. That's to get inside the top 10, which that probably won't be the top 10, because I kind of get that. I'd lean more toward Tillich and the Triple Eight rather, getting up there as well. So you kind of more have to think about the gap between them and, let's say, Grip Hacks Engineering. It seems unreasonable, but there are 6.5 hours left to go, and a lot of teams have lost a lot of time in the early stages for one reason or another. And then you've got to worry about those chasing from behind, because Baikov's not that far back, really. And even in the grand scheme of things in 9-hour races, nor is the Williams Esports car.
And also, we're kind of previewing the rest of this race as if there's not going to be any other issues for anyone else, which seems unlikely. With 6.5 hours to go, very unlikely, impossible in fact. So, you know, who knows who's going to fall by the wayside at some point throughout the rest of this race. You know, it's very hard to tell. And then I guess we'll be talking about them recovering inside the top 10 as though, and it'll go on. But yeah, it's going to be difficult for everyone. I think Williams Esports are doing a good job in terms of recovering what they can, but BS Competition have also just, you know, gained a few positions. I actually don't think they've actually done that much overtaking in terms of on circuit. We obviously see them a couple of times, but mainly, you know, they've overtaken SMP, they've overtaken Brabham Esports, who were around them, I think. They've certainly overtaken Simware.Pro. So if you think about most of the positions they've gained, some of them, and a good deal of them, have been due to other cars having problems. I guess that consistency is exactly why they're leading this championship at the moment.
Yeah, keeping your nose clear. I almost, as well, again, this is not to do any disrespect to the recovery drive that BS Competition had at Monza, but a lot of their recovery drive was courtesy not of them making moves and great pace. They did have both of those things going for them, don't get me wrong, but it was more because of other people's issues. They were gaining spots left, right and centre because they were being sent off down. I mean, don't get me wrong, Monza was a special case. The driving standards were not good at Monza. Pozzo's getting past Belandi, or not getting past Belandi with a big hit check. The Symphony of Pistons car is going to come through. That's not for position, but the next car is. That is the Triton Racing Ferrari on its recovery drive after issues on the previous stint. And that'll be Mateusz Tashkevich moving up to 26th position after that hit check from Belandi. That I can almost guarantee if it gets reported as a penalty.
I think
not
so.
A drive-through, but a time penalty.
Yeah, I think so. I wouldn't be too surprised at all. There wasn't really much room given by the McLaren, which of course has dropped down a little bit after their contact in towards Le Combe, just as it was drying out earlier on in a battle just outside the top 10. Three wide now towards Le Combe. Oh, that's a big squeeze, and thankfully Pozzo just backed off of that one for Aspar, and off the McLaren goes up in front as well as Tashkevich goes through for Triton Racing. So yeah, unfortunately things wheels coming off a little bit for the McLaren at the moment.
You've got to remember as well, these two between the Team Shisuji GT Omega car and the Aspar Racing team, I think that McLaren's trying to give the position back potentially. I don't know 100%. They've certainly not got the speed.
Yeah, I think they're just being overtaken at this point.
They've really got bad speed.
Oh, that was close.
But those two that came through are not for position. Those were battling themselves. That's Magnini versus Baisden, 35th and 36th in the race. They were battling between themselves. Ricard Pozo looking again. Yeah, this is a nervy time.
It's all allowed Soldatov to get in on this as well. You can see the 911 Bentley coming into view now as we look back from the McLaren. Just going wide through Stavilo and up the couple. Frere's going to go here. Pozo, that's a brave one. We've seen it in the past in this race already, and we're seeing it again. And now Soldatov will look to take both of them. He should pass both of them here.
This is a sketchy moment, a scary moment, an uncomfortable moment for quite a lot involved, as there is going to be the position switches. But wow, is it scary. Pozo getting stuck behind the Hello YouTube car. And like you say, Soldatov working over through. The fact that car's not further back kind of surprises me.
Yeah, I'm
considering, for those of you that didn't join earlier, Yegor Ogoroknikov exceeded the maximum stint time, which is 65 minutes, by a second, getting incredibly unlucky because of when the rain came down, by 1 second. And not only that, sped on the entry of pit lane. And so they had a drive-through and a stop-and-go 30 because of 1 second.
Yeah.
That's brutal.
It was especially hard on them, I'm afraid. And it has, well, as you say, I thought it would have dropped them a little bit further down. Let's not forget they were running about 15th at the time. I know they were actually in position 6 when they came in, but that was because of pit stops. They were running, you know, in the middle of the tens, if you like, you know, they've dropped quite a long way back from that now. But they are around teams that you'd expect them maybe to be faster than at this stage, and I think that was proved there by Soldatov going through on Belandi and Pozo in one go. I know he was obviously benefiting massively from a battle that was happening in front of him, but still, you've got to be there to take advantage of it, and Soldatov certainly was.
I mean, I think they're above where they were in where they started this race, even after all those penalties. Is the Hello YouTube car? Because I'm pretty sure they didn't get through into Q2.
Maybe
that would be a big effort.
I don't quite remember, but yeah, it certainly has been a good recovery from them. We've seen that a lot, to be honest. They just haven't qualified very well in this series.
Yeah, I don't really understand what's going on with the Hello YouTube team, because I say there is quality in that car. I think realistically it comes across as they just want to do this for the banter rather than anything else, because there is quality. Like with quite a lot of their drivers, I'm sat there being like, that's a team that genuinely if they won a race or got a podium, I wouldn't be shocked. That's actually how strong the names are in that team, and yet still we only ever see them constantly down here. It's very bizarre. It's a very odd thing, and certainly more so out of the ordinary.
Yeah, well, I'd go further than that and say, you know, they could grab a top 10 in this championship without too many problems, I would have thought. I mean, Ogoroknikov, I would argue, is probably the fastest of the three. You've got Soldatov here, and also got Bakovkin as well. Bakovkin, well, for this round anyway, have him on board. So, yeah, I feel like they are maybe underperforming, but maybe you're right. Maybe they are just using this for a bit of fun, really, rather than taking anything too seriously at this stage. And maybe the team name plays into that as well.
Yep.
The fact that
then again, one of my first ever pole positions. It was my first ever pole position in sim racing. Was in a championship that I didn't really take seriously until the second round. So much so that I did it in a team called Smile Power Racing in a police car with a massive smiley face slapped in the front. It was a Renault Laguna, and it was around the time that we were racing this. Bearing in mind this was 8 years ago. Might have been longer than that. Might have been oh god, it was 9 years ago. Goodness, I'm old. It was a pretty big championship at the time, but I'd accepted that I was going to be at the back, and so I was like, I'm going to have a bit of banter, and then one round it all just clicked, and I got a pole position in a police car, which I thought was hilarious. The series admin did not. They found it considerably less funny than I did, but still, it's fine. It's banter.
None of that story surprises me, actually.
No. Do you think I'd take my sim racing seriously?
No,
Not anymore.
No, not anymore. No, it used to. I'd imagine.
Very seriously.
Yeah, yeah. No question about that. But now they're certainly just. I think that when you're kind of at. I can only speak for myself really, but at my level of driver weight, where you're not really good enough to get into the higher sort of series or even compete in those kind of things, you reach a point where you accept that and start to have more fun with it rather than really trying hard. I don't know if that's a common thing. Maybe it is a common thing once top drivers kind of get past it. They kind of think, oh, I won't take it so seriously anymore, and I'll enjoy it a little bit more rather than taking things really seriously. But there certainly was a point that I reached that, you know.
I reckon if you put in the right effort and you had a driver coach, I reckon that you could. I saw that rally stage.
Driver coach.
Yeah. Someone to tell you the rights and wrongs. Everyone kind of has it, even if it's among mates.
Good lord. Do you think? Do you realise how much time that would take as well?
Yeah, you'd have to practice like at least 3 hours a day.
Oh god. Do you think? Oh god.
Yeah, no, that's why I stopped taking sim racing seriously. Not interested.
No.
And by 3 hours a day, some drivers, probably less so for this, but for quite a lot of championships, quite a lot of them will be doing 8 hours a day. It's not fair, not fun. Babin's going to lose out to Tishkovic here. So Visser almost into the rear end of Triton as well. Oh my goodness me. Yeah, my time to doing even more than an hour's practice for sim racing events are very far behind me. I can tell you that for free.
Just jump on an hour before, have a bit of a drive around.
That's pretty much how I take sim racing these days. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. I used to do that, to be honest.
It makes it a lot more fun.
Exactly, it does. But these guys obviously taking it a lot more seriously. As you say, the amount of work that goes into each individual round here is quite astonishing, really.
Well, we'll take a look through this race and we'll hopefully see some highlights from the race thus far. Of course, the race getting underway a fair while ago, a couple of hours, nearly 3. Contact up at the top as Williams Esports were sent around courtesy of Brabham Esports, where Valentin Barriere picked up a drive-through penalty. Unfortunately, the dramas were not done there for the Williams Esports team. There was this incident, virtual drivers by TX3 on the rear end to Get Closer Racing, coming round Ravage, coming down into No Name, a bit of a send from them, and it all just went sideways. Get Closer Racing sent straight back out into the mid-pack, and Williams Esports thrown into it, second in the championship. They had to come straight into the pit lane. Race Anywhere Simsport also involved in that. They're up there in 4th in the championship. Get Closer Racing 3rd in the championship. The only one up there in the championship wasn't involved in it was BS Competition because they were ahead of it. Big dramas, very much so, on the opening lap. Yaz Heat had to recover some of their speed. They were losing a little bit. They started the race from pole position, but they were struggling a little bit in the opening stages. The Ferraris coming through, they'd already lost out to the Simo the Pro by Vides machine, and then it was Smoliar's time to come through. A big send down the inside to take over 2nd position and start chasing down on the race leader. Yaz Heat, though, more content just to tick off the laps they had, keep the speed they had, especially as this happened to Smoliar earlier on in the race. Into the rear end of the Triton racing car that was running in 4th at the time, spinning them round and getting Smoliar a drive-through penalty late on in the race. They were also able to get their way past the Armamentario car not too long after that. Brabham Esports, Valentin Barriere, big send down the inside of the Racing Point car. Very brave to make a move like that going into Stavolo, but Valentin Barriere's feeling pretty brave this afternoon to go for moves like that. And then the rain came down. Our race leader in the Simware.pro by Vides in the 2nd hour of this race, having this moment. Bit too much curb on the right, bit too much curb on the left as well. And a visit to the barrier. A spin round, damage front and rear. They stayed out though, because the expectation was that the track was going to dry up. And so they stayed out, so they didn't have to come in, serve a damage repair, and then head back out onto the circuit, only for it to dry up, and for them to come back round again. Visceral having problems. Ferraris, though, seeming to have quite a few problems around the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps in the wet. Not only through Rouge and Radion, but also through the Kemmel Curve as well. TF Racing taking a wide line into it, and a spin for them. They were not the only ones. They did it actually on 2 consecutive lap time. Did the TF Racing car. Took them a little while to get back going again before the Queen's Designs car had a bit of an issue coming up into Lecom, with an issue between them and the Leopard Esports car. Leopard got ahead, Queen's Designs got in behind, and there was contact between the two, pushing the Leopard Esports car off. Thankfully though, or respectfully though, the Queen's Design car, Mia Rose behind the wheel, let the Leopard Esports car come back through, only giving them a 5-second time penalty. Team Shizou GT Omega, another one that was bitten around this end of the circuit, as the rain had stopped. It was drying up slightly, a slow exit over the top at Radion, but another slide going through the Kemmel curve. Thankfully a very big catch that time, before there was a bit of a squeeze between them and the LFM car. The 255 went to the left-hand side, and the Team Shizou squeezed them a touch, went straight into the barrier on the left, cut straight across, and managed to get back onto the racetrack without losing too much time. But it was not a clean bit of racing between the two of them there, with a bit of a squeeze. Brabham Esports on their recovery drive, working their up, another one of many that have recovered up. But after Triton Racing had an issue at Eau Rouge and Radion, they were damaged, they were limping, and Brabham just managed to come through without escaping any major incident, but nearly cleaned the Triton Racing car off the road. That's how things were running through the race so far. You can see it's lovely and dry out there at the moment. George Boothby continues to lead from Castorino and Michi Tauscher, and the battling has been pretty relentless from a lot of these teams and drivers.
It has been absolutely relentless, but very, very fun to watch as well. We've had a great time so far, and hopefully it will continue for the last 2/3 of the race that are coming up pretty shortly. Just over 6 hours to go right now. But this honestly looks like a different race to what we saw earlier on. The conditions were so bad, and it was such heavy rain, that these conditions looked unimaginable at the time. But it's turned around very, very quickly from a pretty damp track an hour ago to blue skies now.
Yeah, it's actually looking quite nice out there. You can see Simo de Promovida still have a lot of damage on the front end. The pace seems to be all right, unless they've got the damage fairly recently, because their pace does look okay. This is LFM ahead of Brabham Esports. What has happened here? Of course, when we came back, Brabham Esports were pretty close to the back of the LFM car. Let's see if there's going to be any moments coming up. Eau Rouge and Radion. We're on board with Brabham. Let's just double check.
Oh,
whoa, big moment for LFM. I think wisely they caught the slide before it even happened. It looks a lot more sketchy than it is.
Yeah, and just it's kind of safer really to just jump across the curb there, take the cut track penalty, and just keep your car alive. Really, it's a lot more damaging to obviously go in the wall. So probably the correct choice made there from the 255. But Brabham Esports now through once again into 11th place, not too far away from that top 10 now as well, where there's quite a battle developing for 7th place, but it involves Arnage, Gripax and the 777, a battle that may form up in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, I think we've got a few of those little battles that are just brewing, building up for a pit stop, which will probably not be that far along. Of course, normally at this point we'd be kind of thinking, oh, the pit stops are going to be in 25 minutes, 65-minute stints. Normally it goes a little bit longer. But courtesy of the rain that we had, the pit stops will probably be in the next 10 to 15 minutes. That would be the expectation at this point, running 65 minutes, because it was around the 7 hours to go mark that they all came in, right? That's about right.
It was less than an hour ago that they came in at this point, although it was spread across quite a few laps. So, we're going to see those pit stops spread across quite a few laps in a minute as well. Yeah,
we'll have to wait and see as to when they'll be venturing their way into pit lane. 1.3 seconds back is Jan Willem van Oomen, getting past the Sim RC Endurance car. Was Bykov there. Again, bits of lapped traffic here, there and everywhere. 1.9 seconds between Tauscher and Schill. I believe Schill has been closing that gap down, so there might well be a battle for third. Of course, do remember that Tauscher did pit a lap early. Not that it makes that much of a difference realistically, but did pit a lap earlier than Schill. Because of when they switched, They went from wet tyres to dry tyres. It's what gave the Unicorns of Love car such a large margin over the BS competition car that we're on board with right now. I would suspect, and looking at the lap times, Schill is closing. It came down half a second on the previous lap, meaning the next 2 or 3, I would suspect BS competition would be looking to get themselves back onto the podium. Symphony of Pistons have had a bit of a moment, though. They were battling, remember they were battling not too long ago with the Gatterchain Ballast Esports car. It seems on that one they might have been battling with Team Shazoo. And it seems as though they've come off second best in all of that.
Yeah, looks like it. Hard to really tell what happened from the moment we joined it there, but didn't look too bad. Well, didn't look too good, I should say, for them going around and whatever. But it's been a case for some further down that things have really not been going that well. Just generally in this race, really, we've already got the 137 4 laps down and not far away from being 5. So there are certainly some teams with really disappointing days. There's the contact. Team Shazoo weren't really on the apex there at all, and still got into the side of the BMW. So you would probably have to pin that on them.
Yeah, I did kind of want it with where they'd spun being on the right hand side. It kind of seems like it's always going to be assisted. Yeah, you don't typically spin off to the right hand side there, not like that, not without another car being involved. It's not one of those crashes that is a typical crash around here. I think Tausch has responded there through the middle sector because it's actually pulled out 1/10 of a second on Gregor Schill through that. Again, it's been if there has been the response in lap time, it's been an impressive little lap here from Michi Tausch, aiming for a 2-minute 18.0 at this point. So I think that was the lap time they were going for anyway. Did a 2:18.5 on the previous lap. There's a 2:18.4 on this one, so it must have been a slower one from Schill. It was actually an 18.8 from Gregor Schill. Lost out 3 or 4 tenths on that lap. So as much as we were talking about them closing in, the championship leaders closing in this battle for the podium, it doesn't seem so. They've been on the podium in the last 2 consecutive races as BS competition. Obviously they want to make it 3 on the bounce, especially whilst a lot of their rivals have had issues. Remember, the teams that are actually 2nd through 5th. Williams Esports, Get Closer Racing, Race Anywhere Simsport and Triton Racing. That is 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th in the championship. Have all had issues. Big issues today. Unicorns of Love are 6th. I don't think they're going to be moving up to 2nd in the standings, but this could be a very big round for Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, I don't think they'll move up to 2nd, but they probably will get to 3rd at this stage. Well, I say probably. Maybe with less conviction. They probably will get ahead of Triton and Racing, where Get Closer Racing. Yeah, maybe then. It's difficult to work out because Triton Racing have definitely got positions to gain there. They're definitely not running there on pace. Race Anywhere have probably got positions to gain as well. You can see them in 18th. So there's positions to be gained for both of those two. So it is hard to tell, but certainly moving into the top 5 here, Unicorns of Love. But we're also presuming that they're going to have no more issues throughout the rest of the day, and that's not a given for any of these teams at this stage.
Ewan O'Leary, desperate for drama. Desperate for drama. Just you just want to see the world burn. It's fine. That's why you. Is that why you don't? You were saying about the commentator's curse. You're just saying that everyone's having a great drive so far. Just want to see more things go wrong for some people. Horrible attitude.
Well, that is apparently how it works.
There's no such thing as the commentator's curse.
No, I know you're adamant on that.
Absolutely.
But it's something slightly humorous to talk about in terms of when we're on these broadcasts, trying to curse people and whatever. I mean, yeah, it's been around for a very long time. I'll put it that way. I mean, I can't remember a time when it wasn't talked about, really.
That is true. That is true. It's been around since certainly longer than you've been alive, and certainly longer than me. That's just that's how these things work. I mean, the thing is, I think racing drivers in real life, and this does trickle down into sim racing, they are a superstitious bunch, right? And anything where it's like the commentator's curse or whatever, all these things that they kind of like linger purely based on the fact of superstition, and I've never understood why motorsport is such a superstitious business, but it really is.
Yeah, it is, but I would argue that a lot of sports people are. Just anyone that does anything competitively.
Yeah, there is
very
that, yeah.
superstitious. Sometimes, not everyone, but even those people who aren't that superstitious still have, you know, like people who go outside to do sport or whatever. Like I put my
going
left shoe
outside.
on. Yeah, like I put my left shoe on first every time. Like, well, yeah, but. Or probably, but like, is that really a superstition? Doesn't everyone do that? Just do that anyway.
Exactly. This is the kind of thing is that there is a line between a superstition and just something which you do out of habit. Like they're two different things.
And I don't think I think when famous people have being interviewed or whatever, they don't quite make that distinction maybe between habit.
Like I think routines are good, but routines aren't superstition. Again, it's like before a race when I'm getting ready for the race, like if you're a real racing driver, it's like I'm going to put my left glove on first, then my right glove, and I don't know, crack my knuckles and whatever. It's not a superstition. It's just part of your routine. It's getting you into that mindset to get in the car. Even getting into a car from a certain side. Jensen Button always had this thing where he was like, "Oh, I can only get in the car from the left-hand side." I'm kind of like, well, that's normal. Like fair enough, obviously open wheelers they can get in from either side, so just to clarify, that's fine. Like it's just like it's not about what's convenient; it's about what's comfortable. It's like, well, yeah, but you're used to getting in from the left-hand side. Like, I don't think it's a superstition. You're not like going, oh, if I get in from the right, this car's going to break. It's just routine and getting into that rhythm. But I think the shoes ones is an odd one because I have heard that so many times. I'm kind of like, I am pretty sure 95% of people will always put one shoe on, be it left or right. But like, if they always put the left shoe on first, they will always put the left shoe on first, right? That's not a superstition. That's just what normal people do. It's such a bizarre thing. No, I'm superstitious. This must happen in this order. I think most people just do it anyway. Just habit.
Yeah, it is a habit, but I guess we all have them.
We're all weird people.
Can that be possible? I feel like it can't.
No, because if everyone's weird, then no one's weird. Yes.
Yeah. Exactly.
Got some pitters though. The 333 virtual drivers by TX3 and the number 43 whip behind the wheel, both into the pit lane, as well as the 977 Kramer Racing Esports. These are ones that would have pitted earlier, I guess. Though I still think I'd still argue that's a bit early.
Well, it would be early if these guys had gone through full stints previously, but you got to remember the second stint wasn't quite a full stint. It was basically there, but not quite. Maybe 55, 60 minutes for most drivers, which is still not quite up towards the time limiter. So we are kind of back to normal now. Bykov is in to the pit lane, as you can see, in the Ferrari. A huge middle display there. Yeah, it's kind of getting back to normal now with the synths. I think this is on time based on where when it really dried up towards the end of last stint.
Yeah, and just to keep you updated at home, because I know sometimes you're thinking, wait, what is the weather actually doing right now? The weather is going to remain dry for at least, at a very minimum, the next half hour. We are leaving the third hour complete and heading into the fourth, comfortably in warm, dry conditions, and it looks like it's going to proceed like that for a while. It's very weird to have just one small shower there at less than half an hour. I don't think I've ever seen it rain for less than half an hour on ACC, so that's cool. I'd suspect we will probably have some more rain before the end of the race, so we will keep our eye on it. But right now, definitely not the case. There is Virtual Drivers by TX3, of course, receiving a stop-and-go 30 in the opening stages of the race, courtesy of that instant coming down into no name. They are just ticking off the laps. And the car that got damaged early on, does this mean, because obviously they've gone from Dara McCormack to Tinko van der Velde, now to Igor Rodriguez, does this mean that Dara McCormack is about to jump back behind the wheel of the number 5 Williams Esports Chill Blast machine? I would suspect, knowing how Williams work, yes.
Yeah, the cycle would suggest that. But then again, they did kind of change it last race to get McCormack in at the end, I'm pretty sure. So maybe it will be changed around a little bit again. We're not going to find out for a while, because they've got to do a whole pit stop before we find out. But yeah, it's going to be going to be interesting. I wonder if they are going to save McCormack a little bit once again, because let's not forget he can do 4 stints in this race as opposed to 3 in the last, and it wouldn't be unreasonable to expect that of someone to do 4 stints maybe in this 9-hour race, especially since he started this race. Well, actually, the stint ran out pretty normally, didn't it, actually? So it wasn't cut short very much at all.
Tinko van der Velde behind the wheel, not Darren McCormack.
Yeah, so they're saving McCormack for a little bit later on. I think that, they believe it, he's the fastest driver in their team.
Well, as we depart this pit lane sequence and head into 6 hours left to go in this race, and we'll just say Babin, by the way, got a drive-through penalty. This is the second one that we've seen today of drivers that have exceeded the stint time. So we are seeing actually a couple around here in this Spa after all. These are long laps and they can be a little bit difficult. Welcome back, Arjuna, into the commentary booth. He spent a couple of hours on another platform, obviously for another VCO Esports project, the VCO Grand Slam of the iRacing Daytona 24, the opening VCO Grand Slam of the season. He comes back, though, into our neck of the woods to take you through the next couple of hours.
Only because Lewis McLeod is stepping aside, and therefore I don't have to be in the commentary booth with him for at least an hour. But yes, back here at Spa after a bit of rain and what seems to have been an interesting opening 3 hours to this penultimate round in the GT3 cars. I mean, you and I was watching those highlights about 15 minutes ago and just thinking, my word, what a busy 3 hours you guys have had.
Yep, it has been very, very busy, very entertaining as well, but that's what a bit of rain will do for you, I suppose. And also the issues that have put those real strong drivers and teams down towards the back. We've seen a lot of entertainment from the likes of SMP Racing and Brabham Esports, Brighton Racing, Simware.pro now, as well as the likes of Racing West Sport, and of course Williams Esports as well. All of those real top teams you'd expect to be inside the top 10 fighting their way through the field, and that always makes for an interesting race as well.
Lewis, by the way, going even back to the SRO Esports 24 Hours of Spa, keeps talking about how the fact that, they'll never hit the stint length time limiter, so I'm glad to see that a handful of them have managed to carry that forward from that 24 Hours of Spa, where we saw that happen on a multiple number of occasions. Pit stops are underway, so we'll get a better sense for the gaps in just a handful of moments' time, but it is currently the former pro Guitar Hero player, George Boothby, that runs at the very front of the field, and currently, at least based on what I saw in qualifying, by far the most comfortable car in the field, just in terms of the balance that they have and the ability to be able to put the car where they really want it to be. Team Shazoo in their McLaren able to get on past the Aston Martin as they run up the hill in towards Le Combe, almost like the Aston Martin was standing still at times. But of course, I think this is with just the one rain shower that we've had in the first 3 hours, and the compromise that the teams would have been having in terms of setups to make sure they had something that worked in the dry, they had something that worked in the wet as well. Right now, that balance would shift more towards having a car that was better in the dry conditions, but we still have a long way to go, and the reality is, in the Ardennes Mountain, rain is never too far away.
No, and it rolls in and out very, very quickly indeed, so we can't expect that to be the last of the rain, surely. I'd be very surprised if it is. Nearly 6 hours to go. Let's not forget, we saw it was a couple of separate rain showers at Monza, so it'll be something to keep an eye on. But then again, I think the rival split didn't have any rain at Monza when we had a lot, so it's you never know. And I don't believe any of the other splits have had any rain so far today either, so it just shows the different inevitabilities that do happen across the 3 different splits here. 3 entirely different weather patterns and 3 different settings completely. It's not programmed and inputted and installed into all of the 3 splits exactly the same. We've got 3 different eventualities here.
And to Lewis's point slightly earlier, he was talking about how that Simware Ferrari, as Seymour takers down onto the safety of pit lane, that Simware Ferrari, after having its issue at the top of Radion, then had to stay out because you don't want to have to come back in if the expectation is the rain is going to be short-lived, especially here at Spa, because you have to travel through a lengthy pit lane when, of course, Formula One comes here. They exit out of La Source, but because we're running the endurance layout, they have to travel all the way down the hill and basically only release themselves from the limiter at the very entry in towards Eau Rouge. So it is a much more painful penalty that you have if you have to come back down onto the safety of the pit lane. That does apply for drive-throughs as well, keep in mind. A drive-through here may be the most significant in terms of the impact it has on your race compared to some of the other tracks that we of course have here. Interested to see what the damage is going to be like at Paul Ricard, and of course next time out with that BMW M2 CS Racing Cup car, after you, our VCO community, chose Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya for our previous round of the championship when we went racing in the single make 992 Cup class specifications. So currently the gap at the front is holding at about 20 odd seconds between the 666 and the 85 as Team Racing Point and their Ferrari still holding on quite strong for the time being. Gregor Schill runs in third, the best of the BMWs, who have very much shown more speed in terms of the race than what we saw in qualifying, where he was the top 7, Ewan, dominated by Ferraris and the Honda NSXs.
Yeah, certainly. It's been one of those days where there have certainly been a couple of stronger cars in this field than others. As you say, the Honda's been good. The Ferrari has been pretty good as well, I have to say, but it did struggle a little bit in the wet weather conditions throughout the day. Pretty twitchy, really. We saw in the highlights there the 41 when Chodakis was at the wheel, went for a spin at the kink there. We saw Simwin Pro crash out the lead. What wasn't in the highlights but did happen was the Triton Racing car going into the wall as well. They're now down in 23rd, as you can see. So it didn't seem to be too great in the wet weather conditions. But then again, the 85 Racing Point really did very well in the wet weather conditions. So I do struggle to pin it entirely on the cars themselves, and not at all on the teams and drivers, because they're very they're very good in their own right, and we've got to give credit to the drivers. When the car's doing well, you need a good driver in wet weather conditions more than ever.
Still seeing a handful more cars down onto the pit lane as we check in with Arnage in their Lamborghini on the hunt to get past the Aston Martin for Grip Hacks Engineering. Alu Gobi behind the wheel. This Arnage competition car has already used 30 kilograms in round number 1, has elected not to take any BOP in rounds 2 or 3, and will have to then contend with 27 kilograms of ballast for the final round of the championship. We'll see exactly how that plays out for them. Almost the maximum that they're going to be able to carry. Remember, 30 kilograms, the maximum you're allowed per round. So they've tried to prioritize this in the previous GT3 race at Monza as to try and get some good points, but it does mean they'll have to pay the punishment and pay the price. We go racing to close the championship off. Here's S&P Racing Esports, who have had an interesting season overall. Alex Smoliar behind the wheel. A very capable racer, both in the real and the virtual worlds, and apparently runs that 888 about 2.5 seconds back from the Burst Esports Bentley that is just up the road from them.
Yeah, and they weren't there previously. They were battling with Sharapin there not so long ago. There has been an incident here, I'm pretty sure, for Smoliar through the middle sector of that lap. I'm fairly sure when we picked him up there into the Piff Paff chicane, I'm pretty sure he was recovering from that little bit of tarmac on the outside line of the right-hander there. After an incident, maybe that he was side by side with Sharapin and went off. We're about to see if... maybe he went off on his own. We're on board with him right now. And that's exceptionally weird. He just pulled off to the left-hand side.
Technical issue, maybe. Yeah, maybe lost this monitor, or maybe he was trying to figure out some issue with his wheel and pedals or something, but definitely not normal, and that's not what you want if you're midway, or just come out rather, of the pit lane and getting ready for what will be a full stint. And so they'll be hoping that it's not major drama. Good to be able to spool it back and to pick up how they lost the time. That was pretty bizarre, if we're being honest. Aston Martin from Lamborghini from Mercedes. It is now the 777 Prime Firefly car that has joined the fun here. And as they run right now, not far back as well, the West Competition BMW M4. So as we finished up, I think, this cycle of pit stops, it is Statsenko who jumps back behind the wheel of that Yassi 666. Mateja in the Racing Point Ferrari, then Bastian Richter in the Unicorns of Love Porsche runs in third, the final step on the podium, and only about 1.5 seconds clear of Arthur Camara, our championship leaders in the number 89. Now, I was listening to your conversation with Lewis about how you would ration out driver time if you're Williams Esports, especially when it comes to trying to maximize Dar McCormack in the car itself. The way that qualifying went was a little bit nervy, especially in that second one where we think they used their joker. I know lap 1, of course, has caused a lot of drama and has caused a lot of teams to have to fight their way back. But remember that this is very much a race where these teams are setting themselves up for the final round of the championship. Williams Esports will have no ballast to contend with in the final GT3 race of the season. BS Competition will have 6 kilograms, but they're looking good right now. And again, to go back to something me and Lewis were talking about in qualifying, Ewan, that BMW M2 CS Racing Cup car is one that BS Competition have already shown success in and will have highlighted as being a round of the championship that they need to deliver in.
Yeah, and well, not a case of, I don't think anymore it's a case where they need to deliver, because they do actually have the championship lead, but it's a case for Williams Esports to be fearful a little bit, really, of them and what they could do to the field at that race. You remember back to BMW Sim Live at the end of last year, well, it wasn't that long ago, was it? But, you know, they locked out the podium there, BS Competition. 3 very strong drivers in that race that will all be here. Well, you'd imagine will all be here if their usual trio are here for that race. We'll wait to see, of course, but it's one that Williams Esports will, I think, be really quite fearful of in terms of they could really take quite a lot of points. And if you're going into that race with a deficit like Williams Esports look like they might, yeah, they're going to be very, very scared of what's going to happen in that race. But then again, they may well not be. And they may well just kind of get on with it, and they may surprise a little bit with a great performance themselves.
Just trying to also figure out, in terms of participation and bonus points, you get 100 points just for finishing the race, and then there's up to, I think, another 100 for the race winner itself, not including any bonus points. Still the potential for others to be dragged back into the championship hunt if we have more drama in the next 2 rounds of the championship, but I think we are a little bit of ways from thinking about that, at least for the time being. Gaps still holding steady at the front, 20 seconds between first and second, and then a further 22 seconds back to that battle for the final step of the podium. We're in that phase of the race, though, where it's just everyone driving in their rhythm, not trying to force the issue too much, even if Urbik in that Arnage Lamborghini thinks that maybe he's got a little bit more pace than Alu Gobi. He's not really, I think, content to force it, especially knowing that there's a handful of cars stacked up behind and maybe thinking about the fuel games as well. Like Lewis mentioned, we get basically a 30-minute window for what we know the track is going to do. So still for the next 30 minutes or so, looking pretty good racing conditions, nice and sunny, and no rain, at least in this next short period of time expected. But that's what all the drivers will be keeping one eye out for, the arrival of rain, and if it will interrupt the cycle of pit stops that, again, we'll work our way through. 666, in terms of their BOP budget, let's not forget that they, being in the Honda NXX, the most BOP'd car in the championship, came in with a healthy base BOP and then was selected frequently enough that drivers have to ration 106 kilograms over what was 4 rounds. Yassid have basically taken the maximum possible in each of the previous races, and they're left with just 17 kilos heading into that final round of the championship. It's allowed a lot more flexibility as this BOP budget for drivers and teams to figure out how they want to maximize the strengths of their cars. And fortunately, I think in some ways, Ewan, we haven't had the surprise that may have very much changed the complexion of the championship with a major update across the board to these cars from our friends over at Kunos. Fortunately, the platform's pretty stable right now in terms of the competitive landscape.
Yeah, there hasn't been a wild change. That is always the real worry, because at the start of the season everything may have been balanced correctly, but what's it going to be like at the end? And I think the fact that this championship has taken place over a relatively short period of time helps as well. For things to change too drastically. I don't think he could run something like this successfully over a whole year, for example. I don't feel like that would quite work in the way that this has. That was quite a dive from the number 911 Bentley, and it's caused all sorts of problems for everybody there. Even Vincent Urbish had to get out the way there of the diving Bentley, and everybody's been slowed up. It's given Lugovi a little bit of breathing space here because she was defending very, very hard over those last couple of moments, and I think will be caught back up again in that Aston Martin over the next few moments. Definitely seems to be the cork in the bottle in this group right now.
Yeah, the 911 Bentley, appropriately named Hello YouTube, since most of, I think, the focus today on our broadcast is on the YouTube, with so many events happening on the VCO Twitch channel. It's 25th and at least 1 lap down, in danger of going 2 laps down in pretty short order. And there's your reminder, VCO Command Center. You can follow along not just with our 3 splits of competition here in the VCO LFM FLExTREME, but 2 splits in the iRacing Daytona 24 as well. The West Competition Racing BMW able to hold on to their spot in front of the Prime Firefly 777 Mercedes, who now get the tag from the back. And those are 2 cars that already have some previous here today, with the 777 not happy with how the 911 has handled some of the blue flags over the course of the race. And I think they've got more reason to be aggrieved now. I think the Bentley just needs to maybe get out of Dodge right now. Yeah, I didn't see the incident that made them say that previously, but I've seen that one, and there's no doubt about who is at fault, really. The 911 Bentley really shouldn't be getting into the back of a car that's, a lap in front of it. Yeah, Leon Augusta has good reason, really, to be a little bit disappointed with that. And maybe, race control will have a look. We'll wait and see on that, of course. But, there certainly is a way to unlap yourself in these kind of conditions. It's been a really difficult race for quite a lot of teams who found themselves a lap down from very early on. I mean, Williams Esports and Get Closer Racing have both been there pretty much all race now, and it's really, really awkward trying to unlap yourself from cars that are slower than you, but you will get blue flags when you overtake them. It's almost impossible to do the right thing, it seems. Yeah, on board without the camera. He's got a great slingshot as we run up the Kemmel Straight. He's going to jink to the inside, and I don't think Bastian Richter is going to put too much of a fight up. And indeed, the Zebra charges forward to 3rd, and now onto the podium. How are they going to move forward from here? Remember, they've had a bit of a driver shake-up here today. No Niels Naujoks behind the wheel of the number 89. Instead, their new recruit, Philippa Bakita, joins the party here today, and we saw in qualifying, at least I saw in qualifying, some pretty impressive speed. You mentioned a bit of a bottleneck from Alu Gobi, and already Vincent Urbich in the Arnage Lamborghini back onto the tail, but not close enough at the end of the Kemmel to really force the issue. And I think we're going to settle into that status quo once again, where maybe the Aston Martin just has enough legs in a straight line to be able to hold off the challenge behind. I've just been looking at some of the top speeds on the boards. Aston Martin's up there along with the likes of the Ferraris in terms of who's got ultimate top speed. And these 2 particular cars, we've seen the 69 reach just about 270 kilometers an hour at the very end of the straight. The 240 comparatively about 267, so it gives you a bit of an indication that there is some slight differences in the top end speed, and maybe that's why Urbich is able to stay so much closer through these tighter and twistier stuff, because he's got a little bit more feeling through the slower speed corners. Yeah, it's strengths and weaknesses. That's why we love the GT3 category, really. Strengths and weaknesses of the different cars on show right now. But I think it is just a case of not quite having the pace right now for Griphax Engineering. This Aston Martin seems to maybe be the slowest in this group, and once again we may well see the train reform here after the couple of issues we've seen over the last couple of laps. But the problem is that Gobi is just fast enough in the right areas to keep Urbich behind right now. We'll see if there's going to be a dive from Arnage into the bus stop chicane. There isn't, although Gobi still goes a little bit defensive into the final chicane, and then gets on a nice line for the final corner as well. And this is the part of defending
that is going to be very important, being fast in the right areas, and that was an example of it. Defending into the first part often compromises you at the second part of the chicane, but Gobi didn't let that happen on that occasion. Nearly got dived into La Source, and this is where the chance may be for Arnaud's competition.
Are they really going? I think they're more trying to set up by taking a longer distance now, by running out wide, so that they can really slingshot through Eau Rouge up over the crest at Radion. Both cars looking pretty stable here in the dry. No major dramas for them compared to some of the issues that we had with that shower of rain that we had earlier. And you can just see that the Aston Martin gets over the crest a little bit better and is clear. That's why the 240 is being so aggressive through the other parts of the lap where they actually have a chance to get the move done, Ewan.
Yeah, I really thought that was going to be the chance into Lecom there because of the way Urbis went down the inside into La Source and then set himself up, but it just didn't happen. And this is the real problem when you're in this kind of position. It's, we spoke about the strengths and weaknesses of the GT3s. If you're not quick enough in the right areas, it doesn't matter if you're quick enough overall, you just can't get through. That's maybe a little bit down to this circuit as well, of course, but Gobi is also needed a bit of credit really for the defending right now, because as I mentioned, you've got to be fast in the right areas, and clearly Ebish is not able to get close enough, neither into the bus stop chicane or Lecom, to actually make a move, and that's the most likely place you're going to do it. Ideally would have wanted to do it on that lap, because West Competition Racing are here now, and now Ebish is going to have to look forwards and backwards.
Still costing these drivers time. Last time by for Arlo Gobi, 2:19.367. 2 full seconds slower than what we're seeing from your race leader right now. So there is, I think, some urgency from all to try and work their way forward. The more they fight, the more that others are being brought back into the mix, including that Brabham Esports number 72, which is still about 10 seconds off the back of the 777, who is trying to hold lockstep as into the chicane. I think Urbich may be slightly overcommitted on the brakes, wasn't really looking to try and get the move done, and now has compromised himself once again, and will have to do all the work to get to the back of the Aston Martin, and then work to get past, hopefully, sooner rather than later, because they are forming up in a queue behind.
Certainly are. It really is turning into a bit of a train, of course, with the 911 of I think still Sodertov at the wheel there. For that Bentley, very much involved as well. 5 drivers right in the track. It's actually Makovin actually, but anyway, very much very close indeed. But you look at the Aston Martin out of Eau Rouge and Radion, up the Kemmel Straight, so quick, and there's just no way Airbus could even make a 0% lunge from this distance. It's way too far back, and then he's going to close right in on the brakes. And through Lecom, he's almost right back to where he was previously, immediately on the back of that Aston Martin in the matter of a few corners. It's got to be very, very frustrating.
Last time by for the 69 was a 2:18.8, so not as slow, so maybe that was just one outlier of a lap. To the outside will look the number 42 Aston Martin as it tries to challenge its way forward for a spot inside of the top 20. Going to be unable to get past the Pulse Sim Sport car that holds on for the time being, and now Tinko van der Velde in that Williams Esports car on the back of them, as one of our championship protagonists has a lot of work still left to do in this event. Just got the word that in one of our other splits, we are starting to get some more rain. So across of the 3 different races that we've got going on here at Spa for VCO LFM FLExTREME, changeable weather conditions very much at the forefront of the minds. And just look how much they cut the inside at Radion as well. You can already see they're on the ragged edge here in the dry. So just imagine how difficult it must be for them when we get the rain coming down. Again, the Leipzig Esports Aston Martin will look to the inside. A bit of squeezing there from the Pulse Sim Sport car, and Van der Velde had to check up to not run into the back of the 42.
Yeah, had to be very careful, and now he's going to strike, is he? He needs to get down the inside at Brussels. It's a late one. Tight gap as well, but he has gotten through on Leipzig Esports with a nice move down through the hairpin. and should be able to consolidate that now. Looks like he gave a little bit of room there through No Name as well, as the battle for 7th also kicking off all at once, it seems. Gobi now finally under threat, finally not quite quick enough in the right place to keep Urbich behind, and the traction for that Lamborghini looks like it's got the position.
It was the outside through La Source, but now will the superior top end of the Aston Martin help them out? As Hello YouTube gets a warning for that contact with the 777. Slingshot potentially here then for the Grippax engineering car. What does West Competition Racing do in their BMW? They're not going to force the issue, they're going to sit and see. Can Alu Gobi hold off? No, she's going to have to get into line, and now the opportunity for Jack Alexander to get to the inside through Malmedy. He'll get very, very sideways, will hang on to his car, and now we'll see as the 777 flies its way on past. But the cork in the bottle has been lifted, and now Hello YouTube tries to make it more interesting.
Yeah, that was the chance there for the West Competition Racing car to go through, really. Now they're going to have to work on the back of the Aston Martin almost in the same way that Urbich did for lap after lap in that previous battle. It's still going on here for 9th, side by side, and Jack Alexander is going to get back down the inside. The 777 looking for another over and under in this battle that just keeps changing with every passing corner, it seems. Now they've gotten into line finally, as Hello YouTube are now very much on the back of Alu Gobi as well. But it does look like eventually they will all get through here, I would think. Gobi just doesn't quite look to have the pace of those around.
Yeah, definitely not right now. And the blue flags being waved for Hello YouTube will make it more interesting as well. 5 hours and 34 minutes still left to go. Gap at the front holding steady. 20 seconds between Statsenko and the Racing Point Ferrari that is trying to chase him down. Off the camera, after getting past Bastian Richter, hasn't actually been able to clear himself of the Porsche. So they're still running pretty close in that fight for the 3rd position and the final step on the podium. And of course, for BS Competition, they know that if worse comes to worse, they'll allow the Unicorns of Love to get on past, because accumulating championship points very much the name of the game, with the championship winding closer and closer to an end. Ewan mentioned the fact that the championship is pretty frenetic in many ways. There's not going to be large gaps at any point through the season, and we're in a set of races which are basically all split by just 2 weeks. We started on November the 26th, as the 777's going to have a huge issue over the crest of Radion, and that is Augustat hard into the wall, surely with significant damage. It's going to get up and going, and somehow the front end of that car looks pretty unperturbed.
Yeah, it looks okay. Well, maybe
sounds great, but like,
yeah,
steering doesn't look that great though, just based on the body language of the car. We'll see if that's maybe just some tentativeness. But a big one in the dry. It just shows on how much on the edge that those contenders really are. Check back in, by the way, with a fight for 5th position, excuse me, with the Ren Velten car, the 171, trying to hunt down the Armentario 121. They also have now a bit of a gap back to the Arnage competition car. We'll try and it was a wiggle early before they even got to the crest, and yeah, if that car has gotten away with damage, with no damage rather, I mean, let me know what racing gods that you pray to, because I clearly need to make sure I am blessing my races in the best way possible.
Yeah, that was very hard contact, really, or quite hard contact on the wall, but seems that they've gotten away with it, more or less. We'll see, of course, over the next few laps whether Augusta is up to speed or not, but I think he is, and I think he's absolutely fine. But very surprising, really, given the amount of contact that was had at the top of Radion there, as we're on board now with Bastian Richter, watching in, and lifting off up towards the end of the Kemmel Straight there to saving that little bit of fuel. We know that a little bit of fuel saving is required if you want to get the full 65 minutes out of one of these cars at this circuit, and Bastian Richter just making absolutely sure he can do that in his Porsche. That's well, it was quicker than the BMW for BS Competition in the rain, but now that it's dried out, they've more or less evened out again.
Yeah, it's the rear engine nature of that Porsche 911, putting some extra weight onto those rear tires, helping it out with traction. Of course, even if you have already saved enough fuel to make it 65 minutes, saving more fuel just means that you spend less time potentially in the pit lane itself. So maybe if Bastian Richter doesn't think he's that much faster than Arthur Camera and doesn't think he's going to be able to run away, best thing he can do is sit in line and think about the strategy just that little bit more. In this battle between the 121 and the 171, Triton Racing in their Ferrari are now in the middle with that number 10 machine, so seen the gap grow to about 1.6 seconds. 777, by the way, is down onto pit lane, so did not get away scot-free. Yes, it was a hard contact. It was a hard lick. It was hard to assume, hard to figure out how they'd be able to get away with that one. Going back to the point on the compactness of the schedule, we started on November the 26th. We did have 3 weeks before we went racing again on December 18th for round number 2. Then another 3 weeks, I think it was, until January the 7th when we went racing last time out at the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya. It's been 2 weeks since. It's going to be 2 weeks from now that we go racing for round number 5 in that BMW M2 CS Racing Cup car at Paul Ricard for just 6 hours. And then, of course, to round out the season, 2 weeks after that, 9 hours at Watkins Glen. It's very compact at the very end, at the very tail end of the championship. One team that will potentially get a free spot by virtue of that 777 having their issue through Eau Rouge and Radion. Tinko van der Velde will scoop up 20th position in the Williams Esports Lamborghini. We check back in though with the 171 because they've been able to close back up to the Armentario car, and now we'll try and slingshot over the top of the hill, but it's another issue. In just about 5 minutes, we've had 2 cars have major drama, and this one is Joris Appel from 6th position, and now potentially stranded, as Alu Gobi potentially, I think, also has had an issue later on in the lap, able to work through the gears, so it doesn't look to be a technical issue, but it is starting to pick up in terms of drama.
Certainly is. Appel there was so close to the... Oh, my word! And the
days.
Arnaud's competition car as well. Very nearly collecting Joris Appel. Goodness me, drama really starting to kick off now. Surely Red Velvet are going to have to come in, or at least soldier on until they can, not have to make an extra stop in this race, which the 777 are going to have to now do, and the 69 Grippax Engineering team are also going to have to do. I think Alu Gobi, though, had help in that spin, or that incident, whatever happened, because you don't normally crash there on your own, especially not in dry conditions, as Tinko van der Velde tries to make a very spectacular move. Didn't quite come off. That was very, very close.
He's got to be smart here. I know he wants to get past and maybe thinks that he's got more speed, but even if he doesn't take himself out in an incident, if he gets a penalty that drops him further back, is that really worth the risk of getting past at what is not necessarily a passing opportunity? I was going to say you can get very, very squirrely through a couple of portions in the later part of the lap, but it looks like something else has already gone wrong for them, because that car is so twitchy in a way that it was not really slow, and getting onto the curb, that's why they were so slow. I wonder... Now, this is where my inexperience with... Well, this is where my inexperience with Assetto Corsa comes in. Do they potentially have a puncture?
No.
They don't get... That's not contact. That's just the car. Whoa, that's a very close call. There's no contact here that we saw. So either there's contact before, or we're missing something.
I wonder if there was contact before that. That would be my guess. Because first of all, they've only been out there for about half an hour. Tyres are not going to be that much of a problem anyway. But yeah, I think there was contact before that incident actually happened, as Joris Appel comes into the pit lane now as well. Let's not forget that Jack Alexander was around Gobi at the same time. This is it. It was with the 911. Another incident of the Bentley getting involved as a lapped car.
Yeah, this is the third one, at least since I've jumped back on. So I get the feeling that even if it's not necessarily their fault, you've got to take some responsibility for recognizing that you're not necessarily fighting at the same point as those guys are fighting. And yeah, I think there's going to be some frustrations definitely about that one, without a shadow of a doubt. Potentially means more freebies for the likes of Williams Esports, who will grab the spot from the Gripax engineering car, likely from Ren Velten in the 171. And Van der Velde not close enough into Blanchimont, but close enough into the bus stop potentially to have a look. Here's another look though at the replay as to exactly how things came unstuck for the Ren Velten Honda NSX, and it was just too much curb on the left side as they tried to minimize the distance, and that was a hard lick into the wall as we now check back in. Van der Velde up to 18th spot.
And he's going to be up to 17th here. I'd imagine he'll get ahead of Appel as well. We just saw the incident for Ren Velten. You don't often see the cars grabbing too much curb on the left-hand side and spinning around as a result, but that's what happened there. And there's the Honda down in pit lane. Van der Velde up to 17th place. Quite a few positions gained in the last few moments. In fact, in the last 10 minutes, he's gained 6 points from all of this. There's the latest pass on the road, and it was a fairly nice one from Van der Velde to get back up into 17th place now. So, yeah, another 6 points gained. Championship, as it runs right now, would be 54 points separating BS Competition and Williams Esports as of right now.
I think it's when we get into the margin of about 100 points where we start to think that it's starting to get tougher and tougher for Williams to fight back. But of course, that I think something we'll be talking about more in detail once we get to Paul Ricard in a handful of weeks' time. Check back in over with this battle for the final step of the podium. 4 different manufacturers in the top 4. It's still the Yassi 666 that leads, in front of the Ferrari for Racing Point, the BMW for BS Competition, and then the Porsche for the Unicorns of Love. Still, that Yas Heat Machine looks the most stable car out on track right now, which is always so important. Yes, you know, a lot of the time in top-level sim racing, we talk about how you want the car to be as loose as possible so that the best drivers can get the most performance out of it. But at the same time, if you've got a comfortable car, one that allows the driver to push more, it means that maybe they can wrangle some more speed out of it.
Exactly, I know it, especially in a longer race like this. It's much better, in my opinion, to have a comfortable car, because after all, even the very best drivers can't, control it for 9 hours or so. Very, very difficult to do that anyway. So, I think comfort is very, very important, even at this level. You do obviously want the speed, but you've also got to make sure that you can actually drive the car for the length of time as well, as I'm sure all these guys have done. Battle for third still happening. And I don't think Bastian Richter particularly motivated to go through here on camera. Just looking to save the fuel as much as possible. And kind of run in line here. But these two are so far away from first and second that the bottom step of the podium might be all they can get from today.
They're closing a bit on second here and there, but the lap times very much go back and forth across of the top 4. They are consistently amongst the fastest 4 cars on track though, so by no means are they not showing the level of performance that we would expect from them. Still trying to figure out exactly where some of the other gaps are starting to build and form their way up. Alex Smoliar still has the fastest lap of the race right now in the 888 S&P Racing Ferrari. Still trying to recover from their little thing that saw them drop behind the likes of the 142. They are 8 seconds back from them and trying to fight their way back forward. And most of the Ferraris, to be fair, have had some sort of drama, it seems like, during the race. Some have fared better than others, have not much damage on the front end of their cars to be dealing with, but the Racing Point's currently the best of them right now. You can see on that left side of the timing tower, by the way, off the camera having a few little internet blips here and there as the red bar indicates next to his name. Doesn't seem like anything too dramatic, at least just yet, but it's one of those things that they'll be thinking about, Ewan, and just thinking about, okay, we got to make sure we manage this situation until we can bring him down into pit lane, and then you'll have to figure out exactly what the issue is.
Yeah, you'd imagine that he'll be getting out of the car at the end of this stint anyway. Let's go back to engineering, get a 5-second penalty for something. Not entirely sure what for, but yeah, it'll be something that Cameron will have to worry about. Although sometimes there's not an awful lot you can do about internet connection wobbling a little bit when you're racing. As Francis Caracas goes to the outside of Verstappen now in the RCI Esports Bentley, and should be late enough on the brakes here to get it. He will do, up into 13th position. We just got news through there also of the Hello YouTube car having to take a drive-through penalty, and I have to say I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I think the Grippax engineering car got it for some contact with the West Competition BMW that may have been separate from the incident that we had with the 911 Hello YouTube car. I think that was also on the lap before, so I don't think we caught that, but Race Control keeping on top of everything as best they can in what's been a crazy race. That Race Anywhere SimSport car, don't forget, a bit of a horror show in qualifying after winning the last race that we had in these GT3 cars at Monza in what was a dominant performance. Yes, aided by the fact that they didn't really have any BOP being taken in that round, and instead they are very much taking 22 kilos on today. They'll have 5 kilos to use in the final round, but I'll be curious to see how they get on when we head over to Watkins Glen. Still a battle between 2 Aston Martins, and 2 bright yellow Aston Martins as well. One's got some pink highlights, one's got some black highlights. Makes it easy for us to pick apart as we take a look on board with Aporius, who's currently wheeling at 42 car. They've got some good reference to kind of work from as well, because you can see Tinko van der Velde's up there in that Williams Esports car. He's not been able to pull away that much since getting past the 2 of these cars.
Somewhat surprising, that is. I would have thought that he'd get away pretty quickly actually, but that's really not happened just yet. These 2 able to stay pretty close, and it does seem that Williams Esports' progress has just slowed ever so slightly over the last maybe hour or 2 really. They were really ripping through the field earlier on, but now the progress has slowed down. They've got a long way to catch up to the next car as well. These 2 are really battling for actual positions though on a similar pace, and now they're fighting it out. Lipa Esports to the outside of Pulse, and it's going to remain side by side through the bus stop chicane. Little bit of contact there, but it looks like Apurius is going to have the inside line at the final corner and will get through.
But now is the opportunity going to be presented for 52 to try and strike back. They're going to go and dive to the inside through La Source. Way overcommitted and well read from Aporius to get the up and under and to slide his way back on past. But now the draft afforded back to the Pulse SimSport entry, who will tuck into line and see as we dive down through Eau Rouge, crest up over Radion. Will they be able to get even closer? No draft being given, by the way, to the Lipa Esports car. Williams in their Lamborghini, a full 2 seconds ahead. And so as much as Aporius wants to defend, he will know that maybe he's a bit of a sitting duck. Forces Durkop to go the long way around. Will leave the inside still to Lipa if they can hold it forward to Malmedy, but with a bit of confidence there. Pulse SimSport hold on to 18th spot.
Yeah, inch perfect again from Durkov there, just making sure he restricted Aporius' run as much as he possibly could there through Lecom, and then took advantage with the inside line at the second part of that complex. Fantastic once again. 18th place. These 2 Aston Martins will remain battling. There's a lot to, there's going to be quite a big gap either side of them now with them fighting like this. So they don't really have to look over their shoulders and worry about who's behind at this stage. They can just battle it out, and they certainly are doing that right now. That was a fantastic fight between the 2. But as I said at the time, I think that at La Source, I thought Lipa Esports had that position pretty comfortably actually when Apurius made that run on the exit of turn 1. But clearly not. Durkov had something else to say, and he's back out in front again.
Pulse SimSport Aston Martin has 30 kilograms of ballast here today. Pulse SimSport have just 20 kilograms on their car. Excuse me, I'm getting myself confused with my sheet I've got in front of me. Lipa Esports, excuse me, if I can go and read the correct row, have 14 kilograms of ballast on them, so double the ballast for Pulse SimSport. But in terms of how they've used the ballast over the course of the event, I think maybe Lewis McLeod has made a bit of an error on the sheet. So I'm going to go back and check some of the calculations that are being done, because the BOP budget that we've got in front of us maybe does not add up to what I would expect. So I will come back to that point in a handful of moments' time. Ultimately, though, I think FLExTREME, the name indicates what the series was always meant to be about, Ewan, which is take what is a rather extreme proposition in the form of BOP. People don't like BOP. It's a 3-letter word that causes fear in racing ranks, both real and virtual. But adding the flexibility of putting the onus on drivers and teams to work with the budget over the course of the season, I don't think anyone's really complained, because they've ultimately had to make the decisions themselves as to how strong their car is going to be, race in and race out.
Yeah, so I would argue that applies in a normal championship, because every team chooses their car every time anyway.
Not true anymore.
Well, I know. Yeah, good point. Very good point. But in the past, then, if you like. But yeah, I agree. Though it has worked out very well, and I think even removing that aspect of it, it's just been an entertaining tactical thing for these teams to think about. Just an added layer for us to talk about, for spectators to watch play out, unfold, and for teams to have to navigate as well throughout the season. So, excuse me. Even if we take out the aspect of, the fact that teams often choose their car anyway, it's still interesting in a new way that we haven't seen before, and that's what I think VCO has been very good at throughout 2022. Is thinking up drawing up new formats that haven't really been done before in sim racing, and taking them to a big level. We've seen that a couple of occasions last year with VCO Infinity happening, and aspects of the Esports Racing League as well have been all new as well. The way that points are added up for teams there in those short races, different formats of VCO have been working very well in 2022, bringing something new to sim racing.
The point that I was making with the fact that some teams can't really pick their manufacturers anymore is the fact that because we've got the likes of BMW, Mercedes having customer teams, customer teams in the case of Mercedes, that's how they dub their partnerships with Urano and Williams. In the case of BMW, it's official factory deals or partnerships with the likes of BS Competition this year, and in the past the likes of Team Redline, G2 and a handful of others. You've got Lamborghini that have come on in and made their own esports team, and you've got Ferrari with their own esports outfit as well. So these are all teams that can't really pick the manufacturer they're representing. So that's when the comments on BOP start, and I will always remind people that, as we check back in with the 42 versus the 52, Pulse SimSport going to be able to hold on right now with their bright purple rims. This battle continues to be quite fun, but I'll always remind people that Gregor Schill had just won the SRO ROG Invitational at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And what does he mention in his post-race interview? Well, he's already thinking and complaining about the BOP for the 24 Hours of Spa, the SRO Esports 24 Hours of Spa, which was about 2 weeks later. So these drivers are always looking for things that they can find as opportunities to make sure that they are at the very top of their game. So we get another penalty that's coming down. This one for the number 88 Absolute Motorsport Assetto Sim Racing team that gets a 5-second time penalty. I'll have to go and figure out why.
Yeah, we will. I haven't seen any incident. I haven't seen them basically all day. They're not far behind Alu Gobi at the moment. Only 3 seconds down in 29th position. And by the way, I would also argue that teams definitely do decide who they represent as well, because I'm presuming the manufacturers come to them and they could just say no. But obviously you wouldn't, or I wouldn't anyway. But anyway, I totally get your point, and yeah, it's another part of sim racing's development, and another the way that it is improving, and as I said earlier on, becoming almost like a real sport, a sustainable kind of enterprise, if you like, or I don't know what the right word is, but a sustainable thing that is here for years to come, hopefully. Only getting more and more professional as the years go on.
Niels Naujoks has jumped into our VCO Twitch chat to ask the Unicorns of Love to stop using our slipstream. The biggest carry in the history of sim racing is what Niels is saying. As it stands right now, they're not really closing on first or second. If anything, it's actually opening up as it runs right now. So I think, like Ewan was mentioning earlier, the best that third and fourth can really hope for is third and fourth. As long as they stay out of trouble, with still about 5 and a bit odd hours left to go. Not even at the halfway point of this race just yet. So it'll be interesting to see how it develops in the second half of the race as we get into the nighttime hours as well. You can see that battle for third and fourth is about to overlap on track with this battle for 18th and 19th position. And as much fun as it's been to watch the battle, those two cars now find themselves 8 seconds adrift of Tinko van der Velde in the Williams Esports Lamborghini. He's done a great job to work his way forward now and starting to chip away at the gaps in front. And for that number 5 Williams Esports car, Ewan, the first target's going to be the top 15, the next target will be the top 10, and at the end of the race, if they're in the top 10, I think they'll be pretty chuffed with that.
Absolutely. I think any team that's had issues earlier on in the day and has found themselves in this position would be very pleased indeed. Although I did think that Brabham Esports could manage it anyway, and so with Simware.pro as well, but those issues certainly haven't hurt them at all. And now Elvin Smith is going to have the chance to possibly overtake West Competition Racing and Arnold Competition very soon. Going much further than that is going to be pretty difficult, really, because there's quite a gap to Armentario, who aren't exactly slow at all, and they're in the same manufacturer, of course, as well. That's going to be tricky, but even so, to be in the top 10 after the issue that Brammer had earlier, not bad at all. Same with Simware.pro, and I don't think SMP Racing are too far away from managing it either. They're on the back of the 255 as things stand right now.
Yeah, Smoliar's put in a pretty impressive stint so far. Now, has Bastian Richter made a mistake, or has traffic maybe split up the... No, it wouldn't have been traffic because they haven't gone past the dueling Aston Martins just yet. So looks as though Bastian Richter may have made a small mistake and now has lost the draft to Arthur Camera in the BS competition car. And now the opportunity maybe for Camera to try and break away, albeit slightly. If he can catch the traffic at the right time, that will be an opportunity for him to open up that gap even more.
Yeah, it will be if things go well. I think towards the end of these stints that BS Competition have just been that little bit stronger right at the very end. I wonder whether Richter has just done a little bit of a number on his tyres, maybe a little bit more than Camera has. Not entirely sure, but this is where the sort of problem comes in for BS Competition in this race. They're kind of consolidating third place, and I think they are set to finish around there. Oh goodness.
Grab him. Yeah, that's the, again, it's the same car over and over again. The Hello YouTube 911 just does not seem to want to stay out of harm's way when it comes to those on the lead lap. He'll throw a dive to the inside, and quite frankly, I have no idea what's going through his mind right now.
Well, yeah, you'd think after a number of penalties earlier on in the day for this kind of stuff that Ogorodnikov would just take things a little bit more cautiously, but that's not happened. He is, in fairness, trying to catch the McLaren that's just up in front here, but you'd imagine that Brabham Esports will do that for them. They don't need to make an overtake to be able to catch the McLaren. Yeah, puzzling really as to why they'd try and make that dive. And Mia Rose, by the way, is behind Ogorodnikov right now, also trying to put a lap on that 911, even though Rose is not on the same lap as Elvin Smith.
Yep, no, exactly. The 911 now scored down in 33rd position, almost 3 laps down on your race leader. So, yeah, I'm not sure if there's much logic going through that car right now after what's been a rather difficult day. To this point, still a long way to go, and in endurance racing, anything can really happen. Just look at that Race Anywhere SimSport car. Didn't get out of Q3 and has worked its way forward up into 13th, quietly just picking its way forward bit by bit. They are scored as 1 lap down. The first car scored as 1 lap down, but in terms of damage limitation, that's exactly what Caracas and company would have wanted to be seeing at this point in time. Camera now finds himself about 2.5 seconds clear, by the way, of Bastian Richter. So in that battle between BS Competition and the Unicorns of Love, is starting to stretch itself out slightly. Although now Camera's going to have to navigate his way past first the Leipert Esports Aston Martin, and then past the next one up in line, the number 52 Pulse SimSport car. You can see that gap that's grown behind as well. And even though Leipert knows that the blue flags will be waved, they're still looking to try and maintain their own race that's going on, and Camera will be aware of this, and he's got to now find and chart his way forward in the most efficient way possible, taking the least risks while also losing the least amount of time.
Yeah, that's the big problem he's going to have really here. And it's always harder when there's a battling pair of cars up in front of you as well. It's just impossible, it seems, at times, to be able to get through and pick them off one by one, because Leipert Esports won't want to lose any time at all in this battle. They want to stay right on the back of Durkov and continue to apply that pressure, although they might not have a choice now, going wide through Puom, and that gives a great invitation to just let them go through there. So there's no real problem at all, and they didn't really have any choice in that.
Camera's, whatever was happening with Arthur Camera's internet has also stabilized, so he's not really fluctuating as much as he was before. You, me and Lewis, we like to play this game in our little commentators gang of what track was that. Did you recognize the track that was behind Arthur Camera?
No. Well, mainly because I wasn't really looking. I might be able to get it if I'm actually paying attention, but I wasn't, so I can't. No.
We'll talk about it the next time he pops up on screen. He does, by the way, run with the Fanatec BMW steering wheel, the same one that they use in the GT3 car in the real world. There you go. Can you recognize it now?
Grief, I can barely see that. I'd guess Red Bull ring, maybe.
Yeah, I was going to say, it should be pretty obvious based on the color.
Oh, the Austrian flag, maybe, yeah. Well, that's one of the reasons, but also it just looks like it. Which is generally the idea with these things. But it'd be hilarious if we were both wrong, by the way, because I can't...
I know.
I can't know for sure. I can't really see that.
I'm pretty confident that it's the Red Bull ring, just based on the pit lane and the fact that there's a Tag Heuer logo right there, the colors. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that it's the Red Bull ring, but I'm sure if we're wrong, Lewis McLeod is about 4 minutes away from getting back into the commentary booth, and he will let us know. Oh, we're going to go big screen. Yeah, that looks like the Red Bull ring. You see the final corner and the runoff there as well. Definitely, the Red Bull ring. Oh, no. It is a fun game to play, to be fair, Ewan, and Lewis does enjoy going and finding some pretty obscure pictures for us to try and figure out.
Yeah, he does have some ridiculous ones. Well, they normally start off quite good because they're actually gettable, and then by the end of the game, I'm just out of it entirely. But anyway, pit stop very much happening again now. Those that pitted early when it started to dry out are certainly still on that cycle now, and of course those who have had issues as well. As Igor Ogorodnikov, by the way, is taking on another drive-through penalty. I've lost count of how many that is today. Could be their third drive-through and fourth penalty overall.
Did note as well, by the way, that the stewards have actually investigated this fight between the 42 and the 52 for two separate incidents of multiple defensive moves. No further action, the results of those investigations, but it just does show that in this cash split, we do have the race control keeping their eyes across the track and trying to make sure they are on top of all of the incidents, and so they're doing the best job they can with how much activity there still seems to be out on track. Ewan, you've had a bit of a monster stint here. You're going to go off and get a bit of a break before you come back on for another monster stint before wrapping up as, whoa, Leipert chinking back to the inside with a nose of overlap. More contact between the two. Pulse just about able to hold on, but now the up and under presented with Bastian Richter watching on, losing time to the PS competition car all the while.
Certainly is, and going to squeeze the 52 just to the inside there as Aporius and not quite get the over and under that he wanted. But as you say, Bastian Richter is going to really not be enjoying this, and now they've got a bit of a predicament really. Aporius is going to get out of the way. He's put his own battle to one side. He's decided to try and avoid a penalty really and let Unicorns of Love through, and that will entice Porsche Simsport to do the same up towards Le Com. I would imagine at this stage. There they are, going to pull to the right hand side there. We'll see if Aporius can maybe take advantage of this and slingshot off the back of it, maybe get down to the outside. Well, there's a chance here. Side by side, use the lap traffic to your advantage. Leipert Esports trying to do just that, but they were squeezed just enough by Porsche Simsport once again. Good defending, and not for the first time.
I hope the 911 team was watching that, because it shows that you can let a car that's on the lead lap past you without major drama and still hold on to a position. Great respect shown there. And even though the stewards have been keeping their eye on this battle, it has definitely been a fun one to see. Like I was saying before, you've had a monster stint. You're off for a bit of a break before another monster stint. 4 hours in, I mean, how do you look back on the start of this race?
Well, yeah, it's been very entertaining. I think with any race that has a kind of a wet cycle and then a drying period as well, all within the one race, it always makes it very interesting. That's why wet races are so good at endurance races, because you get the period where everyone's going off because they're on dries and it's raining, and then you get the drying periods as well. So yeah, it has been very interesting. I would contest that it's been a long stint, to be honest. People do real jobs for longer than I've done this, so whatever. But yes, it's been entertaining so far for the first 4 hours. Looking forward to coming back a little bit later on and seeing how it pans out, notably this battle as well.
Maybe we'll actually have some sort of resolution to this battle. Down the inside into Blanchimont. The Pulse Sim Sport car going to be escorted off the road, and now provisionally it is Leipert up into 18th spot, but by no means is this done and dusted. Opportunity to get back to the inside through the very final corner. They lean and rub on each other once more, and they'll be neck and neck across the line with Leipert the smallest of margins in front, and it's going to be about the run now once again into the Lacombe chicane. We'll say goodbye to Ewan O'Leary. We'll say hello once again to Lewis McLeod. Lewis, welcome to this battle.
Yeah, I've seen a fair amount of this. Obviously, like chopping in, chopping out. They just can't get away from each other. I mean, fascinating. This does happen in racing before, especially when you're in similar cars. You just cannot get away from the other car. I think, God, I'm faster than you, let me through. And then as soon as you get ahead of them, well, guess what? They think exactly the same thing. You're just equally matched on pace, just losing time through the battle. I mean, it's fantastic for us to watch, at least. Zaporius takes the defensive line, Durkop to the outside, big kicks of oversteer from the pair of them, which means that Durkop has to straight line Lacombe.
Yeah, I still think it's interesting that Race Control had a look at two different little segments of the battle just to make sure that it was all on the up and up. And Niels Naujoks has just pointed out that this is definitely one of our nominations for best fight of the season, and one of those prizes that the community is going to help us pick, Lewis, because my word, it's been entertaining, although they now find themselves almost 18 seconds back from Tinko van der Velde, who about 20 minutes ago was trying to get past the duo.
Yeah, now I will say, obviously, Tinko van der Velde, no disrespect to Zaporius and Durkop, we'd bet my house that Tinko van der Velde is faster than the pair of them, because Williams Esports are very fast and they're very, very out of position, but you would not expect the gap to be that large as Danilo Cherepenen comes into the pit lane. Obviously, I think it's one of the last in this cycle, isn't it?
I think we still got most of the ones.
Okay.
Yeah, no, most of the guys at the front of the field are still yet to come down pit lane. And I did kind of throw you under the bus slightly earlier, by the way, because do you remember when we were talking about stint penalties? I forget when it was, but you were saying that they should never happen, basically.
Yeah, well, they shouldn't really happen, but Spa is a long term, and the stints fall almost perfectly for it.
And I felt so bad when you brought up I forget which car it was now off the top of my head, but 1 second.
Oh, that was 911. It was the 911, and also it was 1 second because of the rain.
Well, and it sounded like it was also 1 second because of the rain that caused them to spin on pit entry.
They didn't spin on pit entry. They sped on pit entry.
Sped on. Oh, my heart.
Sped on pit entry. Yeah, they had a stop and go 30 and a drive-through penalty.
Okay, so that's even more painful. So they're trying to speed to make sure that they got in time, but then got dinged for the both of them.
Yeah, it's super rough. In hindsight, which is as you were saying earlier, in hindsight you just accept the drive-through penalty. You just slow down. Make sure you're hitting doing the pit lane normally. But they were trying to juggle a lot of things, and like I said, they got super unlucky. They tried going for that one extra lap because you kind of needed to at that point. It was just awkward circumstance. I don't blame them for giving it a go. But the thing is that we all know over stints there will be so many times where you think, well, if that and then that and then that and then that and then that, you can find 20, 30 seconds in a stint quite easily, right? And that's just brutal to think just one made the difference.
Heartbreaking. Man, those are those things as well where you just have to also wonder, was it worth the risk that early in the race? Because that's the kind of thing where early in the race, we always say you can never win the race on lap number 1, but you can definitely lose the race on lap number 1. I think the same kind of thing applies to those sort of risks that you'll take, where is it worth pushing the extra lap? Maybe at the end of the race if you're fighting for the win, yes, absolutely. If you're at the start of the race and you're still trying to figure out what the race situation is, maybe it's not the wisest call.
No, but I think everyone was kind of thrown into it a little bit because of when the rain was coming in. The rain was coming in almost exactly bang on the 65-minute mark in the race, slightly before it. And so they'd already kind of committed to a lap, which was a dry lap. They'd already committed. They got halfway round, and then it rained, and that's what slowed them down enough. They reached the winner. These things happen. You've just got to accept that is the case. There's a couple more cars come into the pit lane. Was that Durkop coming in? Yeah, I think it was. Durkop coming into the pit lane in that Pulse car. So we are in the pit lane sequence for a few of these teams and drivers. Does that mean that Leopard will be in next lap? Because let's be honest, we kind of want this battle to continue.
Yeah, probably. Hopefully.
Well, we'll keep our fingers crossed on that one. The undercut will work. It'll bring Durkop back up to the back of a Porsche, or whoever takes over the Pulse car and then a Leopard car. And we'll see how close they can all be. Oh, Darren McCormack as well behind the wheel of Williams Esports. Did wonder because we were suspecting he would jump in on the previous stint when it actually ended up being Tinko van der Velde for his second stint in the race. And so interesting to see Darren McCormack coming back now, having 3 hours off. Obviously started the race. Maybe needed to cool down a little bit after the first stint. Not through anything like of his doing on track, but they were just put in the unluckiest position. Imagine being sent off at the top of Radion, hitting a wall and thinking, right, well, that's about as bad as it's going to get. And then 5 corners later, just seeing a massive crash. It's just like, yeah, great, brilliant, fantastic, nice one, cool. That's perfect.
Yeah. The one benefit is, given that we've gone from the 6-hour race back to a 9-hour race and we're going back to the 6-hour race next time up, is that you have those 3 extra hours to be able to fight your way back. And I feel like 6 hours is by no means a short race, but it is even more of a sprint than these 9-hour races are, especially when you factor in the fact that you get 3 drivers in both the races. In the 6-hour race, you basically just have each driver do 2 stints where they go flat out if you've got 3 drivers relatively even on pace. Yes, 9 hours is just an extra stint, but it drags on a little bit more. Once you factor in the fact that all drivers need to be around in qualifying, because we have the 3-stage qualifying, where 1 driver is in charge of each of the stages. Endurance racing spirit is basically what I'm trying to talk about here.
Yeah, well, I mean, a 9-hour race takes up a day. Meanwhile, a 6-hour race takes up an afternoon. Right? And yes, it is only the 3 hours, but that 3 hours makes a big difference, especially when you throw, you've already got qualifying to deal with early in the morning, and you all have to be there for it. For some it's earlier in the morning than others, let's be honest.
I know, Chris Evert was there quite early as well. I'm not the only one on the west coast of the US.
Every round they've got to be. This is the thing, is like, yeah, if you're on the west coast, you kind of think, oh, this is a perfect championship for me. No, you've got to be there for qualifying. And you're like, what? I have to be there at 2 o'clock in the morning. Oh, goodness. And you have to be up and focused enough to be able to put a quali lap in.
Yep. Whew. Yeah, no, I don't remember exactly which race it was, but I'd put up for something that I was having to wake up at 3:30 in the morning for. I put on Twitter my exact alarms that I had to make sure that I actually was there. And I forget which driver it was as well, but they were also on the west coast of the US, and they popped in to say, yeah, I mean, that's bad, but I'm getting up 30-40 minutes before you to make sure that I'm ready to go racing, which is at this level of competition, it's a very different ball game, to make sure that you're warmed up and ready to go, and crucially, to make sure your mind is in the right place as well, because to be this consistent lap after lap after lap does mean that you've got to be in the right headspace to go racing.
Yeah, it kind of makes you wonder, like with the qualifying here, is there a better way to do it if you were a driver? Would it be better for you to stay up until 2 o'clock in the morning, do Q1, right? Tick Q1 off, do your lap, do your business, and then go to bed for 6 hours?
And then do the final 3 hours of the race?
And then do the final 3 hours of the race. Is that potentially a better way of doing it?
I don't think so, just because
Me
after
neither.
qualifying, imagine how much adrenaline is still pumping through your system. So at best, you're actually looking at maybe 4.5 hours of sleep.
And you can't sleep whilst the race is going on. That's just
Yeah,
a
and you're not
fact.
going to sleep very well either. It's just, I think the only option you have is kind of what I did last night, where I was in bed by like 8 o'clock.
Yeah. Well, it's the thing. Obviously, yeah, with the 24 that's also going on at the same time. Yeah, I've always said this, when it comes to me doing commentary and stuff on 24s, I don't know what it is, but you always kind of think, oh, I'm gonna go to bed nice and early and have a great sleep before. Yeah, it's the same with big races generally, or particularly times where you have to get up quite close to an event time-wise. You never sleep well. I've honestly, I can. Bearing in mind how many 24-hour races that I've had, I could probably count on one hand the amount of 24-hour races where I've actually had a good night's sleep the day before. It just doesn't happen, which means you're already tired going into it, and then not to account like for waking up ridiculously early in the morning. Yeah, it's like it's endurance racing is brutal. I was giving advice to John Bennett, who's obviously the person that you were commentating on earlier, because it's his first 24-hour race today.
Oh,
Right.
interesting.
And I said to him, I was brutally honest with him last night, being like, accept that you're not going to get a good night's sleep, accept that it is brutal, that you'll be up until ridiculously early in the morning, and even when you do want to go to sleep, if you have less than 6 hours between your stints, you ain't sleeping.
No, you're
really.
not sleeping.
It's the truth.
Yeah, more cars, by the way, down on pit lane, including your race leader in the 666. It's left just Arthur Camera out, who's now returned to that worrying state where I think his internet is not holding up as best as he would have liked. But to your point, Lewis, I did the first hour, I did qualifying on FLExTREME, went over to the first 2 hours of that iRacing Daytona 24, and then I'm going to go and do the last 4 hours of the iRacing Daytona 24 as well. So I've got two options, which is one, don't sleep at all, which I think for the sake of those watching at the very end of the 24 is probably not the best idea. Or two, as soon as we finish with this, try and go and get a few hours of sleep, which, let's be real, is not going to happen. Yeah, it's not going to happen.
No. No, if it makes you feel any better, I'm going to be up till 3 o'clock in the morning because I'm going to go and spot and race engineer for that car until 3.
Oh, you're actually going to go and help out in Top Split?
Yeah.
Interesting.
How's that make you feel?
I know they're trusting you.
No, I don't think Race Clutch trusting me. No, nor the driver. To be honest,
I was going to say. I mean,
I'd be my
never
way
trust
in there.
the commentator's math. Never trust the commentator's strategy. I mean, do you really want to trust the commentator who's spotting for you?
But when it comes to a commentator's strategy, I've always said this. When it comes to like trusting like all the weights and stuff that we've got, you're not trusting my maths with that. You're trusting a spreadsheet, and a spreadsheet is accurate. As long as the data input is correct.
Which, speaking of, by the way, throwing you under the bus, you know that BOP budget spreadsheet that we have?
Yeah, which one have I messed up on?
There was at least one error, so we're going to have to go through and do a...
Oh, yeah, I think this is because I think where cars had been missing on rounds before and I had...
No, you had the base budget incorrect for at least one car.
Oh, yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, so I'm just throwing you directly under the bus.
Oh, no, I had another one wrong earlier and I corrected that because they had minus 6 kilos left. And I was like, oh, that ain't right.
The former pro guitar hero player, George Boothby, back behind the wheel.
The world champion?
I think he was, but I always feel uncomfortable calling someone a world champion unless I actually know they were a world champion. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's back in the car.
Here's Arthur Camera. He's a something world champion. just everyone's a world champion or something.
Yeah, that's true. But Boothby, interestingly, Statsenko did the previous stint. Boothby did the stint before that, so they're kind of going back and forth right now. And I guess we'll see Malinovsky potentially in next, just so they make sure that they also hit their minimum drive time per driver.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, well, teams do strategies very differently when it comes to drivers on ACC. I've noticed and on other sims, obviously the race you just come out of. The idea of doing like a triple stint, me Le Mans Virtual last week, the idea of doing triple stints or quad stints, whatever. Like being in the car for 2 hours, 2.5 hours, 3 hours, whatever, is very normal. In ACC, it's very abnormal. It is the opposite of normal. So actually seeing people doing back-to-back stints isn't particularly common. Why? Because
they are pushing the tires basically every stint, and they change tires every stint. Now, it's a little different. It's a little different this year in the iRacing Daytona 24 just because you can, again, change tires and fuel at the same time. But I think the mindset is very differently rooted in how these teams approach the race, because I think Niels, when I was talking to him about this, this is a little bit of a palaver as Brabham Esports tries to
Clear two people on one lap.
Yeah, I was just going to say there's a whole bunch of stuff going on here. Valentin Barrier, you got the West Competition racing car as well. Interesting little, interesting little three-way fight for sixth right now.
Yeah, Vermont's going to come through as well. I think Apostle potentially is struggling on speed. Obviously, there was 2 positions picked up on that lap by Valentin Barrier, getting past both West Competition Racing and Brabham. Sorry, getting past. He is in the Brabham. Getting past Arnage and West Competition Racing. A bit of connection issue, I think, from Apostle over the top there. Potentially struggling with the BMW M4 that he's got beneath him as well. That's on Vermont's going to get to the outside, coming up towards Lake Com. Nice competition, going to go for the spot straight around. Is it going to be perfect space given? We've seen it a few times this race, and again, lovely move. But yeah, I get what you're saying, you know, with it being different mindsets and whatever. It's the mindset they're rooted in over in iRacing and RF2. But the thing is, I think it's less so it's the mindset that they've got over there, and more so the mindset that there is in ACC. Because for me, ACC is the outlier in that. It's the one where you only typically see people doing 1 hour stints. It is not a bad thing. I am not saying that there is a right and wrong on this one. I think it's very interesting that you only do 1 hour stints. But I'm just, it's odd to see like the majority of the grid only doing 1 hour stints and then jumping out. Like normally you see 1 or 2 teams that have that as their ideology through the race. They will switch out like that. But it's not common in motorsport and sim racing. It really is bizarre.
No, and so that's what I was trying to say as well in my conversation with Niels that I've had, trying to understand a little bit more about ACC. I think it's just the way that they use the tires in this platform compared to some of the other platforms, where iRacing is known for the fact that you don't want to put too much heat into the tire, right? And so you drive maybe underneath the limit of the tire. I don't know enough about R-Factor, but I get the sense that tire strategy in general is just more important there across the different categories of racing that you have. Whereas with this specific Pirelli tire and the various, different years of Pirelli tires that we've been kind of going through, it just does seem as though these are sprints in so many ways for the drivers up and down through the field, because lap after lap after lap, you're not too worried about what the tire's doing underneath you. You just know that you've got to get as close to the previous lap time as you can so that you're as consistent as you can possibly be.
Yeah, as long as you get the tire pressures right, that's the important bit, which the tire pressures you will know coming into it, right? Like you will have done your practice. One of the things that you'll tick off in practice is you'll be like, okay, so how do I get to 27.8 PSI? I think that's what it is. Anyway, which is the optimum. I think it's between 27.3 and 27.8, but the higher end of that is slightly better. But then obviously anything over that's not very good. So you're kind of aiming to keep it around 27.8, right? Getting to that, you will already know what tire pressures you need coming into the car to get it into that point and keep it in the temperature window, all those kind of things. I think then kind of almost regardless of what you're doing, as long as you're driving fast, as long as you're driving consistently, then the tyres don't go super crazy. So yeah, there is that power. RF2, you say you do have quite a lot of tyre conservation, but you're still on the limit. You're still absolutely on the limit. And the tyre conservation and fuel conservation, you're still having to think about an awful lot, which is exhausting, and yet still you do doubles, triples, and for some reason sometimes 10 hours and 15 minutes. Whatever you would do that, I simply don't know, but go Van Keeney, fair enough.
Yep. Well, Govan didn't enjoy his experience as much this year in the iRacing Daytona 24. But yeah, I think that is still the stint that you and I look back on and go, excuse me, 10 hours straight? Yes, Daytona is maybe not
it's still
the hardest.
Traffic, it's hard.
Yeah, no, it's not as technical as, for example, having to do 10 hours at the Nordschleife, which as much as I love it,
no.
That does just you could not pay me enough to probably do that. I know Super GT once did that for charity, but
I know people have done the full 24 in Nordschleife in one go.
Really?
Okay, not interested.
You know I love the Nordschleife, but those are crazy people.
Simply not interested in any of that. But yeah, no, I get what you mean. If they take an opportunity, whatever. So yes,
Le Mans the easiest of all the endurance races.
I would argue on one thing, because if there's one thing in endurance racing that is bad, it is complacency. And at Le Mans, you have way too much time to be complacent.
Fair.
On all of the straights. Meanwhile, somewhere like, for example, the Nordschleife or even here, you've got a couple of spots where you can be complacent. Obviously the Dittinger on the Nordschleife. Around here, the Kemmel Straight. I mean, yes, it's not actually that long. Obviously, it's a 2 kilometre run from La Source to Les Combes, but you already got to do Eau Rouge and Radion, and then even then, it's only like 20 seconds from the Kemmel curve. Point being is that you don't actually have that much time to be complacent. Meanwhile, in somewhere like the Circuit de la Sarthe, you have that. You got way too big of a window where you can be complacent, and that is where the instance happen. That battle, by the way, for 7th and 8th is still very close.
Yeah, no, they still haven't very separated too much, and the Simware.Pro Ferrari is also starting to close just a little bit, even though Valentin Barrier has been able to extend his separation, albeit slightly, about 2 and a bit seconds back to the Arnage Lamborghini. By no means are these drivers getting big margins to the rest. I'll also point out Filippo Bakita jumping in to replace Arthur Camara, and Bastian Richter being replaced by Michi Tauscher. That gap holding at about 4 seconds now as well. So I think it was that one lap that really made the difference, allowed BS Competition to break the draft, and after that opened up the gap a further 2 seconds, and it's held basically like that for the last 20-25 minutes.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the last time I commentated on Filippo Bakita, it was the qualifying for the FIA Motorsport Games for the Australian team. Obviously, went over to represent Australia at Circuit Paul Ricard. Quick driver, great driver for BS Competition to have picked up. This comes the opportunity, though, for Sebastian Apostle, but unfortunately, it's going to be lap traffic ahead and cannot do anything when it comes to navigating the 43. And that has very much dragged what will be an extremely feisty 142 back into this fight, because similar to Probo Vides, I mean, you saw it in the highlights a couple of hours ago, hour and a half ago. They were leading until it rained, and then when it rained, they had a pretty sizable crash at the top of the hill, and I'm pretty sure it was Abeladze behind the wheel at the time, having a sizable one. They absolutely have the pace to come back from it. They are a rocket ship this round, which for a driver and a team rather that's so far down in the championship, this is a massive round for them.
Yeah, and again, do remember that they shed after using maximum ballast in the previous 2 GT3 rounds. They've come into this one with just 5 kilos as opposed to 30 kilos. So I think they are benefiting from a slightly lighter car. They'll go into the final round of the championship with less than 20 kilos to add to their car as well. But sometimes you just need a race to build up some confidence, right? And I think this is that race. Even if they've had the issues, they've been able to fight their way back, as we check back in with the Racing Point Ferrari that's dealing with some lap traffic and has actually lost a bunch of ground to Boothby in the last 20 minutes or so. Last I was looking at that gap, it was about 22 seconds. It's now 35 seconds, so something has happened. The car does not seem worse for wear, though.
Yeah, I mean, for one, pace of Boothby, and then, the pace of the Racing Point squad. I think they're doing amazing. I think they're really doing an absolutely stunning job to keep themselves out of trouble right now, approaching the halfway point in the race, still hanging on to second position, which you could argue is slightly out of position for them. Pace-wise, actually, they're not looking so bad. Like I said, I think they might have had a couple of mistakes in this stint, but that lap time they just completed, they were only 0.3 slower than Boothby. But I almost kind of think this team probably isn't looking forward, they are looking backwards. They are focusing on those that could be catching them, and on the previous lap it was 0.8 seconds, nearly a second faster than Filippo Bakita. So for what I feel, if I were in the Racing Point team, for what I would classify as the important gap, that is going in the right direction.
Yes. I still think that BS Competition are punching slightly above what the BMW maybe was expected to do. It was stark in qualifying, the fact that BS Competition were the best of the BMWs and was started down in 8th position or something like that.
11th.
11th. Oh, my days. It was really Ferrari and and Honda that was strong, locking out those front 7 positions amongst just those 2 manufacturers. Already, by the way, Simware.pro by Vides pass the West Competition BMW.
Yeah, didn't mess around there. Arnage competition next. Alexander Vermont. Is it going to be an easy move for Abeladze closing in? I would say there's probably going to be a sense somewhere. There was a look into Lecom. I was going to say a dive from back there. I mean, if you had made that one stick, that was absolutely no shadow of a doubt Sender 2022, 23. It just doesn't sound quite right. It's just end of the season. It's fine.
End of the year, yeah.
Well, no, because it's not end of the year. Because it's end of the years. This is the point of having a winter season, which goes over 2 years.
True.
Like, oh God.
Wait.
As long as we don't have to deal with the WEC super season.
True. It was funny. I was reading an article yesterday or this morning, I forget which was, called Coanda Simsport, the Le Mans Virtual 2023 champions, which I did kind of, turn my head and go,
Well, they were the Le Mans Virtual 2023 champions.
2022, 2023.
Oh no, yeah, okay. They were the series. They were the series champions. They didn't win the race, so technically they're not Le Mans Virtual champions because that was in that category. Who even won? It was Redline. It was number 2. It was only a week ago.
Okay, so what should they be? Le Mans Virtual Series champions? Do I have to add that extra word? Okay, I see. Okay.
Yeah, because exactly, because like it's the same as like if you called the WEC championship, if you called it the Le Mans Series, which obviously it had been. There's a Le Mans champion and there's a Le Mans Series champion. Same as with IndyCar, you got an IndyCar champion, you got an Indianapolis 500 champion. Right? It's the same kind of thing because those one big events they do classify as almost like you're a champion of that one big event. Either way, Waffle, old people, Abeladze down the inside, straight away, and that should be quite a nice, easy move. That was a little bit scary, obviously coming straight over the nose of the Arnage competition car. But either way, Abeladze in that lap moves up 2 positions up into 7th spot, and it could be the potential opportunity for Apostle to come through as well. Gets to the outside coming into the source, but let's be honest, that ain't going to work.
I don't think the BMW is faster than the Lamborghini, at least at this point of the race either. So I think it might be wise for West Competition to just sit back and play the strategy game. See if they're able to slingshot their way forward. Already look at the gap that's formed in front, though. Abeladze, a rocket ship at this point in the race, and Apostle's going to look to the outside and commit to the long way around, surely, because at this point he's forced Vermont to defend the inside line, and onto the brakes they'll go. Lamborghini still a nose in front.
Yeah, there was no way that was really going to work. Again, you need to be fully alongside. You can make a move, stick around the outside. We've seen it time and time again. The BMW has been pretty fast in a straight line. Like at least over the, I think it's like it carries the speed off of Radeon quite nicely. But realistically, it's just it doesn't look like a fun car drive. Then again, neither does the Lamborghini this round, to be perfectly honest. Having watched this driver's qualifying session, it did not look pleasant to battle around the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. But battling back up the order, the Williams Esports car do have Carbon directly ahead, and that is for position. And I would suspect straight line speed, obviously hoping for the Lamborghini, Williams Esports could be ahead into Lecom, but I don't think they'll be able to pass the Carbon Simsports car up into there unless they're very kind.
No, the 90 has been one of the faster cars in a straight line.
Yeah, no, sure.
So I think if the move's going to come, it's going to have to come in the middle of the lap. McCormack's highest recorded top speed, about 268 clicks an hour. The 142 has had multiple drivers clocked at 270. Two kilometers an hour difference, yes, but I think it just illustrates maybe that the wing settings being used between the two cars just favoring top end. For McCormack and for Williams, I was talking about this with you and O'Leary. I think it's damage limitation in this round. Top 15 is the very bare minimum that they need to try and achieve. They'll be hoping for a top 10. There's a lot of work for them to have to get there. And with the next round being in that BMW M2 CS Racing Cup car, maybe this is a bit of commentator's curse, the fact that I keep saying that is a BS competition round. But I think we're going to go into the final round of the championship with BS competition on the upper hand. Still 9 hours at Watkins Glen, yes, and anything can happen, but it will be BS competition that go in with the championship lead.
Yeah, let's be honest, this is the kind of championship where it really isn't over till it's over. Yeah, and I know we say that about a lot of championships, but there's just this aura of this championship where it's like, nah, there is there is a vibe about this where anything can happen in that final round, and if you're in championship contention, well, you are in championship contention, even if it's like, oh, well, mathematically, remember that a lot of these points are dealt with on the 100 points you get for actually finishing the race, participation points. Darren McCormack looks to the inside, probably sends it in on the brakes to try and get past Lukacek. But I'm not sure about this, because it's kind of this thing. I remember this. Kimi Räikkönen in 2013 at the South Korean Grand Prix made a move into the first corner, and I remember sitting there thinking, why? Because all you're going to do is you're going to get past going down into Les Combes. It's exactly what we're seeing for Darren McCormack here. He's making a move down into the first corner at the source. He's going to have a better drive down the hill. But you'd kind of sit there and think, bearing in mind the straight line speed that we're seeing from the Carbon Supersport car, there might be an attempt for a move up into Les Combes as well.
Yeah, and again, the Aston Martin anyway has a bit of a superior top-end advantage. I think what McCormack is trying to do is maybe convince Lukacek that it's not worth fighting here and he should let the Williams Esports car have it, because sometimes it is better not to fight, and the smart race car drivers will understand that. Carbon Simsport, though, do back out of it, and I think recognizing McCormack's probably pretty quick. Let's see if we can follow him and catch up with that 777.
Yeah, there's a few flashing of the lights coming down into bus stop as well from McCormack. So, like I said, I think Williams, particularly this afternoon with all the issues they had in that first lap, same as what they had actually, well, not exactly the same, but they had issues as well the last time they were racing in this Lamborghini, of course, back in Monza. They are not here to mess around. They are here focused on just getting the job done. And when it comes to like battling with people to try and make up moves, they don't want to sit there for 10 minutes waiting for the right opportunity. It's just like, let's just go, get on with it, wipe our hands with it, off we go. Don't overthink it. No, it kind of comes back to this whole thing that I've said before when I used to do some racing, some touring car racing with Eric Strana, who now works for the FIA, and he was given some advice back then by another guy named Rob Wiesemuller, who works for Rennsport now, which was sometimes you try and make a move look pretty, and you need to not make the move pretty. And I tell the story quite a lot because I think it's very relevant, is that what Williams Esports did there, they're not trying to make a pretty move, they're not trying to go around the outside and wow you with this side-by-side bit up into Eau Rouge and Rally or make like a really cool move or go around the outside of Blanchemont. It's just like, well, no, just dive it down the inside and just get on with it. And that's the kind of mood that I think Williams Esports are in today. It's just get down the inside, get the move done and go. No messing around, no wasting time. Do it, job done, move on.
Yeah, no, I think it's 100% right as well. We talk so much about switchbacks and setting up moves and whatnot. Sometimes you just got to force the issue and see who's willing to blink at the end of the day. GT3 racing, for the most part, you do want to be a little bit careful because we have, the specification has changed since the initial homologation of the class to whether these cars are very much aerodynamic beasts. I think that's something that we forget a lot of the time. You look at the dive planes, the intricacies on the various elements of the body. They're all working together to try and make these cars the fastest that they can be. And so you do need to protect yourself in a lot of cases as well. iRacing and that Daytona 24 that's ongoing on our VCO Twitch channel. There's a lot of bump drafting going on, which I always question. I say, is it really worth it, guys? Imagine what happens if it goes wrong.
Yep, it's a scary one. That's for sure. Again, risk versus reward. Is it really worth it for a lot of these pro drivers that are in esports constantly? Then I guess yes, it is. But then you'd hope they would have practiced it time and time again. They don't really get it wrong. But then again, it's that thing of like, I think sometimes in sim racing and in motorsport, where this is very much a thing where they, as a driver, especially when you're very, very good, there is this self-confidence where you're sat there being like, yes, but I've practiced it and I've done this and I can do it. And you're kind of like, okay, two things. Number one, can the other person? That's also quite important. Do you trust them enough? And number two, what about outside effectors? Like the simulator itself, or your own internet connection, or this, that. Like, there are so many things that can intervene in that. Adding circumstances which are out of your control. But honestly, a lot of the time when it comes to these kind of tactics, when we're sort of sat there in the commentary being like, is it worth it? A lot of the drivers don't even think about those things because they're just like, well, yeah, but I can do it. But I've practiced it. I think it's hilarious. It's very bizarre.
Past the halfway point of the race, Lewis, last time at Monza when I was on the FLExTREME, because I missed the last round unfortunately, we were following Yardier for our live minute-to-minute weather updates of what the next 30 minutes was looking at. Where are we getting our updates from here today?
Same team.
George Boothby then.
It is Boothby himself. We are getting the updates on that. It's nice and dry. You're not going to go and watch him now because you're obviously staying here at twitch.tv/VCO Esports. But on twitch.tv/UKOG, there is George Boothby. Obviously, a lot of the drivers are streaming at the moment, but Boothby streaming away. Absolutely beautiful conditions for the next half an hour. So we are staying in these kind of conditions. Yes, it is. There is no bias. I've said this before. There is no bias towards the Assetto. It's just that the Assetto team, they just typically stream, and it's very convenient. Also, we've got to give ourselves a bit of love to Jaroslav Honzik.
Yes.
Who's off being a brave boy.
Yeah, he's off doing something else. I will say it's been interesting the fact that I think, is it Malinovsky or Statsenko? One of those two have been in the car every round of the championship. Boothby's done 2. Yardier, I think, has done 2 as well. But they've been willing to mix up their lineup a little bit more than, for example, BS Competition, who until today, with the addition of Filippo Bakita and, Niels Nayok stepping aside for this round, most teams have maintained their driver lineup over the entirety of the championship, whereas Assetto, a little bit more willing to mix things up as needed, knowing that they have 4 very good and capable drivers to pick from.
Yeah, it's kind of a really important thing when it comes to an endurance team, where if you don't have your 3 drivers per round, you need to have a backup that is at the same speed and consistency and understanding and driver quality that you and the rest of the team are, which is not an easy thing to find. It's hard enough finding 3 people on the same speed, then trying to find a 4th. Yassi obviously have that. It's fair enough. Some teams like Williams Esports are now obviously on the platform now, with their latest recruits in Sulliger and Crossland. Sure. But between Tika Van der Velde, Igor Rodriguez and Darren McCormack, who is the 4th? Who is the person that could come in and replace, an ill Igor Rodriguez, a busy Tinko Van der Velde, or worse still, a Darren McCormack? Who can come in to replace that? And that's the thing, I don't think Williams on this platform, they've got quality drivers, don't get me wrong, but I don't think they've got, until now, other drivers of that kind of quality. And that is an important thing for teams, is that not many teams have that kind of moving power inside their squad to actually replace. BS Competition are trying, obviously bringing in Filippo Bakita is great, because even then, who's their 3rd driver at the moment on the platform in BS Competition?
Yeah, I think this is all just playing into that crazy driver market that we've had over the past couple of weeks, where it's not just about setting the lineups for this platform, but about, across the platforms. We have the likes of the Enzo Benitos who have proved in the Esports Racing League and the Esports Racing World Cup that they are capable. No matter what platform, no matter what car, no matter what track, they are always going to be up and around the front of the field. But there are many others who, for time limitations or whatever, they don't care to race on some of the other platforms. They want to focus on various things, and so with another platform being added here in 2023, with more competitions, therefore, to have to focus on, I think the reality is this is that window for the teams across the board to be setting themselves up properly. Of course, iRacing World Championships pick up soon. The stuff with Rennsport is going to be announced on Monday about what the future of that one looks like. Assetto Corsa, SRO Esports will be picking up shortly, I have no doubt as well. And over in the world of rFactor 2, Formula Pro, Formula Challenge, all those good stuff will start getting underway as well. So this is that time. We say there is never an off season for sim racing, which is true. There's always stuff that's going on. But December and January is when we tend to see most of the movement happen, because it's when most of the big stuff tends to be off for a little bit.
Yeah, it's like I said, there's never a perfect time to jump between teams. I kind of say, actually, I think there is. It just never looks like there is, right? Because it's...
Yeah.
You think of it this way, we as commentators, and you as viewers as well, that watches, the entire sim racing world kind of just blends into one these days, right?
Yes.
Meanwhile, like a lot of drivers, they're typically only doing 2 or 3 championships at a time, which is almost too many, but still, they're normally doing 2 or 3. When those championships are up, then they're effectively up. They're not doing anything until they're looking for the next championship, which they could then be looking for a different team and that kind of stuff. We don't really think about that. Like, I'm just sort of sat there being like, yeah, all these drivers are working all the way through the year, and actually that is not the case. They do typically take breaks for longer than you think. It's just because everything merges into one. You're constantly doing sim racing that you're not actually thinking about. Hang on, I've not actually done an ACC race in about 6 months. Yeah, it's just that kind of stuff. Where it's all a big pile of spaghetti. I don't really know how to describe it. But it's everything is going on constantly, but it all just kind of like merges into that one thing. And it is one of those things in sim racing that is only going to get worse in a good way. But it is only going to get worse.
It's going to get crazier is what it is going to be, without a shadow of a doubt. Now, I don't think we caught exactly when these two split up, but this fantastic fight between the 42 and the 52 is now over for the time being, because there's 8 seconds of separation between them, Lewis.
Yeah, obviously, bigger gaps splitting up. Some getting closer and closer. SimRC closing into the back of the Absolute Motorsports team that's started right towards the back of the order. It's kind of one of those things that some of these teams that have had to work their way forwards, whilst we have had those rising up the order from the back of the grid. Not everyone can be able to do that. That's absolutely fine. But I think SimRC, I will say that I think their pace has got better as the race has gone on. They're running in the top 30. I mean, they've not looked incredible. Let's be real here. They've not looked incredible through the season, but I think they've got chance and potential to piece together. And thankfully, they've changed their livery because it did look too close to the Leopard Esports car. So thankfully, they've done that. I quite like this one.
It's not bad.
It's a bit too much white.
I do believe it is the same SimRC that we see compete.
Yeah, at which point it's a terrible livery.
Yes, but
it's not a SimRC livery.
Yes, that's the point. It is the same team, but I mean, it's not the Bumblebee colors that we would typically associate with SimRC. They've got the splashes of yellow here and there.
It's not the right yellow though.
It's not a bad livery.
It's just not the right yellow.
Yeah,
it's the wrong.
I know what you mean.
Shade. Yeah, exactly. It's completely the wrong shade.
But
I really like the SimRC livery.
I will say that the different platforms offer different ways of building liveries, and so sometimes you'll plug one hex code into another simulator and you'll be like,
that is true.
Why doesn't this match up?
That is absolutely true. Obviously, lighting engines and everything. This one in Unreal Engine 4 on the Aces codec, which is let's not get into it or whatever. I can't remember how the colours and stuff work, but the Academy Colour and Coding Solution or whatever it's called. Either way, Weber getting around the outside, obviously not making this one through on Bianchi. I've gone through how the lighting system and stuff works in Unreal Engine 4 because it is quite confusing, but obviously wildly different to everywhere else in sim racing. An outside move at Rivage is probably not going to work, and a bit of a hip check between the two of them. The up and under potentially coming from SimRC here, but not on this occasion. But yes, I will say, when Zancho, the team that I'm a part of, do liveries on iRacing, it took me a good hour or two to find the right blue. And even then, sometimes from some angles, I'm looking at it being like, it ain't right.
It was quite interesting, I think, for some teams in the Esports Racing League who, for the very first time, were branching off of their main platforms, to have to understand what creating liveries on other simulators was like. I mean, we go back to the core sim racing example in the Esports Racing World Cup, who they were the one who I think the orange was different across of all three different platforms, to the point where our producer Mike was playing with the color correction, and I think we were just like, we don't know if you're actually making the paints look better or worse, because the reality is that they probably made this, when they were designing the livery, it wasn't exactly buttoned up in the same way. I will also say it's not just, the colors that are important, but different platforms offer different ways to package up the liveries, as Weber's going to sail on past Bianchi into the bus stop chicane, and no defense really offered up there. But the fact that you have to, deliver the liveries in a different way. I know in the case of the Apex Racing team, it took them a few rounds to understand the different ways of sending the liveries out. So much to think about, even though all of the sims offer you the same unlimited flexibility in what you truly want to be able to do.
Yeah, I've done liveries on RF2 and on iRacing. I've not gone near touching liveries on ACC. I've done a tiny bits of like livery work to a degree on Raceroom, which is an interesting experience because you can't really do custom liveries on it, but you can. You can't, but you can. As Sholobov is going down the inside of Vermont, and the position being made up once again by the SMP Racing Esports car. Again, more progress from them, rising their way back up. But yeah, every simulator does it differently. The big thing is you have to get like a lot of reference, right? You have to be checking them. It's one thing about Arnage competition, right? Is that their pink, I think, is quite a unique pink, right? And yet still, when you look at it, I know that is Arnage pink, right? That is the same pink that I've been seeing on iRacing. It's the same pink that I've been seeing on Raceroom. It's the same pink that I've been seeing on FLExTREME. Whatever system they've got to work out what the pink is, and then like whether it is even just as simple as pulling up a picture from iRacing whilst they're making the livery and then like checking it in game and being like, oh yeah, that's the same pink. Cool. The worst thing when it comes to livery design is let's say, for example, when you're doing you're in the iRacing like little design studio, you're in the showroom here on ACC or even over on RF2, right? You're in that show and you think, I've got the colours perfect. Then you take it out on track and you're like, that's a different colour. That's not the same colour that I just saw in the showroom. It's not the same. It's that's frustrating beyond all degree.
Absolutely.
Even thinking about it, I'm furious.
I'm not a very good livery designer, and that's why my team had our paints done by Max Eru, the genius. The genius that is Bryce. Unfortunately, he's stepped back a little bit from the livery creation right now. So, yeah, I've done some of our recent liveries, which don't look as good.
No. Have you got pictures? I really want to see.
No.
Oh,
you don't want to see.
This is why you need
I think
to get
they
a
ended
livery. Oh god.
No, I was just saying. I think they ended up using an iRacing default for this the Daytona race.
that hurts.
Well, to be fair, I haven't had the time to do a livery for the BMW that has just been released. I say just been released, knowing that it came out literally 7 weeks ago. but yeah.
This is why you need to get, when you're getting a livery designer, right? I don't recommend this because it's a bit. Yeah. You need to get them to design a livery that looks smart but that's simple enough to if they do decide to not do anymore, you can then copy it. Kind of had that with Zancho, although there are some bits in that car which is just a nightmare to stick on random ones. But it's like, I know how to make that livery, right?
Yep.
So it's I'm looking at it being like, yeah, I can make that. So I can make that livery on other simulators and other platforms and stuff.
Yeah, I've had a few things where I've had to create like default liveries. For example, we did the commentary race at where was it? End of September last year. Yeah, you skipped because you were too scared to show everyone how slow you are.
I can't remember where I was.
Yeah, you were off doing more important things. Let's be real.
I think I might have been GB3 and GB4 at that point.
Yeah, I think it was, but we had to do the commentary race. We had like 8-9 different broadcasters, and so I wanted to do IROC style paints. And so what was the simplest thing to do? Since I had 3-4 different cars to paint, I just took one of the iRacing templates and then changed the colors on different things and made it as simple as it could be. I'm very spoiled with iRacing now because iRacing have added that paint shop, which makes it a lot simpler than actually having to be in the sim to do your paints, which is very, very infuriating, as anyone will know. There are people that have like got Photoshop plugins that like will save the file in the right folder and then go and refresh the iRacing paint. It can be a palaver. I have a lot of respect for people that make paints.
I have a lot of respect for people that make paints well.
True. Oh yes, no, I don't have respect for me making paints. Yes, no, you're right.
Exactly. I was going to say there's a thin line between people like me and you making liveries and then like liveries. You know, very thin line.
Oh yes, the goat.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, when you get grids like this, right, I will still maintain. I think on this grid we do not have many what I would classify as ugly cars, right?
Ooh.
As Sholobov is going down the inside of Apostle. In fact, I cannot think of. I'm genuinely thinking here of thinking of a car on this grid that I don't actually like.
Well, there is one BMW which is just white.
White, yeah, that's unacceptable. That's fine.
Yes, I think that's the Esports BMW, if I remember correctly. The number. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah. Unacceptable. An unacceptable livery. It's just white.
They don't even have the sponsor logos on the front.
No,
of the car
I think I think this is obviously a livery that they've not. I don't know. They've not submitted. I don't know. Whatever they've done, but that is not a livery, so that's fine.
Nope.
We can get that off my screen. But I think most liveries are actually pretty good. I love this one.
Yeah. Oh, I like me an asymmetric livery.
Yeah, love the West Competition Racing liveries. I think they look great. Unfortunately, it is looking great dropping back. Classic 137. That is a proper boot. They are going to lose a position here because there's Sholobov has come through. So as much as it looks good, it's not fast right now. Or as fast as some of those coming through. We'll correct it. Symphony of Pistons. Sometimes I'm like, oh, I love the green highlights. And other times I'm looking at it being like, oh, it's a bit garish, isn't it?
It's simple from the sides, but it works. The thing that makes it pop as well is that pattern that they have in the black itself. People know exactly how much I enjoy the BS competition liveries as well. We talk about asymmetric. BS competition is the best example of an asymmetric livery. Although, Lewis, you know this, I have been accused of being a BS competition shill in the past.
Gregor's not in the car though.
No, but it's not even him. I got called out during some iRacing stuff before as well. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't think I've ever seen anything as silly, though, as what Jarl Tyen did in the iRacing Daytona 24 in the BS tournament.
Yes, I saw he was down the order and retired.
He self-cleared himself. He forgot that he has an iRacing spotter that tells him when he can actually come down low.
Oh dear.
Yeah. He did a NASCAR self-clear as well. It was a big one.
Yeah. Yo, we expect better from Jarl Tyen. Especially considering if it's a NASCAR clear. It's like, mate, if you spend 3 years in the Coke Series.
Yeah. Expectations are high for your ability to know when you're clear or not.
Classic. Love Jarl Tyen. He's a great lad.
He is. He is a solid driver no matter what car you put him in as well.
Yeah, he did used to race in a Logitech G29 for a lot longer than he should have been.
So he's one of those people that is just too good.
Oh yeah. Jarl is kind of one of these people that's has been fast for a long time, right? Even Hugo Luis, obviously broadcast director for you over in the iRacing stuff. Hugo will probably have raced him on LFS and will know his name on LFS because most people will know Jarl Tyen as Arox on LFS. Obviously, not many people are watching this. Don't worry, because if you're like, that makes no sense. But there's one or two people that will be sat there being like, yeah, I know exactly who you're talking about. It's so weird. Those kind of have stood the test of time for coming from LFS. I was never on LFS, so I never had that problem. I think quite like this livery, by the way.
This livery is nice and simple. There are going to be plenty of people that don't even know what LFS stands for.
That's true. And neither do I.
Live for speed. Niels Naujoks probably remembers those days as well. I always tease Niels about the fact that he is one of the older people in sim racing, but
he is old.
He is old, but I think it does also show. It's quite funny as well, right? The fact that ESL first came into sim racing back in those LFS days, and now they're back in. It's going to be interesting to see how that compares. And Niels is probably one of the few drivers who competed in the original LFS competition days and will still be around as we move forward.
Yeah, this is where there are some drivers that were big back in the day that have retired, but there's so many more drivers that were big back in the day that are still big now, right? I can't think of actual drivers that have actually retired properly, not just gone on hiatus. Like Gregor Hutu, he's basically retired now, isn't he?
Yep, VCO Hall of Famer now.
Fair enough. He's retired, but then he was at the front of sim racing for 20 years, so fair enough. There aren't many retirements, actual genuine people that have retired. Other than those that have just gone, I guess it's kind of the same, but I'm bored of this and I'm going to quit. what I'm thinking of is like people that have actually achieved quite a lot at the front and then have retired. Gregor Hutu's one that you probably haven't heard of is Jesper Tolborg. He had won so much on R Factor, and I think on LFS as well. I don't remember what his name was on LFS, but he'd won a lot and then retired like 8 years ago. But is an incredible driver.
Well,
but there aren't many.
Logan Clampett has just retired from eNASCAR.
Has he really?
Yeah, he's not competing again this season, which actually posed a little bit of dilemma for William Byron Esports, because not only was Logan stepping away from the series for 2023, but a certain Mitchell DeYoung is also stepping away from the series to focus on
doing too much
other endeavors. Yes. So actually, it's a good point though. Michael Conti is another one who's going to be retiring at the end of this Coke season. I think we're getting to that point though now where, competitive sim racing as a whole really is, if we're being fair, 15 years old. If you want to, just kind of put a timeline on it, it's probably a little bit younger than that in some ways, in terms of the professionalism that has been achieved in the recent years. But I think we're getting to that point where we are going to see more and more quote-unquote retirements, just because the level of commitment required week in, week out from these drivers is so intense. And so I can foresee an inflection point when, enough of these kids who are, I say kids, anywhere from 15 to 20, who have been in it for a while, say, you know what, this has been my life for so long, let me go off and figure out who I am outside of sim racing and what I want to do.
Yeah, especially at that age.
Yeah, because it's because I commentated on a 13-year-old who now has won an iRacing World Championship race. Some of these kids are so young that they're going to get to a point where they want to figure out what else they want to do, because sim racers spend anywhere from 20 to 40 hours a week, depending what team, what platform, how involved you are, being in the world of sim racing. It doesn't mean you're practicing for VCO, LFM, FLExTREME, but George Boothby, Dara McCormack, these guys build setups outside of these competitions for the regular public to get their hands on and whatnot. So many things go into this world that, it very much does grind you down.
Yeah, it's. Even when I was racing, in air quotes, properly, back in the day, I always had a rule that I would never do more than, you kind of split up into like a 2-week period, and I would never do more than 3 separate championships at one given time in a 2-week period, right? And that was because the level of practice, level of preparation that you can actually put into it, if you do more than that, and some drivers do, they'll do like 4 or 5 in sort of every 2-week period. The reason why I say 2 weeks is because quite a lot of championships, like we're running here, run every other week.
Yep.
So it's a good reference point to have it as every other week. At 3, you can kind of practice a healthy amount without over practicing and without basically hating the world of sim racing. Because that's the thing, is that the moment you start doing more than that, at least for me, you have to find what works for you, but at least for me, I ended up just burning out so quickly. Burning out is not a good thing, because obviously when there's so many championships going on, you have to pick and choose which ones you want to be a part of, and it's not easy. It's why Mitchell DeYoung saying, "Yeah, I'm going to do the Coke series, I'm going to do this." Because like, you're literally doing too much, mate.
Yeah, I started commentating because I was burnt out from racing, and I was doing between 15 to 20 hours a week. I was never the top level of drivers, but I was at a point where I did some iRacing top split stuff. I did comparable leagues to this in the iRacing world, and I just got to a point where I didn't enjoy it anymore, which I find quite amusing, Lewis, because you know how busy I keep myself in the broadcasting world. I am way busier now than I was when I used to be driving.
Yeah, but it's a different level of busy, isn't it? It's a different style of busy. I think, from us on this side, our busy is more in the action, right? And what I mean by that is when you're busy in sim racing, you're mostly practicing, right?
Yeah.
And it's kind of like, because you don't really realize it, but so let's say, for example, you're doing a Grand Prix style series, right? And you're racing at Monza, right? And Monza, you're doing full distance races, 51 laps, and it's at the highest level of competition. And you ask them how many laps they put in for these kind of competitions, and they'll typically say about 1,000 laps. And you're like, that is so many. That is so many more than the actual race itself, right?
Yes.
For every 1 lap in the race, you're doing 20 laps of practice. That's insane.
And then imagine that you get taken out on lap number 1.
On lap 1, yeah, exactly. And it's like that's where I think that's a dangerous way of doing sim racing, because it's not enjoyable. And I love taking part in championships where, for one reason or another, and one way or another, practice is limited, right, for everyone. You only get an hour, right? And those championships are the best.
Yeah, it's like what we do with the VCO Esports Racing League, where the day before,
exactly,
a vote goes up. The community can pick between 2 options, and an hour or so before, we know what the option is. Yes, the driver's got a day to try out both, but it does just relieve the pressure. I've seen some comments from top-level drivers as well saying, oh, we'd love it if we could limit practice times for the top-level competitions. No, you would not, trust me, because I think a lot of people misunderstand what that would be like when it comes down to the super serious, quote-unquote, sim racing competitions versus esports racing competitions.
I'd still like to see it. I would absolutely like to see it.
We would like to see it. The drivers, I think, who say they would like it, don't recognize what it would be like.
Yeah, it would be... But I think the thing is, I think it would bring out more of the skill in the driver. Rather than the practice, it would bring out the skill in the driver, the ability to adapt and the ability to be consistent. Because being consistent in sim racing, let's be honest, these days, it's not that hard, because it's like you've done so many laps of practice, it's kind of like, it's just second nature. Meanwhile, when you have to learn that consistency and get with it, it is not an easy experience. But yeah, either way, we digress. We'll kick Arduino out of the commentary booth, so you can actually go and have a bit of a rest. You all right, mate? Yeah, bye Arduino.
Not doing too bad. Yeah,
Kick him out.
Too bad.
Kick him out. Get him out of here. Oh, what an hour that was. Ewan O'Leary is coming back in. Hello, Ewan.
Hello, good afternoon. Good to be back for a few hours.
Did you lose?
No. That's so out of context for anybody who's listening.
Literally anyone. Did you not lose?
No. Equaliser quite late on. Very pleased.
Okay. Yes, we're talking about football. I did wonder if we'd sent Ewan O'Leary off to go and watch Nottingham Forest lose, but apparently not. Either way, whilst we have got 4 hours left to go, we'll see if we can get some highlights from the race that we've had, because whilst we've been a bit quiet in the recent past, it hasn't always been quiet through this race. All began much earlier on the day, 5 hours ago, with drama already going through the first complex. Of course, Brabham Esports and Williams coming together, and Williams being sent off. It wasn't their only bit of drama, though, because coming down into No Name, virtual drivers by TX3 getting into the rear end of Get Closer Racing and causing quite a bit of drama. Just a bit of a gap, but obviously not too much. Get Closer Racing sent into the barrier, came back out on the circuit in front of pretty much everyone, including Race Anywhere Simsport, and second in the championship, Williams Esports as well. There's quite a lot of other cars that have to come back into the pit lane to rescue the cars, to repair the cars, and to get them ready for the, at this point, 8 hours and 55 minutes left to go in the race. It was not an easy experience. Yaz Heat were dropping backwards. Alex Smoliar on the charge. Yaz Heat starting this race from pole position, losing out to the Simweb Pro by Vides machine earlier on in that very first lap. Then Smoliar with a big send down the inside to take over second position in the race. But for the SMP Racing Esports, it wasn't exactly the perfect start to the race after getting involved in an incident up towards Lake Com. Triton Racing on the right-hand side, contact with the rear end, and Triton was sent off. Fourth place in the race they were. Last place in the race they became, unfortunately. And then not long after that, it was SMP getting past the Armamentario car before they got up to the rear end of the Yaz Heat car to take over that third spot. But obviously they've got they have a drive-through penalty over their heads. They'd have to come in and serve. Big send from Valentin Barriere to get to the inside of the racing point car as the Brabham Esports machine would take over third position in the race. They were marching forward very quickly indeed, but they too had a drive-through penalty over their head for the incident between themselves and Williams Esports. Race leaders, Simweb Pro by Vides, were coming up through Eau Rouge and Radion and were sent straight into the barrier, courtesy of a bit of a mistake from Abeladze. It was a pretty hard hit, a big crunch, a bit of damage on the front end that would mean they'd have to return to pit lane, but they would wait out the rain sequence. They would try and stay out on the circuit, try and balance the damage with decent lap times, and try and bring it round into the pit lane once the rain has stopped. Visceral having issues, then the TF Racing car having a bizarre issue. They had this 2 laps in a row coming through the Kemmel curve, out wide, onto the wet stuff, onto a puddle, and for a bit of a spin. I've seen it a few times around the circuit of Spa-Francorchamps, and TF Racing being the next ones to add to what feels like a very embarrassing spin. Got it back into the right gear and got back going again as Queen's Designs were battling it out with the Leopard Esports cars up towards the Lecom chicane. And Leopard were able to get through. Queen's Designs sat back in the position, but unfortunately, a bit of an issue in the braking zone, straight into the rear end of the Aston Martin, sending them straight over, opening the door for Race Anywhere Sim Sports to come through as the Queen's Design car, Mia Rose behind the wheel, would allow the Leopard Esports car to come straight back through. Team Shizou with another one that would have a touch of a scary moment, shall we say, going through the Kemmel curve. A big slide, very well caught, right up there with catch of the season, because that is incredibly hard to do. But unfortunately, that moment of heroism kind of fell apart as there was a bit of a squeeze. The LFM car went over to the left-hand side and Team Shizou squeezed just a touch, and it was them that was sent off into the barrier. LFM would stay on the road. Shizou would go straight over the runoff on the exit of the Lecom chicane and lose the position anyway to the LFM machine. Brabham Esports up towards Lecom and having a very close moment with a car that had already had a bit of drama at the top at Radeon. Triton Racing, who were running really, really well, had a big crash and nearly were added to it by Brabham, almost getting into the rear end, but thankfully dodging most of it. Symphony of Pistons, Team Shizou and the Prime Firefly car. It was Symphony of Pistons that was sent round by Shizou, sending it in a little bit too deep. West Competition Racing almost getting involved into the mix as well as they would dart their way through. There were tight battles up and down the order, including some oddities for some. And a bit of a odd moment there, pulling off into Piff Paff. Prime Firefly, they were the next one to be added to the list of casualties up at the top of Radeon. Into the barrier quite hard. They'd be able to get back going again. Thankfully without too much damage, but with enough to slow them down and cost them a fair amount of time. Grippax Engineering were having a couple of problems themselves when it came to damage repair, including a sizable spin on the exit of Stavolo, allowing the Gator Chain Balance Esports car and Simware.pro by Vides to come through, as well as the 137. And then it just got a bit awkward. The damage being extreme, the slight spin coming out of Stavolo, and then somehow before they even got to Blanchimont, the spin would get even worse as suspension damage on the rear end just causes problems, allowing Aspar to come through, and then a very, very scary moment. 1 snap, 2 snap, 3 snap, 4 snap, trying to catch it. SMP coming through, Symphony of Pistons coming through, Grippax Engineering having a very, very scary moment, but thankfully their damage wasn't necessarily added to. Hello YouTube and Grippax Engineering would then come together, which is what caused the damage earlier on. And Hello YouTube receive yet another penalty. I think it was their 3rd or 4th drive-through of this race. They had a stop and go 30 earlier on for speeding in the pit lane, as well as a drive-through for exceeding stint times, a drive-through for that. Armamentario and Ren Velton very close, and the Honda NSX is at the top of Radeon, but Ren Velton, costly mistake out into the barrier. And into the barrier very hard indeed. Williams Esports on the comeback charge, getting past the Pulse SimSport car before we had an incredible battle between Pulse and Leopard Esports as Tingo van der Velde was marching his way forward in the number 5 Williams Esports machine. The race at the moment, though, stands in the hands of George Boothby. Yaz Heat in control at the moment, comfortably clear of the Racing Point squad and BS competition. Realistically, Ewan, is it theirs to lose? It's got to be up there.
Yeah, it certainly is at this stage. It feels weird to say, really, with nearly 4 hours to go. We're not that far past the past the halfway mark at this stage. So you know, it's hard to say that so early on. But if you just look at the last few stints, you would certainly say that it is theirs to lose at this stage. 39 seconds is the gap now between themselves and the Racing Point number 85. When the rain stopped, with about 7 hours to go, so just over 3 hours ago now, the gap was about 18 seconds, between 15 and 18 seconds. So the gap has increased by more than 20 seconds over the last 3 hours. They're pulling out about, 7 seconds a stint maybe? That doesn't sound like a lot, but it's giving them a really healthy cushion to sit on right now.
Yeah, it's kind of just giving yourself a little bit of comfort, just giving yourself a little bit of breathing room, and putting yourself in position where, should rain return to the circuit of Spa-Francorchamps, you're actually in a decent spot to react to it. Igor Rodriguez then behind the wheel of the Williams Esports car, taking over from Dara McCormack. Tinko van der Velde has done a couple of stints. Igor Rodriguez is now starting his second stint, and of course Dara McCormack has also done 2. So they are all splitting them quite evenly. Some teams are, some teams are not. Absolutely fine. You're allowed to do whatever you want as long as you don't exceed the maximum driver time. There is no minimum driver time, but the maximum driver time for these races is 4 hours and 20 minutes. Great number. Grip Hacks Engineering love a bit of 4 hours 20, 4:20, 69. They love those numbers. That's the numbers they typically race under. It's 4 stints though, isn't it? Although it's slightly more than 4 stints this round, purely based on the fact of how the rain affected it and shortened one of those stints.
Yeah, you can get a little bit more time in because of that second hour, but nobody would. I wouldn't imagine it would be strange to do that, and also it's a lot of driving really in that period of time. You mentioned there's no minimum drive time. I mean, everybody does have to drive. There does have to be 3 drivers in the car. So I guess we had this discussion last race.
Yes.
I guess there is 1 lap maybe, but it's not much to worry about. Normally in series, there might be like a 40-minute minimum maybe, and particularly with Pro-Am series in real life, you've sort of got to think about how you're going to do that, whatever. But that's not the case in this series. I think these teams have got quite enough to think about, quite frankly.
Yeah, it is a lot to think about. Again, there is that damage on the front end, so they've not repaired that front end, unless it's just on our end, which is very possible, indeed. But obviously, this car had a lot of damage earlier on. They've got some damage still on the front end, at least visually. Clearly not slowing them down, because Baikov's lap times, I believe, are absolutely fine. Certainly been working his way back up the order as the Simware.Pro by VDES machine. And obviously pit stops are right. It's very hard to work out what position they are actually in. And I'm pretty sure they pitted on the last lap.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this damage is just visual, by the way.
Yeah,
I don't even know if it's only seen on our end or what, but I'm pretty sure it's just visual. Sorry, it doesn't seem to be slowing them down at all. We're just looking at the lap times. It's not very useful because Baikov's on an outlap, or just completed an outlap. But Abeladze and Code's times previously have not been bad since the damage was repaired. So I think it is just visual at this stage, and Baikov is doing just fine. And well inside the top 10 now, by the way, with Simware.Pro. They've recovered well from their incident, which obviously still has is bearing scars on the front of that Ferrari.
Yeah, and Philip Van Omen's quite close to the back of Nick Halban as well. Battle for 9th position. We head up to it. Burst Esports on the charge. We said before about this team and their top 10 finishes at the moment. They're on 2 consecutive, looking for a 3rd, and they certainly seem to have the pace. They did not qualify very well, though, for the 9 hours here at Spa. But they do have the race pace. They have been working their way up, but with some of the other teams that were kind of pushed out of the top 10, that's what's pushed them into it. My curiosity is to whether, again, if they have the pace to keep that for the next 4 hours. Of some of the other teams that are inside the top 10, I would doubt. For Burst, I do genuinely think they've been that they are in a position they have the pace to be able to potentially do it.
Not entirely sure just yet. I need to wait for this pit stop cycle to work its way out, because so far we're waiting for Van Omen to come in, I believe. So I think, yeah, we'll have a better idea later, but they might just be able to sneak in. They might just be able to get there. I think there are a lot of strong teams around them, though, battling for those final few places inside the top 10. Thinking of the likes of SMP Racing, West Competition Racing are up there, Brabham Esports, LFM are there as well. Race Anywhere Simsport are coming from behind right now. I think Williams Esports will be too far away now, but yeah, it's going to be difficult for Burst Esports to get on it, and it's difficult to tell at this stage, but it's very possible. We wouldn't be shocked to see them inside the top 10. They've done it plenty of times so far this season, a couple of times, and one of them in the GT3, so it's very possible.
It's the classic thing, though, as we were saying earlier, there's only so many spots inside the top 10 of them, and there is probably about 20 cars on this grid that I wouldn't be shocked to see inside the top 10. Yeah, and that's just the reality of it, is that you just would not be surprised to see them, which is I think is great. It's amazing. It shows how strong the field is, but it just means that being consistent on days like this is really, really hard. Yeah, because it's in championship like this. I mean, I said before, there was a championship where George Boothby won it. Of course, he's the one that's leading the race at the moment. It was the best of British. That's one of the first championships I ever commentated on this platform, and I think he won 3 of the races in a 5-round season. He won 3 of the races in it, and the other 2 he wasn't even inside the top 20. I think he didn't even show up to one of them, and still won the championship because you can do so. One of the first endurance championships I did it was one of the first things I did with VCO as well. It was the SimGrid VCO World Cup back in 2021, which, by the way, I'll discuss in a little bit as to when we'll be seeing a 6-hour race around the circuit, Paul Ricard with them in a few minutes' time. Don't worry about it. But that was the first championship I did. It was 5 races. 3 of them were 12 hours. It was Donington Park. It was Kyle Army. Can't remember what the other 12-hour race was. And then we did 2 24-hour races, which was the Nürburgring GP and, of course, Spa. Now, over that season, I am pretty sure we had 5 different winners, and only one team had 3 podiums. I don't recall if they were the ones that won the championship or not. The point being is because it was the inconsistency is so high because the grids are so incredibly tight on pace that it just means that actually putting together 3 consecutive decent races is incredibly difficult in championships like this, and that is what we're seeing in this. Is why some teams that have started out with 3 consecutive top 10s actually quite a surprise. Mikhail Baikov, though, looking to go for a move to get himself back inside the top 10, whilst pit stops galore is left, right and centre. But it's Kieran Prendergast trying to hang on to that 10th spot, doing quite a good job at the moment in doing so.
Yeah, he is, and this is actually a battle for position. These two have both made their pit stop in this cycle, so Baikov is battling for an actual position, going to brake early, trying to get the run out of La Source. Didn't quite do that as well as he wanted to, really. Need to get that real late apex, well, didn't, I'm afraid, coming out of La Source, but it might still be enough. The Ferrari's not bad in a straight line, and so we could well see Brabham under pressure. Oh! Prendergast has gone, and he's gone for it. That's wide to the left-hand side, over the top at Radion. Amazingly, he's kept it out of the wall.
Yeah, by me saying it is big, I was expecting that car to be backwards, upside down, flipping over, spinning out of the track, taking off like a helicopter. But nope, somehow, absolutely fine. Fair enough. BS Competition then will take over the race lead, as we can see Kieran Prendergast probably slightly more awake than he was 35 seconds ago. Fair enough. Next one behind is not the car directly behind, that's the Pulse SimSport Cup. The car directly behind that is an Aston Martin, but it's the Carbon SimSport one. You can recognise those colours from a mile away. That distinctive lime green. I absolutely love that lime green, by the way. You know me.
It's the contrast with the black that's...
it's not even black.
Is it? Oh, it's... Yeah, okay. Well, with this dark shade of paint they've got...
Are you colourblind? No, it's... I do remember actually doing it.
Confusing black with other colours.
Poor Zach Sweeney. Well, he did mix up black with other colours because he thought green was black.
Yeah, and he wrote his...
He wrote all of his GCSEs in green pen.
Oh dear.
Oh dear. Yeah, that is wildly against the rules in exams. Thankfully, he did manage to sort it out, so he's okay. But that is hilarious, and that was the point where he worked out that he was actually colourblind. At which point, it was slightly less hilarious, but still. No, it's a really dark, like purpley blue on that Carbon SimSport car, and I really like it. I think there's just something about those kinds of colours. So what I quite like on the I know it's obviously AlphaTauri colours, but on the TF Racing car, it's that dark blue. There it is, going through shot there. Nice. The super dark blue, but like there's just something about it. It just looks really good to me.
Yeah, as I say, it's the contrast between the lime green and the whatever colour you think that is. As a base there, very nice livery indeed. But as you mentioned earlier, there are plenty of them. A couple on show here. Really like the Ren Velton one, by the way, here as well. I know it's maybe a bit too messy for some people, but I'm a fan. Going to be on the defensive though from LFM, I'd imagine, into the bus stop chicane. and very late on the brakes from the Mercedes as well. Might well pull this one off, Robin Schaefer. That's very impressive indeed. Late on the brakes through the first part, inside for the second, and he is going to go through. While this is a position on track right now, Red Bull are going to have to make a ninth stop in this race because they're going to... I'm pretty sure they're going to have to make a ninth stop in this race because of when they pitted for damage when they went into the wall at Eau Rouge and Raidillon all those hours ago. 2 hours ago? 3 hours ago?
Yeah, I think it's... no, it was 2. I think it was 2 because I don't think I was on at that point. Then again, I barely remember what I do and don't do. Was I on?
Maybe, I'm pretty sure you were for the Red Bull one, or maybe it was Arjuna.
No, I think Arjuna had just come on. No, Arjuna had definitely come on because Grip Packs Engineering had the problem at the same time, and I remember turning having the stream on and seeing 2 cars going slowly, but obviously having you muted because I don't want to listen to either of your voices, and so I was like, what's going on? And then I realised I've got them all muted. So yes, I definitely was off the broadcast.
If you were listening to us, then you might have known what was going on. But
yeah, that's why I haven't muted. I like the drama and the mystery. Why do you think I'm so on it with like with towers and stuff, or like broadcast stuff? Where it's I always say that, but the best way to have your on-screen stuff is so theoretically you can have it muted and still understand what's going on, right? When it comes to broadcast overlays, and the reason is because it's just sort of like sometimes it's like mute. I hate the sound of Ewan O'Leary, Arjuna, Cam, Zach, Lorenzo, me. Just any commentator, really. Just mute. I feel sorry for all these people that have to watch. That is a little bit too deep from Maxime Butterfield. A great attempt to try and get past Yonkers, but again, pretty much a 0 on execution on that one, unfortunately.
Yeah, no pass, I'm afraid, for Arnaud's competition. I think this is going to be a battle that will remain for quite a while as well. One of those positions well down inside the top 10 now. They've recently been overtaken, both of them, but recently been overtaken by Simware.pro, Brabham and SMP. And so now they're just trying to hold on to those last places inside the top 10. And we're looking down just outside the top 10 to see who can jump up into it. And we're running out of candidates a little bit, really, because there is a half-minute gap up to these guys. I think they're going to have a good fight over 9th place, so they're very well matched. Not only this driver pairing, but pretty much any driver pairing we've had for these 2 teams so far. So it could be one that rumbles on for quite some time.
Yeah, potentially for the next 3 hours and 40 minutes. Probably not quite that long. I would suspect they would separate, but then again, you never really know in races like this. It's so easy to kind of see these kind of battles. Just they're so constant that you're just like, well, maybe they will just last. Like Leopard and Pulse, obviously they're now a bit more separated, but not too much. But they are still a bit more separated. But still, when you see those kind of battles like what we saw earlier, you kind of think these 2 are never going to separate, and eventually they just break apart slightly. But then sometimes they come back together again in that final hour of the race. It happens so often. I always kind of say when it comes to races like that, you know, I've had it before where I've been in the car and you do like a 24-hour race and then you're battling with someone in the final hour, and all that's going through your mind is like, how have we ended up on the same bit of track? Like the chances, you kind of think the chances are very, very low. Actually, they're not as low as you think, but still, it kind of feels that way. The chances of us being on circuit at the same time late on in a race after 23 hours of racing, or in this case after 8 hours of racing even, you think it's so unlikely, and yet it happens so often.
Yeah, and it's why we love it, really. You know, sprint racing is all well and good, and it's all good for its 20-minute excitement for a touring car race or whatever it is. But a long endurance race that has an exciting finale is exactly. Well, it's more my cup of tea anyway. Certainly very enjoyable, and we saw that with the last round of the FLExTREME series, of course, with the 6 hours at Barcelona in the Porsche Cup cars. Only a 6-hour race as opposed to 9 here, of course, but 6 hours still a long time. And to have the leaders separated by such a small amount of track towards the very end was very, very impressive indeed. Very enjoyable to watch as well, even if penalties were involved and it was all a bit of an argument for race control. A bit of a mess for race control to sort out in the end, but it still proves the point. Endurance racing and coming down towards the very end of the race, there's nothing better than it, in my opinion.
Oh, there is something about it, especially if it's for a lead or for a podium, but either way, just general battle. There is something about a battle that's been brewing, especially in 24 hours. A battle that's been brewing for a day, right? There is something about that, and you feel the tension and the pressure. I used to hate it as a driver because your team sat there watching, and they've put in a day's work just into the actual race itself, not even the practice and stuff before it. And it's down to you to be the deciding one. But when you're watching it from a broadcast perspective, you kind of feel that a little bit from what's going on. Even after, like say, an 8-hour race, 6-hour race, or even a 3-hour race, whatever, you have more pressure in those fights late on. Of course, we did have it last weekend in the battle for third position between Williams Esports and the Alpine car for third position in the race, which it came down to the last lap, to the very last lap. And there is just something about a late race battle that's just so invigorating and enthralling. And it's kind of one of those ones where you don't even need to see passing for it to be exciting. Now, people say that that happens in Formula 1 or places like that, as once again Battistella is going to go for it. This time he has got the overlap. He is going to send it in, and he is going to gain the position. Potentially Marco Yonkers with a slightly better drive, though, out of the final corner. Could get to the inside coming up towards La Source.
Yeah, that's exactly much more like it from Battistella there, to break later, but also not too late. Just make sure you've got the inside line at the final corner as well, and you will have the place from Marco Yonkers, although there will be a challenge from the BMW up towards Lecom. Again, I would imagine we'll see if the run through Aruja Radion is quite good enough. It is difficult to follow up there, just psychologically more than anything. He does look like he's got a good run out of Radion though, and there's going to have to be a defensive from Honda's competition, is there? Or is Yonkers happy to sit behind? Is there going to be a dive here? Well, he wants to, and he is going to dive down the inside here. It's not quite late enough on the brakes though, I wouldn't imagine. Battistella very confident on the brakes on the outside again, but he's still being fought by Yonkers. Oh, he cuts off the nose and he has the place.
Great battle between the two, though. Yonkers giving it a good go to try and get back past Maxime Battistella, but yeah, exciting stuff. Next one up, Prime Firefly versus Williams Esports Chill Blast. Igor Rodriguez behind the wheel. It's now the Brazilians' attempt to try and get through into the top 15. Arjuna did point out earlier that realistically, when it comes to recovery drives, it might have been you. I mean, you all blend into one. I'm pretty sure it was Arjuna though. As recovery drives go, Williams need a bare minimum 15th. At a bare minimum, 15th is what would be expected. With 3.5 hours left to go, if they could get into that 15th, they've got plenty of time to work even more forward from that point to get inside the top 10 to, hey, maybe even get even something slightly better than that. But the further they're going up, not only the harder the competitors they're coming across, but also the bigger the gaps between them.
Yeah, there are some big gaps up here. To be honest, I came into this race with the mindset of Williams have to beat BS Competition today, really, because I think BS Competition will beat them in the BMWs, because based on what we saw at BMW Simlab. Obviously, the situation has changed drastically now. I don't know if I necessarily agree for Williams Esports. For me, they just need to get the bare minimum. For me, is every position they can realistically get, because they can't afford to lose as many points as they're losing right now. They need to limit that as much as possible. The zone they're in right now, this will be for 2 points. Then they'll be battling every position for 3 points. But as things stand, they're going to be 50 points or more than 50 points away from BS Competition.
Yeah,
2 rounds to go, and that's going to be difficult to bring back. So, especially in that BMW. So for me, the bare minimum is getting every position they can realistically get in this race.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those things where if this race finishes as it is now, and if those gaps are kind of like what you're saying there, is it one hand on the trophy for BS Competition? And in some championships, I'd say yes, right? I'd say yeah, absolutely. But in this, we've had, especially in the GT3 racing, we've had 3 races now in the GT3 racing. Kota was pretty clean on the race start. Monza definitely wasn't, and Spa definitely wasn't. So what are we expecting when we go to Watkins Glen? Well, I can't. This is not me trying to, batter the championship really, because it's, drivers drive the way they do. We had a great start at Barcelona for the most part. I don't see Watkins Glen being a clean start. Not with that run. I don't remember what layout we're actually running. I know we're running the extended loop. The Grand Prix. What do they call it on it?
Yeah, Grand Prix layout.
Yeah.
I would say.
I don't know if we're running the bus stop though through there, because if we are, that's not an easy section to do on the first lap of the race. It's a big send from Igor Rodriguez, and too big of a send for Igor Rodriguez. So we'll rejoin the circuit. Prime Firefly will come straight back through. I thought it was a bit late for the Brazilian. It's not really the ideal opportunity for the Lamborghini to go through. Might try another one down into Bruxelles or Rivage, whatever you want to call it, but he didn't do it on this occasion. But yeah, I don't see Watkins Glen being that clean on the start.
I was more thinking about the run up the hill actually. Up 2 and 3 and whatever, and where things get really narrow, which sometimes is a bit of a pile up. But who knows? I don't think you can bank on that too much or whatever, or even think about that too much at this rate. I do think it is almost one hand on the trophy kind of business for BS competition, as long as it stays like this for the rest of the race. If the race ends like this, then then yes, I would say so, because I think from the start of this season, they've had that BMW race in their back pocket as a race that they know they're going to do well in. If they don't finish on the podium on that race, I'll be absolutely gobsmacked, because they're so strong, all three of them, or for all three of the regular drivers. If Niels Nykes is back again, but I'm sure Bakita could do a good job there as well, to be honest. But anyway, it's a 6-hour race that they know they'll be able to do very well in, and they've had that in their back pocket the entire time. So for them to have a championship lead going into that would be absolutely massive, as Williams Esports finally do get their 2 additional points for 15th place.
Yeah, finally making it away through. It was a very tough ordeal for them to have made that spot, but they do work their way up. This is the Armamentario car that's actually held on inside the top 5 very nicely, despite having some very serious ups and downs when it comes to their pace throughout the running of the 9 hours of Spa here in the VCO LFM FLExTREME. But at the moment, things are looking okay, navigating some of the lap traffic in Visceral and, of course, Symphony of Pistons that are directly ahead of them. It's been a very solid race for Armamentario. They've been doing really well this round. Just good pace, clean consistency, and not getting into trouble, even when I think they could have almost been forgiven for getting into some trouble early doors. When there were those pace struggles, they just kept calm, kept confident, and kept within themselves.
Absolutely, they have absolutely kept within themselves, and they've stayed out of trouble as well. I think you can see that in the position they found themselves in here, really. 20 seconds behind the car in front, 13 in front of the car behind. So they've very much run to their own pace, but they've also not got into any trouble. Now, I do think they're going to be in a bit of a problem soon, because I think the 3 cars immediately behind them might well be quicker than Armamentario, and that might see them outside the top 5. But nevertheless, it has been a great drive from them so far, and yeah, it's a great formula really for how you're supposed to drive these races.
I actually don't know. Looking at the timing. Okay, so going from 3rd down, right? Schill, 18.4. Huben, 18.1. Manisha, 18.2. 18.1 for Baikov, 18.2 for Prendergast, 18.0 for Tillich, 18.3 for Batafilia, 18.2 for Yonkers, 18.4 for Schaefer, etc., etc., etc. Pace-wise, almost all of them behind are running incredibly similar pace. The only 2 that are really consistently faster, awkwardly, are the 2 ahead of Schill, which is Stutsenko, who did a 17.5 on the previous lap, and then Castorina, who did a 17.8 on the previous lap, both being faster than those behind. Everyone else is running super consistently at the moment, which is not great for us in the commentary booth, because it means the gaps aren't really changing too much. But it's great for those behind the wheels of the car. I think, Yonkers and Batafilia, obviously they were close. Yonkers has not exactly dropped off the rear end at rapid speed from Batafilia. Even, Igor Rodriguez, who you'd argue potentially should be a lot faster than those in front, 18.4 on the previous lap. Wasn't exactly rocket ship faster than Victor Nicolai did an 18.9 on the previous lap.
No, I mean, it is half a second, but yeah, that's where the problem's going to be for Williams Esports. It's just very difficult to make your way through the field when it is so close like this. They are starting to get towards the area that they were in qualifying, and at the start of the race, they qualified towards the back end of the top 10. Let's not forget that, it wasn't one of their pole position qualified performances like they managed at Circuit in the Americas. It was very different to that, very different. So it will be interesting to see quite whether they are able, sorry, like it was at Barcelona, I should say. We're interested to see how far they get up now, because as you say, they're not actually that much quicker than those in front. I think they will be able to maybe get ahead of Nicolai, but Mike Noble for Burst Esports is quite a long way in front, and he's matching Rodriguez really. But you've got to remember there's going to be a number of different drivers, all three drivers probably of each car is going to be in before the end of the race.
Yeah.
So maybe somebody's doing their last stint of the race right now, but we're going to see everybody again from now until the end. And yeah, Williams Esports got their work cut out in terms of going much further here. Yeah,
it's kind of one of those things like that they'll have already been working this out for sure. But again, it kind of goes back to what we saw in the previous round as the Prime Firefly gets a drive-through penalty. Not 100% sure as to what that was for. I've just checked on the street. It's for track limits. There we go. So I figured that one out. Bykov also receiving a drive-through penalty. Now that one is important because that one is higher up in the race. Not disrespect to Schwanker, but it means that there's going to be a lot of positions gained inside that top 10 after that issue. But again, did it come from race control? I don't believe so. It tells me it's probably from track limits as well.
Yeah, wow. That's big news, really, because we've got more than a third of the race to go here, which suggests to me that is not going to be the only time we see drive-throughs being applied for track limits or drive-throughs being gotten, I suppose. So that's going to be a worry for all of the teams from now on. Where's Bykov going to fall himself down to? It could well be. It's definitely going to be 10th. Whether Schaefer gets in front is another question. I think he will, actually. I think Schaefer will just be able to get through, although it's going to be quite close. I think Bykov will be able to get back into the top 10 again without too many major problems in this race.
Just as confirmation, by the way, the 142 did receive a drive-through penalty for track limit excursions. So, yeah, not great. Literally to have two of them pick them up in the space of, 5 seconds? Yeah, fair enough. But again, it is a circuit where we are expecting drive-through penalties to be dished out, courtesy of those track limit I can speak English. Track limit excursions. There we go. So the 777 has been through the pit lane to complete theirs. That's the Prime Firefly car. I think Williams Esports might be sat there thinking, wow, it would have been great if you'd have got that literally like a lap or two ago. So we don't have to worry about trying to get past you, but yeah, that's how it goes. Bykov, again, going to lose out a few spots here, probably dropping down to about 12th spot, 13th spot potentially.
Yeah, it's hard to judge at this stage.
It's quite a big gap between Yonkers and Schaefer.
That's what I mean. Is he going to drop into that gap there?
Nah, I think behind it.
You don't think it'll be behind? I think it's between 50 and 60 seconds for a drive-through. I mean, we're about to get a very good idea of exactly how long it is now.
Yeah.
So that's helpful. But yeah, he is going to drop down to at the very least 10th place, and maybe further behind. But once again, though, not into the clutches of Igor Rodriguez. Not a driver he can really benefit from there.
No, like I said, I'm going to take a wild guess and say 13th. I reckon that's where Bykov's going to drop back. What do you think at home? Actually, no, because you can probably do literally plug it into a spreadsheet, put the number in, and it'll probably tell you which position, which is a bit more boring, really, isn't it? I like the drama of trying to figure this out. I've said this when it comes to like strategies and whatever, when I've discussed strategies with, particularly with Dennis Jordan and people like that. I'm sure you found it as well with other championships, even with this one, where when you speak to some drivers about teams about strategy and whatever, they're kind of a bit like protective of them. I just want to know the basics. I don't want to know exactly what you're doing because that's boring. Because if I know that you're going to do this, 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 and this, then it's like, well, I already know what you're going to do then.
Well,
how boring is that?
I would argue that you don't know the outcome of what they're going to do, so that's the interesting part. But yeah, I do find that as well. When you ask people what the strategy is, they're like, well, obviously, I'm not going to tell you, am I?
Yeah, which is hilarious. When it's like you're going to go for 63 minutes, you're going to stop, you're going to change tyres, change driver, and brim the tank.
I'm not trying to find this out. But anyway, we've all been there. But yeah, we'll see anyway when Bykov decides to do that. As we've got,
he's just coming, I think. No, he's not. No, he's not. No.
I thought he'd stay. Yeah, I thought he was going for a little bit. He's clearly using up his 3 laps before he does the drive-through because, well, that's his choice, I suppose. So instead, we'll watch the battle for 29th, which has got SimRC in an even less SimRC livery for this round.
Yeah, I actually quite like this livery, apart from one thing. It's not a SimRC.
No, it's not quite.
It's just, this is where obviously when it was me and Arjuna on the previous time, we were discussing ad nauseum about colours and stuff between simulators, how it's very difficult to do. But then this livery just isn't even close. Like it's as if they've kind of like looked at it, they've tried an actual SimRC livery and they went, no, actually, let's just make something completely different. As wow, Soldatov was nearly trying to come through, and it almost looked as if Soldatov was nearly trying to pick up yet another drive-through penalty in the Hello YouTube car. They've had a few today. At a bare minimum, they've had 2 drive-throughs and 1 stop-and-go 30, but I kind of get the feeling they've had more than that. They've had a few today.
I think it could be 3 drive-throughs now.
And the stop-and-go.
Yeah, and the stop-and-go, yeah. So there was definitely that one for speeding, and they definitely got one for well, basically ending Grippack Engineering's run inside the top 10. So that was not great. But I feel like I remember another one, but maybe there wasn't. They are certainly a long way back now compared to where they were early on in the race, which was in and around the top 15 sort of area, which was the best run they were having so far. But they're back now down the order in 30th, trying to make that 29th. Not able to on the outside line there. Tomas Lorenz doing a good job there to brake late and making sure that Soldatov couldn't get the inside at the final corner.
Yeah, just being wise there. So interesting that the 777 has returned pit lane. I guess they're slightly off strategy because of when they had the damage. Yeah, the incident at the top of Radeon. So I guess that kind of explains that one there. You know, we're not seeing the start of the actual proper sequence here into the pit lane, but Soldatov, like I said, going to continue to try and march his way past. Big lot of curb being taken at Radeon there from Lorenz, just putting the car in the right place at the right time. But the big bad Bentley behind is trying to close in. Grippack's Engineering and Pulse Sim Sport behind, but not for position. It's Contagianis in the TF Racing car that's the next one for position. And there is the send from Soldatov, but Lorenz doing well to hang on straight around the outside at the first part of Lake Com. Meaning got the line going into Malmedy again, going very well right now. As I can confirm, Bykov, by the way, is in pit lane and is serving that drive-through penalty. Yeah, what did I say? 13th.
Yeah, you said 13th. I'm going to go for 10th. I think maybe that's a bit ambitious. Maybe it's a bit ambitious, but we'll see where he ends up. As Grippack's Engineering really trying to get through here. They want to get away from Pulse Simsport, I'd imagine. That is a battle between themselves for 20th, but they're not involved in this fight, which is for 29th. So it's 2 battles converging on one, with blue flags waving everywhere as well. It's a bit of a complicated mess between these 4.
Bykov's in 12th, by the way.
Ah, you were closer.
Closer, yeah. Well, yeah, no, neither of us were right there. That's fine. There's no middle ground on that one. We just didn't do that one very well. That's fine. 12th is where Bykov has been after his drive-through penalty. So I'm not salty. I'm just glad it wasn't 10th, if I'm honest.
Or 11th.
Deal with,
that would have been closer to me as well. So.
Well, yeah, but if you were 11th, I'm not going to take 12th as a victory.
Oh, it's more of a victory than I am.
It's not a victory, though. It's not correct. Either way, Lorenz, hello YouTube. Grippack's Engineering involved in this. Big send down the inside from Soldatov. Bit of a hip check as well. SimRC able to potentially hang on to the position. The outside line working in favour whilst there is a battle behind Hello YouTube and that the Sim RC are going to be side by side up towards La Source, but they've got Grip Packs Engineering and Pulse behind that are battling for their own positions. This is very tricky.
Yeah, very difficult to manage as well in terms of managing your own ambitions, but also those around you as well. The battle now is going to be split up. It was aggressive from Soldatov down to top chicane, but I think he was within his rights certainly to make that lunge, and he pulled it up quite well as well. So yeah, I can't criticise him too much at all for that move. Now Jonathan Seville going to try and benefit from this, and Gripax Engineering are going to be really furious with Hello YouTube if they don't get out of the way here. Oh dear. Oh dear, that was coming. Contact between them, and we know these two have made contact in the past in this race, and they're going to make. Oh dear me! Gripax go through though.
Yeah, like I say, a bit dodgy there. We'll kind of dissect that one in just a moment. That TF Racing car has got past the Sim RC as well, out a little bit wide there, going through Rivage and managing to gather the grip back on. Of course, they're looking to get past Soldatov and that Hello YouTube car. They've already made up one position this lap on the former Sim RC up towards Lake Com. Next one's not too far up ahead, but there's a car a lap ahead of them. Between them, very awkward. What did you make of that incident, Ewan?
I think Hello YouTube have been involved far too many times in blue flag incidents, to be honest. I get that they're strong drivers and they're not used to being in this position, and also they've been quite often faster than the cars they've been lapped down to. But even so, they've been involved way too often, and even now, you know, they're really being hounded by the Pulse Simsport Aston Martin behind. But I doubt they're going to pull over. I hope they do. But based on what we've seen so far, you know, they're just not going to pull over. They didn't want to pull over to Gripax Engineering. Savalainen really had to force the issue there with them.
Does this not go back to what was on in the previous round, though, when we had those instances with some back markers? Because realistically in there, if the Hello YouTube car doesn't have to jump out of the way like we were saying before at the previous round at Barcelona, as we'll see if Contagianis can get around the Pulse Simsport car, looking pretty much faster at the moment. If that is the case, then you have to put it that the Gripax Engineering car was going for a gap which wasn't really there, didn't have an overlap, and that was where the contact came from, to send the Hello YouTube car down the road.
It's different when there's a lap between the cars, in my opinion.
Of course it is, but if they don't have to jump out of the way, then...
No, I know, but when there's someone ducking down your inside and you're about to make contact, I think the lap down car should be like, okay, all right then. And especially when Gripax Engineering, well, they've pitted now, Savalainen, but they were quicker. Pulse Simsport look quicker right now as well. So yeah, they've got to be a bit of give and take, because I can guarantee if they were in the opposite position, and this is the case with any team, if they were in the opposite position, they'd be screaming at the lap cars to get out of the way.
Yeah, and that is why for me, I always say that blue flags should just be a rule. Just get out of the way. Sorry.
Sometimes it gets a bit extreme though.
Yeah, but this is the thing. Yeah, sometimes it does get way too extreme. But the thing is having it like, and this is exactly my point back in Barcelona, is that having it where you're not getting out, you don't have to get out of the way. You are opening it up to interpretation, where it's like, oh well, yes, but I wasn't impeding them. It's kind of like, yes, but they were impeding. All those kind of things. It's like it's actually hard to prove, rather than just being a rule of like, right, you've got blue flags, you've got a lap to get out of the way. I think the 3 corners thing or 3 marshal post thing, I think is extreme.
Yes.
Because there are cases where it's like 3 corners are a bit rough. For example, you're running at the same speed as them, and then they get blue flags going into Piff Paff Campus Stavolo. That's 4 corners, so that's technically breaking the rule. But I wouldn't want a car to get out of my way in any part of that section. I want you to just get on with it and then get out of the way afterwards, right? It's those kind of things. That's why I think, like, yeah, it's... I say it's not a perfect rule anyway. We're literally going to have the same discussion we had 2 weeks ago anyway, because it's blue flags and whatever. But yes, for me, realistically, yes, Hello YouTube should have got out of the way. But Gripax Engineering were kind of going for a gap that wasn't there.
Yeah, it's hard to quite get those rules down, really. As we said last time, as Constantinianis tried to get down the inside there of Pulse and wasn't able to. You'd expect TF Racing to be able to get through on Soldatov when they get there as well, and now Pulse get out the way. So that's a
it's weird
lap front getting out the way.
Yep, but I think that's kind of wise, because Pulse are thinking about their own race and thinking, look, Constantinos Contagianis wants to get on with his race, and let's not hold him up. let him go. Let him just get on with it, because otherwise, you're in the firing line at that point, and that's where you're adding essentially unneeded risk back into the race.
Yeah, certainly. It's just about it's not only about the rules. It's about being smart as well. You've got to keep yourself alive, and you can see that Porsche now have got quite a gap behind them of 30 seconds to the next car, because the car they were battling with in the form of Gridpacks Engineering very much gone into the pit lane, and so dropped down the order. Luke Obi back at the wheel now. But yeah, that's all spread out just a little bit over the last few moments. Yeah, was Bykov 12 or was he 11th? Has somebody pitted?
He was 12th when he came out of the. I know you're trying to be right.
No,
but no, he was
just
110% 12. I'm not sure if someone has pitted.
RCI maybe? Were they in front? Quite possibly.
No, I don't think so.
Trying to remember. Really can't.
Yeah, we're not very good at our jobs, unfortunately. Sorry.
Doesn't matter too much really. Bykov, I think he's still going to have enough to get inside the top 10, because that 6.5 gap to Schaefer is basically all that he has to close and then overtake before he's back inside the top 10.
Yeah, it's. I don't know who it was, but still, either way, the 142's in a good position to drag its way back up there after those issues, after the drive-through penalty for track limiting skirts. I mean, the difficulty is that sometimes you kind of feel like, oh well, I've got the penalty, so now it's basically carte blanche. I can do what I want when it comes to track limits, and you kind of forget it's like, well, you do actually have 3 more, and then on the 4th you'll get another penalty. So potentially don't do that. Yeah, it's not an easy. It's not an easy one. But well, yeah, it is what it is. Armatari, like I say, running a decent position behind Hooven in the Unicorns of Love car, which have been impressive, but I think they're sat there wanting for a bit more rain. To be honest, there are a few cars on this grid that want a touch more rain. Obviously, Unicorns of Love, BS Competition, I think, will do so. People that don't want to see rain, definitely Yaz Heat and definitely Racing Point. I don't want to see any more rain. And thankfully, it's looking more in favour of them at the moment. No more rain, still remaining on the horizon. Nothing expected to hit the circuit. It's looking like it's going to remain dry, at least for the foreseeable future, for the next half hour or so. We will keep you updated as soon as it changes, but it's looking like a lovely day despite that sprinkle. It's kind of weird because normally when we see a bit of rain early on in the race, we do typically see it rain twice or 3 times. That's what we had in Monza. After it rained once and then it dried up and then it rained not that long after.
Yeah, it is a surprise, but then again, there's more than 3 hours to go yet, so we can't.
That is true.
We can't speak too quickly. And let's not forget how quickly it rolled in terms of the conditions we actually had at the start, in terms of lightness, and now. And then how quickly that clouded over, and indeed the worked the opposite way, how quickly the clouds cleared again. It does go very, very quickly. So it appears it goes very quickly. So, I'm not writing it off just yet. More than 3 hours to go. There's plenty of time. And considering, we saw 2 periods of rain at Monza, very much could happen again. And who knows whether we'll get any rain at Watkins Glen either. Really depends there. When the race is being run, although I don't believe Watkins Glen is in one of the hottest areas or driest areas of America. My American geography is horrendous, but
where Watkins Glen is?
Yeah, I don't think it's in. Well, it's not in the desert. It's not in the driest
it's
area.
In New York.
Oh right, well okay, well there you go. So honestly, my American geography is horrendous.
Oh, awful as well. I know. I can generally, for most circuits, I can point on a map as to roughly where they are, but that doesn't tell me what climate we're dealing with or actually where they are. I can just go, it's about there. Laguna Seca, it's on the west coast. Probably about this high up, about there. I don't really know, but it's somewhere. I just know it's damn warm.
Yes.
Same with Sonoma. So I know roughly where they are in America. I just don't really know. Well, at least when they're on the coast and stuff. Anyone sort of slightly in the middle, I'm like, I have no idea. And also NASCAR tracks, no idea.
Oh God, yeah, it's.
I know a lot of them are near Charlotte though. There's 7 in that area.
Well, it's where it's from.
NASCAR. Yeah.
Yeah, it's no surprise really. I'm a bit better with cities, to be honest, because of American football. Well, American sports, to be honest.
You watch American football?
I do, yeah.
Oh, it disgusts me.
Well, I try, but it starts at like 1 a.m. Give me a break, will you?
Yeah, it's true. Well, this is the thing. So I went back into the TV truck for last week where they were putting together all the broadcasts. Went back in there, and they'd all like signed off for the day, and all the broadcasts had actually essentially been moved inside the upstairs studio that they've got in there, so they could look at the TV truck. So I went in there to be right, good lad, see a bit, have fun, off the night, whatever. And they're all sat there watching American football. I'm like, well, fair enough. I guess sport never stops, does it? I only watch American football once a year, and I'm confused every time I watch it. And yes, it is for the Super Bowl.
It's not that bad. It's not that.
As soon as I turn it on, there's like something 6 down 10 or whatever. I'm like, I don't know what any of this means.
6 down would be impressive.
I don't know what it means.
Okay.
That's like saying, what's a reasonable rugby score? I don't know, like 300 by 271. Obviously, I know what a decent rugby score is.
300 would be a difficult
300 in rugby would be pretty mad. I do know rugby, but it's what kind of context. I got asked a question, and this is what I mean. But when you have a lack of context on something, it's like I have no idea what the actual real context is. I got a quiz. How many license points do you get? Super license points do you get for winning Formula 2?
Crikey.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What's the frame of reference on this? I have no idea.
Yeah. Is it one of those things where you like need 1,000 points for F1, or do you need like 10? What's the?
Yeah. Well, I mean, what's your guess?
I would maybe like 10, 15.
I guessed 8. It's 40.
40.
40, which means I have no idea how many to get into Formula 1.
No, I thought it was about 30 or 20 or something to get into Formula 1.
I honestly thought it was like 10 to get into Formula 1. You get 8 from Formula 2, and then I don't know how the super license structure works at all. And so this is what I mean. It's like when it comes to talking about things like American football like that, I have no idea what the frame of reference is for it. So it's just wild guesses as to I don't know.
Yeah, that's fair enough. More fair enough on American football, to be fair. Super license points, yeah. Well, it's idiotic anyway, isn't it? Because they're just.
Isn't it?
If you're famous enough and you've got enough support, then you can, go into F1 anyway.
Oh, is that how it works?
Well,
yeah, but the super license points are important because it means that not any random person can just appear in Formula 1 just because they got the budget. Whilst we look at this battle between Magnini and Makovkin.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's what it's supposed to avoid, yeah.
It does for the most part.
Yeah, no, I don't doubt that. But yeah, it's still a bit weird. As LU2 make their way down the inside, they'll get through here pretty easily, waiting for those around or above them to pit, really. Because they pit quite early in this cycle, that they'll have some very long 65-minute stints to end this race.
Yeah, I kind of. It's that thing. Obviously, I get the rain. It's kind of throwing things up for quite a few teams. I would definitely want to be moving my stints later on, so we're comfortably past 3 hours to go before we're making that stop, so that you're getting things more in line for those final few stints. Right? That's it's why I'd want to be going further and further and further, because again you're preparing yourself just in case for the rain. You're making that final stint slightly shorter. There's a lot of positives from going longer. I get that some people want to for the undercuts and all that kind of stuff, but it always ebbs and flows backwards and forwards. It's just it's just bizarre on that one. But again, it's teams trying different things. The thing is, if it rains, it gives them a much tighter window to deal with the rain. But then, maybe they can undercut or whatever. Who knows? Cross that bridge when you get to it. And it's kind of one of those things like, you've made your bed. So,
yeah,
it's tough now.
You very much have. I often do in these races, to be fair. Well, especially when there's rain, actually. I remember, I think it was the early part of the Monza races, really, where they were forced to come in for dries, sort of, really early in every cycle, so it meant that pretty much every stint was a bang on 65 minutes, and there wasn't anything that any of the teams could do about, and so that really is a case of you've Oh, well, you've done your strategy now. You just got to drive it now. But thankfully, there was a second period of rain, and it made it a lot more interesting at Monza. And there was a lot of drama to go with it, as we know. It was a good race. Possibly my favourite of the season so far, if I'm honest. Although Barcelona was very good as well.
Oh, I think Kota was very good.
It was.
Kota had a good end.
Yeah, it did. It had an unexpected end.
Yeah.
Certainly. Very unexpected.
Did you finally watch it now?
I watched it ages ago. Because I was elsewhere for the end of the race in real time. But yeah, it was unexpected. Certainly, I was very surprised because I thought when I went off broadcast with about 90 minutes to go, there's no way Unicorns are losing this, surely.
Yeah, same, and they did.
Not a big mistake. Let's be fair. Not a big mistake.
Was it 5 seconds? A 5-second penalty, wasn't it?
That didn't help, but they also had contact with someone into turn one, lapping a car. It was very small, but it's side contact. But it, they lost quite a lot of pace from it.
Yeah, like I say, those are the things that happen. I mean, we've had drama in all three of the races thus far, and I would suggest the fourth probably isn't going to be the calmest run to the checker. These are the kind of things that happen when in these styles of racing, that we do have that late drama, and that's what we love about it. This race has certainly thus far, at least for the middle 3 hours here, been by far the calmest running that we've had in the VCO LFM FLExTREME Championship. Will it last? I would suggest probably not. I think we've got plenty on the horizon. Don't worry.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't anyway.
There's prospect for rain. There's prospect for all sorts of things to happen. To be honest, still a third of the race to go, so you never know.
That's what we'd hope. We'd certainly lean towards the more dramatic side of things. Well, there's 3 hours left to go. Yazheat remain in control here at the 9 hours of Spa in the VCO LFM FLExTREME. Ewan's going to stay with you, but again, I'm being hoofed out of the commentary booth because Arjuna's waltzing in here, pretending that he owns the place, because he's going to sit down with you for the next 3 hours and take you to the checkered flag. But I will be back, don't worry, because let's be honest, Ewan's got some other things to do as well. So yeah, each their own. It's just me and Arjuna that got to stay here. All right, enjoy.
Say goodbye to Lewis for an hour 2 hours, excuse me, and we'll welcome him back for the final 60 minutes and the run to the checkered flag. Ewan, sun continues to set. We're past 5 p.m. here in the Ardennes Mountain, getting ready to head in towards our version of golden hour, which is going to be sunset rather than sunrise. And I'm just taking a look at the timing sheet right now, picking apart what I've missed over the last hour or so. It looks as though at the front of the field, the only thing that I missed is more domination from Yazheat. Yeah, it's been really dominant so far from Yazheat. I mean, we expected quite a lot from them at the start of this season. They've not maybe delivered at times, and with that poor race at Monza is really starting to affect them in the standings. But this race has been absolutely picture perfect for them so far. 46 seconds is their margin to the 85 Racing Point Ferrari in second place right now. That's grown about another 7 or so seconds on this hour. That's generally happening. 7 seconds a stint is what they're gaining on the rest. They could well win this race by a minute by the end. It's not quite going to be the biggest winning margin this season. You remember the Race Anywhere Simsport at Monza, and also Yazheat have got 3 hours to go. But it is a pretty big margin, and they certainly are in control. Lewis was also calling out a Zoop penalty for the 911. Hello, YouTube. I'm not shocked to see that, if I'm being honest. I can only assume all sorts of shenanigans that I missed in the last hour. I did catch the most recent one, which I'm not sure if that was the one that led to them getting a drive-through penalty, but I would argue at this point, with the 911 now running 3 laps down and in 33rd position, they need to just be a little bit wiser when it comes to some of the decisions being made over the course of the next 3 odd hours. We've only got 8 cars left on the lead lap, and I think the domination out of the 666 is such that realistically we may very well get to the end of this race with maybe the top 4 left on the lead lap. Yeah, I think top 5 is certainly the highest number we'll get, because well, I say that, not far from Batafulia, we just saw that
when we were looking at Yes Heat a couple of moments ago. And then we've got the SMP and Brabham cars not too far away from each other. So it depends whether Yes Heat can catch up to those guys. But there is still quite a long way to go. And that's we're pretty much on schedule from where we were last race, to be honest. At Barcelona, by the end of the 6 hours, of course, when the race ended, we only had 8 cars on the lead lap then. So yeah, we're 6 hours into this one and we got 8 cars on the lead lap. So it makes sense. It lines up, matches up nicely. Not unexpected at all. Maybe the gap between 1 and 2 is slightly unexpected.
Checking in with that SMP racing car. When I joined in about 3 odd hours ago, they were down in the 15th spot and still trying to recover their way back forward. Of course, still in the midst of some pit stop cycles, so not getting the entirety of the picture just yet. But we will be able to run you down through the order after the next cycle of pit stops. Already see just how much on that left side of the screen the separations have built. There are some small little pockets where we have the battles going on, but for the most part it is very much settled into that kind of a rhythm of an endurance race where the drivers are just trying to stay up on their target lap times, hit whatever fuel number they've been trying to hit, and manage the tire life as best as possible. Been a long day for Williams Esports on their recovery. Igor Rodriguez being able to get that car back up into 14th place for now. I think the expectation is Darren McCormack will do at the very least one more stint, and the question will be which stint does he do and who does the other stint that we've still got left, potentially left to come. From your perspective though, Ewan, of course, we mentioned this slightly earlier, this is very much about damage limitation for Williams and trying to ensure they're not totally out of striking distance heading into the final 2 rounds of the championship.
Yeah, they've got to pick up every single point that they possibly can here in this race today. And I guess that's the case at every event, isn't it? Of course it is, but you know, it's really important at this stage because, as I said earlier on, BS Competition have got that BMW race in their back pocket where they are so strong in that car. We know that they'll be good around Paul Ricard for that race in a few weeks. So Williams Esports, in my eyes, had to gain points today, really, or at least not lose any to BS Competition, but it looks like they certainly are going to. BS Competition look like they're going to be in and around the 3rd place at the end of today. If Rodriguez and Williams Esports as a whole could get up to 30th, then they'd only lose 40 points throughout the race. And to add to their 3-point gain earlier on in this one, that would set them 44 points back with the remaining races, which is still a big margin. But as we've said time and again, you can gain points quite well with this point system. It's quite forgiving in that nature.
Also incentivizes that endurance racing spirit for teams and drivers to stick around to the end of the race, even if they do have major dramas. And that's why we started with 38 and we still have 37 left out there on track as far as I can tell. The only retiree so far today is unfortunately the Pulse SimSport number 71, the Mercedes AMG. Everyone else still left on track, albeit in some cases after going through the wars and having to fight their way back on forward. Maybe no more notably than the Simware.Pro by Vides entry, which of course was running up at the front and had very much earmarked this as a race to try and maximize after taking 30 kilograms of ballast in the opening 2 rounds of the championship, taking just the 5 kilograms here today. But after their incident in the early stages, it has been a recovery drive for them. Been an impressive recovery drive to watch as well. Of course, Assetto Corsa Competizione, at this point, the premier title to come and do some GT racing on. And of course, I'm very excited that this year, Ewan, we have a handful more GT3 cars to add to the pile. Of course, new entries from both Porsche and Ferrari in the fact that it is a brand new model, while in the case of Lamborghini, we're going to get an Evo 2 version of the successful Lamborghini Huracan. And I was having this conversation with Andy McEwen over on the iRacing Daytona 24, also live on VCO Esports and the Twitch channel. But, you know, when when these GT3 manufacturers are trying to work on, as Victor Nikolai has taken some damage to the front end of that Race Anywhere SimSport car. You can see the bonnet not really sitting as it's meant to, and I can only assume that this is another victim up at the top of Radion.
Yeah, it certainly is. It must be. It's gifted a position to Igor Rodriguez. It's probably going to gift a position to RCI as well in their Bentley. Only 8 seconds behind now. It's going to gift a position to a load others further on backwards. It's been a real difficult section of corners, of course, over Rouge Radion. It always is, but in these GT3s, especially difficult. And another victim claimed, Victor Nikolai in the wall. Here's a replay of it running down towards Eau Rouge.
Yeah, and of course this was the race-winning car last time we were in the GT3s at Monza. It was okay initially, and then it was, that's a bit of a weird one if we're being completely honest. It doesn't happen as you're doing the transition from turning right to left. It didn't happen over the curb at the crest of Radion either. It just seems as though the back end decided it was going in one direction and not the direction that Nikolai would have wanted. Maybe potentially just overloading the car in some ways. See if we can get a look on board with the steering inputs as well. It looks okay until it's not, and I do wonder if maybe it was a touch on the right side curb that maybe unsettled the car, and it just unfortunately devolved from there.
Yeah, it's always a possibility. I mean, it's often what we talk about when things go wrong at the top of the hill there. But I mean, we can't forget that, you know, we're towards the end of a stint here, light cars, but also worn out tyres at this stage. You really do push these tyres as much as possible in these stints, because you never double stint here on ATC, and so you always get rid of the tyres at the end of each stint. And we are towards the end now for Victor Nikolai, so maybe he did just push it a little bit too much up the hill there through Rouge Radion, but into the pit lane there, and is no longer the second of the Lamborghinis running on the road, but will drop further down now, as SMP and Brabham were having a battle earlier as well. Didn't quite realise that these two had actually managed to get to side by side, but it does look like SMP Racing were able to get through at Blanchimont.
Yeah, it's not really a traditional passing opportunity, and SMP just with the side-by-side forcing Brabham slightly off the road, but they all get through that one without too much drama. Check back in with Ren Velten, who had their own issues at the top of Radion in their 171 Honda NSX. They've recovered to be in 19th spot on the back of the Leopard Esports Aston Martin, the number 42, as they're all down the hill. Going back to the point though, when manufacturers are looking at developing their GT3 cars even further, there are only a handful of things that they can really think about, because of course balance of performance is always something that manufacturers are aware of, as Ren Velten slightly cuts the top of Radion. Manufacturers are aware that they can only design a car that will go so fast, because ultimately they're going to be balanced back. So two major things that they focus on, one being making it friendly for the gentleman drivers, so that those that actually fund the car that goes racing a lot of the time can get the most performance out of it. Ferrari in particular has been known for being particularly friendly to the gentlemen's drivers. On the other side of the spectrum, Audi and their R8, despite being one of the most successful GT3 cars in the world, has always had a reputation for being particularly tricky for even the pro drivers to get the most out of in a safe manner. The other thing that of course they can work on is ensuring that if something does go wrong in an endurance race, whether that's a crash out on track or as you have in the real world sometimes, mechanical failures, how do you replace things in the car as quickly and efficiently as possible? Of course, this goes back to the old days of the Audi LMP1 program, when they were able to somehow change gearboxes in about 10 minutes time, just because they had packaged the car in a smart and sensible way that allowed them to do so. And so I'm very curious how these new GT3 cars in the form of the Porsche and Ferrari in particular, Ewan, are going to drive. Ferrari looks quite good. To be fair, the Porsche just looks like the old Porsche, but with the new body on it.
Yeah, I have to say I didn't really quite notice that Porsche had done a new car, really. Although then again, I haven't watched any of the Raw, so you know, it's I don't know. Yeah, it's an interesting time once again. I guess another thing you got to think about with GT3 is not only the comfort in terms of being able to drive it consistently, I suppose, which is arguably more important because of BOP, but also being able to service it quickly. You mentioned in sort of a repair aspect of things, easy to repair is a good idea, but also make the driver changes as easy as you possibly can as well. In any way that you can. And also, I'm pretty sure that the Porsches, I don't know about the new version, but certainly the previous GT3 Porsche filled up from the very front. The fuel hose, whoever's got the fuel hose, kind of kneels on the bonnet, or whatever you call it in what country you're in, and kind of fuels downwards with the help of gravity, which definitely when it first came out gave them a bit of an advantage. I don't know if they got pegged back a little bit. Because I seemed to notice it less as it went on, but they certainly seemed to get an advantage initially, as just gravity helping them, just because of the unique way they fuel the car when they move the Porsche's engine forward to being a mid-engine car, as they did that. Well, what, 6 years ago now? Goodness me.
Yeah, to your point on things like the refueling time and driver changes as well, don't forget that in the case of the GT World Challenge Series across the world, a lot of the classes do also have minimum pit stop times or minimum pit lane times that come into effect. So that is something in particular to the GT World Challenge that's maybe a little bit unique to the rest of the GT3s. Joris Appel around the outside through the piff path. What a move that was. Plenty of confidence required to be able to do that. And Joris was the same driver that had the crash that we were referring to at the top of Radion about 2 odd hours ago. So it shows that he's been able to put that behind him and continue to fight his way forward in what is one of the more fetching cars in our field. You're definitely not going to miss that teal, orange, and whatever other colors are adorned on the side of that Honda NSX. The pit stop cycles haven't truly really worked their way through. We're still waiting for a handful to work their way into the pit lanes. Should be getting into that cycle momentarily, but this will be setting up for the final 2 stops of the race after this that will bring us to the very end. Does that say maybe next time on the rear wing of the Ren Velton car? I think it does. Little message being sent to those that the 171 is passing.
I think it does. Yeah, it does say that. I haven't noticed that. Quite a risky one, because what if someone's catching you? Then, yeah. Well, I guess I suppose if they've made an attempt to overtake and it says that, then it works. But it could easily go. I would always be scared about to saying things like that. It can so easily go wrong.
It's risky.
It's so risky. Like you've got to be really, really good, and that would just make me. It's even more pressure. It would be for me anyway. But yeah, certainly they'll be saying that to the 42 Lamper Esports Aston just in behind now. That's certainly leaving them behind and catching up to the 255. The only problem that Ren Velton have had, I spoke about this previously. They will be making 9 stops in this race. I believe they've pitted too early in each cycle to actually make it because of the 65-minute stint timer. I'll have another look when we get to 2 hours 10 to go, and before that, of course, as well, to see whether they make it to 2 hours 10 to go. But I think they'll have to make 9 stops this race.
I think they were offset just by the timing of the incident that they had as well that did require them to come down the pit lane, but not an ideal situation by any means. A couple more cars down onto the pit lane this time by includes the 72, the Brabham Esports car, as well as the 52, which is the Pulse Sport Aston Martin, the 7 being the Get Closer Racing Aston Martin. And that's a car that I don't think we've talked about at all, at least while I've been on the broadcast. That's a car that came into this round 3rd in the championship, and they are running down in 20th spot, and I don't think it's been an easy race for them here today, Ewan.
We did speak about it in the first hour, I suppose, because they did get caught up in that lap 1 incident, and they were indeed the first ones turned around in that lap 1 incident earlier on today. So we did speak about it a little bit earlier, but you're right, it's been a very long time since we mentioned them. But a good recovery. Tom Gorka currently inside the top 20. Well, he's just pitted now, but they're recovering quite well. They just had a lot of damage to repair earlier on, and that's not helped them in the slightest. but a real disappointment for them. They've built that third place on great consistency so far this season. 3 top 10s, not going to be another one here today. But yeah, I've been most impressed out of any team. I've been most impressed by them so far.
Yeah, I think they were maybe one of the standouts in terms of championship standings coming into this round, in terms of maybe not what us as commentators necessarily expected, but I think we expected the unexpected in many ways around this championship, with so much unknowns around how teams and drivers were going to strategize around the balance of performance budgets that they had to use. And even though the 4 tracks for the GT3 races were known in advance, there is one thing that they would not have been able to guarantee, and that would be what track we would have been racing in both the BMW M2 CS Racing Cup car as well as the Porsche 992 Cup. So that is definitely something to think about. A little bit of a weather update. We did, of course, have that brief sprinkle of rain earlier on today. Haven't really had much of a threat of adding to those rain numbers since then. Just taking a look at the 30-minute weather forecast, still showing as cloud cover and no actual rain coming on in. Just at least going to give some comfort to the teams and drivers getting ready to dive down onto the pit lane in this current cycle on the strategy. But I think we're kind of hoping that we get a little bit more rain and drama come the final 90 minutes of this race, Ewan, because it would very much, maybe not at the very front of the field where it's been domination from Yassi, but it would set up some fun battles to the checkered flag throughout the rest of the field.
It would certainly change the face of the race, and I think it could affect the top positions, because especially inside that top 3. First of all, I think the 85 was actually the strongest car in wet weather conditions. Now, I don't know if that was because of Lucas Mateja, who was at the wheel at the time, whether he was just very strong or whether this car is settled very well for the wet weather conditions. But I reckon they could make some inroads into Yassi. Not saying they could catch the full 47 seconds, but that gap between 1 and 2 could change. And also, in the battle for third, I think Unicorns of Love's Porsche is stronger than the BMW in the wet weather. It certainly was towards the end of that wet weather stint, as it was sort of drying out. We saw that Porsche really catch the BMW. We weren't quite able to actually get ahead by the time everyone came into the pit lane, and then they've kind of been at the same 2 to 4 seconds distance for the entirety of the race after that. So I do think towards the top order, rain could change things, but it's getting later and later in the race now, and they're still waiting to see any more rain, and I don't think any team can really bank on it. You've just got to react to it, of course, if it comes, but I don't think anybody's going to be banking on rain coming now in the remainder of this race.
Yeah, pit stops underway, by the way, and Castorino in the Racing Point number 85 will follow in the 666 race leading car. Stetsenko already past the hairpin at the midway part of the actual pit lane. There's no actual boxes that these teams are using in the first part of the lane. All the stalls are actually on the downhill run to the Eau Rouge and Radion complex. See if Gregor Schill will bring in the number 89 machine on this lap as well, as the 888 SMP racing car has been able to climb its way forward up into 4th. See exactly how it shakes out after the cycle of pit stops is in the books. Do remember, if you're watching on the VCO Esports Twitch channel, that you can follow along not just with all 3 of our splits, Cash Rivals and Challenger splits for VCO LFM FLExTREME, but also with 2 splits of the iRacing Daytona 24 Hours in the VCO Command Center. And you can take control of your viewing experience by hitting the Command Center button. VCO very much being busy here today across of the sim racing world, and delighted to be your home for sim racing here today. So Gregor Schill does not come into the pit lane. He's gonna extend the stint 1 lap further for the number 89 BS competition car, which is good to see. But we check in with the Armentario 121 that runs in the 7th spot. We were talking about liveries earlier on, myself and Lewis were. This may actually be my favorite livery in the field.
Yeah, for Armentario, it's not, but I wouldn't be able to pick out one personally. It'd be very tricky, but it's certainly a good candidate. Nice colours, but as is your requirements, Arjuna, it's asymmetrical as well.
Yes.
Extra marks for them there. I'm sure that's why it's asymmetrical, purely for you.
Good.
But yeah, no, it's a good contender. But as I say, I wouldn't be able to pick out one personally.
No, to be honest, I don't think I'd seen this car that much until right now, and now that I've seen it, I can't stop looking at it. I do. Yeah, you're not wrong. I love myself some asymmetricness on some cars. There are some symmetric liveries that do work really nicely as well, but I do enjoy when you see two different sides of the car and you get two different faces, basically, to what you're seeing. They're gonna continue to run around. Statsenko, by the way, in the 666, replaced by Malinowski, while Pertil has jumped behind the wheel of the Racing Point number 85. So, as per usual, driver changes going on. Curious if you have any insight or thoughts into this, Ewan, but Lewis brought up a good point that the norm across of the sim racing world for the most part is that you're not going to change drivers every stint, and you'll actually, think about strategies a little bit more. For example, iRacing Daytona 24 GTD cars, we're seeing teams and drivers do 2 stints in the car, even though they change tires every stint. In the GTP class, we're seeing them change drivers every 3 stints, still every 2 hours. But that's again because they're still taking tires every pit stop. Whereas here in ACC, with drivers taking tires at every pit stop, we still see driver changes every pit stop as well. What do you think is the reason for that?
I think there was a good point made. I can't remember which of you it was, but the fact that they change tyres every hour helps. But I think you brought up the counterpoint that the GT3s are changing tyres every hour in iRacing now as well. So because that they can fuel and take tyres at the same time, you don't actually lose anything from taking tyres. So, but I think that there's a culture almost created in ACC of changing out every time, and when you differ from that, it feels weird and unnatural to sort of differ from the general culture of the sim and the community that one stint and then get out. That's the norm. Normally the way it goes. But when you start doing something different to that, it feels a bit weird. So I can't really put my finger on quite why, because these drivers are more than capable of doing at least 2 stints. 3 and 4 hours is probably not a problem for them. They could probably keep the same pace. I understand why you wouldn't in this series, obviously, because of the drive time, and you don't want to use it all in one go. But even so, it's a bizarre one, really. I can't quite put my finger on why they do it, but since it is like this now, it's very difficult to change these kind of. They seem insignificant, but it's very difficult to change these kind of things.
I still wonder if part of it is just how the tires themselves work, in that maybe you are having to push a little bit harder over the course of the stint compared to what you do in iRacing, for example, which is known for, sometimes, you make a small mistake and you've suddenly heated up your tires and you pay the price for 2 or 3 laps. I think you could maybe get away with that a little bit more here in the world of Assetto Corsa Competizione, but it's definitely something where we need a driver to chime in and give us their insight rather than just speculating amongst ourselves. James Parker in the big old Bentley for Burst Esports, the 123, runs in the 3rd position. And Burst Esports come into this one with 15 kilograms of ballast still left to use, and in the last 2 rounds, this race and the previous race, they have elected not to take any of the ballast. I do find that quite interesting, because if they had 15 kilos to split across the final 3 races, they could have just thrown 5 kilos onto the car in each of those, and surely 5 kilograms is not really a big impact on what's going on to the car itself. Surely it's less impactful than the full 15 kilograms is going to be.
Yeah, I agree, but then again, when they did take their 0 kilograms, they managed to get a very nice 6th place. So, I guess they made the most, absolutely, of having no weight on the car at Monza, but then again, they've got no weight here, and they're outside the top 10, which is maybe a little bit further down than where you'd expect them. Although I do still think they'll cling on easily to the top 10 in the championship standings, which is where they want to stay, really. They're in with an outside shot of the top 3. Obviously, the reason why that's so important is because there is a monetary gain to be had from finishing 3rd in the FLExTREME series. So they're in with a shout of that, but Yeah, I agree. Having 5 kilograms for the 3 races would have maybe been a little bit less impactful, but maybe the Bentley is just going to be very good around Watkins Glen anyway, even with the 15 kilograms. I don't know.
To be fair, the Bentley's body shape is not necessarily one that you would think lends itself to a race car, but it's been fairly successful, and so even though maybe my first inclination is that I wouldn't expect this to be a strong car at Watkins Glen, stranger things I'm sure may have happened. So, pit stop cycle officially in the books. Let's give you a bit of a rundown then of how they run with 2 hours and 30 minutes still left to go. Handful of pit stops still left as well, but it is still the 666 Yas Heat car that leads the way. 45 odd seconds clear. It's now Malinowski that is behind the wheel, and paired with Statsenko and Boothby, they have been the dominant force, and dominant since qualifying. P1 across of Q1, Q2, and Q3. Then in second, it's the Racing Point Ferrari that continues to run quite well. It's David Partil who's behind the wheel of this car, and they enjoy a good 30 seconds buffer over the final step of the podium, which has Philippa Bakita on debut for BS Competition. Doing quite well as we look on board with Philippa. You can see behind, though, the Unicorns of Love number 14, Bastian Richter, back behind the wheel, trying to chase them down. These two have been in lockstep for basically about the last 4 or 5 odd hours and trying to find 10ths here and there, but the Unicorns of Love no longer able to get the same sort of fuel-saving gains that they were able to when they were tucked up behind the draft of the Zebra. Then in the 5th position, it's the 121 Armentario car with Rafael Stazuk at the wheel. Done a good job over the course of the season and continue that form up over here. Behind them, though, maybe the hardest charger of the last couple of hours, S&P Racing Esports now have Alex Molliar back behind the wheel. And after being down in, 13th or 14th spots 4 hours ago, they've climbed their way back up into the top 6 and now look to crack the top 5 with about 15 seconds up the road still to try and find. Then the final car on the leading lap. It is the Brabham Esports Honda NSX with Elvin Smith at the wheel, and they find themselves just a handful of seconds in front of the number 240 Lamborghini for Arnage Competition, which has swapped around its drivers quite effectively, and Vincent Urbich is now the driver behind the wheel. Behind them, it is the West Competition Racing, the second of the BMWs, Jack Alexander, on driving duties for the time being. And then a 14-second gap to the final car inside of the top 10. It's the Simware Pro by Vides car that's on its recovery drive. Incurred major damage early doors and has done a pretty good job, has the fastest lap in the race as well. That's a rundown of the top 10. If you want live timing to follow along with the entirety of the field and the 37 cars still out there on track, head to pitwall.live/timing/VCO-server1 to find your favorite team and drivers. 2 hours and 28 minutes to go, Ewan. Still not into the night time, but we are going to get a decent chunk of this race, I think, in that transition period before we get to the complete pitch black racing.
Yeah, it's quite long sunsets, really. When the sun goes down, it will be quite quick because of the trees, but it's going to get sort of this kind of light for a while, I'd imagine. It generally does, because of the time of year that ACC races generally happen. It tends to be quite a long sunset, and I think it's going to be really down towards the very, very end of the race where we get pitch black. If indeed we do, it'll be about 8:30 in Sim by the time we end this race, by the way. So it's going to be pretty dark in Sim. Obviously, this race not being run at the date that real life is, if you see what I mean. Otherwise, there'd be snow on the ground, I would imagine.
Yes. Yeah, Andy McEwen was saying that there's plenty of snow around him. What's the weather conditions like for you? Give us a weather report.
Weather, well, it's not snowed for ages, but it's so cold that it's just not cleared from days ago. So, you know, it's not deep or anything, but it's just that kind of thin layer on the ground of sort of frost and snow mix on the floor that's just not cleared for nearly a week. So yeah, that's British weather for you, I think, really.
Yeah, I don't miss not having to see snow anymore. It's quite nice being away from that. We're on board with the Samantha Tan Racing BMW M4 GT3 car, down in 31st position, and now we get a great look up at La Source at what is a rather unique camera angle. And one of the fun things that we can do here in the sim racing world is place cameras wherever we want around the world. I still remember I was chatting with a commentator who has been to Le Mans on a handful of occasions, saw one of the camera angles that we had for our broadcast that was basically looking down the entirety of the Mulsanne, and said, can you stay on this camera for a second? I need to grab a picture of it so I can send it over to the TV director so we can add it for the broadcast next year. And it's those sort of fun little things that we can do. This is another great look over at La Source, and you can see the way that the track kind of falls away from you as well as you plunge down the hill. I forget the exact number, but I once went through one of the cam packs that we have over at RaceBot TV for the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And I'm pretty sure in terms of just trackside cameras, it was pretty close to being up in the 4 digits, almost thousands of unique TV camera angles, and that's before you add in all the car cameras that we have as well. We're rather spoiled in the world of sim racing, being able to go back and look at whatever replay from whatever angle that we want, whenever we want.
Yeah, we quite literally can't miss anything, which is not the case in real life, because you've got to have an actual human being standing there trying to catch things, and normally there's only one with a designated piece of road. This is obviously a famous one we get in real life, looking at Eau Rouge, and it's quite a spectacular one, although maybe not as spectacular anymore. I didn't watch the Spa 24 Hours this year, or last year now, but that wall that used to be really close to the entrance of Eau Rouge is no longer there, so that camera angle kind of missing these days. I don't really know what they did, because I didn't watch it.
Yeah, no, they have actually widened out a fair bit of that part, not just down at the bottom, but up at the top as well. I'm not sure what they did about the camera angle, and of course there's...
Maybe something like this. Yeah.
Yeah, I think maybe it's in Formula One where they had the guy that's literally sat right at the bottom before they start to climb up, and he's the one that does the moving camera stuff as well. By the way, I still don't understand how they're able to track Formula One cars at that speed and do it with repeated success all the time. Yeah, imagine this camera angle, but yeah, sorry, Mike, a little bit more track to the car. Mike Yao's learning just how difficult it really is.
Exactly, and GT3 cars, never mind F1 cars. So, yeah, there you go. It is difficult. I wouldn't want to be a cameraman, to us. You have to stand outside in the rain at Spa as well, won't you? So, yeah, that's difficult job.
Well,
get cold, all that.
Yeah, and depending on what series you're there with, I think Formula One and the way that they do it is that you actually get breaks between the various feeder series and whatnot. But there are some series where if it's a full day of racing, you're stuck wherever you are for the entirety of the day. That includes if you're one of those camera operators that has to go up, with like the forklifts so that you get a better view. You're just stuck up there for the entire day, and you better not need the bathroom at any point. Camera operators, marshals. There are so many unsung heroes in the world of motorsports that I wish that sometimes we could celebrate just a little bit more. Gap, by the way, between third and fourth is coming down. Bastian Richter is starting to put some pressure onto Filippo Bakita in that BS competition car. Last time by, in terms of the lap time, was about 0.6 of a second gained by the number 14. Filippa has just come across the line to do a 2:18.332, so pretty consistent to what she did on the previous lap by. In terms of Bastian Richter, it was a 2:17.887, so this time again about half a second gained. Unicorns of Love car starting to come alive once again.
Yeah, this has always happened though in the early part of the stint, and then down towards the end, BS competition, either they stretch their legs or Unicorns of Love fall away. And we saw Unicorns of Love falling away a little bit towards the end of stints at Barcelona, to be fair, although that was a very different prospect with the Porsche Cup cars and that circuit as well, very different nature to this one. But yeah, this seems to happen at most stints, 2.0 now for these two. And Bakita, by the way, if I read it right earlier, or if I understood right earlier, racing from Australia right,
Yep.
today. Is that correct? And so she will have been awake through the night entirely. It's 6 a.m. in 6 a.m. in most of Australia at the moment. I say most of. Sort of Adelaide.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It's a huge country, so you get the point. It depends where she is exactly, but I reckon it could be around 6 a.m. right now. So goodness knows it's starting about midnight, this race, or something along those lines. Absolutely ridiculous.
It would have been actually better for Philippa if she was on the... I don't know where in Australia she is, but it would be better if she was on the east coast. No, west coast, sorry, of Australia, because it would be just about 3 a.m. Instead of 6 a.m., which is... yeah, at least in terms of planning out stints and whatnot, is a little bit better, you'd have to think. I do think it's a great pickup for BS competition, just strengthens the Assetto Corsa Competizione lineup for the team, especially heading into another year of SRO Esports competition. Be interesting to see how she beds into the team and works with Naoyox, Camera, and Shill, and then the rest of the lineup, because of course BS competition have been picking up drivers not just here in ACC but in the world of iRacing as well, where Valtteri Alander and Oskari Rine, after departing from Kova, have already joined up with the team at BS competition, and both competing for the Zebras in that iRacing Daytona 24. Gap at the line, just over 2 seconds. Kita able to clear the Samantha Tan racing car without too much drama, but your point about, different cars showing strengths at different times of the stints, I always have to remind people watching as well, you can't compare one Porsche to another Porsche or one BMW to another BMW, because you don't know, unless you know rather, what the BOP budget is for that car, and that is going to create a not insignificant difference, Ewan.
Yes. Yes, certainly. It's all strengths and weaknesses, and as we mentioned earlier on, or as you mentioned, it very much depends on what setup you've got and so on. It's quite clear to see that, for example, that both BS competition and Unicorns Love are quite comfortably the best of their manufacture in this field right now.
Welcome back if you're watching on VCO Esports' Twitch channel. A brief momentary technical issue, swapped out one stream key for another, and we're back here on the VCO Command Center. Don't forget, you can also follow along on the VCO YouTube channel, which hopefully may have a little less dramas for the next 2 hours and 20 minutes. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, alongside with me, Ewan O'Leary, Mike Yao behind the scenes, and Lewis McLeod off getting a bit of rest before we're rejoined by his presence for the final 60 minutes of the race. Running ourselves to the end of hour number 7. Still, it's Yasheet that leads at the front in the 666. They're about now 47 seconds clear of the Racing Point Ferrari that has David Pertil behind the wheel. And a further almost 30 seconds further back to this battle that we watch right now, with Philippa Bakita trying to hold off Bastian Richter. And Bastian Richter has spent a whole lap unable to work his way past the Samantha Tan Racing BMW. That's going to be his next target on the subsequent lap. Check back in though with this Renvelton 171 that's trying to charge its way back after an issue at the top of Radion that saw it take some significant damage, and they're on the back of the 255 Low Fuel Motorsports Mercedes that's running a really strong race here today.
Yeah, really strong. I haven't really seen this kind of form so far from them this season, but they're putting in a good performance here, although coming under a bit of pressure from Appel now, who I'm sure is not far away from a pit stop, who mentions and referenced that issue at Radion earlier on in the race about, 2 hours ago maybe. I would expect, maybe 3 hours ago, Appel, I would expect to have to come in before 2 hours 10, which is very important, of course, because the 65-minute stint timer, that means that you can't do a stint longer than that, and you'll get a penalty for doing so, as Igor Ogorondikov experienced earlier on. So we'll see just when they come in, but Renvelton very much maybe on a lighter car right now, quite significantly, being able to get on the back of the 255, might be able to get through, although of course their tyres will be older in turn.
Yeah, our stewards have been relatively quiet in the last few hours, which I'm sure they're quite relieved to see. As always, they were busy at the race start. And drivers were warned before we got underway, as they were in the previous round of the championship, that lap 1 penalties were always going to be more severe, so that's why we did have some significant penalties in the early doors of this race. Settled down since then. For the most part, it's been pretty clean as well. Been a lot of solo car incidents more than anything. And if we do get another sprinkling of rain before the end of this race, I would not be shocked to see that happen once again. Down the hill, though, these drivers are about 13 seconds back from the next car up the road, the Simware.Pro by Vides 142 Ferrari. Don't think the Ren Velten car's close enough to really get a opportunity to get past this time by, but bit by bit, lap by lap, they do close that buffer and now well and truly within the draft of the car in front. As we take a look on board with Appel, you can also see that it's starting to get a little bit darker. Not much, but we're past 6 p.m. There's still plenty of cloud cover above the track, and like we were saying before, the transition period from day to night is going to be quite lengthy here today with the length of the days, and so therefore the transition is going to be a little bit longer as well. Not going to be that much actual nighttime running, which makes things quite a little bit simpler for drivers to understand what the track's going to do, but it's at this point that you maybe want your most adaptable driver, the one that can feel what the track is doing, how the grip's changing as the conditions are maybe slightly adjusting you in, and can make the most of it.
Yeah, you've got to. I mean, it's the same for everyone, isn't it, the conditions, so no point complaining about them, especially when it's like this. I think more drivers than not will be pleased that it's not raining right now, and that the rain has stayed away for a good 5 hours now, maybe longer. Yeah, it is about 5 hours. I think most of the teams are going to be pretty glad about that. Nobody going to be complaining, I wouldn't imagine. But Appel just struggling to get through here on Tipat. It's not a big concern, I wouldn't imagine, but he will want to get through if he can. But I don't think he's going to risk everything to try and do it. We'll see. Down to the bus stop chicane, nowhere near going through. Here, is he going to come in? No, still staying out. So maybe they will be all right on stint. I'm still not entirely sure, but maybe they will just have enough to be able to get to the end of the race. It's always nervy though, because we don't know how many minutes the race is going to be. As weird as that sounds, we could be, running upwards of 7 hours and 2 minutes in this race.
Yeah, I think this
9
next
hours,
lap.
sorry.
Yeah, the next lap is when we'll truly know as to whether they are going to be able to make it without an extra pit stop compared to those around them at the very end of the race. On board with Bastian Richter, has cleared himself for the Samantha Tan Racing BMW, maximizes the track on the entry in towards Blanchimont, has the gap underneath 2 seconds to the BS competition car up the road, and see exactly how they play out. Here's the look back on board with Appel as he tries to shimmy to the inside of the 255. You will note that at the background of his camera shot, he has apparently not made his bed like all true sim racers would do. He has not tried to make his room look more presentable like some other sim racers have tried. They are coming up though on a handful of cars embroiled in their own battle. The Race Anywhere SimSport number 55 is a part of that. They're going to have to make sure they get through cleanly and calmly at this point in time.
Yeah, that's all you can do. Lap traffic is such a big key in these races. I mean, people don't really think about it when it's a GT3 only race or a one-class race, but lap traffic's still so important and could really advantage or disadvantage you throughout a race. We might be about to see that as well here with Peter Brett in the SOP Racing Esports car. I'm afraid it's not going so well for them today, for the team that are 7th currently in the championship standings. It's been a bit of a disaster here today. I believe they were caught up in that lap 1 incident, and when you are, things just go from bad to worse from there. We'll see now whether they get out of the way, whether they're overtaken before Blanchimont. This could be awkward.
Yeah, I think it's going to be forced to the 100 to lift off the throttle, and Peter Brett with some heads-up driving gets off the track as well, just to allow the battle to squeak their way on through. Now is this the opportunity, though, for Ren Velten to get to the inside. They're going to dive deep under the brakes, slow it down just in the nick of time, and while the LFM Mercedes tried to get the cutback off of the exit of the bus stop chicane, it was well judged by Appel in the 171, and he has grabbed himself what is now 11th position. Will he be able to hold it though? Because the question now is with the draft and the slingshot, can the 255 respond?
Well, I don't think they really had the exit there out of La Source to be able to do that. But maybe they will. Let's see. Oruja Radion. Well, it's not quite aggressive enough over the top there. Well, it was quite aggressive. Really fighting the car, but just not able to live with Remvelton. I think Appel was really being held up, really, by the 255 being stuck behind there. And now he's able to unleash all of the pace that he was holding back while stuck behind the Mercedes. As the minutes tick down here, looks like Remvelton have made it to the right time. And maybe they do just about have enough to make this on just 2 more stints. Maybe they will make only 8 stops today.
I'm just trying to work backwards and see if there's any possibility that if the race did go longer, would they fall foul? I think as long as they get in with about 2 hours and 8 minutes left, or less than 2 hours and 8 minutes left, they should be okay, but never trust a commentator's math at the end. This is the most difficult thing to work through as well. It's why a lot of these big teams do have someone dedicated to actually working their way through the strategy. Malinowski's carving his way through the traffic, gets past the Aspar Nissan as he works through into the final sector of the lap and the final sequence of corners on the lap as well. I'll just go back to what I was talking about during qualifying with that 666. I don't think I've seen any other car look as fast and as comfortable as what they've managed to bring here today.
No, it's been very impressive. I mean, we saw it from Race Anywhere Simsport, to be fair, at Monza. That was very comfortable, very quick. But yeah, Yassi here have been really, really strong and pretty much untouchable all day long. 54 seconds is now the gap. It's going to go well over a minute in this race. Just very impressive. On pure pace as well. They haven't really had issues around them to really benefit from. I suppose the 142 Simware.Pro car crashed from the lead, and I guess that has helped them. But I'm not going to take credit away from them for that. You know, Yassi have really put a great performance in, and yeah, they're going to feel like they just have to get this one home now, even with over 2 hours to go.
Yeah, I think it will also give them some confidence heading into those final rounds. Of course, the Honda NSX has such a big BOP budget relative to some of the other cars, and they'll know that they can still fight even with having significant weight being added. Watkins Glen, also not a track that necessarily I think is going to be too impacted by weight at times. You do obviously still have a mix of slow, medium and high-speed corners, but I think it's fair to say, I don't think this is an unfair comment, Ewan, but Watkins Glen is a lot simpler in many ways than Spa is.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, all the difficult corners, well, all the corners at the boot section are sort of the same, but like opposites, if you see what I mean. They're sort of very similar anyway. And it is a lot more of a simple circuit, I would argue, as well, or I would agree. So, yeah, I don't think that's unfair to say, but I do think it'll be difficult to overtake around there as well, with the BOP and the ABS traction control GT3s. Have the amount of control that you have in these cars. It's really quite difficult to actually make any moves. Unlike here, where you really can into Lecom and indeed into the must-stop chicane as well. Jack Alexander not quite able to do it there though.
Yeah, he's trying. The Arnage Lamborghini maybe slowing him down slightly. And the opportunity to get maybe the run out of La Source, even though they do have, I believe that's the 80... Oh no, it's not the 85, it's the TF Racing car behind them. Similar liveries, so sometimes does get a bit confusing. So it's the 41 that's tucked up behind them. Here we go, slingshot up through one of the most famous corners in global motorsports. Is it going to be a chance for that BMW to close? He's in the draft and he's getting closer. The opportunity to lunge if he wants it. He is going to have to go the long way around because Urbich covers the inside. And despite the fact that Alexander was alongside, he did recognize that Urbich was going to go deep under the brakes, got the rear end stepping out on him slightly, and Alexander onto the brakes a little bit harder to avoid tagging the Lamborghini around. Good heads-up driving from that West Competition BMW.
Yeah, good heads-up driving from everybody, just to make sure that no incidents really happened. I mean, these two teams have spent so long next to each other that it's not exactly a surprise that these two are able to keep things clean now. You kind of learn what your opponent does, really, in a battle like this, and you get to know them very well. Those two teams certainly know each other very well at this stage in the race, because, as I say, they have been fighting so much so far in this one. Spolio has been making his way through. He's just passed a lap car there, but battle for 8th place is the only battle really inside the top 10 right now, and it has been for a very long time now. I can't really remember a time when these two teams weren't like this.
Must say, the Arnage competition car does look quite good. I'm not just saying that because I'm still waiting for my updated Arnage competition t-shirt to arrive. Because, of course, I got one. Lewis and Luke did not get one, and they were very sad about it, so now they're getting one, and I'm getting another one. I'm just saying again, I've said this before on VCO broadcast, if you want me to be biased towards you, I mean, I can't guarantee anything, but sending me a t-shirt is an easy way to get into my good books at the very least, Ewan.
Yeah, it certainly is. A lot of these teams do have team shirts now as well, which is another development that would have been a bit weird 6 years ago or 7 years ago or whatever. So yeah, that's good to see as well. But
I'm totally not going to plug RaceSpot here, but if you want to buy some interesting t-shirts, including one that says "Is Max in the split," which is more of an iRacing comment, yes I know, RaceSpot does have some merch as well. But did you know that you are the recipient of a special edition sim racing merchandise, one of 4?
No, I didn't know.
Your VCO IMSA top that we had, custom made for the IMSA Esports Michelin Global Championship. You have one, Lewis has one, I have one, and Florian has one. That's it.
Yeah, but I would like to ask, where is that?
Did you not get yours?
No, it never turned up.
Oh, well, okay, we'll go and check. But I think didn't it land up at your university at some point and then it went missing there? Or am I getting myself confused about something?
I don't know. Well, that's what I hypothesised had happened, but I go down to collect stuff quite regularly, and it's never there. So
we will send out the search party, because we will make sure that you have one. Because let's not forget, not only were you very, very good in your role as pit lane reporter, I want to just make sure how good you actually were. It was so fascinating having live insights while the drivers were talking over the radio and getting that carried over to the broadcast. But you have what is my most memorable moment in 2022 in terms of what a commentator said. You know exactly where I'm going with this.
I do. But carry on the story.
Flippin' heck, Ewan.
Yeah, I was in shock, scared, in fear, whatever you want to say. It was quite a moment. And I didn't realise it was going to be quite so funny either. I wasn't trying to be funny.
Ooh.
That was close. Urbish did a good job of defending on the outside as the inside for the last part, and will surely lose this now into La Source.
Yeah, that was well judged by Jack Alexander as well, because he knew this would give him that opportunity. Onto the brakes they go. How will the Lamborghini set himself up for the run down out of La Source? I think Wisely has actually backed off a little bit more. A lot of people would try to be right on the bumper, but it doesn't allow you to get the maximum slingshot once you're through Eau Rouge and over the top at Radion. So now the opportunity for the 240 to fight back, but much like we were talking about before, the question will be, if you are in the 240 and you know that the West Competition BMW maybe has a little bit more speed at this point in the run, would it be wiser just to tuck back in? And it's going to be a moot point because he's not even close enough to really have a lunge back on him. He's more worried, I think, about that 41 TF Racing car getting on past.
Yeah, the TF Racing car is very quick, but they are many laps down at this stage. Well, two and a bit laps down, and 1 lap behind these drivers. That's 1 lap behind them. Going to want to get through, but also Honors Competition don't really want to let West Competition Racing go here. It's one of those it's another really awkward blue flag situation, and we see so many of them today.
Yeah, so battle for 5th is closing on up between the Armentario and S&P Racing Esports car, but also still holding quite steady. The gap between BS Competition and the Unicorns of Love, 1.5 odd seconds continues to be the gap there. Bastian Richter is in that very, very frustrating place sometimes where you're just within touching distance. You can see your target in front of you, but now you're not closing anymore. Question will be how much does he want to push at this stage and risk falling off further at the end of the run, when we think the BS Competition car is maybe going to come on a little bit stronger given how it uses its tires. Have to wait and see. After a lap or so, though, you can already see the gap between the Lamborghini and the BMW in this fight for 8th. It's probably over a 7/10 odd of a second. We'll get the benchmark across the line officially as Alexander breaks the timing beam first. Yep, 7/10 of a second. So I think now he will have that position comfortably in his pocket. To the point on Bastian Richter, Unicorns of Love, and that battle against BS Competition, if there's any one team that is hoping for rain, you've got to assume that it is the Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, I think they're the only team I can think of, without actually having gone to speak to all of the 36 teams remaining. They're the one that I would just presume, based on what it looks like, they might like rain at this stage, because I thought the Porsche looked really good in the rain. They were towards the lower part of the top 10 when it started, and they finished in 4th. They finished the rain period in 4th, and it was only an hour long. So yeah, they benefited really well out of it, and I think they'd benefit out of another one as well. Although I do hesitate on that, because after all, in the dry, they've been more than good value for their 4th place. You know, and maybe even they could get 3rd here. BS Competition and Unicorns have been very similar on their pace, but they've been quicker than everybody behind as well. So yeah, they've been good value for 4th. So yeah, it's hard to say it's an undeserved position either, and they've got there just because of the rain. You know, it's plenty of good driving in the dry as well.
I've only had that one little brief blip of rain so far. See if we get another one towards the closing stages. Now within the final 2 hours of the race as well. So if you're just joining us on VCO Esports, welcome along. You are watching round 4 of VCO LFM FLExTREME. We're here in the Ardennes Mountain for a 9-hour race at Spa. In 2 weeks' time, we go over to the circuit Paul Ricard. We're going to break out the BMW M2 CS Racing Cup cars. Before 2 weeks after that, we finish up our season by returning to these GT3s, heading to upstate New York for 9 hours in Watkins Glen. Very excited to see who our inaugural champions are going to end up being. It is the BS Competition team that currently are your championship leaders. Their main rivals, we haven't really talked about them much for an hour or so. Tinko van der Velde still behind the wheel of the Williams Esports Lamborghini on what has been a day of recovery since the very start of this race. They're up into 13th spot right now, and I would not discount them still from being able to make a charge, potentially to grab at the very least 12th, but maybe even 11th, because they are only about 20 odd seconds back from the 255 car that currently runs in that spot. That's the LFM Mercedes that we had just watched being passed, or rather in a battle earlier on. Lamborghini definitely not looking the most comfortable here today, Ewan, but they've got to stay within touching distance of the championship leaders.
They certainly have. They've got to grab every point that they possibly can from this situation that they find themselves in. They'd be 44 points behind as things stand. If the race were to end right now, they'd be 44 points behind in the championship. Yeah, we'll see how many more positions they can gain. Normally, I would agree that they can gain those couple of more positions, but I think it's going to be difficult. If you look at the teams that they've actually got to catch and overtake, it's not as easy as it looks. Burst Esports are obviously 10th in the championship, and they're running 12th in this race. Strong team. And the 255 having a good time of things today as well. Maybe not historically in the season, but Low Fuel Motorsport doing a good job today. So 13th might be all they get from today. They absolutely have to make sure they don't fall any further. And I'm sure they won't, really, with a more than 30-second gap.
No, I think that is a good point as well. That is a very, very good point. They can't afford to drop any further back than this, because it would really put themselves in a bit of a pickle. Here's Alex Smoliar within 1.6 seconds of the car in front that has Rafael Stazak at the wheel of the Armentario 121. It's going to be a Honda NSX versus a Ferrari 488. Alex Smoliar, someone that stood out to us in the Esports Racing World Cup last year. Was the only driver to get podiums on all 3 platforms that we raced on, and ended up as, I think, the most valuable driver, getting the most podiums across of the entirety of the competition. Good to see him continuing to compete, not just in the real world, but here in the virtual world as well. You did see a bit of urgency at the very front of your shot on the run down into the Lacan chicane. The Armentario car very much trying to avoid being delayed by traffic, was able to navigate its way past a Bentley, still has one more car to pick apart, or pick its way through rather, as they work their way now down in towards Pouhon. It's the Esports BMW that will be next in line for them. And these are those moments where traffic, like you said earlier, Ewan, really play a major part in how the battles will shake out.
They do, and it often surprises people, really. In these races, because I think if it's not a multi-class, then it's not going to be a problem, but it certainly is, and we're seeing it here. Armentario lost a lot of time there. The gap was 1.7 seconds coming up towards Lecom on this lap, and it's going to be less than a second now. 8 tenths for Smoliar to gain, and it's the RCI Bentley as well that's in the way, so not a slow car by any means. 14th place at the moment. And there's another of the BMWs a good few laps down, just up in front as well. So this is where traffic management really comes into it. Even in a GT3 only race, very close to the Bentley is Smoliar. He's going to get to the outside. Armentario going to be able to get through on the BMW as well. It looks like they will, although not convincingly, as Smoliar's going to have to go around the long way as well.
Yeah, he's going to be able to get it done, but well and truly now tucked up in the draft, and it's going to be a wheel-to-wheel battle as they work their way towards the Lacan chicane. Big send from the RCI, I think that is Bentley, that's going to just move its way past the Esports guys. Nice and calmly done from the big Boatley. And now down the hill once again we go. Ferrari has always looked pretty comfortable in the dry through Eau Rouge and Raidillon, but it looked a lot more treacherous, not just through that complex, but also through the Kemmel curve that then builds you up the hill in towards the end of this straight, the heavy braking zone that we've got here. Mid-engine car, of course, and like I was mentioning earlier, one of the cars that's always been known for being fairly welcoming to gentleman drivers trying to get the most out of the car. None of the drivers in this field can be categorized as gentleman drivers. That would only be the case if somehow they were forced into a car with you and me.
Yeah, to be honest, we don't have that kind. We don't really have that kind of format in sim racing, really, because it just doesn't really work that well very often. Smoliar going to go down the inside here, though. Nice move. He had the speed coming out of No Name Corner, and it took me by surprise a little bit, really, that he wanted to go through on stat sec at that particular point, but he did. On the inside at Pouhon, and that was a very easy move for SMP Esports up into the top 5, and they'll probably be able to hold that now until the end of the race. I think they've got the pace to hold it.
Now, what's the gap then up the road to that battle for 3rd and 4th? They're about 26 seconds behind. That seems to be a gulf too much to climb in an hour and 53 minutes, but we'll have to wait and see. I wonder if we're also at that inflection point where the Porsche starts to slow down and the BMW starts to pick up some ground, because the gap's grown back up to 2 seconds and there's been no traffic to really play its part so far. And through La Source, the rear end on that Porsche not looking like it's the most compliant right now.
No, and it often doesn't to me, but anyway, it's Bastian Richter and Unicorns of Love often do perform very well with it. Over the top of the hill there. It's just a really frustrating battle to watch almost, because Richter has been able to see the back of that 89 for so long, and it is easy to see. Nice BS competition livery here for the FLExTREME series, and they've been able to look at it for far too long, really. They've been about 2 seconds away for over 5 hours now, And that's got to be really frustrating. I just don't think they'll have the pace to quite catch up. And another problem they're going to have is the fact that BS Competition are pitting later than UCO's every time. So their final pit stop will be shorter than the Porsches. And so Bastian Richter's not only got to pass, but he's got to get away a little bit as well, really.
Yes, at the very least put the pressure onto them as well to be trying to move to push as much as possible. Doesn't look as though BS Competition are not a team to wilt to that sort of pressure either. Just keep that in mind. So we'll track this battle more and more over the course of the rest of the race. To check back in with Arnage Competition, by the way, not only will they now have lost a position to the West Competition BMW, but Simware.pro by Vides in their Ferrari have also managed to work their way forward. Arnage still sit inside the top 10, but at this point, the pace not necessarily favoring them. I wonder if they are one of the teams that did expect potentially a little bit more rain. I was kind of just looking at some of the comments from the drivers in the various chats that we had. They were talking about the randomness of the rain and what's going on right now. We had chaos at Monza in many ways, Ewan, where basically it was rain, not raining, raining, not raining, raining for a bit, then not raining for a while. It kind of was all over the place. The other two splits will be slightly different. Like at Monza, there was one split that was dry for the entirety of the 9 hours. We've had that 30-minute shower of rain, and I'll be honest, given how much teams were talking about the rain coming into this one, I kind of thought we'd get a little bit more.
Yeah, I agree. I really thought we'd get a lot more. And we've been saying for the past 5 hours, really, you know, don't count on that being the last rain shower, but it might well be. It might well be the last rain shower. We'll wait and see, of course. There's still nearly 2 hours to go to change that. But I am surprised that the race at Spa has rained more than the race at Monza. Just geographically, that doesn't make sense either, really. It's it really, yeah, that'd be hard. It's hard to get my head around, put it that way. So, yeah, I think these drivers and teams now will be thinking about this, the end of this race in sort of a way of, you know, this is going to be dry. How are we going to deal with it? As Arnold Competition doing exactly that right now with their penultimate pit stop. They're plotting the end of the race basically as if it's going to be dry now. They're not thinking about, well, if it rains again, I think they can, put some eggs in the basket that it won't rain again. Obviously, they'll need to be ready to react to if it does, but nobody will be counting on it at this stage.
Long travel time down pit lane as per usual. Pit cycle will begin and it will last for about 10 odd minutes here as well. So by no means is this going to be a flurry of pit stops. They will filter in one by one over the next handful of laps. Fascinating to see if we are going to see any alternate strategies come the final stint of the race, when you will have shortened pit stops, but the question will be, are they short enough for teams to gamble on not taking tires? Only time will tell. That's what we love about endurance racing. Don't forget that we do have the other two splits. We mentioned that one of those splits was dry back in Monza, but you can go and check out how the challenges and the rival splits are going on. Just click the command center button if you're watching on twitch.tv/VCO Esports. Live commentary available on both of them as well. Here is the Renvelten car, by the way, which has already finished up its pit stop. I didn't exactly catch when it came in, to be fair, Ewan, but I do think that they're probably good to the end and not having to make an extra stop.
I think they're good as well. I think they'll be okay, unless they get really unlucky with the lead across the line with 1 second to go and they're just in front of the leader or something, and then they have to do, an extra 4 minutes. I don't think they're going to infringe any rules. So I think they'll be fine. And that's another obstacle for Williams Esports. That's a car I thought Williams Esports would overtake and would overtake at the line because of that extra pit stop. But actually, they're not making one, so they're not going to benefit from that at all. And look at the gap between Van der Velde and James Parker as well. 13 seconds. It has not moved at all, I don't think, since... I can't remember when we first started talking about it, but it was a while ago, and it's not moved.
No, absolutely not just yet. Question will be, how do the other drivers get on once we see the swap arounds? Carbon Sim Sport. You check in with Lukacek in the number 90. He's got the newly replaced the driver that's just jumped into the Arnage competition Lamborghini. It's Vermont behind the wheel. Apologies, sometimes English is difficult, especially when it's only 11:30 in the morning and you've already been awake for about 11 hours. Stumbling over words. I'm glad that I haven't had more stumbles over my words. Got Verstappen in the RCI Bentley up in 13th spot as well. Not that far, I should say, removed from the Carbon Sim Sport car, who is that main battle that both are going to be eyeing up and focusing on. Just checking in with the times as well between Smolyar and Stazak in the SMP versus Armentario battle. That move only happened a handful of laps ago and the gap's already grown to 2 seconds. I don't think we can discount Smolyar from catching a third and fourth positions, because that SMP car is well and truly flying. Tinko van der Velde will bring the Williams Esports Lamborghini into pit lane, along with Bastian Richter, who brings the Unicorns of Love Porsche down to the safety of pit lane.
Yep. I don't know if Smolyar's going to run out of time, really, in this race to do that. He's certainly quicker than third and fourth right now, and they'll be ruining the drive-through penalty that they had in the first hour of this race. It was that has dropped them all the way down, but I don't know if there's quite going to be time to catch this car here. Bastian Richter making a pit stop, and you can see the problem they've got. Bukida still out there and will be able to go out there for, I think, another 10-15 minutes. So that's going to be a problem for Unicorns and Love. This car's last pit stop is going to be a lot shorter than theirs.
Yeah, so 1:45 is the time when we've seen Bastian Richter dive his way onto the pit lane. Now we'll get the indication of what it's going to be for everybody else and just compare them. Brabham Esports also down, with the 72 making its way down the pit lanes. So it's a busy time for those trying to get the strategies working as well. Talk about the fact that now, again, this is one thing that I always talk about, and I really enjoy the fact that you get participation points for just finishing the race, and it's such an underrated thing to be talking about because of how it does really change the game across of the field. Even if you have dramas, you know that you've got something to fight for at the end. 38 started, we've still got 36 running, despite the fact that there are only 7 cars scored on the leading lap.
Yep, it's been a sort of attritional race in a way, but also a very pacey race at the front, and it always is here in the FLExTREME series and on ACC as well, to be fair. Often very pacey races. But yeah, not many dropouts because of the points and whatever. That does help people to stay on, and 100 points is not something not worth having. So it very much is worth having. So it's good to see that most of the teams still out there, and hopefully that remains the case for the final 2 races as well. But this has been a good race. The positions are sort of set now as to where people are. So not too much has changed for the last few moments. I guess the real one we're looking at is Smolyar catching the likes of Bokina and also and whoever gets into the 89 next, and also the Unicorns of Love car as well, with now Tauscher at the wheel. Does he have enough time to get there and get onto the podium? He might do. It's I don't know. I wouldn't like to say whether he'd get there or not.
I do think that once the BS competition car heads down pit lane, that will be the last that we do see of Philippa Bukida. Of course, like you had mentioned, racing from down under, so it's a quite unreasonable time in the morning, no matter what coast she is on, whether it be going on 7 a.m. on the East Coast or about 4 a.m. on the West Coast. It's been a long night of racing, and what a way to make your debut as well. Very impressive stints, I think, out of her, and bodes well for her time with the team. And just a reminder as well, even though you can follow along with the challenges and the rival splits on the VCO Command Center, we will turn our attention to each of those races as they come to an end here on this main Cash Split broadcast. So if you are looking to see how those races finish up, don't worry. In about 15 minutes time, we will head over to the final 5 minutes of the Challenger Split, and then get set to finish off the rival split as well before we see the checkered flag in 1 hour and 42 minutes. Getting closer to 7 p.m, continuing to get darker, headlights now lit but not illuminating the path just yet. That transition is taking its time. Give it 1 hour or so and it will be a little darker. The question will be how dark once we get to the end of the race, and how much will the drivers be relying on the headlights to guide them around the track. Something that I always find quite interesting with a place like Daytona when it comes to endurance racing there, and one of my favorite statistics in all of motorsports, or factoids in all of motorsports, is the fact that for the Daytona 24, the lighting at Daytona is turned down to 20% of its maximum brightness, so that the cars, the teams, and the drivers are still somewhat reliant on the headlights, so that it is an endurance race in that sense.
Yeah, but it's still not really dark, is it? It's,
No.
You know, it's not an F1 race, but it's not that dark. So it's very different to Spa or the Nordschleife 24 Hours, for example, or even Le Mans. To be honest, it's very, very different, because those other three taking place in relatively rural places. Well, especially Nordschleife. Le Mans is a little bit, and so Spa a little bit, but it's the trees and mountains around here that particularly just block out any sort of ambient light when the sun dips below the trees. It also makes sunset quite early. I know it's a summer race, so you don't really notice in the Spa 24 Hours, but it's earlier than it otherwise would be at Le Mans, which really where the sun really hangs in the air for ages because it's just flat, and there's not much around. So that where you are in the world definitely does change things. But this circuit it might even get quite a lot darker today than it will throughout the entirety of the Daytona 24 Hours, to be honest, because that's the way that it works with the floodlights they have around there, despite the fact they're turned down. I didn't actually know that, by the way. I didn't know they were turned down for the 24 Hours. I certainly didn't know it was 20% of their usual power either.
Well, just compare the sight of the Daytona 500 at night to the level of intensity of the lights at the 24. I still think they should go even lower. I think 20% is probably a bit high. Yeah, you mentioned the Nordschleife in particular. That's one where you do actually have quite a bit of ambient light, but it's not the ambient light that people would think that you have. Most of what you get are the fire pits where they're smoking their sausages and whatnot. And I've heard from a handful of drivers in the real world who say that when we're driving around, you smell what the fans are cooking up during the stints, and there's going to be different places, especially the track as long as the Nordschleife, right? There's different places on the track where you smell different things, which I find is just such a surreal thing to think about, especially as someone who has never been in a race car driving around a track. I've only been in a sim racing car driving around a virtual track. I definitely don't smell sausages at one end of the track and then eggs and whatnot at the other end.
Yeah, I mean, do you not think that's torture as well, a little bit?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
When you're strapped in and you're working hard or whatever, you can just smell sausages. Oh, great. That can't help. But yeah, I didn't actually think about that. The campfires will create quite a lot of unintentional light, I'd call it. That's not really what the main purpose of a campfire is. Well, I suppose it sort of is, but
sort of is.
Heat is the main thing they're looking for, really. And the light is a good thing as well, certainly in terms of a racing sense. And you can't forget how good the headlights actually are on Monday GT3 and also prototypes as well, especially prototypes actually. So good, the lights are so good. I mean, if you think about turning your lights up on your road car to whatever you call it in your country, high beams or whatever you'd say, it's like that, but more. Really, really light, and just thankful that they don't have to travel in opposite directions to each other like you do on the road, because you would blind people.
And we've seen through a handful of these onboards as well, right, that these modern GT3 cars have those camera systems for the most part. A lot of them do also have physical mirrors. I remember the thing that I was most surprised by when I actually saw the interior of a BMW M4 GT3 car was the size of the mirror that they have. It is a chunky boy, and that's despite the fact that they also have one of these camera systems which doesn't just show you the shot of what's behind you, but a lot of these will have like smart recognition to highlight where the car is moving and whatnot, so it's a little bit easier for you to pick up. You don't have to pick up the shape of the car, you can just pick up the green outline or the red box that sometimes they have, which I find really, really interesting. So technology has come so far, and yeah, headlights very much are part of it. That's what endurance racing was really about initially, right? Was pushing the limits of what the cars could do, and so many innovations have come through motorsports. And I have no doubt that endurance racing will continue to be a good way for these manufacturers to test things out. It's what Garage 56 is meant to be all about for the 24 Hours of Le Mans, for example. Although I'm not exactly sure what a NASCAR next generation car that is converted to go racing at Le Mans is really doing in terms of future technology, but I will just say I am here for it, and I can't wait to see what that does when it heads out to the Circuit de la Sarthe.
Yeah, I didn't know that was a thing, or that was happening.
Did you not?
No, there's too much stuff to keep up with, to be honest.
Wow.
I just can't do it. I cannot do it.
You're too busy following cycling, to be fair.
I follow loads of sports. It's impossible, though. Inside line for Trevor, by the way, he's up to 10th place. But yeah, pro tip really, or I've learned, especially being a sports fan, just pick one and then you'll know, because you sort of fall behind with every sport if you try and do multiple. You kind of across none of them.
Yeah, I'm at this point basically just focused on motorsport for the main part, to be honest. Yeah, I used to be a big football fan, or as they call it in this part of the world, a big soccer fan. It hurts my soul to say that, by the way. I just want to make it clear. I've definitely followed that a lot less recently, although to be fair, a part of the reason why I followed that less recently is I know Nottingham Forest is not doing half badly. I know you would maybe want a little bit more, Ewan, but at least you're not a West Brom fan.
A bit more. I mean, I'm delighted, to be honest, at the moment. I'm having the time of my life with Forest. So no, I'm everything I could hope for at the moment, to be honest.
To be fair, you're not in the relegation fight just yet, but you're like on the vestiges of the relegation fight.
No, we are in the fight. We're 13th, but we're still in the fight. We've still
I forgot how close it was. Yeah, you're only 4 points clear.
Exactly. We're still very close. And it was 5 points at the start of the day. So anyway, it's
oh boy.
We're in a cup semi-final as well, so I can't complain about anything at the moment. But yeah, it's very difficult to keep up with all the sports, because I find that when I speak to proper football, a lot of my friends are like pure football fans, and it's just impossible to keep up with them as well. And then I talk to someone like you, pure motorsport, and I'm falling behind with you. Not that I know nothing about those two things, I just can't keep up with those pure fans that only focus on one.
You know, the trick, at least within motorsports, and I'm sure it's the same for other sports as well, is that I found Discords where I can just go and scroll through as other people go and send me all the relevant things that are going on. And so I don't have to be scrolling that much on social media to be picking things up. I can just go on Reddit, I can just go on the Discords and figure it out. The main thing that I scroll through on social media, as crazy as this sounds, is for sim racing stuff, because you'd be surprised how much you can learn just scrolling through about driver lineups, driver changes, driver opinions on various things, and especially for us, having to chat quite a bit, especially when a lot of the time we don't know what we're talking about, as some of my friends like to point out. It is good to be able to fall back on stuff.
Yeah,
pit stops.
It's good to know these kind of things, really.
Yeah, sorry to cut you off, because I did want to talk about the fact that we are into the final pit stop window and your race leader is in. We are still waiting for Philippa Bakita to come in, almost 12 minutes after we saw their main rivals, the BS Competition main rivals, the Unicorns of Love Porsche, come on in. And I do wonder, are we at the point for BS Competition where they may actually decide it is not worth taking tires with the amount of fuel that they are going to have to put into the car? It's a big gamble, but is that a gamble worth taking?
It's a very big gamble, but I think there's going to be, about 25 minutes remaining when they do make that final stop. I would like to just ask, okay, so are we waiting for a pit stop? I guess we're waiting for a pit stop from the 89 and 88 then. So I was wondering why the 85 was behind them, but obviously we're waiting for a couple of pit stops to happen there. I think, 25 minutes to go basically when BS Competition come out for their final stint. Are they going to risk not taking tyres? I feel like they're going to take the tyres anyway. I'm not entirely sure, of course, but and we're going to get a bit of an idea from Spoyar now coming into the pit lane, but Bakita's going to go one more. Yeah, I just feel like they're going to take tyres anyway, even for 25 minutes. They push them so hard, and it's... I mean, I can't remember ever seeing anybody skip tyres on ACC other than for a 1 or 2 lap splash and dash. It's very, very rare.
More and more cars down on pit lane, including the SMP 888 that has Alex Smollier ready to hand over to someone else. Former Guitar Hero World Champion George Boothby back behind the wheel of the 666, and I'm just going to have to say that I'm going to always refer to George Boothby as the former Guitar Hero World Champion, because that sounds so cool and much cooler than anything I could do. I play guitar to a decent level, but I was always hopeless when it came to Guitar Hero. Are you old enough to remember Guitar Hero, Ewan?
Am I old enough? Wow, that's... Jeez, do you think I'm 12? Well, yeah, of course, yeah, I do, yeah. I played it back at... Not to a World Championship level, obviously, but I have played it. I never really got on with it very well, though.
Okay, so you're like me, you struggled with it as well. To be fair, I shouldn't be asking you, do you remember Guitar Hero? I should be asking Zach Sweeney if he ever met... Yeah, no. Yeah, too right. I'm asking the wrong one of our little commentary groups. I'm asking the question to the wrong person in our commentary group. But yeah, I think that's such an interesting backstory. And so many of these drivers have fascinating stories. And yeah, I like the fact that we get to talk about them. Again, Dyer McCormack, who is now back in the Williams Esports Lamborghini, by the way. As we see Alex Smollier off of pit lane and getting ready to rejoin just as some cars are blasting their way up over the top of Radion. About perfect timing with the team Shazoo McLaren being able to slot past nice and simply. But yeah, Dar McCormack, former pro Forza player, only jumped into the world of sim racing back in 2020. He started on a controller and didn't start with a wheel until about 3 months in, which is scary stuff when you talk about it like that. So many of these drivers and so many of the teams as well have these fascinating stories, Ewan, and that's where I think we get our chance to talk about them from time to time. But things like the VCO Esports Studio, that we get to dive into those stories a little bit deeper. It's a nice opportunity for us to learn more about the people that we spend so much time talking about.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. And by the way, Pro Forza players are scarily good on controllers, by the way. I wouldn't turn my nose up about that at all, about the fact he started on a controller, because they're so good with it. And unlike with anything, with enough practice, you can get good at anything. But obviously, he obviously will be a lot quicker, as he is now, with the wheel and pedals that he's using right now. Out there on the circuit, but yeah, so many interesting stories up and down the field, and we get to learn a great deal. I mean, especially like these longer races, because not only, as I was talking about with Lewis earlier on, you might get that a real interesting final hour, final stint where everything converges and you get that interesting finale. But you've got so much time to dive into these things and talk about these things as well, with the with a longer race, as we've had here today. Not an awful lot changing in the last few moments, and so we can talk about these kind of things, and it's very good indeed. And I find, anyway, as a commentator, I learn quite a lot doing these longer races. To be honest, I learn quite a lot about the drivers, because we by the end of this season we will have spent 48 hours.
Yeah, a lot of time talking about these drivers and these teams in particular. Like we mentioned, by the way, we are getting ready to go over to finish off the Challenger split. They are into the final 6 minutes of their race, and we're going to jump in and follow along with the commentary team that has been talking through the previous 8 and a bit odd hours of the race. So let's go and check in with Challenger split and with Austin Belke and Dean Hopton as we finish up their race.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're here. This is the Challenger split. Our version went green just about 8 hours and 55 minutes ago. It started off with the 98 car, the McLaren of Urkalev. He got the pole and led every single lap until he disconnected due to a power loss that handed him basically 3-lap down penalty. And then he handed the lead to the 714 car. That's one of the cars you see fighting for this battle on your screen. That's that red and white Aston Martin. He started outside the top 10. It was a real miracle he got to lead this race while he could, up until that 22 car came out. The sole Acura on the field, played pit strategy to absolute perfection, took over the lead until the rain came and washed that entire lead away, handed them basically a 100-second penalty because they did not pit for rain tires. They stuck it out there like Lando Norris and Sochi in 2021 and basically relegated themselves back. They fell all the way back to about 7th, now 9th position. But after that, it was the 44 car who played the rain tire selection to absolute perfection. They've been in the lead ever since then. He's had that car on absolute rails. Now Steinhauser in the car. The battle you're watching on the screen, this for the last spot in the top 5. Can Mike Williams complete the top 5 sweep by Aston Martin, Dean?
Making a little bit of a mistake, Mike, a couple of laps earlier, and now trying to make it back. Welcome along to Spa. Welcome along to the Challenger split. Of course, you have the rivals come out still to the final, they make their way across the cash split. Of course, we'll be switching back to that one. But yeah, this is Mikey's time to shine. He's got 3 minutes and change. We'll give you about 1 or 2 laps. Of course, Spa is 7,001 meters. He wants to be just 1 meter ahead of the car, doesn't he, to get that P5?
Yeah, certainly is. He's done a really good job to gain all that time he lost to this Yeet machine just up the road. Currently has the fastest lap time. That's why you see that purple sector, that purple box basically indicating his position right now, trying to see if he can't track down this Yeet machine. He's been faster for a while. It was the Yeet car that was putting down the fastest laps on the racetrack, hunting down some cars, and now the hunter has become the huntee, right now being stalked, preyed upon, might you say, by the 714 car of Mike Williams.
I'm living in a forest right now. I don't want Mike to be hunting me down right now, and I'm sure the Yeet machine does not want to have Mike hunting him down. But Mike now realizes, his team realizes it's a team effort. It's an endurance race. They're all sitting there. They're all watching. They're all hyped. They're down in the pit garages, ready to see whether or not he can get some more crucial points in this championship. Can he get it done? Everything else is secured, I have to say, locked in up the road. Unless they make mistakes, we're not going to commentate curse them, Austin. We're going to see whether or not the 16 car can hold the 714, and pit stops actually for the 214 Bentley. That's going to hurt them. They're going to drop some places too for now, but keep an eye on this battle. 2 minutes left. Where can Mike get the O-take done? OT. Not here in the bus stop.
No, not here in the bus stop. I think his best opportunity is to pass this number 16 car the same place he passed the 889 just a couple laps ago before he made that off-track excursion and lost those couple positions. That being down in turn 10, he just kept that thing right hooked down on the apex, hugged it like his favorite grandma, as one famous F1 commentator might say. He does a really good job to get that car rotated. Now he's got to put the throttle down wide open, almost all the way up the hill, through a Rouge, up the Radion, then down the Kemmel straight into Lake Com. Let's see how much closer he can get.
He's dropped it. He's dropped about half a second. That's not what you want to be doing, Mikey, right now with the dying stages of the race. So it might have been your final opportunity, as the camera will probably very much switch over to the 44 car we haven't seen for a little bit, because they're 40 seconds up the road leading this race and about to finish this race with a checkered flag before anybody else.
Yeah, they're going to cross the stripe right now. I believe this will be the white flag, Jack, or this will be the checkered. Should be coming to get this will be the checkered flag, so they're going to come across the stripe here and win. Checkered flag for the number 44 team from Revolution Sim Racing in the 9 hours of Spa. Congratulations to them. They did a phenomenal job. My mind goes back to when there was a 3-wide battle for the lead, and the 2 leaders just up the road got together in front of him, and they just went way off to the side and took the lead and basically never looked back since then.
You never look back in the Challenger split, because they've been fantastic all race long. And finally, we did get cross fingers. We had a little bit of rain. So that's it goes to the rival split and the Challenger split. They have all the rain. We got a little bit of a showdown show, but there it is. And congratulations, of course, to the 192 car finishing in the 711 car. There it is. They did it, mate. They got themselves up into a podium spot, and the bubbly stuff is going to taste sweeter there.
Yeah, 192 car going across the start-finish line. Martin Feuerhard, these guys have been on rails ever since they started today. Just really, they started at the back foot of the top 10 and just did a really good job being consistent, minded their P's and Q's to come away with the podium position here. And that 7-11, these two really just butted heads into Lake Com a couple laps ago, did an absolutely phenomenal job. So we still have a little bit of time there. Doing a really good job. See the 7-11 car, they came together at Lake Com, spun that 7-11 car out. Boy, what could have been? Ryan Leach has got to be asking himself. He'd been following that dark red car pretty much all day long. Got a couple more cars here set to cross the finish line. 889 car just went over it. Did a really good job. They're the points leader, and boy, you know, they're not quite on the top step of the podium, Dean, but again, a good points day for them. Definitely going to help in the championship standings.
It was, and the 98 car, unfortunately, if you just tuned in, they were leading this race. The McLaren, the Sol McLaren, a fantastic job. Leading. Of course, there's a little bit of a problem called electricity and computers. And therefore, they had to drop a lot of places to Fennell. And unfortunately, they did climb their way back up at P13, give it granted for that one. But yeah, good to see the spirit. And believe it or not, the spirit is everywhere here in the Challenger Split because drivers are still making their way across the line. That's what it's all about. And it's fantastic. If you want motor racing and coursing, you want to see endurance racing, VCO produces every single time.
Yeah, the 44 car going to come across the stripe line here to get the checkered flag. Congratulations to them. You can see the victory celebration commences. They did a phenomenal job all day long. Checkered flag right now in the 9-hour race for them. Called the end a little bit early there just because it's 7 kilometers long, this track, but boy, nothing would stop that. They've been on rails since the beginning of this race all day long here, riding on board. Now looking here at Martin Feuerhard, the 192 Aston Martin. These guys have just been on fire all day long. Not quite had the speed of the leaders, but they certainly can be very proud of the second place finish here, coming through turns 19 and 20. Hard left, hard right.
Yeah, I mean, the Aston Martins have proven to be the car here. I'm curious to see what's going to happen for the rest of the splits later on, how the Gladiators have chosen their cars for their splits. Because I'll tell you what, right now, if you're in Challenger Series, the Aston Martin would be the car to be in.
All right, we'd like to thank the cash split. This has been Austin Belke, Diem Hampton, Jack Maloney. We're going to hand it back over to them. If you want to keep watching the Challenger split, if you're on the Twitch or YouTube page, stay right there.
Well, thank you to Austin and Dean. 9 hard hours of work. And now they can wrap things up and enjoy some time off. An hour and 20 minutes still left to go in this cash split. Don't forget that we will saunter our way over to the rival split in a handful of moments' time as well as they get ready to finish. They've got about 16 minutes left on the clock. Big drama while we were away, though. For this, the 888, the SMP Racing Esports Ferrari that has lost a bit of time, but fortunately, Ewan has not lost 6th position.
No, hasn't lost 6th position. Well, has lost 5th, though. Has dropped down to 6th, stays there. Only 4 seconds away, and remains to be seen what pace they've got now, with Brabham Esports not far behind as well. I think 3rd and 4th are now going to finish in 3rd and 4th. What order is to be argued about, as you can see, for Camera and Tauscher up there as well right now. But we'll see what SMP Racing, their pace is now. Last lap was a 17.7. This one, we'll wait and see. Well, that was that last lap. 17.7. It's not bad, but it was slower than Brabham Esports, was slower than Ontario as well. I do wonder whether that mistake has just slightly held them back a little bit. Here it is.
And I was just saying before we went over to the cash split that in the dry, Radion was not looking too dangerous for the Ferraris. Just to prove me wrong, that is a big moment. Somehow they keep it out of the walls. I don't know quite how. There's Armentario flying on past and regaining their spot inside of the top 5. Here's the battle, though, for the final step of the podium. You still will bring up the point correctly, Ewan, that BS Competition are going to have a much shorter final stop than what the Unicorns of Love are going to do. But now, there's pressure being applied from that Porsche.
It certainly is. And it could well be the chance for Unicorns of Love. As we've mentioned earlier on, they need, in my opinion, to get through and get away a little bit before the final pit stops of this race, coming up in about 50 minutes' time. well, it'll be about 40 minutes as far as unicorns and love are concerned. They've got to get a bit of a gap because I'm pretty sure that the BMW will have a shorter final pit stop. So, but it's going to be difficult. The BMW is quite strong in a straight line. It'll be very difficult to overtake as well.
I think for the Porsche, maybe they can just try and save a little bit of fuel initially and not equalize, but bring themselves a little bit closer in terms of the pit stop time to what we expect from BS competition. Likely to see them come in maybe with 25 minutes to go in that Zebra machine, so I think that is within that window of less than half a tank of fuel. I think the expectation would still be that they are going to be swapping around tires, but never say never. Maybe if it's worth the gamble, we may see some teams and drivers elect not to take tires in this next portion of the race. Not just this fight to watch, by the way, as well, but the Triple Eight's having to very much watch in the rearview mirrors because Valentin Barrier in the number 72 Brabham Esports Honda NSX is right on the back bumper of that Ferrari. So inside of the top 10, there are a couple of fights still ongoing. But outside of the top 10, it has very much opened up at this late point in the race. There's the green and gold down the hill right behind the red, white and blue S&P racing car. And for Brabham Esports in the number 72, Ewan, let's not forget that what they have done through the BOP ballast in their choices was use the maximum 30 kilos in the first 2 rounds and are now splitting up the rest equally between this round and the next round. So just 23 kilos being added onto the car. It's another decent performance out of Brabham Esports.
It certainly is. They've had a number of them so far this season. They're outside the top 10 in the championship, unfortunately, but they have had a couple of decent runs nevertheless, and today is certainly one of them. This is a strong performance, and with S&P Racing recovering from that spin, maybe psychologically a little bit difficult now for that Ferrari. Maybe Valentin Barrier can make a bit of a charge here. Maybe he can even get inside the top 5. There are still definitely positions to be argued over. We've spoken for hours now about these positions, especially inside the top 10, are pretty settled, but that doesn't seem to be the case any longer. As we're converging on the end of this race, all the strategies starting to change a little bit, and it's getting interesting now.
Yeah, it's always fun seeing the strategies converge back on in at the end if there are slight divergences. See exactly which one plays out correctly, because I think that's the thing, that you can only strategize and plan out so much. The reality of a race sometimes a little bit different to what your expectations were when building out the strategy. And so, always interesting to see how they end up cycling back on in. Don't forget that the rival split, 11 minutes to go. If you want to catch the tail end of that one, we'll switch on over to it in about 5 minutes time over here. Otherwise, use the VCO command center to grab the final 10 minutes of the race and see what's been a fascinating race for them as well. Don't think there's been too much rain across of all 3 of our splits here today, which I think just means that you should expect some more craziness courtesy of Niels Naujoks when we get to the weather settings for the next 2 rounds. The thing that did scare me a little bit, Ewan, was the use of the word flooded. Not flooding, flooded. Because when we talk about a track being flooded, that's a very precarious situation to put race cars on.
Yeah, it is. So, yeah, not ideal, but not unexpected either, I guess. Very possible, and we'll have to see what thrills the weather throws up for the last couple of rounds. Although Paul Ricard is a very dry place, a very sunny place, and Watkins Glen, well, who knows? We'll wait and see when we get to it at the finale. Barrier wasn't quite able to get close enough there. The battle for 6th place will continue on, and I imagine stay pretty similar until they get to Les Combes the next lap around. This one may well stay pretty similar as well. This is close, the 3rd.
Yeah, so left side of the screen, you'll notice that a drive-through penalty is now being indicated onto the LFM 255 Mercedes. Now, significant, because what is that going to do? It's going to give another free position to Dyer McCormack, who is continuing to try and get to the back of the 123 Burst Esports Bentley to try and grab what would be 13th position before that drive-through penalty, 12th position after the drive-through penalty. And these are all valuable points. And if there's going to be any big supporters of the Unicorns of Love team, right now it is Dharma Cormac, Tinko van der Velde, and Igor Rodriguez asking for Mitchie Tauscher to grab some points away from Arthur Camera.
It would take 5 points away from them. It would be very helpful indeed. McCormack about to gain 3 of his own as a result of that penalty for the 255, the Low Fuel Motorsport car. So, yeah, Unicorns of Love very much going to be cheered on here. And there is a case to be made, or they would normally, for sticking behind, you know, saving a little bit of fuel, waiting for the final moments of this race, or at least the final stint. But Tauscher can't afford to do that. We've spoken about the fuel situation for these two. I believe they have to get through and try and get away. But that BMW just quick enough over the top of the hill there at Radion. Its raw power is enough. And Tauscher's not going to be able to get down the inside at Lecombe. This could be quite a frustrating stint for him.
Yeah, this is, I think, going to be one of those stints where you're told what to do by the team in your ear, as much as maybe your racing driver instincts go against everything that you are being told. Down they go. Here's a look at a bit of a replay, as I think Brabham Esports may have, well, almost some contact with the S&P Ferrari down through the hill. And then I think there may be a pass forthcoming. The S&P car just looking a little bit sluggish. And then on the run down in towards Pouon. Barrier to the inside. Not a corner that you really want to be juking it out side by side. And the Brabham Esports Honda makes its way forward.
Yep, mistake from SMP, and it was absolutely deadly. Barrier was not going to need a second invitation there. Went through and stays in front as well. He might well have the pace, and I think he does have the pace to try and catch Manisha up in front as well. He was running about half a second a lap quicker than Armamentario before he had to obviously pass SMP, which slowed him down a little bit. The gap now 6 seconds, and I think he can reel that back, and there might be a top 5 on the cards for Brabham Esports.
See how much pace they have compared to the Armentario car in this juncture of the race then. Still watching though, with 10 minutes to go until the final hour of this race will commence. This battle for the third and final step of the podium. Gaps at the front of the field if you're curious. Well, 64 seconds the margin of lead right now that George Boothby and Yassi enjoy over the Racing Point number 85. It's then a further 22 seconds back to Arthur Camera and to Mitchie Tauscher as they fight. That gap has held pretty consistent over the course of the race since it split up very slightly. I've not really seen it be brought in or opened up too much, at least between second and third. Just shows that the pace from Racing Point, pretty consistent with most of the rest of the field, apart from the speed that we have in that Yassit 666 machine. 7 cars still left on the leading lap. May end with just 5 at this rate. Never say never when it comes to the pace that we're seeing from Boothby and whoever is likely to get into that car next. Ewan, we're about to say goodbye to you, unfortunately. Been a fun couple of hours with you here. I mean, you were here at the start of this race. How do you think we're going to end this one in this battle for third?
Yeah, I think as things stand, BS Competition are just going to have enough to hold on from Unicorns of Love. I think there's going to be an interesting one for 12 down there in terms of the championship fight, because McCormack is not far away from Noble, but I think Cameron will be able to keep Tauscher behind here, have a shorter pit stop, and then we'll see that BS Competition car go to the line in front of the Porsche.
Ewan O'Leary is going to jump off in about 20 minutes. You'll hear him on the iRacing Daytona 24. We're going to step aside for a couple moments, though. We're going to catch up with the rival split, and the final 5 minutes, let's check in with Chris Buxton and Ryan Walker for one final time.
As the lead battle is pretty much resumed. Well, it's pretty much concluded, I would think. 4.6 seconds. Isn't likely to close in. Mind you, is Miata going to close in enough time to challenge the Hill of Anda? We've seen how his tyres are worn out. There is Andre Miato. We've just had non-stop battles all race long.
Yeah, I've just been watching the Miato's pace as well, and he's definitely closing that gap down to the VRM Bentley just in front of him. It's you probably didn't see it in that shot there, but it's at the gap's about 3 seconds, and Miato, I think he's on the fresher tyres, and I wonder if the VRM team maybe tried to double stint tyres.
Yeah, it could well be. Explain why they're struggling now. As now broadcasting. As both of Barbarian Stortbacker get radio on a little bit wrong. We're now on the Caspit broadcast. Hello, everybody. The final 5 minutes for us. It has just been non-stop action. We've had very, very little downtime in our race. We had rain about 4 hours ago. Lasted for about an hour-ish. Wasn't particularly long, but it was enough to shuffle up the grid. Early on, our race was very much dominated by the number 27, the Venari Racing Squad, our championship leaders, and the number 10, the JMX Phantom cars. But when all the pit stops was done, it was the number 77 that very much came out on top, and the number 23 is following on. We have had constant battles, and we are very much enjoying this one now. Stortbecker not long taking over the car, and has another 3 minutes to dispatch the number 158, which Carlos Barberi doing his best to hang on to. As we're seeing the effects of very worn tyres and probably very worn drivers as well. Constantly through the race, we've had a great battle to enjoy, and I'm keeping an eye on the time as well. Reyes is closing in on Hoyer. I reckon Russell Reyes is going to have a go at Martin Hoyer. Stortbecker gets all kind of crossed up, getting it through Blanchimont. Oh no, he's gone too deep. Couldn't quite slow it down. And he is making Barberi work for it.
Yeah, I admire the effort trying to pull that move off, but that's the thing with trying to make a move on the outside into that chicane. You've got to require the other driver to leave you some room and also try and be fully alongside for the second part of that chicane. But it looks like Stortbecker just wasn't able to pull that move off and just ran wide on the entry, didn't get slowed down enough. But yeah, I have to say Barberi as well is not willing to let him go, and it's plenty of battles going on everywhere as we come to pretty much the final 1 minute rather and 25 seconds. And I have to say, Chris, there was a point in the race, probably the final couple of hours, where it did settle down, but as we get to probably around about the final 5 or 10 minutes, it's just been action non-stop.
Well, it didn't settle down to a huge amount. There was battles looming, but yeah, exactly as you say, in this last, I'd say probably half an hour, the last battles have really, really come alive. There's Nicholas Gross. Jugnavikas has definitely backed off. He knows he's not going to be able to close in enough. 4.7 seconds with less than a minute to go, and our race leader Tim Rule is coming through Blanchimont now. He's not got enough gap to just let off the gas. There's Timu Poidki in the number 11, up into 5th place now for the Gripax Engineering car. They were challenging for podium positions early on, so Tim Rule's just going to beat the flag to start our final lap here in the rival split. And in the background, you just saw Tadas Jugnavikas, but it's not going to be close enough. Not unless either Tim runs out of fuel or makes an almighty mistake. It's going to take some strange happening going on, as Tim Rule has a completely clear track ahead of him. He's got no back markers anywhere near it, unlike this lot. So here we've got Barberi, Stortbecker, and then, oh my goodness me, that's Hoyer. And then, very shortly, there's Reyes. And Stortbecker has cut across the track. He's going to have to give the position back to Barberi, which he doesn't seem particularly keen to do.
Yeah, especially when you've got Hoyer in the Honda and two hot. He's got.
Oh, it's getting a little bit desperate. Oh no, Barberi gives. Oh my goodness me, gives Stortbecker a big old punch in the face. But now the two Hondas are going to be arguing, or they're potentially going to be arguing. The timer is out. We're on our final lap. Oh, Reyes has got to deal with Barberi, which he has now done, but that has pretty much killed Reyes' opportunity to claim 6th from Hoyer. Michael Hoyer will be very, very happy about that, I would think.
Probably breathing a sigh of relief as well.
Yeah, very, very much so. Russell Reyes could still get close enough to Michael Hoyer to attack. And so these are the two battles we've got. They're for completely different ends of the different parts of the tower. One battle for 6th, the other battle for 14th. Two Hondas fighting for one battle, and an Aston and Audi fighting in the other. Oh, Storbecker again. Getting very close to the Aston. I think that's another car that's got absolutely no tyres left.
Yeah, I think the tyres on the Aston are pretty much gone now, and I think as the leader comes up to the line, Chris.
Your winner for round number 4 here for the rival split is Tim Rule for the number 77 squad. The light speed by MC Schaumburg team has taken the top spot. Tadas Jutnavikas for Rapid Esports takes the 2nd spot. Hamling has taken 4th. Polke takes 5th. Miato's already taken 13th. Russell Reyes, can he banzai the inside of Michael Hoyer? He's so close. Can he do it? He had the fastest lap for a while. Jutnavikas stole that one a little while ago. No, he thinks about it. He's not going to be able to do it on the outside of the chicane. Nice defensive maneuver from Michael Hoyer. Oh my goodness, a spin right at the bottom of the shot. As Michael Hoyer fends off the advances of Russell Reyes for 6th place. And a drive-through for Barberi!
Oh no.
Oh no, which gets turned into a time penalty. That was because of what we've just seen. So Barberi gets a time penalty right at the death of the race. Here comes Nicholas Gross, the last man on the lead lap. Just the top 3 of the rival split on the lead lap. Nicholas Gross giving it plenty of slidey ways for Venari Racing. So thank you very much to those in the cash split that has been watching us. We very much thank you for your company. We leave you in the very capable hands of Arjuna and Lewis to see out the cash split race.
Cheers, Chris. Great end there to the Rivals split. Of course, Chris Buxton, Ryan Walker taking you all the way through that 9-hour race. Rivals done, Challengers done. Just 1 hour left to go here in the cash split. 9 hours of Spa. VCO LFM FLExTREME coming to a close. Arjuna, we've had a fantastic race. I think we're looking for a barnstorming final, at least for some of the fights, including this one here, the battle for 3rd. It's heating up a bit.
Yeah, but I think Ewan O'Leary's probably correct in the fact that it looks quite intriguing right now, but we are expecting the strategy and the short pit stop for BS Competition to take them clear in this fight. I think the question I really have now is with S&P Esports coming back down onto the pit lane earlier than expected in their Triple Eight. One, was there more drama when we stopped watching the cash split for about 5 or so minutes to go catch the end of another one of our splits? But number 2, how long are they going to spend in the pit lane, and where are they going to emerge, and who is going to emerge from the pit lane?
Yeah, there's a lot of questions in all of this, and like I say, slightly longer stops, etc., etc. This is why you run strategy backwards. BS Competition did that by going that lap later. You remember back to when it was raining and then it went to the wet to dry transition. They stayed out for 1 extra lap on the wet tyres. It gave them that little bit of confidence. Right now, though, just got to focus on it being that on-track battle, because that's exactly what Unicorns of Love are doing right now. Is they are just focused on, well, either staying in as much fuel as they possibly can, or just getting past and getting as far down the road as they can before their pit stop. We're about to find out exactly which way round that's going to be, coming up towards Eau Rouge and Radion.
Yeah. Still waiting for Tauscher to have a bit of a look. He's been quite content to ride in the tracks of the BS Competition entry, by the way. Ewan was saying that he thinks that the Unicorns of Love car needs to pass and then try and build up a bit of a buffer, but I think this is the wiser move, trying to extend the stint as long as possible by massaging the fuel tank to get the most out of it, and then to try and charge when they get some clean track, because who knows who's going to get into that car to finish things out. Maybe they've got someone lined up and ready to go as their specialist closer. I still think there's an opportunity. The Question is, how realistic an opportunity is it?
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, whilst these two aren't switching over, I do feel like Oleg Zholobov is probably going to try and pass Mike Nobel in the Burst Esports car at the moment. There is Zholobov. They've had a lot of issues today of SMP, and I don't think 12th is particularly indicative of their pace, but it shows how many problems they've had that's pushed them down the order, and now they're looking to get themselves up into 11th position. But let's be honest, who knows what positions these will end up being towards the end of the race with all the differing pit stops, who's made pit stops, who hasn't made pit stops. Yeah, it's going to be a mad run-in for some of these. I think we'll have to wait and see what SMP can do. But I think they're probably, with the pace they had earlier, they would have been looking at this thinking, top 5? Surely a top 5. Yeah. And then they've gone to like, well, I'll be happy with a top 10. It's like, oh, fine, maybe a top 15. No, definitely a top 5. Maybe a podium. No, top 10. That's how much they've been up and down the order today.
Yeah, no, I think that basically sums it up quite nicely. One recipient, though, of some fortune courtesy of that early pit stop, at least momentarily, is the fact that Williams Esports are back inside of the top 10. What a long day it has been for them. And again, yes, they will lose points and lose ground in the championship fight to BS competition. But we've said over and over again, this is about the recovery drive from Williams Esports, and they've done about all they really can.
Like I say, it's an extreme test of will, which this championship has been for quite a few teams on various occasions. Less so the results, more so the races themselves. Bit wide on entry there going into Eau Rouge, and this could be the position switch because Nobel did not have a great line. And Oleg Zholobov comes straight through. Easy peasy, easy as you like. The next car closing into the background is not for position. That is the Triton car. Almost a DV1 Triton then. That was a couple of years ago as Triton are closing up towards us, but again not for position, just for lap traffic as the sun I wouldn't classify this as setting, and I don't think it is going to set, but it's just at that point where it's lingering low enough that at various points it can be a touch blinding, a touch tricky, a touch irritating, where you almost want to hold your hand up to the monitor, understanding that that does absolutely nothing because it's in the simulator. Which also I recommend if you're in a race car, keep 2 hands on the wheel at all time.
We were talking about this earlier as this just being a long transition window, and it started a while ago. It started probably a good 30 minutes ago with the cloud cover hiding the sun as it continued to set, and now it's burst out from that cloud cover. Like you say, it's not about the fact that we're in the darkness necessarily. It's more about the fact that the references will be slightly changing here and there when shadows are moving around, and just making sure that you're on top of how the grip as well is changing, because if the sun is setting, there's less of the rays, baking the track surface, the track temperature starts to go down. And I always think that in these moments, you want your most adaptable driver in to make sure they get the most from the conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. But then, who is your most adaptable driver? It's kind of it's a bit of a tricky one. The teams will generally know amongst them as to who does better in the slightly changeable conditions, whether it is temperature or is rain. They will know. But it's because it's not necessarily your outright fastest driver that will be the best in the slightly changing conditions of a slightly setting sun. Shouldn't make too much of an impact during this race, but like you say, cloud coverage coming in every now and then, that sometimes can affect things. I have been keeping my eye as the continued fuel-saving efforts from Michi Tauscher happen behind the camera. I've got to say, when it comes to rain in this race, it is looking fine. We got, again, the weather readout, half an hour's time, is looking like the same conditions. I am less sure that we will see rain at all in the next 53 minutes. If we do, it will be very, very late, at which point I think most people will stay actually on the slicks. But in this battle between zebras and unicorns, there is not much change between the two.
I'm going to try and bring a commentator's curse down by saying there is not going to be any rain.
It's not going to work. That doesn't work.
And if it doesn't work, honestly, I will not mind, because I think we deserve a clean finish to this race without shaking things up too much, because the strategies have played out as they've played out. If there is rain, then you have to admit the commentator's curse exists.
No, because the thing is, it would have rained anyway. That's like the whole thing with all this kind of stuff. They're like, well, yes, but because I said something and then the opposite happened, that must be fact. And I'm like, no, it's not cause and effect like that. It's not how it works. It would have just rained anyway. It's just the fact that you said something and then it suddenly just like happened. You're like, I refuse, Arjun. The commentator's curse is rubbish.
So in this case, this would not be a commentator's curse. This would just be me being psychic and being able to read the future.
No, you're not Mystic Meg, mate. That's my job. Get off.
I mean, if you're Mystic Meg, you'll have a track record of about 1%.
I haven't been good.
Being right.
I haven't been good in the last. I've predicted some things all right, but it was that Daytona 24 hour 2 years ago.
Yeah.
6 hours into the race, 18 hours to go, predicting all 3 winners. And then I was like, right, I've got this. And I'm pretty sure I've been right maybe 3 times since.
I can only remember 1 time when you were right. So clearly the other 2 times would have happened on a broadcast that I was not on. But yeah.
I do a few without you, don't worry.
Fair.
I'm not
that's fair.
You, but, you know.
But I'm just saying that I haven't seen the proof, so I don't believe it.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Well, tough.
Exactly, it is tough.
You just have to take my word as a 2-time VCO Emmy award-winning commentator. Sorry, Arjuna.
No, I knew this was happening. This is going to happen all of the year, and I'm ready for it. But did you see how close Mitchie Tauscher was on the exit of La Source to the back of that BMW? I think that's the closest that we've seen him, just continuing to pile that pressure on, despite the fact that he was so close, though. Look how far back he is as we get to the end of the Camel Straight, with the BMW just pulling away as it gets up through the rev range.
You know, like I say, it's pressuring Arthur Camera into a mistake which I would say Arthur Camera is a little too experienced to make, right? I don't see Arthur Camera, and again, I'll comment guys. If I were driving in Mitchie Tauscher's boots, you know, kind of like one of those ones where you're constantly you're keeping them under pressure without trying to go for a move, and you're constantly like darting out and having looks into corners. And there are certain people where you know you should go for those kind of things because they might be a little bit more like crazy and they might actually make those kinds of mistakes. And there are other people where they're just so whoa, that was scary from Tauscher.
Pushing.
Where you know they're experienced and you know they've got the knowledge and the racecraft where they don't tend to bow to those, and it's just a waste of your time. I think Tauscher is well aware that Camera will not really cave to this kind of pressure. It's just about keeping that pressure on anyway, because it's always good to keep it there just in case. But also, you're maximising as far as possible that fuel saving. You're maximising the slipstream to the nth degree, trying to get those final tiny little bits out, because it might just save you that extra little bit of time in pit lane, just keeps you close enough that you can go on the attack late in the race.
I don't think I fully agree with you, because even though these are the best drivers, we know that they all make mistakes, and that's where the piling the pressure comes on in. Mitchie Tauscher's not going to appreciate me bringing this up, but let's go back to the Esports Racing World Cup. Yeah, lighting up the rear tires out of the final corner.
That wasn't pressure, though. That was just him being a silly boy.
Yes, no, but the mistakes are my point, right? And you make more mistakes, the more pressure typically that you're under. And so that's why even at this level of motorsports, whether it's real or virtual, the adage of saying apply the pressure and see what happens, I think is actually the main thing that you can do if you know that you don't really have a fighting chance of getting it done on track. Darren McCormack, not looking the most happy, but again, I think pretty happy with how the race would have played out overall. If you had said after the first hour of the race that Williams Esports would be back up in 10th position, I don't think they would have said no.
No, but they are going to have to deal with Oleg Zholobov. I'm actually going to completely disagree with you, because I think it's 100% the other way around. I think when at this level especially, because they're so used to dealing with high pressure, right, I think they are less likely to make a mistake under pressure, right? Now, because the Mitchie Tauscher one's a great one. Did he make a mistake under pressure? No, he made a mistake because he got complacent. That is the problem. That is when people make mistakes, is when they get too complacent. It's why you've got to keep yourself under pressure, however it is, however you keep yourself focused. Like at this point right now, Darren McCormack or Arthur Camera, right? Obviously, he's under pressure from Tauscher, sure. But the laser focus that is on right now, it's as if like nothing else in the world is going on. They are so focused on the road ahead and on what's going on that they don't... it's less typical for a let's call them a pro driver. You know, the more experienced drivers in sim racing. It's less typical for them to make mistakes, proper mistakes in this kind of environment where they are kept under pressure because of that laser focus. The more they're left by themselves to their own, devices, where they are left out a lap ahead of everyone, that's where you kind of see those silly, weird mistakes. Oh, that's not typical of that kind of, because they get complacent, or like dropping out of the final corner at Bathurst. Either way, Dara McCormack does have to deal with his own fair share of pressure right now, because Sholobov's knocking at the door, and I do get the feeling that Sholobov will be coming through either up into La Source or potentially into Les Combes.
McCormack still has a pit stop to make, by the way, whereas the Triple Eight is already done. So I don't think that this is something.
Grip,
yeah, he's not going to have to fight this either. At the end of the day, if someone's in his ear telling him that's a car that's already done with the pit stops, don't fight him. We've still got a pit stop left to go. Maybe let's see if we can follow him forward and try and close the gap to Apostle in the West competition racing car and see what we can get. I think that would be the best idea. Although he just took a pretty sizable shortcut over the top of Radion, which is definitely not what you want to do, especially given that I think we've already seen in the last half an hour one team get a automatic drive-through penalty from Assetto Corsa for repeated infringements of track limits. Just something that Williams will be keeping in mind.
Yeah, I am. I'm keeping an eye on Mr. Boothby's stream, not only for the weather readout, but also because it does pop up in there as to what the drive-throughs are for. Because obviously all the drivers will know whoever's got a drive-through penalty and what it's for, and it does say in there whether it's for speeding in the pit lane or for track limit excursions. It's always I think it's a good telling sign if like 3 or 4 people pick up track limit excursions or penalties rather for doing such things. It's always a good sign to like have in the back of your mind of being like, okay, we're starting to pick a lot of them up now. Let's stay away from those pesky little track limits and keep it well within the white lines. No movement through from Sholobov at the moment. Again, this will be frustrating for the SMP Racing Esports man, purely based on the fact that you're absolutely right. This is not, whilst this is a battle for position, this is not a battle for position. And so it will be frustrating for SMP.
Yeah, I think the next lap, though, maybe he's within striking distance, and maybe this will be the opportunity for him. I think we've also seen the final pit stop for the Arnage Competition 240 that has Batafoulier now behind the wheel as he's hunting down that number 90 Aston Martin up the road. Of course, you've got the RCI Bentley in that mix as well, and into the bus stop chicane, not unexpected. SMP down the inside. Sholobov is very deep under the brakes, and McCormack, I don't think is going to be too impressed with that one. The fact that he ended up having to compromise further to allow Sholobov to get on through.
He didn't look too frustrated by it. Like I say, it's kind of I've always had it where I'm trying to let someone through, or rather not fight them like that, and then they make a mistake immediately. I'm like, come on, mate! Like, you're faster than me. Just get on with it. Don't waste my time. Just go. It'll be a little bit frustrating for Dara McCormack, but again, it's the maturity that he's got. You can see it. The fact that his facial expression didn't even change. Like, obviously, you're going through, so fair enough. Into the pit lane then goes Mitchy Towson, Unicorns of Love from 4th position after applying pressure to after camera. Dara McCormack obviously with no intentions to try and pass Oleg Sholobov. A little bit of a look just to make sure he can see where the braking zone is and everything like that. Just a bit of a bump draft as well to push. We've seen some fair shares of bump drafting in GT racing as of today, so we're just adding to them. Thankfully, no one's being catapulted off though in this race at present, so that is absolutely fine. Mitchy Towson crawling down the pit lane.
Yeah, and this is about right on cue for what we expected. An hour on basically from the last time that we saw him. Not expecting Arthur Camera to come in for at least 15 minutes, if not closer to 20, which is almost at that point a full third of a tank in terms of the fuel that the BS competition team is not going to have to re-add to their car. Check back in with the Arnage Lamborghini, who has been able to get past the Carbon SimSport Aston Martin, as now they begin their climb up the hill. And Batafoulier is going to be very curious to see where the likes of some of these other cars come out, so he can judge where he is relative to some of the others fighting further forward.
Yeah, let's see if there's going to be any switches in all this. Of course, you've got Grip Packs Engineering trying to get past track position rather than race position. Like I say, just splitting. Like this is a problem at this point in the race. I mean, not a problem for us. We love it. But the problem when you're a driver is that everyone's on such differing levels of grip, courtesy of their because where their pit stops are. Because your pit stops become more and more skewed as the race goes on. Purely based on the fact if someone's gone a lap longer at some point, someone's 2 laps early, someone's been able to save fuel to do this, someone's been slower, someone's been faster, so they're actually pitting at different points. It means that no one at this point, and that's racing, no one at this point has the same level of grip as anyone around them. That's through track conditions, that's through the life of the tyres, that's through the cars themselves, through the pressure, through the drivers, through everything. That no one has the same level of grip. And it can be frustrating because you're sat there behind, someone's caught up to the back of you, and then they're not for position. They're like 3 laps down, but they are so much, like 2 seconds a lap faster than you, quite to that degree. But you know what I mean? It's those kind of things. You're trying to juggle everything and try and keep focused on what you're doing. It can be enormously frustrating as Dara McCormack heads his way onto pit road. I would assume here that McCormack will stay behind the wheel.
I think so. I think that they'd want to try and get the most out of his speed as well. I'll ask you this question, though, Lewis, because me and Ewan were kind of having a debate on this. Valentin Barrier for Brabham Esports also down on pit lane. If you're BS competition, you come in with 25 minutes to go, do you have... At what point, in what positions in a race, what fights are worth it to then not take tyres in the final stop of the race?
That is a good one. That for the win, obviously, right? But it kind of depends on. For me, it depends on what you are risking losing, right? Like, let's say for example you take no tyres, as we'll see Matuszka, who's under pressure from Batafilia, and we'll call this one through because the Arnage competition car is going to try and make a move, thankfully meaning that I can sidestep the question, not worry about it. Batafilia straight to the outside until they come, and that is Matuszka lifting out of it. Like I say, it depends what you've got to do. Let's say for example you are in third, like BS competition are, and you take no tyres to try and get second, right? But then if it goes awry, the worst you're going to finish is fourth. Good gamble. Give it a go, right? But if you have one of those ones where it's like, for whatever reason, there's a pack that's quite close and you're at the head of the pack, and then you're risking to gain 1 position, but you could end up losing 3 or 4. Not worth it. Bad gamble. Don't try it. It's it's one of those things which needs to happen naturally, and you need to have the belief in it. Right now, if I am BS competition, I am not taking the risk. No. I'm pitting earlier, right? Even if I could get the tank to go to like 20 minutes to go in the race, right? Well, then maybe I actually wouldn't take tyres.
Oh, camera's in.
But I would pit around now, and I would just take tyres and just run the 40 minutes on a slightly lower tank and set some good lap times. That's what I would do in this scenario anyway.
Which I think is exactly what they're doing. And I think the other factor that you have to think about to add to the points that you bring up is, what are you fighting for in the championship? For BS competition, with Williams... Yeah, no, when they're fighting for the title, when Williams is on the back foot here today, there's not much to gain. I don't think that they really would ever have been thinking about not taking tyres, but I just find that it's such a... We were talking earlier, right, about the difference between Assetto Corsa and some of the other simulators where here we get the driver changes basically every stint, even though in other simulators you also are changing tires every stint nowadays. So I was very curious what you think, and I think we're kind of on the same page in that it's one of those things where you very much have got to figure out what the race situation is, expecting camera to have a pit stop length that's limited by the amount of time that it takes the tires to be changed, which means that he's going to be right in the fight with Bastian Richter when he rolls off a pit lane.
Yeah, this is like I say, it's kind of one of those things where it's when it comes to your sim experts, right? Those ones that are better at ACC than they are at rFactor 2 and better at iRace than they are at ACC, etc., etc. The time, I think these days, the place where they really come to the fore isn't actually so much on even lap times or consistency. Right, because let's be honest, the very best in sim racing can generally piece it all together as well. But it is in almost knowing what risks are worth it and what risks aren't worth it, right? Knowing about those gambles. I think when it comes to this switch, by the way, it's going to be super tight up to Les Combes. You can see on the right-hand side of your screen, that is the BS competition car leaving pit lane, but the overspeed from Bastian Richter should potentially mean the Unicorns of Love is either going to gain it or is going to be absolutely there. It is super tight, but no position switches between the two of them.
Yeah, I think a really good cycle there from Arthur Camera too. Once he saw Bastian Richter head to the pit lane, 2 very, very quick and consistent laps enable him to hold on to the lead, and now it's going to be a wheel-to-wheel fight. We haven't seen evidence that the Porsche is quick enough in a straight line to be able to get the move done at the end of the Les Combes, into the Les Combes chicane at the end of the Kemmel Straight. So the question then becomes, where else is he going to be able to maybe try and find a way past? There's not many options. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah. Just got to take them as they come, so to speak. Elvin Smith, Stolobov, obviously. I've got to say, there's a few teams that have done really, really well today. This is one of them. Again, pace has been very good. Consistency has been good. That car is also dirty as. I do like a dirty race car. You know what I mean? When it's clear they've been raced.
Yes, the battle-worn cars, as I like to call them.
Well, it's, again, this is like the whole thing. It's how like things have changed in endurance racing, right? 20, 30 years ago, car crosses the line, car gets cleaned a little bit, and then photographs again. Then it's stored, right? From that point on. These days, car crosses the line. It's especially on the big events, like Le Mans, less so to a degree in things like this. But for various reasons, sometimes not in Le Mans, because obviously you got to continue racing them after that point. But they would cross the line, they would win, and then they tend to get like sprayed down with basically like this sealant, which stops. Basically, it basically just like, right, the car, that's the car now. Now for the rest of its existence, that is the car, right? And then that goes into a museum, right? And that's it. It's won its biggest race. It's like, right, that car is done. Now it will never be driven again. That's how a lot of this has kind of changed. You don't, particularly with the big races, you don't typically clean the race car because that's how it's going to be preserved, because you want to kind of keep that ruggedness, that raced appeal, which is very much a part of it. As we can see, a little bit of lap traffic problems for Manisha in the Armatario car. That is the one made up. Yeah, I just love a car that looks like it's been properly raced, because you know it's been ragged when it is just covered in tyre flecks and mud and the odd fly. And by the odd fly, I mean a lot of them, a lot of bugs.
I think you very much would enjoy going to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, specifically the museum that they've got there, which is just, some of the race cars that they got there are incredible. Some of them still with the bugs and whatnot that have been preserved. Others a little bit cleaner, but I personally haven't had the experience of going to anywhere else where I've been able to see so many different race cars of different generations. Now, it being the museum at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, you'd be correct for assuming that the public displays are basically just cars from American open wheel history. But it is also a facility where they do a lot of restoration, and I heard rumblings about some of the spectacular sports cars that they've got on the lower levels, which are not for the public eye. I would very much like an invitation to go see that, but I think we need more race car museums, to be honest, because there are some really interesting stories. For example, if we could get Mark Webber's car that he flipped at Le Mans, I think that's worthy of being in a museum. And there's many other examples that I think truly should be in a central spot for us to just go and enjoy. Yeah,
I've not been around the Silverstone Museum, which we're going to be going around next month after, something like that. Never around there. It's like great. I've spent 1 weekend a month in Silverstone for typically for the last 5 months, and then 5 months the year before that, before also visiting it twice throughout the year. And I've been to Silverstone a lot, and I still never went around that museum. I've been around. I went around the Donington Museum when that was open. Unfortunately, it has closed. That's a very cool, because they've got like loads of old F1 cars, like loads. I mean, that museum was huge for what it was. probably over egging it a bit, but it was there was a lot in there. I went round Bewley.
Bewley?
Yeah, Bewley, the Bewley Motor Museum, which is where they've got the whole Top Gear stuff as well. But there's a few race cars in there, including a Silk Cut Jaguar, which I was like, oh, woo! I was there with my dad, and he was like, what? And I'm like, it's a Silk Cut. And he was like, cool, okay, cool. And he was more interested on like Mika Häkkinen's McLaren, which was also stapled next to him. I was like, no, I'm like, yeah, it's an F1 car. I've seen a few of those, but that is something special.
Which Formula One car of Mika Häkkinen's was it, though?
Don't remember.
Yeah,
because I wasn't that interested because I was more focused on that. It was one of the McLarens.
Yeah, well, as someone who grew up with Mika Häkkinen and then Kimi Räikkönen in the McLaren team, I would my interest honestly probably would have been first attracted to that F1 car until I realized the history of what was sitting next to it. The Barber Motorsports Park apparently has also got a really cool museum, although
it's Bob Bikes, isn't it?
More for motorbikes, but I think that is also interesting. I think they had like 6,000 bikes or something, which I'm probably wrong on that number, but that just sounds insane.
When's the sim racing museum going to happen?
Probably
never.
When we can stop arguing amongst each other about the smallest things, that would be a great start.
Sim's best sim. That would be that argument can come to a close, please.
Yeah, I know. Please.
But we're all bored of it. We all know our sims are suboptimal at times. They're all great until they don't.
Until they're not. Yeah.
And then they're suddenly the worst things. Why do you think I am a semi-retired sim racer? I come out to play AMS every now and then because it's great, and that's it.
Yeah, the tribalism that we have in sim racing is definitely something.
Yeah. But that's I say fair enough. Everyone's very passionate, so that's
Okay.
Okay.
I will correct myself, by the way. Not 6,000 bikes, 1,600 bikes. So there was a 6 in there somewhere.
6,000. Great maths.
I wasn't an order of magnitude off.
Solid mathematics there. This is why you should never trust a commentator's maths.
That's never trust a commentator's facts, though, if we're being honest.
That it really is. Yeah, you should. I mean, basically, we just talk rubbish. But the thing is, we talk rubbish. If you say anything with enough confidence, it comes across.
Someone will believe you. Yeah, exactly.
It was in a song once. What was it? There's 9 million bicycles in Beijing. Completely false. But 8 million, 7 million, whatever it was, terrible. Completely false as well. Factually, just incorrect. There are not that many bicycles in Beijing, so probably are now, but there certainly weren't then. I don't even remember who sung that. Anyway, keeping this focused on the race, otherwise we're just going to get so off topic. Manisha in the Armamentario car comes into the pit lane. Of course, Boothby remains out in the race lead, expecting a pit stop from them. Just not in the super near future. I think it is the end of this lap where we'll see Boothby into the pit lane. And by this lap, I did mean this lap, obviously.
The one he's just started right now.
Yeah, that's the one I meant.
I mentioned this with Ewan earlier, but I think right from qualifying, we have not seen a car look as fast yet comfortable as that one. And we're, so many sim racers will tell you that, oh, my car is fast, but it drives like a pig. There is something to be said for when you can find a setup which is also comfortable, that the drivers have the confidence to wring it out that little bit more, to really push 10/10 to the very limit without feeling like the car is going to snap on them in one random moment that they don't feel like they can predict. And when we were watching with Darren McCormack in qualifying, you mentioned just how tricky that car was looking. We've not seen a single moment out of the Yas Heat car that's indicated they've been struggling with the balance whatsoever. I wonder if they maybe figured something out about the car that's going to put them in good stead heading into the final GT3 race of the season, because I think Watkins Glen is going to be crazy.
Big time. Like I say, it's weird. I've said this a few times before, is that you do not see drives this dominant that often in the world of sim racing, and yet we've seen 2 this season.
Yeah.
Because obviously the Race Anywhere Sim Sport car, again, copy and paste everything you've just said about this car and put it on the Race Anywhere Sim Sport car at Monza. It past like the first hour, there wasn't a single doubt that they were really winning that race. Not like a proper one. There was obviously like what if bad traffic or whatever. When the rain came in, there was maybe like a few hovering things, but they dealt with it so well that you just watch it being like, no. And it's the same with the Yaz Heat car, past the second hour, it's been almost a guarantee. I can honestly, I've been racing in sim racing for on and off for 10 years, and I have only ever had that feeling once. It wasn't even that long ago. It was 2 years ago. We were doing a race, and there was you were either on a one-stop strategy or a two-stop strategy, and I was following someone. I was in second place. I was following someone who was a little bit faster than me, and I was like, well, this is obviously their race. I'm sat behind them. They go faster than me. And then 16 laps into the race, when you start the two-stop, they came into the pit lane, and I was like, oh, so they're on a two-stop. I was on a one-stop, and at that point, it feels so arrogant. But it hit my head then. I was like, I've won this race. And again, it was like, unless I drop it, I've won this race. And that's kind of how it is for racing with SimSport and Yazzie, only for a much, much, much longer period, where they're literally sat there for 7 hours being like, can we fast forward this? Because it's like, I'd rather do something else on my Saturday. So we've already won this race.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever really had that feeling, to be honest. The few races that I've had to win, that I've won, unfortunately I had to fight quite a lot with. There was a race with Adam Blocker, my now teammate at Powerslide Motorsports, before I joined up with him, that I still remember as it's one of those victories that I love, that I also hate, as Visceral Esports fighting just inside of the top 30 with the Sim RC number 76. Gonna go the long way around in an Aston Martin drag race into turn number 1. We'll get back to the stories in a bit, because there are still some fights up and down through the field, and these are two cars that are gonna gain some spots, because there's a drive-through penalty that I noted on the left side of that screen as well. So these drivers are fighting for every little bit that they can.
Yeah, the 88 with a drive-through. By the way, there's going to be a driver switch for Yaz Heat. Maciej Malinowski is going to be getting in behind the wheel, I do believe. And so Boothby's jumping out for the final 26 minutes. Interesting. Fair enough, I guess. Making driver switches late, I guess, it's possible. These two, by the way, incredibly fast at the moment, closing up to the back of the Matario car. Despite Sholopov making the pass, Elvin Smith has been absolutely fantastic on pace, being comfortably able to keep up.
Yeah, he's done a great job in that car over the entirety of the race, basically since we've seen him. And now actually I think has the opportunity to try and fight his way forward for Brabham Esports in that car. Here's the battle further back, by the way, as Hello YouTube tries to atone for some of their sins earlier on today. They will grab the spot in front of the 88. That's the Absolute Motorsports car. Not the first penalty that they've had today. It does seem as though race control has not had to be too busy. This, I think, an automated penalty that's come down the way of the 88. But for the teams that have been penalized, they've usually been penalized multiple times.
Yeah, there has been a lot of that today. There have been quite a lot of teams that have got through the race without penalties, of course. But then, like I say, there's a few teams that just keep bringing up either the ire of race control or just the in-game penalty system for whatever reason. I mean, don't get me wrong, we've all had races where, for whatever reason, even if they're not that difficult, you just keep exceeding track limits. There's like one corner. I mean, I had it once, the final chicane, the fast chicane at the Nürburgring. My mate got through his 3-hour stint in this race by getting like 3 instant points cutting over it. Obviously, we're on iRacing. I took over the car, and in the same 3-hour period, I think I had like 41, of which I'm pretty sure about 30 were in that chicane alone. There are just times like that. You just can't help it. Touring car driver, sorry. Either way, West Competition Racing into the pit lane. What does that mean?
Typical touring car drivers.
What does that mean?
Typical touring car drivers.
We're going to have a fight in this commentary booth. There's only 24 minutes left to go, but you
you
might not be leaving this commentary booth in one piece.
No, to be fair, when I dig into touring car drivers, I'm less scared about you than I am about Paul Smith and what he's going to do to me.
Oh yeah, he would.
Yes.
Yeah.
No. I don't want to irritate Paul. I don't want to irritate Paul, so I take back everything I've just said about touring car drivers.
As well. He's such a nice person, but he will ruin your life.
I know. Yes. Sorry, Paul.
Proper touring car drivers. Yeah, us touring car drivers, we stick together, Arjuna, unlike you and your IndyCar community. You back off.
Yeah, the less that we say about the IndyCar community, the best. To be honest, it's funny. It took one piece of news to actually bring the community together for 2 weeks. And then in the send-off race that we had, I don't know if you watched it, Lewis.
No, but I did hear about training.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, there were 2 rules in that competition. Don't go below the line, whatever the line was on the apron, and the second rule was don't be dumb. And sorry, Brandon Traino, but he managed to break both those rules on the final lap of the race. So yeah, that was interesting. To the race that we're watching right now, though, by the way. Battle for 5th is more interesting than I thought it was going to be. I thought Armentario were going to be able to emerge from pit lane and have this basically in the bag, but they've not just got Zholobov behind, but of course the Brabham Esports car as well, in what's now a 3-way fight for 5th. I still think there's a good chance for Elvin Smith to find his way forward if he can get past this lap traffic and not lose too much time here.
Yeah, Queen's design just ahead. Slight lift, slight breather, throttle coming out of Blanchimont. Not a problem, it's not really lost any time. Straight into the braking zones, onto the anchors, coming down into the bus stop chicane. The 3 of them separated, as you say, by pretty much nothing, really. 3 seconds over the 3 of them. Meanwhile, Arthur Camera has been able to, as expected, pull out a bit of a gap on Bastian Richter out to 2.7 seconds. The battle for the podium has certainly calmed down, but this one is being turned up to 11. Like I say, with this championship, for whatever it is, coming down to the wire, there is always, it's somewhere inside the top 10, somewhere pretty high up, there is a battle for a proper position, and it is a proper fight. And in this case, it's a 3-way scrap between the 3 of these, 2 Hondas and a Ferrari. I say one of them bouncing their way back up the order, the other 2 that have been hovering in and out of the, inside the top 10, up and down it. For the entirety of the last 8 hours and 40 minutes, and both of them having season best showings, realistically, between Armentario and the Brabham Esports car. I think SMP have had a couple of decent results this season, maybe just the one.
Yeah, they've also had their fair share. I don't know if it's all bad luck, which I think is sometimes what we use as a general bucket to describe, just not having the results that you deserve rather than diving into the reasons behind it. But clearly today, that is a car that maybe, with a bit more consistency through the 3 drivers and maybe getting away without some of the incidents, could they have been one of the few teams that maybe had a chance of challenging Yas Heat? I don't think there's any other team that thinks that could really claim that. And I think the 888 will take lots of confidence from this race. And let's, of course, point out that when it comes to the BOP budget, they're another team that used 30 kilograms in each of the first 2 races and then are splitting the rest of what they have left in half for this race and the final race. So they had 12 kilos extra today. They'll have 12 kilos to use in the final round of the championship as well. I think they'll be quite quick come Watkins Glen. Yeah,
I think so too. Well, as much as the fastest lap was shared between Zholobov and Smith, it's been reset by Abeladze. Of course, the car that had it quite a long time ago in this race, the 142 that's been up and down, closing in on Apostle very, very quickly. In that 142. I do believe the chances for Williams Esports to have a top 10 finish in this race probably stepping to one side without drama. I think 11th, 12th is probably about as good as it's going to get, because I don't believe no one else is awaiting a pit stop, are they?
No, I think we're basically done with the cycle now.
I think we're all totally done, yeah. So yeah, this car, unless something happens ahead, unless some dramas, this car is not finishing inside the top 10. But I'd still maintain the recovery drive from the issues they have had today. As much as 12th will feel like the biggest defeat, I think they've done an incredible job to work their way back up the order. Because you would, again, you cast your minds back to Monza, as we've done before, and you think, well, the BS competition had an issue on the first lap and then had to return up the order and got up to second. And I was like, yes, but they also didn't have any damage, as they didn't have to come into the pit lane, and the pit lane there's a lot shorter. Williams had a lot of damage. They had to return to pit lane around such a long pit lane, had to repair that damage and get back out again, and then get back into the race. I don't know what more you could really expect other than finishing somewhere inside that top 15.
Yeah, again, they maximized what they could, which I think is all that you can really ask for in a situation like this, right? So I think that's going to be one positive that they definitely take. Simware.pro by Vides trying to now continue their recovery drive and fend off that BMW of West Competition Racing. We're on board with Sebastian Apostle now as they work down in towards the no-name corner. These drivers are well and truly in a realm of their own. Don't really have anyone in front to be focusing on, no one behind them that may try and catch them if they continue to battle like this. And so I think in the case of Abeladze, he's going to be very, very reluctant to let Apostle through without any major sort of a fight. And just look at the power of the Ferrari as it ramps out of Pouhon.
Yeah, doing a stunning job at the moment. Just to try and, I guess, gain as much as possible. It just shows the speed they've got. I think, yeah, Smith and that, they're going to be way too far down the road. As much as there is a lot of pace in Abeladze's car, there ain't that much pace to close up to the back of Smith. But again, you've got to focus on the recovery drives that we've had today, of which there are so many. There are probably more recovery, well, it's endurance racing, isn't it? There's more recovery drives than there are clean drives. How many clean drives have we actually had on this grid? The 666? No, I think more than one. The 666, the 85. I'd still say after camera, well, the BS competition team, as much as they qualified badly, they've not had a particularly arduous task in this race. Neither really has Unicorns of Love. Armatario struggled earlier on with speed, so but that was about it. They've done all right. And I'd say Brabham Esports are another one where they've had like a pretty clean run. They've not had too many problems, obviously. Well, actually, no, they had to drive through, didn't they? Right on the start for killing Williams. The first killer of Williams in this race.
The first, yes. No. The 666, the 85 for sure. 89 and the 14 have had their fair share of having to fight their way, not through adversity, but through, I'd say, some times when the race wasn't always going in their favor. Those are two cars that have had to push each other, by the way, basically since hour 3 or hour 2, I forget exactly what it was. But that's endurance racing at the end of the day. And again, it goes back to the participation points that incentivize people to stay in no matter how damaged their car is. And that's why with 38 starters, despite all the drama that we've had today, we still have 36 cars out there and running.
No, I like the participation points. I think they're very, very important for them to make a difference, because it's not about you showing up, which I know participation points typically are for, showing up. I like the fact that you only get them when you finish the race. Because I think that's what you want from a participation point. Finish the race. Don't just show up and do 20 minutes or whatever, and then just be like, oh, actually, no, this race has gone awry. I'm going to quit. We want to see that endurance racing spirit. We want to see people getting through to the end. And sometimes it is tough. Sometimes it is difficult, and that is endurance racing. You should know that when you sign up to endurance racing, that this stuff is hard work. It is brutal. If you're not okay with that, that's absolutely fine. Don't do endurance racing. Find something else. It's why I stopped doing it. It's absolutely horrible. Especially when your teammates use all of your fast repairs. As Elvin Smith probably sends one down the inside. There it is, straight down there. Sholobov absolutely dive with the cutback coming out of La Source, though. It's going to be a drag race down towards Eau Rouge, who is going to lift. At the moment, the advantage is going the way speed-wise of the Brabham Esports car, and Sholobov reads that well.
Yeah, but now it's about the toe that the Ferrari will get and the opportunity maybe to slingshot its way on past. The man smiling through all of this, while everyone in the crew of Armentario, the more these two fight, the more time they'll cost themselves. And it's Smith that goes to the inside, long way around for Sholobov.
Yeah, it's going to be a brave one for SMP, but obviously Brabham cutting that one off. Elvin Smith judging it perfectly. And the pace at the moment from this Honda NSX is looking absolutely fantastic. 14 and a bit minutes left to go. What will that be around here? 6 laps? 7 laps? 6 laps? 7 laps? 7 laps? Oh no, I'm a commentator. Don't trust my maths. Something like that. Plenty of opportunities for Sholobov to get back through. Plenty of opportunities for them to close the 2.1 second gap up to 6th place. 5th place, rather, sorry.
Yeah, but it would require them A, working together, and B, having the turn of speed to be able to do that. And at least last time by, yes, Elvin Smith was 0.2 faster than the Armentario car, but he had the benefit of a draft, whereas Sholobov did a 2:17.7. He was about 0.3 slower than what we saw from Armentario. Not going to be done and dusted by any means, but I think it's easier said than done for the 72 to close the gap.
Yeah, I get the feeling that Sholobov might have burnt out those tyres ever so slightly, trying to push, maybe over, like I say, pushed them a little bit too hard and got the pressures up too high.
He has been out there on these set of tires for now going on almost 47 odd minutes. Remember, he came in basically right at the top of the race hour, so yeah, he is definitely the one that's been pushing the tires the hardest amongst those inside the top 10.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see if maybe Elvin Smith has got the pace, which, like I say, for Sholobov wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, because you know that when those two LSXs battle, they will battle and lose a lot of times. One thing with Spa is that unless you get the move done like straight away, like into Lake Om, if you're side by side for a couple of corners, you lose so much time, especially if it's coming down like Rivage into No Name. Like, you will lose a second, 2 seconds in those two corners alone. You lose a lot of time around here. If you do end up battling like that, and that is what could drag Sholobov into the fight. No one else was at risk of joining this fight, so it's kind of like battle away. You're only focused forwards. If Smith can catch that check, then for me the battle's on. Abeladze's not going to be able to close. You know that you're guaranteed 5th, 6th, or 7th unless any drama happens. So go for it.
Yeah, no, absolutely go for it. 12 odd minutes to go. I'm trying to do what you were doing, which is figure out how many laps that we've got left. Based on where Malinowski is. So he's just coming down to the end of the Kemmel Straight.
6 now, including this one.
Yes, that's what I was going to say. 5, including the rest of this one. So 6 in total, which means he's not going to get past Elvin Smith and the rest of that gaggle of cars before the end of this race. So they have an extra lap. So they've got 7, including the one that they're on.
Yeah, which I'm kind of like, if Malinowski can close up to them just a little bit, that would be great, because then we get to be like, yeah, see, they win, cool. Now back to that fight, and we get to see the entire last lap of it. Thank you. That's what we want to see. It's a problem when it comes to, like, podium battles, when like your race leader's like close to the line, you have to cut away. Because I've had this argument with a few people before when it comes to broadcast, where they're like, yeah, well, show it in like a little picture-in-picture, the winner crossing the line. I'm like, no. Show the battle in the small picture-in-picture. It's there, like, for me, it's like the race win is the big moment. Yes, sometimes you have to cut away from an exciting podium battle, and it is frustrating. Like, you cut to the race winner crossing the line from that point, going through bus stop, and then you'd be like, yep, cool, and they win, and then you go back to the fight, right? Because it's like, the win's the big moment, and then you go back. I've had a few arguments with quite a few people about this. Obviously, we're quite close with a lot of production that we work with. It's one of those things. Like, sometimes, you do miss a little bit of a fight. Tough. Replays exist for a reason. Thanks.
Yeah, you and I don't agree on much, but I think we definitely agree on this, which is that you have to get the leader across the line.
It's the big moment.
That is the moment that you have all been waiting for. Across the line with 10:35 to go. That's not 5 laps. That may be
10:30. It's 2:20 a lap, isn't it?
Yeah, so that might be 4 laps.
Might be 4 laps. Have to commentator's math. Was it 2:20, 4:40, 7 minutes? So then 9.
So it is 5. It is 5.
So it is 5. Yeah. Cool.
Yes. No, it is.
Cool. So there you go. Quick maths. just add them all together and hope for the best. Then again, one time, I said it before. It was at Spa 2 years ago. I was like, oh well, they're getting ready for their final stop and this, that, and there was 2.5 hours left to go in the race. I completely forgot an entire pit stop left to go. What? My mind had just gone. I was like, no, I want done with this race. There's one more pit stop to go. Let's call it.
You know how they say in school that at least if you get the answer wrong, you should make sure you showed you're working.
Yeah.
We talked through the logic there to get to the point. But yeah, leader across the line is the defining moment. If you're going to put anything in a small side-by-side picture-in-picture, it is that battle that is relatively unimportant in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, like so, you can't miss the winner cross the line, or the other person that you can't miss crossing the line is whoever it is for a championship. That is the other one. You can't miss that. And okay, I know because I've commentated on championships where it's just not like there's the winner, and I'm like, Just
Yeah.
show the champion, man.
Yeah, iRacing Off-Road Championship Series last year. Someone wins the race, the champions across the line in 10th, and I completely ignore the winner. As it should be. It's the first ever champion of the series.
It's the champion, sorry. Yeah, so it's the only thing. It's the only thing that has a higher precedent than a race winner. Which is why you never want to win the last race for championship.
Hugo Luis does not get many things wrong, but I think he got that one wrong.
Yeah, I'm sure you told him that. This is the kind of thing is I'd be like, well, why don't you go and tell him that? I'm like, no, Arjuna definitely has. That's fine. I've worked with Arjuna enough. I know that has been communicated at least once.
At least once, yes. This is the thing with a lot of us behind the scenes. We have one interest and one interest only, which is doing the best job possible and delivering the best product possible. So
sometimes, mate.
If anyone who wants to hire Lewis is listening, just to clip that.
Sometimes. Yeah.
Sometimes I want to do a good job.
Sometimes I want to do a good job. So other times they show up, I'm just kind of like, nah, whatever.
I've got a story about sometimes doing a good job, but that's not suitable for broadcast.
But that'll be in about 25 minutes time, I guess, when we're done with this broadcast. I mean, I feel at this point we already know who we're interviewing, and hopefully, if you are watching the seat, get yourselves ready, because it does seem as though not a commentator's curse, just to clarify. Just get yourselves ready. Although that said, I was told a story from Martin Haven about not last year, the year before's Le Mans. You know, they had the was it Jota?
Yeah.
That broke down on the last lap.
Okay.
So he was telling me the story that the press officer had gone down to I'm pretty sure it was Jota. I can't remember. And was talking to them. Oh, there's 1 lap to go, or this point 2 laps to go, and he's basically giving them the whole rundown of like, right. So at the end of the race, you're going to need to go this way to get onto the podium. You need to send your drivers over here. You need to do this. You need to do this. You need to do this. You need to and prepare yourself. And then the whole garage went silent, and they were like, oh god, and their car broke down.
No.
Now, what was slightly more awkward on this point was that the car that inherited the podium position was their direct teammate. So the press officer just went, right, and just walked straight over to the other side of the garage and just started explaining it. But it was like, it was just so blunt. It's just like, right, I don't care about you anymore. Let's talk to these people. And it's just, thinking about this kind of thing, I'm like, that is just brutal.
To be fair, we were talking about unsung heroes in motorsports that people don't often talk about. The guys and girls that work behind the scenes to make this all possible. Camera operators, marshals, press officers. You can add to the list, and it's just, they sometimes have quite a hard job. And I can only imagine what it's like for the press officer to say, sorry, I'm going to go to the people that matter now, since your car is not making it to the end.
Yeah, but they've got a job to do.
Yeah, they do.
And that's the thing. You've got to respect that. There are a lot of people, obviously runners and everything like that do an awful lot behind the scenes to get everything in place. And like I say, they don't typically get the love they deserve, because it is a hard task. Especially obviously, we give our shout outs to Mike Yao, who's bringing the broadcast. Exactly, when he's done the broadcast for the other two splits, cash and the rivals and the challenges. We're on a cash split. I'm wide awake. But even then, the people that are kind of organising things behind the scenes, making sure that everyone's in the right place at the right time, that everything's organised, put in place, which, especially on higher level productions, when you are typically dealing with motorsport stuff, there are so many people that are behind the scenes bringing you a broadcast on like those major events, like obviously the 24-hour Daytona, when that comes about, the Le Mans, etc. On these big races, there is just... It's a list that you could not thank everyone on. It is impossible. There's just too many.
No, absolutely. And even now in the virtual world, we're getting to that point. If you had to thank everyone at the end of a Le Mans Virtual Series broadcast, how long are you going to be sitting there for?
I reckon I could speed through it in 5 minutes.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Speed
through it in 5 minutes, I think sums it up. I mean, yeah.
Did you not watch my studio tour?
No, because as soon as I see your name attached to anything, I make sure I click away from it.
Unbelievable! I had a
cameraman.
I had a cameraman follow me around. It's the first walking piece that I've ever done on camera, and I tripped over literally everything.
Did you do it in one take, though?
Yeah, actually.
Okay, because we shouldn't talk about my experience at SRO.
They cut it, though.
Yeah, I had to do. We were just trying to record a 30-second intro to the broadcast.
I can kind of see where this is going.
Yeah.
Oof.
It was not the most pleasant experience, although it was actually my very first time in front of a camera like that. So
yeah, same. It's weird. It is weird.
I'm still not used to. We're gonna unfortunately have to show our faces in about 4 minutes' time. I'm still not used to that.
No, I don't like it.
I don't like it either.
What was it again? Martin Haven once when we were doing Le Mans Virtual was not particularly pleased. He was on. We were all supposed to be on camera because he's like, no one wants to see our ugly mugs. I'm like, he's right. No one does. We want to see the racing. But each their own. Sometimes we have to be on camera and show our faces, Arjuna, because we also have to get the other people on camera, the pretty boys that do all the racing. Penultimate lap on. At the moment for the Yas Heat car. So we've got a couple of laps to go, just 3 minutes left to go in this race. The battle for fifth doesn't look like it's going to happen because it does seem as though the Armatario car's got plenty of speed to keep Elvin Smith at bay, who has to look mirror-wise because Oleg Sholobov seems to have found a little bit of second wind to close back in that fight for sixth.
Yeah, no, he has. The question will be, where is he then going to find the opportunity to get the move done with time winding down? I did think Armentario were safe. I think that Zholobov has a chance, but I don't know how big a chance it is going to be, especially given that after all the trials and tribulations, I think I'd take a 7th if I was S&P Racing Esports.
I'd certainly be happy with 7th, but this is the problem with racing drivers, right? Is that you can only see what's directly ahead, right? I had this conversation last week with Alpine, and they were in 4 hours into the race, or even I think it might have been 12 hours into the race. So what position would you be happy with? 4th. But in the final 5 minutes of the race, they had a chance of 3rd, and then they binned it, and they finished 4th. And they were so disappointed because you can only see what was ahead of you. And like you say, if you'd have asked the Triple Eight what position would you be happy with like 2 hours ago, they'd probably said, yeah, anywhere inside the top 10. Or maybe less, maybe a bit more than 2. Well, to be fair, more or less than 2 hours ago. Now then, a bit up and down the order. But then, they'd be like, oh yeah, 7th. We'd love 7th. But now they're in 7th and they've got 6th directly ahead of them. They're not satisfied with 7th anymore because that's racing driver mentality. You can't, it's a constantly evolving beast, as Wolf Matuszka also trying to move a position up inside the top 15 because Lipka's feeling the pressure in the Carbon Sim Sports machine. There's the big send for RCI straight down the inside. Sure, that's going to be too deep. Certainly is for Wolf Matuszka.
Yeah, he almost ran himself off into a different postcode there. It was a bit optimistic. He's still got a lap to try and work his way back forward because at the front of the field, Malinovsky takes Yas Heat onto the final lap of the race.
Yeah, one more run around this fantastic circuit, and they will enjoy this one. It's been an unbelievably dominant drive, so much so that they could have stopped before the race, before the line to start this lap, and still potentially would have won it if they'd have just waited that for 2 minutes and a half. That is just how far ahead they are. A couple of snaps of oversteer as Matej Malinovsky sends it through Les Combes and Malmedy for the final time into the beautiful setting sun here around the Ardennes. I don't know how many more superlatives or whatever you can do to throw the Yas Heat team today, but they have been on cloud 9 since they retook over the lead from Simware.pro courtesy of that mistake.
Yeah, it has. It's been an entertaining race for sure, but the result is going to reflect the domination that Yas Heat have shown from the start of qualifying in a series where we expected things to be much, much closer. 2 consecutive races with blowout winners in FLExTREME GT3 competition.
Yeah, and the big thing was that had BS competition had a slightly worse day, I'd be calling this as Yas Heat returning potentially into championship contention. Alas, still, I don't even think a win will do that, but you never know with 2 rounds left to go. 2 tricky rounds, a 6-hour race and a 9-hour race they'll all have to contend with. But for Yas Heat, the day definitely belongs to them. A few more corners for them to tick off. Matej Malinovsky, Mikhail Stetsenko, and then George Boothby. They've topped every session in qualifying We were saying before at the start of the race, they just needed to top one more, and we'd find out in 9 hours' time. 9 hours has passed, and Yazheat become the 4th different winner of the VCO LFM FLExTREME Championship. They win at Spa in dominant fashion, and we have to wait a whole heap of time before we see Racing Point and BS Competition come across the line for 2 fantastic results. But we have to go back to the battle for 6th. A final opportunity for Sholomov to come through. Squeezes, tight stuff between Elvin Smith and Sholomov. It's going to be an incredible fight for 6th spot up towards Lacom, and the SMP Racing car sending it in. Brabham push over the curb, a little bit of a squeeze, something that might need to be investigated, but I think that is just hard racing between 2 drivers desperate to go for 6th place.
Not sure about that one. Did look as though both were trying to turn into each other to some degree on the straight, and then Elvin Smith did what they do in the real world, which is try and run the car off the road, and Jolobov was not going to have any of it. Still an opportunity for him to fight his way back. But meanwhile, a great day comes to an end for Racing Point.
Again, we've had some great drives this season. Racing Aware Simsport, we had RCI, obviously with that podium a few rounds ago, but this has got to be up there. Racing Point, 2nd place. They'd been looking like they were going to get top 5 all day. Then with about 3 hours into the race, they'd sat in 2nd position. They've just held on to it. Absolutely incredible scenes as behind them, the championship leaders should come across the line in 3rd spot. There they are. What a debut for Philippa Bakita, by the way, for the BS Competition team. Arthur Cameron, Gregor Schill, Niels Nyox not in the car. I think he knows the team's in very, very safe hands. The championship leaders come across the line after battling from 11th to 3rd. Take yet another podium in the championship.
Great debut, like you said, for Philippa Bakita. It sets them up very nicely for the rest of the year, not just in VCO FLExTREME, but across of the sim racing world. One final chance for Jolobov, but Elvin Smith will slam the door shut and grab a well-earned 6th place finish for Brabham Esports. SMP's recovery does get them up to 7th.
Yeah, like I say, great stuff from Brabham. For me, that last little battle across the line or up towards Lacom, I think it's fine. I think it's a bit risky, it's a bit dicey, but is what it is. Like I say, it's probably one of those things that will be investigated to a certain degree. Oh, has it really?
Just a warning. Just a warning.
I think that's fair. I think that's fair. Like you say, it was a bit of a. They were both being silly. If I'm honest, I give them both a warning. But I kind of understand it just being a warning for Brabham over there. But either way, a great result for the Brabham team to have grabbed themselves a 6th place finish. But for BS Competition, they go from strength to strength in this championship. That's a 3rd consecutive podium. And to be fair, they have now finished 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. They've completed the top 4. So 5th and 6th the next 2 races, and we'll be happy.
Well, I think the streak's going to come to an end in the next round because, again, we head to the BMW M2 CS Racing Cup, a car where I think BS Competition comes in with a slight upper hand with their knowledge of the car and the performance that they delivered with it at BMW Sim Live at the end of 2022. It's all going to be about what the Watkins Glen race ends up looking like and how Williams can make sure they don't lose more ground in the next race of the championship.
So is this one hand on the trophy for them?
I don't want to go that far. I don't want to go that far. But
touching it with a finger.
But right now, they are the presumptive favourites. You talked about championship protagonists at the start of this race, right, with Williams and BS Competition, when they were split by single digits. They're not going to be split by single digits anymore. No. Championship favourites are definitely the Zebras.
Yeah, I think it's a pinky finger. One pinky finger on your weaker hand touching the trophy at the moment for BS Competition. Certainly nothing where we can say it's theirs to lose. We're not at that point. I'd say it's not really theirs to lose because someone else can do something. But right now, they're just doing everything they need to do. There is the provisional championship standings, and it will be a 44-point lead for BS Competition over Williams Esports. Like you say, whilst it is a bigger distance, it's not exactly a gaping chasm between 1st and 2nd. Yazheat do move up into 3rd.
1 point in front of the Unicorns of Love. And I'm just going to point out that if BS Competition and if the Williams Esports teams run into any struggles in the next round, which is not... we've had... Is it now 2 consecutive races with pretty significant, 3 significant races with some significant lap 1 drama. All it takes is one incident that BS competition get tangled up in for Yas Heat to be back in the championship mix.
Yeah, it's just how it goes. You know, when you have them that tight, they're always going to be a bit of drama and a bit of risk.
Think we're getting ready though to chat with our race winners, and Lewis is standing by with George Boothby to kick things off.
We'll start with George. I mean, incredible race. We were keeping an eye on your stream all the way through. Thanks for that. Does always come in handy. To take a victory like this, to move up to 3rd in the championship, you showed great pace, great domination all the way through. How do you keep yourself focused in a race like that? Because it seems like complacency is the enemy.
I mean, it was very difficult at the start because I think we went for a sort of very safe setup in the rain, and the Ferraris, a lot of them went for a more spicy setup. So the first stint in the dry, we were just getting dropped, but then as soon as it rained, like, it just changed everything. So like there was Ferraris crashing left, right, and center, and people like seconds and seconds off the pace. It really switched things up. So our car was just flawless. Mache was insane in the wet as well. So we just pulled so much time, and then unfortunately it only rained for one stint. We wish it was raining a bit more, but I think the gap we managed to pull in that stint just meant that we could just play around with whatever we want strategy-wise, and just do our own pace and not worry about anyone else. And it got a bit of a sort of a bit of a hot lapping session, at a few points, but we know what anything can happen in a race. We've done loads of these endurances before, so we just kept our head down, kept it clean, and brought it home. So yeah, really happy.
Cheers, George. Arjuna, though, is speaking to Maciej Malinowski.
Yeah, I want to ask a little bit about how you feel about heading into the final round of the championship. You've worked through the majority of the ballast, of course, the NSX being the one with the most amount of kilos to work around the 4 races. What do you think we're in store for when we go racing in a month's time for 9 hours at Watkins Glen?
I have absolutely no idea. I honestly don't. I'm just happy that we managed to get most ballast off that budget that we had. So we had 29 at Kota, not 30, because I decided for whatever reason to go with 29. And then full 30 at Monza and full 30 here. So we're just going to have almost as light as possible car at Watkins Glen, which is not that track that's really good on tires. So we just put ourselves in a position where we can have the best chance in the very last round. We also have the Joker saved so far. We'll see, maybe with the M2s, Paul Ricard, difficult track, maybe we could use it there. We'll see, but I'm just really happy with today's performance, because we knew that Honda is going to be extremely strong here. Misha and George drive that car a bit more, so they have experience, they knew what to do. We were prepared for the race. We didn't prepare long, but we felt comfortable going into the race, that we knew what we have to do. We've done a race very similar to this in the different championships, so it was almost like a copy-paste of exact same race, just a couple of months later. Yeah, let's see how it's gonna be in 2 months. I have absolutely no idea, because I have no experience with Watkins Glen.
Well, the experience definitely paid off here today. And last but not least, Lewis is standing by with Mikhail Statsenko.
Yeah, let's roll the clock back a little bit. Let's roll the clock back 9 hours. Mikhail, you started the race. Did you kind of have any extra pressure on your shoulders at the start of the race? Obviously, having topped Q1, Q2, and Q3 as a team, you all three did fantastic through that session. But then also, pace seemed to be a little bit more favourable of the Ferraris in the early stages. Is that something that you were expecting? And did you kind of feel any extra pressure from that? I think he's muted his microphone. So,
yeah, I'm here. Yeah, of course, I felt a bit of pressure at the start, but like it all has gone off once I see the rain icon come up. So it was hard for me to accept what I need to give up the positions after like first 20 minutes the car was all right, first 10 minutes, but because the setup was more of a sacrifice towards the wet, it was understeering a lot in green, like greasy condition it was at the start. So it killed the front tires quite quickly and started losing a lot of pace. And it rained in the second stint and it was all good. So yeah, it was a bit tough for the first stint, but then the second one already, it all paid off.
Well, to all three of you, George Boothie, Mikhail Stetsenko and Maciej Malinovski, a dominant drive event we've seen one. Congrats, lads. Go out and enjoy yourselves. Brilliant drive.
Cheers,
Thank
guys.
you very much.
Thank you. Goodbye.
It doesn't get much better than that, does it, Arjuna? I mean, absolutely sensational today.
No, fantastic drive. Not much rain, despite the fact that we look at a very rainy Spa-Francorchamps right now. But Lewis, another 9 hours in the books, and now just 2 more rounds of the championship left to go. 2 weeks from today, on February the 4th, 6 hours with the BMW M2 CS Racing Cup car at Paul Ricard, and then on February the 18th, the grand finale. 9 hours in upstate New York. 2 more exciting races, and I think what Maciej Malinovski said is probably what a lot of the teams are thinking about. They have no idea what to expect in that final round of the championship. It's all going to be about the craziness first, though, at Paul Ricard.
Yeah, I mean, to focus very slightly on that final race, whilst we kind of had this with COTA as well at the start of the season, with these American tracks being fairly new to Assetto Corsa Competizione, they're a bit of the outlier, they're a bit of the unknown. I'm sure that, they've been raced, sure, but not at this kind of level, or at least not too often at these kind of levels, whereas somewhere like Spa, I mean, they race them 5-6 times a year at a bare minimum. That's if they're just cruising through the little championship. On a big scale, you're pretty much racing it, like I say, probably 10 times a year, just on ACC alone. Sometimes even 2 or 3 times a week at some points, particularly in the middle of May and June. It's just constant. And July. It's unreal. Like you say, they've got all that experience on it. Fair enough. I like the idea that we're going to Watkins Glen as a final. I like the idea that we're using the BMW M2 Cup car because these two are slightly unknowns in them. So we've got an unknown in both of the next 2 races. And the 6-hour race is coming up next in that 9-hour finale. It means that it's why no one's really like a slap bang favourite for the championship, why it is wide open, and why we've got so much more to expect in the next 15 hours of racing.
Yeah, and now that we've seen the provisional championship standings as well, I think we're in for maybe, like you said, a finger on the trophy if you're BS competition. Maybe not much more than that. Yassid have put themselves back into the equation. The Unicorns of Love team are lurking as well. It's still very much an open championship fight, even though BS competition have taken 1 step closer to the title here today.
Yeah, again, a fantastic performance from them, Arjuna, and I very much enjoyed our time in the commentary. We say goodbye to Ewan O'Leary as well this round because we've got to deal with
Luke
Crane. 2 week rounds on the bounce. Oh well, it's fine. Obviously, some slight changes in the other splits as well. It's been a great run for Ewan. He's now done for his career's over. It's a great run.
Well, it's definitely reached its highlight here on VCO LFM FLExTREME, but that's going to wrap us up as well. Thank you for joining us here for what is a very busy weekend in the world of VCO esports. Don't forget that the iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona and all of its coverage continues live on VCO's Twitch and YouTube channel, so don't miss that. I'll be back on commentary in just a little bit as well. We'll be back on February the 4th before we get set to close things out on February the 18th. VCO LFM FLExTREME is winding down. It's still going to get weirder. I have no doubt about that. A dominant victory today from Yassit, for everyone behind the scenes at VCO Esports, for Mike Yao, for Ewan O'Leary, for Lewis McLeod and myself, Arjuna Kankipati. Thank you for your company. We'll see you in 2 weeks' time. For now, so long and goodbye.